The Illuminati formula to create an undetectable total mind control slave. Dedication and table of contents. Fritz Springmeier's Introduction Glossary of Terms. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educate-yourself.org/mc/illuminatiformulaindex.html. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the 2 million Americans and counting who have been programmed with monarch-type trauma-based mind control. This book is written to destroy trauma-based mind control before it destroys the human race. It's time for this horrendous secret to end. It is also written as part of God's end-time work to propel people of faith to the high calling that is prophesied of the body, but cannot be attained without men of faith understanding these things. Humanity's great prophet said he came to heal those whose hearts had been broken, literally split and crushed, and to free those who are captive. That work needs to go forward. Blood, sweat, and tears are associated with this book. The blood of the innocent victims of this mind control cries out in a single unison, along with the pungent sweat of those who have tried to minister help to the shattered humanity left by the sadistic programmers, and the pools of tears shed as this book was written. How long, O Lord, holy and true, do you not judge and avenge our blood on earth? Warning, read this first before reading the book, if there is any chance. You the reader have had mind control done to you, you must consider the following book to be dangerous. If you are consulting a therapist for DID, also known as MPD, it is recommended that you consult your therapist before reading this book. The complications that could result for those under mind control learning the truth could be fatal. The CO authors take no responsibility for those who read or misuse this information. The reader's mind is like a garden. It may not be time to plant the truth in your mind. Perhaps you need some weeding or ground preparation, before the garden of your mind is ready. Perhaps the weather is too stormy to plant the truth. Pray to the Lord of the harvest. The blessings that flow from planting the information of this book in your mind will require the presence of living waters of love. If you do not have love in your heart, this book is not for you. The information contained in this book is the biggest news story of the 20th century, and still the biggest secret. It will challenge you, shock you, horrify you, and hopefully motivate you to redouble your efforts to humble yourself and seek strength from God Almighty. The programming procedures, which are described in this book, are based on research and consultation with deprogrammers, ex-programmers, therapists, counselors, and pertinent literature. To the best of our knowledge, the statements made in this book are factual, although they may not reflect the latest or currently accepted methodology among each and every faction of the New World Order, which carries out monarch-type programming. This book tends to devote more emphasis to Illuminati programming, which is the highest level of programming. For individual application in understanding a survivor of monarch programming, therapists are admonished to use this material with consideration for the monarch victim's personal case and situation. The authors disclaim any responsibility for therapeutic work based upon this material. Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler have co-authored They Know Not What They Do, an illustrated guidebook to monarch mind control. Both Fritz and Cisco bring years of experience in dealing with monarch programming to bear on the writing of this book. Fritz has researched the Illuminati, while he has worked with victims of its programming. He has authored the top 13 Illuminati families, and several other books. Table of Contents, 573 pages. Chap 1: The Selection and Preparation of the Victim. A: Genetics and Dissociative Abilities. B: Availability. C: Physical and Mental Requirements. D: List of organizations carrying out programming. E: 4 Foundational steps for programming. F: Step 1. Spiritual requirements, Moonchild ceremonies, traumatization in vitro. G: Step 2. Trauma by premature birth. H: Step 3. Love bombing/love bonding. I: Step 4. Severing the core of the mind. J: Further considerations. Chap 2: The traumatization and torture of the victim. A site for torture of children, Knott's China Lake. B. What trauma does, the creation of PTSD and did, MPD. C. How the torture is carried out, types of trauma. D. How MPD works. E. The core. F. The anchoring experience. Chap 3. The use of drugs. A. A list of drugs used. B. A brief history of use. C. Applications for drugs to control a slave. Chap 4a. The use of hypnosis. A. Dissociation, trance, and its historical use. B. How to program with hypnosis. C. How to boost creativity of victim with hypnosis. D. Keeping the mind dissociative. E. Keeping the mind in a programming state. F. Hypnotic triggers and cues. G. Hypnosis in programs and other uses. Chap 4b. Hypnosis, continued. Chap 5ab. The skill of lying, the art of deceit. A. Overview. B. The use of fiction. C. The use of lies externally, including covers and fronts. D. The use of internal deceptions, including the art of hiding things in a system. Chap 5b. The skill of lying, the art of deceit, Billy Graham. Chap 6. The use of electricity and electronics. A. For torture. B. For memory deletion. C. For implanting thoughts. D. Electronic communication and control. Chap 7a. Engineering and structuring of an MPD system. A. Structuring of MPD worlds. B. The creation of roles. C. Building in layered defenses. D. Building backup systems. Chap 7b. Chap 7c. Chap 8. Body manipulation and programming. A. Scarring the brainstem. B. Split brain work. C. Medical technologies. D. Histamines. E. The use of body programs. Chap 9. Mind manipulation by psychological programming methods, behavior modification, psychological motivation and NLP. A. Observing a satanic family conditioning their children. B. Behavior modification, obedience training. C. Isolation. D. Repetition. E. Psychological motivators, MD pride/needs/wants. F. Neurolinguistic programming. G. The inversion of pain and pleasure. Chap 10a. Spiritual control techniques, possession, trances, etc. A. Using spiritual principles against a person. B. How the monarch program miniaturizes what is done on a large scale. C. Dehumanization. D. Fear. E. The use of guilt, shame, ridicule and anger. F. Teaching that the master is God. G. Portals, focal points. H. Vows and oaths. I. The use of demon possession, layering in, etc. J. The use of angel altars. K. The misuse of scripture. L. Theta programming. Chap 10b. Chap 10c. Chap 11. Internal controls. A. Teaching occult philosophies and ideologies. B. Internal computers. C. Internal hierarchies. Chap 12. External controls. A. Monitoring, asset control. B. The art of blackmail. C. Bribes. D. The control of the milieu. E. Bonding and twinning. F. Peer pressure. Chapter 1, The Selection and Preparation of the Victim. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educaself.org/mc/ilumformula1chap.html web posted at http://www.geocities.com/truthwalker2003. Newsflash, Dr. Martin T. Orne, 72, died of cancer on February 11, 2000 in Pennsylvania. He was one of the founders and a board member of the FMSF, False Memory Syndrome Foundation, or better the False Memory Spindrome. In the 60s, he was an Ultra consultant and received research monies from the Institute of Human Ecology and another CIA funding organization. A. Selection based on genetics and dissociative abilities. B. Availability. C. Mental and physical features. One of the primary reasons that the monarch mind control programming was named monarch programming was because of the monarch butterfly. The monarch butterfly learns where it was born, its roots, and it passes this knowledge via genetics onto its offspring, from generation to generation. This was one of the key animals that tipped scientists off, that knowledge can be passed genetically. The monarch program is based upon Illuminati and Nazi goals to create a master race in part through genetics. If knowledge can be passed genetically, then it is important that parents be found that can pass the correct knowledge onto those victims selected for the monarch mind control. The primary important factor for the trauma-based mind control is the ability to disassociate. It was discovered that this ability is passed genetically from generation to generation. American Indian tribes, who had traumatic ritual dances and who would wait motionless for hours when hunting, children of fakirs in India, who would sleep on a bed of nails or walk on hot coals, children of yogis, those skilled in yoga, who would have total control over their body in trance, Tibetan Buddhists, children of Vodun, Bazango and other groups have a good ability to disassociate. The children of multigenerational abuse are also good at dissociation. The Illuminati families and European occultists went to India and Tibet to study occultism and Eastern philosophy. These Europeans learned yoga, tantric yoga, meditations, trances, and other methods to disassociate. These skills are passed on to their children via genetics. A test is run when the children are about 18 months old to determine if they can dissociate enough to be selected for programming or not. Mind-controlled slaves are created for different purposes, hierarchy or non-hierarchy purposes. The Illuminati create mind-controlled slaves who are to function within the Illuminati hierarchy. These slaves will usually have their genealogies hidden, and will be created to have excellent cover lives to ensure that they are not detected. They will be given multifunctional programming, and will usually be used to help program other slaves. The abuse will not be as physically visible as it will be on the bodies of slaves who are not born to be part of the Illuminati elite. Members of Mariah equals the Illuminati, Luciferian elite will have undergone as much trauma as other slaves, however the torture scars and the control are better concealed. These children will often receive lavish experiences as well as talks to convince them that they are part of the elite. By the way, body scars will show up better under black light, that is the same black light as used in clubs. The Illuminati and other organizations have also programmed individuals who are simply expendable. These are sex slaves who are used up and killed very early in life, one-time use as saboteurs, breeders, soldiers, drug couriers, and so forth. The bodies of these people will often show visible torture scars. The expendable are the children of parents who were blackmailed into turning their children over to the CIA. This is all hidden by the power of the National Security Act. These are children, who have been sold by pedophile fathers, or pornographic parents. The programmers/masters program them with the expectation that they will be thrown from the freedom train when they get to age 30. Freedom train is the code word for the monarch trauma-based mind control. To be thrown from the freedom train means to be killed. The CIA and the Illuminati are skilled at blackmailing parents to give up their children. They would watch the mail for porn. Pedophile and murderers who abuse their children are warned that they will go to prison for long lengths of time if they do not cooperate by selling their children into mind-controlled slavery. In return for the parents' cooperation, they provide rich financial rewards to the parents. It's clearly a case of if you don't cooperate you lose in life big time, if you do cooperate you win big time. Religious ministers are often set up with betas, a sexual model of slave, who then blackmails them. The ministers do not want to lose their status and profession via scandals, so they agree to turn their children over when young to the CIA to work with. The Illuminati like to blackmail these ministers when they are finished with their seminary schooling and committed to the ministry at about 33 years of age. The idea of having nothing to fall back on after they have committed their entire life to one profession is too much for these weak-willed men, and they buckle under the threats. If they don't buckle under, the resulting consequences will remove them from ministry. The type of father who is most preferred by the programmers to offer up their children for programming is the pedophile. If a father will abuse his own little baby girl, then the programmers know that the man has no conscience. This father's involvement in criminal activity, and thereby his vulnerability, can be continually increased. They want men who they believe will not develop any qualms later on in life about what they have done. A man, who waits until his daughter is a teenager to molest her, is usually esteemed to have too much conscience for the programmers. A big distinction must be made between hierarchy monarch slaves, and non-hierarchy monarch slaves. The reason there is such a big distinction is that they are not programmed the same way. Since this book is giving the recipe for how to create a monarch slave, we will have to cover the distinction between slaves within the Illuminati and those slaves who function outside of the Illuminati hierarchy. It is important to stress that the label monarch is used in this book in a generic sense for the modern trauma-based total mind control that is taking place. Whether an Illuminati mind-controlled slave is technically in the monarch records or out of the actual monarch program data files kept on computer is merely a technicality. In my, Fritz's, other writings, I explain about how the Illuminati created the CIA. I know that some of its directors were members of the Illuminati, and I strongly suspect that the other CIA directors were probably full-fledged members too. The two organizations need each other. If the CIA didn't have the international backing of the movers and shakers of the world, it would have been exposed and done away with. Likewise, the Illuminati, because it is so secret, needs organizations through which it can work. The CIA is a front for the Illuminati, and the CIA in turn sets up fronts. Some of those fronts are elaborate, well-staffed, well-equipped programming sites, such as many of the state mental hospitals, McGill Psychiatric Training Network consisting of 8 Montreal hospitals, especially St. Mary's, NASA in Huntsville, AL, the Presidio, San Francisco, CA, and Knott's at China Lake, CA, to name a few. For a more complete list, see Appendix B. The Illuminati couldn't do it alone without its fronts. Satanists within the network and the CIA took over. Boys Town, Nebraska, exposed in the Conspiracy of Silence video in the early 1950s, and used that famous orphanage for a constant supply of boys for programming. Boys Town is perhaps the most famous, but there is a long list of others. Joseph Mengele. When the Monarch programming started, the top men were Illuminati. Originally, Joseph Mengele was the lead programmer. He had already achieved the rank of Grand Master, later Ipsimus, within the Illuminati. He had become skilled in music, in Kabbalistic magic, in dancing, in abortions, and in torture. By the way, Mengele had a sadistic mother, and programming children. Many of the concentration camp children that Mengele programmed still survive and still love him to this day as daddy. Mengele disappeared from Auschwitz in January 1945, several months before the final chaos began in the Third Reich. Mengele disappeared so the Illuminati could smuggle him to the US, so that his exceptional knowledge of programming honed and fine-tuned on thousands of concentration camp child victims could be put to use on a grande scale in the United States. He traveled worldwide, but especially in the western US, doing his programming accompanied by his pair of 2 black servants. American monarch survivors remember his spotless German uniform, his shiny boots, which he wore during programming, his thick German accent, his handsome features, his cleft chin, the space in his front teeth, the way he would jab with his thumb while programming, as if he were still saying links, Rex to lines of Jews coming into the concentration camps. The reason Mengele was so excited to do the selection process of inmates coming into Auschwitz was that he was choosing inmates for his numerous mind control trauma experiments. He was especially anxious to get identical twins, because his genetic research related to mind control needed persons of identical genetic makeup. Traditionally, the Illuminati had been having their children inspected by a woman with the rank of Grande Mother. She would determine the fitness of the children and then present them for a formal acceptance ceremony at age 3 to the Grande Druid Council. This procedure didn't change when Mengele came over. The programming just jumped from being an occult science to one that had full access to the medical, psychiatric, judicial, scientific and governmental sectors via the power of the National Security Act and the intelligence agencies. The Illuminati's programming of multiples prior to Menschel's arrival were simplistic, compared to the sophisticated techniques engineered by the Nazi Germans, whose mind control research included some non-German nationals such as Italians. A victim who is killed by an 18th-century musket is just as dead as someone killed by an M16, so a victim of the pre-1946 programming was just as victimized as those programmed with more sophisticated techniques. For the Illuminati, the child's programming is planned by the Circle, another name for their organization, before it is born. From the Illuminati's perspective, their plans involve generational spirits and positions within the hierarchy. The child is conceived according to their rituals, and the steps that that child will go through follows a well-thought-out detailed regimen for programming it. In contrast, the children from foster homes, or pedophiles do not receive the same regimen. Hierarchy slaves will in turn be used to program and train other hierarchy children, while CIA slaves, mafia slaves, and KKK slaves etc. will be discarded. This is why a presidential model is thrown from the Freedom Train. Freedom Train is the name given to the monarch program in the underworld. Women and men in the Illuminati will continue to help with the programming for their entire lives. The Illuminati is programming such vast numbers of children, they need every one of their able members to help. Mariah's total membership, which worldwide numbers in the millions. The Illuminati regimen for their children is far more controlling than the CIA's programming. Not everyone in the Illuminati gets their mind split and becomes a programmed multiple. However, everyone does get some type of mind control. Those who have been spared multiplicity still must participate in a 2-week intense mind control session that might be compared to the Army's Ranger School. Those who participate in this have learned obedience. Those who haven't learned obedience are forced into ritual gladiator-type duels or other punishments to eliminate them. Finally, a traitor's death as pictured on one of the tarot cards is waiting. Sharon Tate was left hanging in the number 12 tarot card's hangman position from the house rafters. The best therapists will quietly admit that traditional therapy is inadequate. Unless God intervenes, people who are born into the Illuminati don't escape it while alive. This book isn't a mere exercise of academic thinking, but is written with the assurance that freedom is possible. There are viable answers. Some children live in foster homes, or with adopted parents, or in orphanages, or with caretakers and guardians. Because these children are at the mercy of the non-related adults, these types of children frequently are sold to become mind-controlled slaves of the intelligence agencies. In review, remember that because many of these organizations are controlled by the Illuminati, an Illuminati slave may often work for one of these front groups, while the Illuminati maintain control over the base program. The intelligence networks were started by and are controlled by the Illuminati. They are Illuminati fronts. The use of slaves crosses many organizational boundaries within the overall network. If a slave is to be used as a Delta model, assassination, they may be selected for strength and dexterity. The Delta Force is the U.S. Army's elite unit made up of monarch slaves. If they are to operate as a beta model, sexual slave, they will be chosen if they can master technique. Occasionally they might in some circumstances be selected for how pretty the programmers expect the child to become. Some parents have produced good-looking children and are actually sought after to bear children to sell into the mind-controlled slavery freedom train system. However, vastly more important for beta sex slaves are their ability to be programmed to have charm, seductive skills, charisma, and creativity. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and the programmers can put almost any kind of body to use as a sex slave. Almost any sex slave can fit somewhere into the script of the Illuminati/New World Order/crime syndicate porn movies. I place porn in quotation marks because what they call porn doesn't resemble what the public thinks of porn. We're not talking Playboy type porn, we're talking ghastly horrible atrocities that are as sick as anything done in the Nazi concentration camps. For instance, it takes little acting ability or beauty to have one's head chopped off while having sex. There are different types of sexual slaves, but the Illuminati wants to get beta alters which are sharp, talented, skilled, and resourceful. They will use these beta alters, such as the Black Widow alters, for espionage and blackmail. To make sure that the child's mind develops properly, the baby will be interacted with so that those areas of the brain that are important to develop will develop to the maximum. It is a well-known fact that areas of the brain grow according to how much stimulation and use that area of the brain receives. For this reason, grande dames, who are involved in programming, will spend time drawing and showing faces to the child and seeing if the child can recognize identical faces. Almost any other item will be used. Candy canes with stripes, match the candy canes with the same no of stripes, trees, or pencils. The child must learn to match identical items very early even before they can speak. This is so they will be able to build mirror images into their mind. All the senses are trained for building the mirror images, for instance such as silks and cottons can be used for the sense of touch. The child will have to match textures. The programmer, the grande dame, and grande mothers will teach the child to have good abilities in copying, reflecting, repeating, echoing, or re-echoing, and mirroring. They will be taught for hours how to re-echo something verbatim. Some of these teaching methods are almost like games. For instance, 20 pins will be in a box and the small child is given a short time to decide how many pins are in the box. A certain level of intelligence and creativity is needed for time to be invested on programming. You cannot program a mind which is weak. Most of the people programmed are very intelligent. One study of multiples said that multiples were 130 or above in IQ and then mistakenly blamed their multiplicity on their IQ. Attempts to program people with low intelligence or no creativity were discovered to be a waste of time. Methods are used to greatly enhance the victim's intelligence and creativity. The Illuminati will also work on enhancing their psychic abilities such as telepathy and clairvoyance. The head programmers have their own little mottos about building solid structures which they like to express to new trainees. These include: an unstructured house mind of the slave is like unto a house without walls, a house undisciplined is like unto a house without walls, it will crumble within itself, and a house divided against itself will not stand. Much of the structuring will be discussed in Chapter 7, but the structuring begins at birth for the victim, so this chapter will discuss the first steps. In order to build a solid good house, one needs to have a solid foundation. In order to build a solid foundation, one needs to know how the land lays and what the weaknesses of the land are, if it is sand or rock or clay, etc. One needs to design one's house to take advantage of the natural lay of the land. Will storms come from this or that direction? Where will the house need extra protection? The very same principles pertain to programming because a structure is being built. Many evil geniuses within the Illuminati added their contributions to the monarch programming. John Gittinger and Pa. One of the most important was John Gittinger of Oklahoma, because he was the genius who could understand how a little child's mind was when it was in infancy. In order to work with something, you must know what you are working with. John Gittinger, who is no longer alive, worked at programming for years. His contribution was in the mental assessment area. John Gittinger, b. 1909, was the director of psychological services at the State Hospital in Norman, Oklahoma. He got a master's degree at age 30, and joined the CIA's MK Ultra Mind Control in 1950. He was a high school guidance counselor and a Navy lieutenant commander during WW2. In the late 1970s, he moved back to Oklahoma. He was heavy-set and goateed. It's been said he looked like the actor Walter Slezak. He had an insatiable curiosity about understanding human personality. When the Illuminati looked around for men skilled in personality assessment to assist the monarch programming, John W. Gittinger was one of their men who they selected. Gittinger was not the only researcher into personality that the CIA hired, but he was their top man in terms of the programming of children. From the end of WW2 until he began with the CIA in 1950, Gittinger was studying how to assess personality. At the Oklahoma State Hospital, he had large numbers of adults who could be studied. After Gittinger started doing personality assessment for the CIA, most of his work became highly classified. The Rolling Stone article of July 18, 1974 asked why years of research into personality assessment should be so secret. In fact, it was so secret, Gittinger was not allowed to talk to journalists, even though it was public knowledge that Gittinger did personality assessment work/research. The reason that such an apparently benign science was kept secret is that it plays a major part in the success of the Monarch programming. John Gittinger designed the Personality Assessment System, PA. This is an extraordinary method to evaluate human behavior and predict their future behavior. As far as we know, most of the PA is still classified secret. The PA is based on the ability to differentiate different types of people. There are three major dimensions, or differentiations. They are called the EI dimension, the RF dimension, and the AU dimension. People are born with their original placement within each of these three spectrums. In other words, there are three axes that can be graphed to describe a baby's personality. The baby might be graphed I, internalizer, F, flexible, and A, role adaptive. If the baby were graphed this way, i.e., IFA, then the programmers would automatically know this child's mind will become a social or religious reformer. The child's programming charts would then be labeled some suitable occupation such as environmental activist, Pentecostal church reformer, consumer advocate, or activist against narcotics. The programming for that child then would follow 6-month goals to develop that mind-controlled slave into one of the best in that occupation. In fact, one of the CEO authors of this book, Fritz, is indeed IFA, which helps explain why he is trying to reform society and religion with this book. While it took Fritz many years to find his correct niche in life, programmed multiples are steered in the correct direction very early in life with all the brakes and all the money needed from the network to open opportunities. There are three possibilities for the child in regards to his original personality components. He can, 1. Express the component, or 2. Suppress, or 3. Repress it. As the child goes through life, he has 2 periods within which he can change, suppress or repress, his behavior/personality. In the PA, the first period is called compensation and the second is called modification. The amount of punishment for a personality trait and pressure to change from others will determine the amount of change which the child's mind will perform on its original personality. The activity level of a person at each point in their life is also measured. The intensity of each of the scores is also rated. The actual PA system is far more detailed than the example above, but it serves to give a simplified idea of how it works. The essential dynamics of an entire personality can be written in a short code which might be written, for example, 12, EUC FCU and A and U and U, H+. However, even that code is shortened. EUC can be written simply I. The basic 3 dimensions to personality provide 8 basic types. However, the PA allows for 6 basic positions in each of these 8 basic types, which yields 216 discrete basic types. Next, the person can change their predisposed primitive personality initially 5 different ways, and this then gives 30, superscript 3 or 27,000 different types. The second change can be done on 4 types of modification, which makes for 1,728,000 types. Then the programmers can factor in activity level, their normal level, intelligence base, age, sex, and education, and life experiences. In other words, what appears to be simple has a high degree of calibration to it. The person who was best with the PA was its brainchild, Gittinger himself. His intuition along with his PA system, gave him an uncanny idea of how a person's mind works now, and how it would work in the future. He sadistically reveled in putting his skill to use programming children. The actual assessment codes that have appeared on programming assessment charts, which the Monarch child assessment teams have used to evaluate, describe, and assess a child to be programmed, follow the standard symbols created for PA. Some portions of Gittinger's work has escaped the secrecy of the intelligence agencies. Concerning the Gittinger Personality Assessment System, see an Introduction to the Personality Assessment System by John Wynne and John Gittinger, Journal of Community Psychology Monograph Supplement No. 38. Rutland, Vermont, Clinical Psychology Publishing Co., Inc. 1973. See also the Rolling Stone magazine article, July 18, 1974, The CIA Won't Go Public. Wechsler Intelligence Test. Because so little is known about the PA test, it needs to be explained some. Observations in relation to the Wechsler Intelligence Test provided the initial ideas behind the PA. The digit span subtest of the Wechsler Intelligence Test, which rates the ability to remember numbers, forms the basic test used for the EI dimension. What Gittinger discovered was that short-order cooks had good number memory, which equals internalizer personality, or I. A high digit span in any person tells much about them. People who don't separate themselves well from their environment are externalizers, equals E. The I personality was a good baby. The E type, who prefers doing to thinking, is a too curious baby, who will make demands. I's would often be pressured to become more outgoing, and E's are often pressured by parents to be more self-sufficient, and to progress from crawling, which they like, to learn to walk. Pure internalizers become more withdrawn after several drinks, and uncompensated E's are more likely to become sloppy drunks, garrulous. Based on the EI dimension, predictions can also be made for how LSD will affect a person. This is the EI dimension. The block design subtest shows whether a person is a regulated, R, or a flexible, F, person. This is the RF dimension. The regulated person had no trouble learning by rote, but didn't understand what he learned. The flexible person, on the other hand, had to understand something before he learned it. Our children could learn to play the piano easily, but the great concert piano players were F children who had persevered to master what they considered drudgery. The third dimension is the AU dimension, the role adaptive, A, or a role uniform, U, person. The A could be defined as charisma, while people tend to ignore the U. The CIA has 40 patterns that a skilled observer looks for, and these then are related to the PA and Wechsler subtests. Use of the electroencephalogram to shape programming. Illuminati mothers of darkness alters trained in observation, chart what they see a child do. A child's behavior with certain toys, certain hand responses, and certain social responses can be observed and used to assess how this child would score on the PA test. E.g., electroencephalogram, pattern CO relate to the PA digit span test. This allowed them to use the EEG patterns to overcome cultural bias in the test. It also gave the Monarch programmers the perfect tool to assess small children before they have verbal skills. David R. Saunders, at the University of Cornell, working with the CIA, wrote a paper in 1961 showing the connection between alpha waves and digit span. In 1960, Mundy Castle wrote about the connections between EEG printouts and Wechsler-Bellevue test variables. Here is the tip of the iceberg that EEGs were being used to determine pre-verbal personality in children. Salvatore, et.al., wrote at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center, Boston, Mass., clear back in 1954 about the predictive potential of Gittinger's theory in an unpublished research paper. The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was an early participant in this research. The child's guardians must teach the small victim obedience. They must teach the child to keep its eyes open and to hold still. These skills are important, because the child will be subjected to extensive EEGs. The hospital equipment would be something like an 11-channel Grass EEG machine where 11 electrodes are placed on the child's head, and brain wave patterns are printed out charting such things as background, variability, discharges, background suppressions, sharp waves, etc. The electrodes will have designations such as T3, T4, etc. In special programming sites, a machine with electrodes will be hooked up to the child's head for repeated tests. The newer machines accommodate up to 30.5 diameter pads, electrodes, which are attached with electrode adhesive tape or small needled ends to the child's scalp. The child's hair will be parted in an area, and the electrodes will be hooked to the skull. The attendant will tell the child, "Don't move. Keep your eyes open. Look at this point. Don't blink. Don't move your body." The procedure will be repeated for 45 minutes to an hour. Eventually, hundreds of readout from electrodes clipped to the skull of the child will chart the brain waves of the child. From these brain waves, the programmers can determine what type of personality the child has. This personality assessment criteria and ability is one of the guarded secrets of the programming. Should unexpected behavior crop up, the slave may be hauled in for more EEGs. The PA tests would reveal to Gettinger a person's weaknesses. The PA shows what a person wants. And these are called the soft spots of a person's personality. Also, the PA shows mental weaknesses, or where a person will be unstable and could be broken down. Certain types of stresses will have a cumulative effect of hurting a person. A stress-producing campaign is run against CIA targets, and by doing this they can neutralize a potential enemy. The information collected from children, who are potential victims for the monarch programming, is essential for knowing how to structure that child's programming. For instance, IFU children often are autistic, IRU are schizophrenic children, and IR or if are fantasy prone. Later, TT will be further explained how this aids programming. An internalizer personality would be important deep inside an alter system, while an externalizer would be useful for a front personality. Internalizers are predisposed to the production of mental fantasy. By knowing what the child was, the programmers know what they already have, and what they must add or build into the thinking of the alters they will create. Likewise, some alters need to be R and some F. And some need to be A and some U regulated, R. Personalities like to have narrow limitations on their activity. This makes them suitable for programming. The RS readily accept authority, and will not try to step out of the range of their habits. The R has a marked ability to learn without understanding. They easily learn material by rote, because they do not need to understand it before they will learn it. This is another asset that the programmers like. The programmers may or may not want an A role adaptive personality. A future country singer needs charisma, a future computer programmer doesn't. Without being able to finally determine what is there, the programming could not be fine-tuned. If the child is good in math, it will have its programming scripts steered in that direction. MC. Escher's artwork. If the child has artistic brainwaves, then the programmer will use artwork in programming. The artwork of the European artist MC. Escher is exceptionally well suited for programming purposes. For instance, in his 1947 drawing Another World, the rear plane in the center serves as a wall in relation to the horizon, a floor in connection with the view through the top opening, and a ceiling in regards to the view up towards the starry sky. Reversals, mirror images, illusion, and many other qualities appear in Escher's artwork, which make all 76 or more of his major works excellent for programming. The use of these kinds of elements will explain later. 5 children each given the same Alice in Wonderland script will each use the script differently during programming. The programmer takes the child's own creativity and works with that unique creativity. The child must create the images himself if the programming is to hold. It won't work if the images are someone else's. The child organizes its internal world to suit his/her own experiences, such as castles, boxes, rooms, and doll houses. The PA-type testing will continue during the early years of the slave's life to make sure the programming has not driven the child crazy or psycho. The child will move down the script decided for it for its whole life, based on these early tests. More about how this works later. The EEG tests run frequently on children to be programmed also show brain tumors, and medical problems beside just the brainwave patterns. The PA tests can also show how easy a person can be hypnotized. If the testing by the EEGs doesn't reveal a child who can be easily hypnotized, they will be rejected for programming, Even though modern drugs and extreme torture in some cases will be applied to salvage children they really think they need to program, but are clearly not easily hypnotizable. EEGs can also be used to see what state of consciousness the brain is in. The Monarch programming is based on structuring multiple personality disorder, MPD, alter systems, which is covered in Chapter 7. The success of this structuring, its extraordinary fine-tuning, comes from the initial testing, which means programs are properly built on whatever foundation the mind has. The CIA front organization, the Human Ecology Society, tested the PA. In 1962, the CIA moved Gittinger's base of operations to another CIA front on Connecticut Ave, Washington, D.C., called Psychological Assessment Associates. Because Gittinger believed genetic-based differences exist in people, which is one of the bases for the Monarch programming, his work was not accepted by mainstream psychology. In 1974, Gittinger described the PA system. The Personality Assessment System, PA, A, indicates the kinds of internal and external cues to which the individual is most likely to respond. B, suggests the types of stimuli that are most likely to produce behavioral change. C, provides an understanding of the intra, and impersonal environments in which a person is most likely to function efficiently, and D, offers insight into what constitutes stress and predicts probable behavioral response to such stress, including maladjustments, should they occur. In the area of experience, the PA offers a method for obtaining specific clues to personality structure and functioning. Thus, the PA, A, allows for direct inferences concerning an individual's primary response style. B, suggests the quality of the compensations and modifications he has achieved in response to social and environmental pressures. C, provides an understanding of personality development in terms of the interaction of primary structure, environmental pressures, and adaptive tendencies. D, offers a procedure for evaluating the surface or contact personality developed over time, and E, makes possible the assessment of the fundamental discrepancies between the surface personality and the underlying personality structure, discrepancies that typically produce tension, conflict, and anxiety. Wynne, John F., and John W. Gittinger. Journal of Community Psychology Monograph Supplement No. 38. Rutland, Vermont, Clinical Psychology Publishing Co., Inc. 1973, p. 99. Wow. Gittinger's description of PA is specifically the needs and goals that the programmers had when they initiate programming the personality splits in tiny 18-month-old children. People associated with the following listed organizations may assist the network to use their child for trauma-based programming. Children from families where one or both parents belong to the following organizations are often routinely sent off in early childhood for trauma-based mind control. We are now in third and fourth generations of people who are programmed multiples. And even into deeper generations in some Illuminati bloodlines. What can't be covered here is the enormous secret drama involved in Mariah implementing control over parents via prescribed or illegal drugs, fear, blackmail, etc., so that they will assist them in getting the children programmed. If the motherly instinct is too strong, the mom may be prescribed tranquilizers, so that there is a stable house for the child's front alters to grow up in. Unreliable non-multiple fathers are debriefed by Illuminati multiples who debrief and then erase their memories of what is happening to their children. Parents may have only a limited view. Organizations practicing trauma-based mind control. These groups form what insiders call the network. They are the backbone of what is known as the New World Order. 1. Air Force Intelligence. 2. Army Intelligence, such as CIC. 3. Atomic Energy Commission, AEC. 4. Boeing. 5. British Intelligence, IN. MI6, MI5, and the Tavistock Institute. 6. Bureau of Narcotics. 7. Bureau of Prisons. 8. Catholic Church, including Jesuits. 9. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, aka Agency, Company, Langley. 10. Charismatic Movement. 11. Church of Satan. 12 Church of Scientology, 13 Service, 14 Club 12 and Club 41, 15 Country Music Industry, 16 Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, 17 Department of Justice, DOJ, 18 Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, 19 Freemasonry, especially the Palladium Rite, 3 degree and above degrees Quechu or Coronati Lodge, SRIA, and other Masonic-affiliated organizations. 20 Japan, 21 German Intelligence, Shabak, 22 GHG, 23 Hollywood, 24 The House of Saud in Saudi Arabia, which has unprogrammed slaves too. 25 The Illuminati, also known as the Circle, Mariah Conquering Wind, Gnostics, Luciferians etc., at all levels is involved in trauma-based mind control as perpetrators and victims, including Frat, Saturni Orden Fraternita Saturni, THFS, Fogo, Golden Dawn, Antic.Lucif, Dine, etc. 26 Internal Revenue Service, INS. 27 Ku Klux Klan, different KKK groups. 28 Mafia. 29 Masons, see Freemasonry. 30 Modi'in. 31 Mossad, Mossad Aliyah Beth. 32 Mormon Church. 33 NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Admin. 34 National Security Agency, NSA. 35 National Programs Office. 36 National Science Foundation, NSF. 37 Naval Intelligence, ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence. 38 Neo-Nazi groups. 39 Oddfellows. 40 Ordo Templi Orientalis, OTO, there are 4 groups. 41 P.4, Elite MI6 Section. 42 Palo Mayombe. 43 Process Church and its offshoots, Qing'an etc. 44 Professional Baseball, such as the LA Dodgers. 45 Russian government and intelligence groups, GRU and KGB's successor, historically an early group known as Spitsbureau No. 1 called Kamira in Russian, which means chamber, did drug/hypnosis mind control research. The Spitsbureau was responsible for assassinations. 46 Santaria. 47 Satanic Hubs, SOC of DK. Lily, CHDRN of Lucifer, UK. 48 Temple of Power, previously known as Temple of Set. 49 Umbanda. 50 U.S. Army, especially the Delta Forces and the 1st Earth Bat. 51 United States Air Force, U.S. Air Force. 52 Veterans Administration. 53 Werewolf Order. 54 Some witchcraft groups besides Satanism and Mariah. If the Illuminati's preferred plan is followed, it has 4 beginning foundational stages to prepare the victim for programming. Let's list these, and then afterwards explain in detail these first 4 stages. One programmer named the stages 2, 3, 4 as stages 1, 2, 3, but the in utero preparations and preliminary ceremonies actually form an initial first stage. The first stage is the initial ceremonies and the in utero traumatization. The second stage is to have a premature birth, the third stage is to provide intense love for the child for the first 18 months by 2 to 3 selected Illuminati caregivers, and the fourth stage is to pull that love away and split the mind of the child permanently. Not every Illuminati child is born premature, but many are, because that is the preferred method for programming. Foundation Step 1. Preparation of the children by spiritual preparations and in utero traumatization. The Moonchild Rituals. The preparation for someone to be programmed also concerns the ability of a person to be demonized. Generational satanic families are sold out to Satan, and their children belong to Satan in a way that non-generational children do not. Illuminati children are very good candidates for monarch programming because of the generational curses, because of the genetic bent toward the occult, and because of the generational demonic forces. Part of the programming includes the layering in of demonic forces, and the participation in blood rituals in order to draw in the most powerful of demons. An in-depth review about this important, but controversial subject, is covered in Chapter 10. The Moonchild rituals are the rituals to demonize a fetus. However, the demons that are invoked are not the small ones, but very powerful ones. In working with victims of this programming, it is clear that high-level demons were placed within these people at very early ages. It is believed many of them were demonized before they were born by rituals like the Moonchild rituals. Blood sacrifices and human sacrifices are always required for this level of magic. Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1947, was a Satanist who was a 33rd-degree Scottish Rite Freemason. He also was a leader in a number of other Masonic rites as well as an Odo leader, a chief in Stella Matutina, and a MI6, BR Overseas Intelligence, agent. His writings have been important within 20th century Satanism and with black magicians. He wrote Moonchild, first published in 1917. The idea of the Moonchild is that by use of black magic, a perfect soul can be captured. The belief in reincarnation, which is prevalent among the Illuminati and satanic groups, lends itself to the belief that souls compete for a particular embryo. On page 107-108 of Moonchild, the idea is expressed. To produce a man who should not be bound up in his heredity, and should have the environment which they desired for him. This perfect soul in a proper person is called homunculus. The magical work upon which this is based is said to be derived from Francis Bacon, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, who were all reported in occult circles to have captured souls and placed them into brass statues. The Hittites, the people of Asia Minor and Syria, have long sought the ability to create a Superman and a Superwoman. The Illuminati's inside occult history places the Hittites in their ancestry. In 1917, long before Superman appeared in comics and movies, Aleister Crowley was writing about a Superman. The magical idea is to capture a soul from the fourth dimension. In the book Moonchild, the villa used to produce a Moonchild was called the Butterfly Net. The Monarch Project, which is named after the monarch butterfly, is also an allusion to the Moonchild Project, where butterflies are an allusion to souls, what Christians call demonic spirits. The actual rituals carried out to create a Moonchild are described in detail in 3 of Crowley's writings. A vague description of the rituals can be seen by reading the book Moonchild. The ritual took place at a villa nicknamed the Butterfly Net. The villa was really an occult temple laid out in sacred geometrics. It had figures of satyrs, fauns, and nymphs. It had statues of Artemis. Lots of silver objects and crescents and 9-pointed stars were at the villa, because these objects all relate to the moon in magic. The woman who was pregnant was surrounded by objects related to the moon. The moon's influence was repeatedly invoked. A small triangular silver altar to Artemis was used. There was a sacred spring where the woman was washed. The number 9, which is sacred to the moon, was used along with its square of 81. Prayers were made to Artemis, and there was the reenactment of the capture of Diana by Pen. The woman was coached to identify herself with what is known as Grandmother Moon. In the book, she simply is called the Moon or Diana, by identifying her thoughts and actions with the deities one is wanting to invoke. The creation of the Moon Children within the Monarch Project involves high-level magic by the circle of Illuminati black magicians who are involved with a particular individual's programming. It should be noted that Grande Master and Grande Dame altars will understand demonology, but the sections, levels, of altar above them, are not informed. One of the biggest secrets kept from most of the slaves' altars is that their system was demonized while a fetus. First, this would give religious front altars the information they need to get them on the right track towards healing, and it could also adversely affect the programming lies of some of the front altars who don't realize how premeditated all the trauma and torture is. The front altars of victims remember the cover story that the Moon Children were produced via torture in cages as little children. The Illuminati have also planned that every one of the 10 commandments of God will be violated in their favor with the child. They prefer the child to be born out of wedlock so that it is a bastard. This breaks God's commandment on adultery, and also gives them more leverage to destroy the child's self-esteem. This entire plan involves generational curses which are spoken and unspoken. During Illuminati ceremonies, ceremonial pacts, which concern having the child out of wedlock to mock God, are made. While the Illuminati destroy any godly spiritual foundation, they are creating a solid, rock-hard foundation of love, adoration or idolatry, within the newborn upon which they will build the programming. The second commandment is, do not take the Lord's name in vain. In the Black Mass, the names of God are invoked to get spirits with blasphemous names such as Yahweh Elohim. Most parts of the little child will never even hear the Lord's name, he will only hear the name of his master, who will someday be presented to him as God. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. The child is being bonded to his future programmers. Much later, great attention will be given to set up staged events to ensure that the victim being programmed hates God. In utero traumatization. The formal monarch mind control project was developed from observations of high-level satanic families. These families had no qualms about the concept of traumatizing the fetus. Italian generational witchcraft is called the ways of the Striga. These generational occult bloodlines, especially in Tuscany and Naples, are very much into generational ancestor spirits. These were the ones that Aleister Crowley went to learn how to create moon children. Remember, that Italian and German generational Illuminati families were studied by the Italian fascists and the German Nazis to develop a scientific understanding of mind control. The Illuminati families in Germany were secretly and scientifically studied in the 1920s to determine what exactly was happening and how to systematically improve the Illuminati's control over the people they were already programming. Discipline and training has been lavished for centuries upon the children of these elite bloodlines. The contribution of the 20th century was the systematic collection and scientific study of all the various methodologies into one cohesive programming package. This research was begun on a large scale in 1940s, and has been systematically added to since then. Families who wanted dissociative children learned that dissociative babies could be born if the child in the womb is tortured. Thin needles are inserted through the mother into the fetus to prick the preborn child. Mothers, who are pregnant with children to be programmed, are also severely traumatized during their pregnancy with a whole assortment of traumas, which simultaneously traumatizes the babies which they carry. For instance, the father may purposely abandon the pregnant mother in the middle of a forest, or blast the mother with loud frightening music, and then follow this up with love. Foundation Step 2. The trauma of a premature birth. A premature It appears that the satanic cult involvement with causing premature births may be reflected in this type of statistic. Some of the Illuminati-induced Luckily they have genes for intelligence. All these women, no matter their circumstances, have been made to believe that offering their babies to Satan is the highest honor, so many of them do not have normal qualms about their job. It is important to interject that the Illuminati are Luciferians, but worship Lucifer/Satan. Satanists are organizationally a separate group, with a separate history, but both groups have many common practices, including child sacrifice. There is a science in how the Illuminati hides their bloodlines. Sometimes, families are used as brooders for other important bloodlines. It will only be mentioned here, because it is relevant to the selection process of how children are slated to be programmed. The Illuminati is fully aware of rare blood types and other genetic properties that run in bloodlines, and breed individuals to get certain traits. They also take into consideration that certain weaknesses such as weak hearts or of negative blood with no Rh factor, will call for special attention. The criteria for non-Illuminati cults for their breeders is much lower. Often these are the cult's leftovers. That is the difference between the quality breeding of the Illuminati, and the degenerate thinking of the openly satanic groups. The satanic groups, which are organized into hubs, and some of the lesser occult groups like the KKK, have women which are kept under lock and key to serve as breeders. Breeders are kept from having outside talents that would help them function in the outside world. Some are not allowed to have driver's licenses and other basics. How does the occult world manage to work things out within a hospital setting? The independent satanic cults may not use hospitals. I have worked with enough first-hand information to be familiar with some of the cults which have home births attended by their own midwives. An example is the satanic cult in Seminole and Garvin counties of Oklahoma, where their section houses in the countryside have had unrecorded home births for years. First-hand information also confirms that hospitals in Tacoma, Vancouver, Portland, and San Francisco are used by the Illuminati for premature births. Programmed doctors and nurses. By extension, it can be understood that many hospitals across the United States are now staffed with a large number of nurses and doctors who are loyal to the occult world, called by insiders the network, headed by the Illuminati. The preemies are attended to by satanic witches who are nurses, many of them multiples themselves. Further on in this book, we will cover how the Illuminati is turning out a great number of pediatricians via programming to ensure control over the preliminary programming stages. If the occult world wants a mother to see her preemie, the occult nurses on night shifts will quietly let cult mothers in to bond with their preemies. There is a lot of corruption that goes on unnoticed too. These doctors and nurses have taken lots of preemies for the network to use for programming experiments. If the mother is a low-income mother, the Freemasons will let them use their network of hospitals for free. Some of these premature children are described as dead and taken with the excuse that they can't breathe. They then are used for programming experimentation. The Illuminati, working in conjunction with other occult groups, scheme up methods by which they can get other people's babies. This gives them additional children to work on. By giving low-income mothers free births at Masonic hospitals, the occult world can later contrive some reason for stripping a low-income mother who is on drugs of guardianship of her baby. They take these children, some of them drug babies, for programming uses. The mothers of different animals are examples of how important touch is to any baby. A mother cow, or dog, will nudge its offspring soon after it is born. They will also begin to teach the baby immediately after it is born. Studies have learned that most mammals lick their newborn, which has been observed to be critical for the healthy physical development of the baby animal. The Illuminati want the same development for their offspring. Research showed that rocking and stroking preemies helps them develop motor skills and respiratory functions. It takes the place of the licking animals give their offspring. The stroking even helps cardiac, heart, functions during the preemie sleep. Giving stimulus to a part of the brain will cause that part of the brain to grow. Although the premature child cannot speak, it still craves attention. Even if it hurts, the child wants even needs to be held. The child can be touched, and it will crave that touching even if it hurts. Already the mixing of love and pain is beginning. Their skin will be thin and sensitive to touch. It will hurt to be touched, and preemies can even have their skin bruised by a sheet. A premature birth will create a fighter spirit within the child. If the child does not have a strong instinct for survival, and does not fight to survive the premature birth, then it will not fight to survive during the tortures of the programming. By having a premature birth, the selection process has already started. Which child will be a fighter? The preemie will be emotionally deprived of getting to suck on a real mother's breast, but will be fed with an eyedropper or bottle. Often a transdisciplinary team will be created at the hospital to take charge of the preemie. They will run one of the various standard assessments, perhaps the Neonatal Behavioral Assessment Scale, NBAS, or the Bailey Scale of Infant Development. Objectives will then be developed for the short and the long term based on each infant's identified needs. The NBAS will look at A. The ability to shut out disturbing stimuli, B. Responsiveness to auditory and visual stimuli, C. Muscle tone and motor skills, D. Irritability, E. Capacity to cuddle, F. Skin color, and G. Reflexes. Every part of the preemie's body will be violated. A catheter will likely be put in the little baby's bladder, because preemies' urinary tracts tend to close up, and bed sores must be avoided too. They will also usually be given IVs. This will give them more fluid to eliminate. This is healthy for the preemie to keep their kidneys well. However, it also serves as part of the natural traumatic process. Some will be given oxygen. The preemie will be adjusting to the light, temperature, sound, humidity and gravity of the new world it has been thrust into. Their hearts will have problems. Some of these, like mitral valve prolapse, may stay with the child for a lifetime, and also often difficulties with their lungs. Studies on preemies have shown that they tend to have a sober affect with few smiles, and then the smiles come only if their eyes are averted from who is in front of them. They are less social and they depend upon the primary person, usually a caretaker at the hospital, to give them assistance and encouragement to interact socially. ALS and Brazelton, 1981. When the child is born, the Illuminati make sure that its first view is of one of the people who will help program it. Often this is a grande dame within the hierarchy, but it might also be a male programmer. Over the following months, the programmer figure will repeatedly talk to the child in loving cooing tones. The most loving soothing words are all that is permitted at this stage. The child is being naturally bonded to the programmer. Menschel was the best of experts at this type of bonding. The programmers talk to each other in terms like, "This child is a piece of clay." They view themselves as the potters to that clay. When the preemie is born, it copes with the pain by being dissociative. The soothing voice of the programmer is spoken and heard in hypnotic tones. The hypnotic voice of the programmer is taking advantage of the dissociative trance-like state of the child in pain. The hypnotic voice is grooming the child from the womb. Hypnotic cues are placed into the child's mind even at this young age. Hypnotic cues use all the senses. In reality, the programmers are even hypnotizing the little babies. Soon the preemie's eyes will open when the preemie senses the presence of the programmer in the room. The preemie's eyes will follow the programmer around as he or she walks around the child's room. The child's eyes are following the voice of the programmer. Ronald Shore, a respected researcher into hypnotism, wrote in the American Journal of Psychotherapy, Volume 13, 1959, pages 582 to 602. Only in the fetus can one conceive of an ideally pure trance state, that is, a state in which there is a total absence of a functioning reality orientation. In the developing organism in utero, the first momentary experiences exist concretely, independent of any structured background of experience. The only organization that can take place at first is that which is genetically given. But except for this natural, ontogenetically undeveloped state, there is always some degree of structuring. In other words, If you want to hypnotize someone, the ideal is when they are a fetus, because the baby soon begins to get a grasp of reality. That reality gives the child something to compare with what the hypnotist is wanting to program in. Notice, also, the awareness on Shore's part, that there is some structuring of the mind done naturally via genetics. This again underscores the importance of why the programmers like multi-generational victims, because they pass, via genetics, some of the mental structuring needed for the smooth programming of the next generation. By looking into the preemie's eyes and talking, the programmer begins to teach the baby. The preemie learns that its primary caretaker is its controller. The controller controls its access to its bottle and everything else in its life. The Illuminati are teaching the child to view its controller as God from the first second it is born. They want the child to worship the programmer. The programmer is literally saving the preemie's life. By talking and cooing to the child, the programmer's voice becomes more real to the child than itself. The controllers begin stretching the mind of the child as soon as it is born. The 2 or 3 people who control the early baby's life begin teaching it with hypnotic voices as soon as it is born. Subliminal tapes are used to teach the baby immediately. The goal is to teach the child to read and speak much earlier than other children. In the Monarch program's controlled setting, children who can read at 6 months can still be programmed for social skills. In an uncontrolled setting, children taught this earlier tend to have their intellectual skills outstrip their social skills, and they develop serious problems with their peers and schools. Children can be hypnotized easier than adults, but it has to be done differently, especially if the child is pre-verbal. Rubbing the child, stroking its head, and patting the child help soothe the child into relaxing. The hypnotist must not make rapid tonal changes in his voice. These are reasons why gentle Illuminati women programmers are such an asset at this stage. The newborn child is taught obedience. It is allowed to cry to develop its lungs, but at some early point it is taught not to cry. Tape is placed over the child's mouth, and it is told over and over no with the index finger gesturing. They get approval if they don't cry. This type of programming is called behavior modification, and will be further covered in a later chapter. The baby is rigidly taught total obedience. In review of Step 3, one tried and often used technique is to have the baby born premature. The baby must undergo lots of trauma, and must learn to be a fighter to survive. Babies have been taken by induced labor or C-section at premature ages intentionally to ensure that the baby will suffer trauma. When the premature baby leaves the comfort of the womb, it experiences trauma. By taking the baby prematurely, it also gives the programmers an advanced start on the programming. Foundation Step 3. Love bombing the child until about 18 months old. The third stage is smothering the child in love. The love is given so that it can be taken away in the fourth stage. Unless love is given so that it can be taken away, there is no trauma. Illuminati children are never spanked in the first year and a half. They are very lovingly controlled. This pattern of smothering new converts in love, called love bombing, in preparation for removing that love and acceptance to get obedience, is done by some cults to new members too. The Illuminati child learns about their body. Their bowels are allowed to function properly and they are kept meticulously clean. They must be taught to appreciate their body, before the trauma of stripping them of everything they value. Dissociation does not have to be taught to the child, because they have a genetic leaning toward it, and the premature birth has taught them to dissociate. All in all, the child has been allowed only to build a relationship with its programmer. The child has learned to trust, obey, and adore the programmer during the first 18 months of its life. Its mind is lining up with hypnotic suggestions, cues, and is being obedient. Foundation Step 4. Fracturing the mind. The fourth stage is built upon the foundation of dissociation created in the first and second stages, and the love created in the third stage. The demonology of the first step also helps pull in demons associated with programming, tunneling in the mind, and multiplicity, which are used in the fourth foundational step. Often in the fourth step, the child's mind will fracture along the same dissociation fracture lines that the trauma of the premature birth created. If the child is not a premature baby, it will need some additional help to want to dissociate. The child can have its senses overwhelmed repeatedly to the point that it learns to react to its surroundings by what appears on the outside as a numbness, and mentally is simply dissociation. Everything imaginable can be used to overwhelm the caged little child's senses and create dissociation. Rotten fall odors of the child's excrement, of ammonia, and rotten food while it huddles in its cage will overwhelm the child's sense of smell. Being fed blood overwhelms the sense of taste. The chanting of the programmers dressed in satanic garb, banging noises, rock music and the electric hum. And ultrasonic stimulation overwhelms the child's sense of hearing. The child's natural developing sense of shapes is taken advantage of by spinning the child and making it feel like it is going to fall. The child will also be deprived of sleep and drugged. Together all this will provide the dissociative base for splitting the core. The fourth stage is to strip the child of everything nice and lovely in the world. The child is caged and tormented by electric shock. The child's senses will be overloaded and they will become numb. Eyewitnesses have described these hundreds of numbed children as zombies. This stage and the programming put in after the foundational dissociation is created will form the next chapter. In the fourth step, the child is starved, cold and naked. When they finally see their beloved master or beloved adult caretaker appear after suffering from 42 to 72 hours, they are excited and they dissociate the pain of the previous hours of deprivation. Help appears to be on the scene. At that point the programmer/beloved adult shows his/her most vicious side, and the child, in order to deal with how this loving caretaker has not only rejected them but is now hurting them, dissociates along the same fractures of dissociation created by the trauma of the premature birth. The details of how the mind is split will be dealt with further in the next chapter. In review of steps 3 and 4, part of the programming is to have the primary initial abuser bond with the child. A close loving bond is needed between a child and the initial abuser so that a clean split is created when the initial mind-splitting trauma is carried out. The clean split occurs when the child is confronted with two irreconcilable opposing viewpoints of someone who is important to them. The child can't reconcile the two extremely opposite views of the same person, one being a loving caretaker, and the other being the worst kind of abuser. The person the child trusted the most is the person the child fears the most. Some professional therapists have come to realize that this is how the core is split. Jody Lienhart, a multiple herself, in her Ph.D. dissertation correctly identifies the double bind of having two extremely opposite views of the most important person in the child's life as the fundamental splitting mechanism. She writes in her 1983 dissertation on P6-7, implicit in each of the studies of childhood trauma is the pervasive nature of paradoxical communication. Frequently, this double-bind communication style appears during the formative, pre-verbal stages of childhood in which the interpretation of these messages is confused. This results in insufficient experimental learning which would allow translation of the confused appropriate messages. This study presents the theoretical assumption that multiple personality is developed through early childhood state-dependent learning. That means that learning is linked to a state of mind. Furthermore, it is hypothesized that this learning occurs as a result of the hypnoidal effects of childhood trauma such as abuse and sexual molestation. The child, unable to translate the paradoxical nature of the messages he receives, fragments into a trance state. Furthermore, it is suggested that memories incorporated during each of these hypnoidal experiences are similar to knowledge acquired during state-dependent learning. Lienhart used her own memories as the basis for the type of trauma that suggests in her dissertation could create MPD. That trauma for her was her uncle forcing his penis into her mouth and almost choking her. The child is not in a position to flee, so the mind dissociates. She happened to have experienced a common trauma used to split a core. In order to split the core, the mind has to be trained to dissociate. The ability to dissociate is obtained by being genetically bred from dissociative parents, by having a premature birth/traumatic birth if possible, and by the conditioning done at the original programming center, between 18 mo and 3 years, where intermittent electric shock along with all the senses being overwhelmed, along with sleep deprivation and drugs create a dissociative base to split the core. The initial sadistic abuse to split the mind is called severing the core. Each person's original mind is like an open computer. The original computer-like mind, in order to continue working, when confronted with overwhelming trauma, splits a part of the mind off and walls it up with amnesia barriers. From this area further splits can be made. One of the major technical feats to make computers usable was to figure out how to be able to wall off and protect memory in the computer from being accessed and used. When they succeeded in engineering isolated memory, the other problems were minor. When someone has been traumatized from the fetus on up, there is no single core such as therapists usually look for. The core for the programmers is the unsplit essence of the mind which drives or provides energy for the system. This core is not an alter, but is an essence that the programmers hide. The programmers do not touch the core in the fashion they do alters. They hide the core. Part of the drama that is carried out during the entire victim's life is that their mind tries to protect this untouched core essence of their mind from being touched. If they think anyone, the therapist or the abuser, are going to tamper with it, the mind and its parts will protect that core. As strange as it may seem, when a therapist talks about integration, they often scare the victim's mind that the integrity of the core and its innocence will be violated, and the victim's mind does everything it can to avoid contaminating the integrity of their core, i.e. they sabotage therapy and return to their programmer who understands their safety issue. Initially, in the 1940s, the Illuminati researched what would happen if the core was allowed to meet up with the alters, and they discovered that the brain's essence or energy will work to pull the mind back together. Therefore, the core is separated and hidden from all the alters. In Illuminati systems, it is usually placed in the middle of its first splits, which are also sources of energy and which are well hidden. They are dehumanized parts which function as gems, which are programmed as in the Alice in Wonderland story to change shape and color if they are approached, which rarely happens. These parts will be discussed in other chapters, including how a system is structured. A dissociative carousel is also attached around the core. After the core is hidden, the rest of the alters will be programmed not to look for the energy/synthesizing part of the system. The real core or primal part of the unconscious will have an adult representative of it in a monarch system. This primal part has a toddler switch upon which all the programming is built. An event, S, in the child's life is used to build the programming upon. The Illuminati know about the various base programs and the foundational traumas, and some of this is kept secret from programmers who come from front organizations of the Illuminati. There are a number of parts which will be called cores simply because they were early parts, but there is no intact single person who represents all of the mind. All that is left are fragments of the mind, each segment walled off with amnesia. The alters who perceive themselves to be cores are alters who have been programmed to think they are the core alter. The mind has a way of knowing the truth, and these alters may realize that their programmed storyline is suspicious, but they won't know what is fishy about it, so they tend to be in denial about their identity. These substitute or mock cores will often be in denial that they are even MPD. In some cases, where scripture was used to program with, the core was told that it would be blessed by multiplying as the seeds in the stars of heaven and the sands of the sea if thou hast obeyed my voice, which is misuse of General 22:17-18. Alters which represent the sands of the sea pop up if an alter tries to get to the core. See Chapter 10K about scriptures used in programming. The initial splits. The initial part of a person's mind before splitting occurs is called the core. Theoretically, the core makes parts to protect itself. The initial splitting is called splitting the core, and there is an art or science in knowing how to split a core. However, I disagree with the standard core model. I believe it is more accurate to say that the initial splits are stronger because they somehow are integrated closer to the mind. Later splits made from later splits are in a sense less connected to the full mind. During a torture session, the initial splits are always the strongest. So when they torture someone and get 20 personality splits, they will use perhaps the first 13 and discard the rest or use them for single task jobs. Discard areas are created in the mind. These are variously called concentration camps, garbage dumps, or whatever. The victim's mind is trained to create these dumping grounds for the splits that the programmers don't want to use. As the programming got refined, so did the methods for discarding unwanted splits. In children, who receive programming at a very early age, the initial splits may be done in the womb. If the fourth step is carried out in a timely fashion at 18 months after the in utero trauma and a premature birth, then during the first 18 months, the mind will never have a chance to pull itself together. If, however, the fourth step is not done at 18 months and no further trauma is maintained, the child's mind will pull back together by the age of 2.5. The initial splits are the most energetic and the easiest to manipulate. In Illuminati systems, these early parts are dehumanized into thinking they are gems and crystals. These gems and crystals then power the entire mind control system that is programmed over the following years into the child's mind. The gems are not perceived as alters, so the proxy core wouldn't integrate with what is perceived as an inanimate object. The proxy core is allowed to want to move toward health with a therapist. It is programmed to move toward healing, but to lead the therapist away from the true core. She or he is programmed to believe it is the true core. The real core and its first splits, which are the gems, are placed hypnotically at the mind's deepest levels in an area of the mind few therapists ever search. As outlined above, other initial splits are led to believe they are cores. Part of the reason there is a elusive search on the part of therapists for a core, is that people have not accepted the reality that there is no one personality, in charge of a monarch system who can simply decide to quit coping with life by stopping their MPD. Many therapists want to believe that some person is the real person and the rest are simply subordinate alters created to handle the core's trauma. I believe this is an inadequate understanding of what is happening. The elements that make up who a person is, i.e. personality elements such as memories, are fractured. These fragments have in turn often been built up into full-blown personalities with all the elements of full-blown personalities. There is no real person, just as if you smash a mirror into 1,000 pieces, there is no single piece that is the real original mirror but rather simply fragments that can in turn operate as mirrors. However, there is still a primal self. Early splits are led to believe they are the core. The cult will hide the initial splits beyond recognition. Some of the third wave of splits will be created into what are named silence alters. They are trained never to talk. At least some Illuminati alter systems call these early splits silences. These early splits are then hidden and used to blackmail other alters who were created later. The other alters, who are formed after the silences, who are pre-language alters, are convinced that if they don't behave, the silences will have something drastic happen to them. Some of the pre-talking silence alters are then placed in places such as Moloch's temple to keep as hostages. Alters are created down the road to guard the silences. They guard in the full sense, controlling the silences, and any access to the silences. Since the silences are early splits, they are more important for the full integration of the mind, which the programmers want to ensure doesn't happen. Probes are pushed into the brain at the base of the skull, in a very precise and methodical way during the initial core trauma. This is done to create guards for the carousel. For more about the early primal split, see the section on carousel in Chapter 7 on structuring, and the next chapter on how the trauma is done. Because the programmers will tamper with the alters so much to get the satanic alters and the special purpose alters which they want, they need to use some of the first splits as front alters. They need strong front alters who have a sense of who they are. If they waited until later to get front alters, the alters wouldn't be as strong and would have already lost their identity. The third wave of alters created often will in turn be split to provide alters to build the front section of a system. The front cores, which are decoys, will be set up with opposites. One alter will love the programmer, the other will hate him. One alter will trust the programmer, the other will fear the programmer. Therapists spend all their time trying to reconcile this conflict, which is placed out front as a decoy to keep them busy. Meanwhile, the gems along with the rest of the loyal cult alters will have the ability to create whatever is needed within the system. The entire system of alters is always shifting, and many of the true alters are in hiding. The person is made to feel like he or she has been sliced like meat, much as a bologna slicer makes slices of bologna. This layering program is very dangerous and severe. Overlays of all kinds, demonic, hypnotic illusion, etc. are layered over real alters so that even the identity of what is a real alter is hidden. The point is that decoys which keep therapists busy are created, while the entire structure shifts and rearranges and restructures itself to keep itself hidden. Often the Illuminati encourages early front splits to learn about Christ and legitimately accept him at a very early age. This acceptance will be used as the basis of the trauma to create strong satanic alters. Just as the handler will bond with the child to split it, the handler will allow some early parts of the system to bond with Christ in order to enhance the trauma that God will do to the system. This also allows the handlers to have a balancing point. Without the full range of capabilities within a slave alter system, a dangerous imbalance toward evil could propel the slave into situations where they don't have the ability to succeed. In many ways, the slave's world becomes a microcosm of the real world, having a mixture of adult and child alters, Christian, secular, and satanic alters. Another thing which happens with the first splits is the creation of mirror images. Some of the time, in the early splitting procedures, the child creates extra splits. In the early stages, these strong extra splits are made into mirror images of regular alters. Some of these mirror images are known to be placed into the mind before any splitting occurs. As long as the victim's dissociation exists, the potential for mischief exists for the programmers. This is why integration can be a positive goal for a monarch multiple if the deprogrammer knows what he is doing. After suffering decades of the most horrible traumas imaginable and the most severe abuse as slaves, most slaves have minds which are habitually dissociative. These older minds of slaves require a miracle to cease remaining permanently dissociative. It does take a great deal of brain energy to maintain the amnesic walls, and the minds of people in their 70s and 80s will stop maintaining those walls, and these elderly will begin to remember. But by that time, they are considered senile, and their memories are discontented. Further selection considerations. The Illuminati have their own criteria as to who they select. The preference is that they be blue-eyed blonde Caucasians and not to have obvious physical defects or visible scars. The Freemasons also reject physically defective candidates. After they test the child for its intelligence, creativity, and dissociative skills, they will bring the children before the Grande Druid Council. Formal approval of girls and boys into the Illuminati is done at a presentation by the Queen Mother and the Grand Druid Council at age 3. However, the children have already been inspected by the Queen Mother before a formal physical inspection. Sexuality is an important issue for the physical part of the Illuminati inspection of little boys and girls. This is part of the physical criteria, as well as the physical health of the child. Creativity, strength, bloodlines, and intelligence will also be taken into consideration. The standard trauma-based mind control which produces programmed multiple personalities is started on children before the age of 6. After the age of 6, it is difficult to follow this type of MPD/DID programming. However, this does not mean people aren't programmed after age 6. Trauma-based personality splits remain isolated in the mind better than hypnotic-based personality splits, but most people can be hypnotized to create alter personalities. Some SRA survivors have programming, but don't have alter systems. A rare few do not have systems, but only a few dissociative states, such as a night self, and a day self. A wide variety of approaches have been experimented and operationally carried out. This book will concentrate more on the monarch systems which are created by programming infants. This is usually the most devastating, traumatic, controlling, effective approach. The Catholic Church has long said, "Give me a child by the age of 5 and they will be Catholic." The Catholic Church is one of the largest parts of the network that carries out monarch mind control. It is a fact that if the Jesuits can place in their programming what they call the keys to the kingdom monarch mind control within a child, they will control his destiny. One Jesuit priest is on record as stating that there is nothing he can't make anyone do with torture. The Jesuits developed torture to a fine art in the Inquisition. Imagine the expertise they have brought to the monarch program, which begins torturing children at 18 months onward with every sophisticated torture device invented. If the Jesuits brag that they can convince adults to do anything via torture, what about baby children? While the monarch programming is done with children, one variety of it is done on adults. Adults who are selected are also chosen on the basis of the ability to disassociate and their availability. There are certain tests given by the branches of the military which identify people who disassociate well. Their CUMs, that is their accumulated school records, are also examined. This type of person may be singled out and sent to get programming. Some of these persons end up in the various intelligence agencies, where they are trapped for their entire lifetimes. Some of the victims of the programming are war vets, Americans who were POWs, people in mental hospitals, people who just happen to work for Illuminati-connected companies, and people going into acting. The intelligence agencies often begin mind control on adult individuals when an individual joins their organization. If an intelligence or military group can exercise a high level of external control over an individual, they may not need the level of programming that some of the occult cults and the Illuminati need. The Illuminati place their membership among the world at large, and with the requirement that centuries of secrecy be maintained. This secrecy can only be maintained by ensuring that strong early programming is done to create fail-safe systems with large number of dark altars and heavy layers of demonic forces. Many will scoff at the concept of demons being layered in, but whatever name one wants to call these forces, they are being layered in, and exert a powerful force behind the programming. The programming will break down if memories are recovered, so demonic imps are layered in to protect the memories from coming out. The entire phenomena will be gone into great detail and explained in rational terms in the course of this book. No matter how a therapist explains these demonic imps, they need to be dealt with if the memories are not to be protected. There are various methods for controlled memory retrieval: journaling, hypnosis, safe rooms with screens, deliverance, etc., which we will not go into at this point, because we are providing the recipe, not the solution. While most Illuminati victims are in-house from their own occult bloodlines, a certain renegade group of Illuminati programmers have proved to the Illuminati that they can adequately program non-Illuminati children. I am familiar with some of the people involved in this, but will not mention names. What we have covered in this chapter is how premeditated, deliberate, and precise the plans are by the programmers for the lives of these mind-controlled slaves. The programming places their lives on very rigid scripts. There are different uses for mind-controlled slaves. What applies to one slave may not apply to another one. Not everyone is a good candidate for programming. Sometimes only part of a family will be programmed. Whatever the particulars about the programming, it will be sufficient to place the individual's mind totally under the control of the handler. We have also given the details of how the candidates are selected, tested, prepared, and the programming initiated. The next chapter covers more on how trauma and fear serve as the base of mind control. Chapter 2, The Traumatization and Torture of the Victim. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educaself.org/mc/ilumformula2chap.html. The basis for the success of the monarch mind control programming is that different personalities or personality parts called alters can be created who do not know each other, but who can take the body at different times. The amnesia walls that are built by traumas form a protective shield of secrecy that protects the abusers from being found out, and prevents the front personalities who hold the body much of the time to know how their system of alters is being used. The shield of secrecy allows cult members to live and work around other people and remain totally undetected. The front altars can be wonderful Christians, and the deeper altars can be the worst type of satanic monster imaginable, a Dr. Jekyll/Mr. Hyde effect. A great deal is at stake in maintaining the secrecy of the intelligence agency or the occult group which is controlling the slave. The success rate of this type of programming is high, but when it fails, the failures are discarded through death. Each trauma and torture serves a purpose. A great deal of experimentation and research went into finding out what can and can't be done. Charts were made showing how much torture a given body weight at a given age can handle without death. Now this is why the Nazis did all those strange concentration camp experiments, where they tested how quickly people would freeze or die from various traumas. It was for mind control. The abusers are very specific and scientific in their torture. A lab technician with a clipboard walks around monitoring the E for the children when they receive their initial traumas. Heart monitors are closely watched. Still, many children died from the programming. The programmers learned that when a child rolled up in a fetal position it had given up the will to live. They learned to time how fast this would occur to get an idea how far to push the child. Parents in eastern United States were taken to Harvard University for training to teach them how much trauma they could give their children at home before they would die. After the children got back from their initial programming they were to receive daily traumas to keep them dissociative. The initial splits and initial programming done at China Lake, CA. The primary or initial torture for many children in western U.S. was done at China Lake, California, which officially has gone under the designations of Naval Ordnance Test Station, NOTS, Naval Weapons Center, NWC, Ridgecrest, the town nearby, and Inyokern, the area. The address of Nimitz Hospital is the Code 232 Naval Air Weapons Station. The base was set up to test new weapons. Evidently, the Navy decided that mind-controlled people were an important weapon to test. Most of the new weapons created at China Lake were for the most part human robots turned out in large numbers. The Monarch mind control was carried out in large airplane hangars on the base which have been able to house thousands of tiny cages just large enough for human babies. Lots of 1,000 babies was a small batch. According to people who worked in the hangars helping program, many batches were 2,000 or 3,000 babies. Many survivors remember the thousands of cages housing little children from ceiling to floor. The cages were hot-wired, electrified on the ceiling, bottom, and sides, so that the children who are locked inside can receive horrific electric shocks to their bodies to groom their minds to split into multiple personalities. These cages are called woodpecker grids. The victim sees a flash of light when high DC voltage is applied. Later, this flash of light is used with hypnotic induction to make the person think they are going into another dimension when they are blasted with high voltage. In the Peter Pan programming, the programmers tell the slaves that this is riding the light. One of the popular traumas after the small child has endured the woodpecker grid cages for days is to rape it. The rape is intentionally brutal so that it will be as traumatic as possible. Many of the technical people on the base are civilians. This is in part because part of the research involves mind control, and Illuminati civilian mind control experts have come and gone from the base. The California Institute of Technology at Pasadena is intimately connected to China Lake's research, and by the way to the Illuminati. Also much of the work at the facility is for the intelligence agencies and not the military. Intelligence assets are often civilians. One of the things developed in the California universities and then implemented at China Lake was color programming, which will be covered later in this book. Red and green were discovered to be the most visible colors for programming. Various colored flashing lights were used in programming at NOTS. Survivors of the programming all remember flashing lights. The use of flashing lights has been introduced into American culture by the CIA. If a person goes into bars and places where bands play, you will notice multicolored lights flashing. The flashing lights create disassociation, especially in people who are programmed. How children are transported to a major programming site. A list of major programming centers is given in the appendix, along with each site's programming specialties. In this chapter, an example of just one of the bases used for early programming is given, the large and very secret China Lake facility in California near Death Valley. The children are brought into the China Lake NWC, aka NOTS, base by trains, planes, and cars. A number of the small airfields which fly these children into China Lake have been identified. One, which is no longer in use for moving children, was a private airstrip at Sheridan, or which was beside a large lumber mill. The lumber mill had an agreement to secretly house the children who had their mouths taped. Neighbors in the area were bought off, and warned that if they talked they would be in trouble for broaching national security. The area has lots of mills joined by train tracks, which were used to shuttle the children around. Tied into this network was a Catholic monastery which lies between Sheridan and McMinnville, close to the rail network. The Union train station in Portland, or has underground tunnels where children were temporarily warehoused in cages before continuing on their journey. The Jesuits were active in this part of the child procurement. Catholic adoption agencies, which are many, nuns who get pregnant, third world parents, and parents who will sell their children were all sources of children for programming. When one thinks about how many corrupt people there are and how many towns and cities are on the West Coast, how many children are produced by satanic breeders, illegal aliens, and other parents who'd rather have the money than the children, the reader begins to realize how procuring batches of 1,000 or 2,000 children was no problem for the Illuminati working through intelligence agencies such as the CIA, NIS, DIA, FBI, and FEMA. The Finders, a joint CIA/FBI group, procured children for the network for years. Some of the children needed for programming are to be used for sacrifices to traumatize those being programmed. The names of some of the people who work at procuring children for programming/sacrifice have been released in Fritz Springmeier's monthly newsletter. The secret FEMA airstrip at Santa Rosa has planes landing and leaving all night. Some of these flights go east and then land at the secret 1,800 square mile China Lake Naval Research Base, and are believed to carry children for programming. This airstrip is called the Santa Rosa Air Center. When I tried to get FAA information on this airstrip, they played stupid as if it didn't exist, yet it is in operation. Near Santa Rosa is the Bohemian Grove. Southwest of Santa Rosa is this air center, which is not used by the public. This airport was recently used by private pilots as a FBO. It was built during WW II as a training base for P-32 pilots, and deactivated in 1952. After the war, it was leased to private companies, such as the CIA. The paved areas are 4 of concrete and can land the heaviest planes in use. There are no buildings over 2 stories in the entire area, and no control tower. The FBI have a contingent in the federal building downtown Santa Rosa, and FEMA has a radio station at the airport. The Army Reserve also has some buildings in the area. However, there is some highly secret activity going on underground at the airport. 6 to 7 small planes sneak out of the closed base a day, and for a base of its description that is closed, that is very interesting. The planes take off in the evening and do not turn their lights on until hundreds of feet into the air. The Press Democrat of Santa Rosa ran an article on Thursday, April 22, 1993 about the federal government selling 70 acres of property just to the east of the airport. However, when one reads closely, the land is going to be offered to a host of federal agencies. The property was being used by FEMA, 707-542-4534. If one thinks about it, it is unlikely that the radio station is a FEMA transmitter station. The close vicinity of this secret activity to the elite's Bohemian Grove makes this an interesting site for study. The airport used for the Bohemian Grove visitors is north of Santa Rosa on Highway 101, the Sonoma County Airport. United Express and American Eagle, which flies to and from San Jose, fly into this airport, which has a control tower. In 1964, The airport was reported to have also carried about 600 military operations, either a takeoff or landing, per year. It was around this time that the federal government made an agreement with Sonoma County Airport to help pay for the runway to be extended, the runway to be strengthened, and the airport to be upgraded in numerous ways. The elite from around the world fly into here to go to the Bohemian Grove, which is in the Monte Rio area. Monarch slaves are regularly abused at the Grove for the entertainment of Bohemian Grove members in kinky sex theme rooms, such as the Dark Room and the Necrophilia Room. Secret NWO order business is conducted in the small, dark lounge with a wooden sign naming it U.N.Derground. Slaves are hunted in the woods for sport called the most dangerous game, and occult rituals, including infant sacrifice, are held outdoors in the Grove. These airfields are described in detail so that the reader can begin to catch on to the network of small planes and airfields the Monarch system uses to transport children. The children are trickled in from various collection points to China Lake. Monarch slaves, many of them children themselves, are used in this extensive child procurement system. Children are also used to entice and kidnap other children. Teenage slaves are used to escort and transport little children on trains, buses, and planes. The triangular-shaped airfield at China Lake has traditionally begun very early in the morning with lots of activity. The night flights from FEMA's Santa Rosa Airfield being an example of incoming flights. The airfield connects to the main base area via Sandquist Road. Children are landed at this field, while others are driven through the gates guarded by Marines, and others come through via the east-west rail line. The fact that children are driving through the gates is not alarming because inside the military perimeter is a high school, a junior high school, and 3 other schools. Some of the adults of the children being programmed stay in military barracks, Quonset huts, and one-story buildings, while they wait. A male Monarch victim remembers a large hangar building at China Lake with a concrete floor and row after row of cages suspended from the ceiling filling the large building. One of the programmers was dressed similar to a Catholic priest. The electric current that ran to the cages made a hum, like an electric fence. There was a marble slab that served as an altar where black hooded robed people would take a bone-handled knife and sacrifice little children in front of the other children in the cages. Memories from other survivors about the place will be mentioned later. More about the secret China Lake base. Charles Manson, a programmed Monarch slave who received initial programming at China Lake, lived with his cult only 45 miles northwest of China Lake at the remote Myers and Barker ranches. Scotty's Castle in Death Valley, Bakersfield, Edwards AFB, and Papaludo's Store and Tavern, with its secret underground programming center, are all in the vicinity of China Lake and have all been programming sites too. Old Route 66 went by China Lake, which now is just off US 395. The area's tavern has been named the Hideaway. The building was low, away from the highway, with a large unlit parking lot. Only people who knew how to enter it by the obscure entrance on the side could get in. The Hideaway Tavern has been a local hangout for the CIA men in China Lake. It has served them excellent steaks. The base headquarters is known as the White House, and it looks somewhat like a yacht clubhouse. Northwest of the airfield, at 39-64 and 4-33E on the quad maps, the government has built a large magical seal of Solomon, hexagram, with each leg 1/4 mile long on the ground. What was it like for a victim in the early 1950s in a Knott's Area Programming Center? One of the buildings in the area used for programming was described as having a flat roof and a tan exterior. A fence ran around the building. Inside the front door was an old oak reception-type desk. A series of 3 doors connected by tunnel were passed through. One entered into a hallway, and then took a left into the programming room. Tunnels connected the different hallways. The programming room was painted a good dissociative color white. In the middle of the room, cages were suspended with chimps. The examining table was metal, which was cold for the victim, but easy to wash for the attendants. The victim was placed in cages and could observe white dots light up in different dot patterns over the door on a panel of lights. the low-level shocks to the victim were coordinated with the dot patterns. Some of this relates to domino programming. An attendant monitored the entire scenario on charts, while the child was repeatedly traumatized with low-voltage shocks. Needles were poked in the child, the room was made dark and then lit. Voices said, love me not. This was part of the love me, don't love me part of programming. Good girls ride the silvery wings. This was to build the ability to condition trancing by the victim upon electroshock. German and British scientists/mind control programmers came to knots after WW2, including Joseph Mengele, also known as Dr. Green, or Dr. Greenbaum, and other pseudonyms. The Illuminati's Dr. Black worked out of China Lake also. Dr. White, identified as Dr. Ewing Cameron, worked on the East Coast, although he did fly in every so often to the West Coast to meet with the other top programmers. Dr. Blue was another of the important leading Illuminati programmers. These top programmers supervised other lesser programmers. If something went wrong, they might fly a child from a programming location to a specialist to get its special help for its programming. The men and women of the Illuminati helped the top programmers out. The Grande Mothers, and the Grande Masters of the Illuminati participated in helping with the programming. As a child of the Illuminati progressed through its programming, 3 people had oversight over its programming: its Grande Mother, its Grande Dame, and the programmer. The Illuminati functions off a chain of command similar to the military. In fact, a big secret is that Satan's realm actually served as the model for military and political structures. As a child begins its programming, it is monitored in a fashion similar to hospitals where charts are filled and then these charts are filed. Tests and evaluations are done regularly. Goals are set, which are 6-month programming goals. These will say in effect, we need to accomplish this by doing A, B, C, D in the next 6 months. This is somewhat similar to an IEP. Individual Education Plan, which the special ed teachers in Oregon set up for each student. At some point, the strong points and the weaknesses of the child will be identified, and then a decision will be made as to what occupation the Illuminati want to program the person to become. If the young boy is aggressive and has sadistic tendencies, the Illuminati call it a warmonger and label its chart this child will be a general. Then they proceed to program it to become a general. Nurses, teachers, and child physicians must be programmed with a gentleness to their system. Other occupations, such as lawyers, can be allowed to be ruthless. Many of the children have religious fronts labeled for their programming, and a very popular occupation for Illuminati men is to become clergymen. Religious leaders make up the majority of fathers of monarch survivors that have sought help. Most Illuminati victims have parents who are important religious leaders, many of them top clergymen in the established churches. As the reader might expect, some tortures require that the child victim's temperature, respiration, pulse, and blood pressure be closely monitored. What trauma does? In recent times, the military and the science of psychology is paying attention to what they call post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. PTSD are the psychopathic debilitating effects of trauma and chronic nature of reactions to trauma. Intrusive flashbacks of the trauma will occur if the mind doesn't protect itself from reminders of the trauma. The mind creates avoidance patterns to protect itself from thinking about the trauma. Panic symptoms occur when the person undergoes physiological arousal to traumatic cues. A trauma will create a certain shatteredness within the victim. The victim will develop life assumptions about being vulnerable, about having little personal worth, and that life is not fair. They may develop phobias to constantly check their environment for safety and constantly monitor others to make sure they are not mistreated. For centuries, warfare has taken place, and military men have experienced PTSD. However, a full description and investigation into the disorder has been done only in recent history. The U.S. military has prevented any serious counseling for their troops suffering from this. Peer counselors and rap groups were allowed, and misled by the Army to believe that they would be adequate. PTSD will often lead to outbursts of rage, chronic depression, or borderline dysfunctions. The PTSD in Monarch victims is masked by the MPD/DID and the programming. Then in turn, the programming masks the MPD. When the programming is complete, front alters have been created which can function with smiles and cheerful attitudes, while underneath, the mind is full of shattered hurting alters, who the slave is unaware of. Self-punishment and social withdrawal are natural symptoms of PTSD, and the programmers have no trouble enhancing and programming these functions into their alter systems. Certain alters end up holding the anger, the fear, the social withdrawal, the guilt, and the desire for self-punishment. These are held in check by the programming, and take the body when the slave steps outside of the programmed path. The bad memories in the minds of men who suffer from PTSD have been noted to recycle and self-perpetuate themselves as they lie unresolved in the memory cells. Bad memories for the victims of Monarch programming are used to hold the MPD, the programming in place, and also to keep the victim in compliance. In 1954, Maslow published his hierarchy of needs, which when applied to monarchs and PTSD victims means that they cannot progress in therapy until their survival and safety needs are met. However, the programmers/abusers know that it is important to keep the slave away from safety. To this end, the programmers employ people externally to monitor slaves, and internal alters in the victim's mind to be monitoring alters and reporting alters. Reporting alters can always reach the network of abusers via 1-800 telephone numbers which change every 2 weeks. They can also call their handler. Reporting alters are very unemotional and serve as tape recorders which mechanically report any developments that might threaten the programming to their handler. Alters programmed to commit suicide are also built into the systems. For instance, for a system hacker, an outsider, a deprogrammer, to work with the alters of an internal Grand Druid Council, aka Executive Committee alters, or Judge alters, or a system almost ensures, 99% of the time, the suicide of the monarch slave. In 99% of the cases where monarchs have come in for therapy, they still lack safety, which is a higher need than trying to break their programming. This is why so few people have really gotten free. To undo the programming, the victim needs safety. The programmers know this, and have set up almost fail-safe methods where the victim feels unsafe from their own system of alters, let alone Big Brother. Therapists call their monarch victims survivors, but it's a misnomer. In reality, they are still in the middle of ongoing abuse. Some therapists may mistakenly think that it is helpful to tell the victim, "These fears you are having are from the past." Deliverance ministries may also try to stop the victim's fears, without understanding the reasons behind the ongoing fear. Other chapters will deal with the extensive backup methodologies. At this point, it is mentioned in the context of this chapter to establish to the reader that the abuse and torture continue non-stop. Some of this would naturally occur anyway, but the programmers enhance this naturally occurring phenomena manyfold to ensure that the slave will continually abuse themselves. This means as time progresses, some monarch systems are timed to shatter certain levels and to create new levels. If the programmers want, they can shatter a front Christian altar level and create a new level of New Age believing altars to replace the original front. The abuse can be done by the victim themselves to themselves, because programming altars are given the ability to pull up horrific memories via codes. Those traumatic memories, which shattered the mind the first time, are still capable of doing it again when they are abreacted, that is relived by the body and mind. More and more people are experiencing working with someone with multiple personalities. However, very few multiples ever discover more than the front parts of their systems. Very few people, outside of the programmers, have much idea of what an entire system of alters is like. Therefore some of the things that this book will describe will seem foreign to those people who have learned a little about multiplicity. There are several models to describe what happens inside a multiple's brain as it develops multiple personalities. The brain is very complex. Recent brain research confirms that the brain was far more complex than imagined. In an average brain, there are 10 billion individual nerve cells. Each of these has 10 with 100 zeros following it worth of interconnections. Often about 500,000 different chemical reactions take place every minute in the average brain, and the number can be several times that during intense activity. A monarch's brain has been worked on to be even more active than a normal person's brain. The left and the right side of the monarch's brain both work simultaneously, and the various personalities are all busy working simultaneously on different tracks. To describe the complexity of what is happening with someone's mind which has been messed with so dramatically for years, means that at times only an approximate model is presentable. There are several terms which are used in speaking about multiples, which have developed several meanings. Unless these terms are correctly defined, misconceptions about them can cloud an understanding of what happens during monarch programming. First, researchers have discovered that deep within a person, the brain truly understands in a pure awareness all about itself. This is true for everyone. This pure awareness has been given various names, including hidden observer. If a man is obnoxious and seems to have a total lack of awareness that he irritates people, just know that deep down an awareness realizes exactly what he is and what he does. The multiple's brain at some deep awareness knows what has happened to it. The term hidden observer is fraught with danger though. A demonic entity called the hidden observer works hand in glove with the programmer to program the individual. The hidden observer is able to see everything the system does. The people who control the slave frequently call up the hidden observer to ask questions. In this case, it is a demonic entity, and yet it is this hidden observer, which each system has, that some therapists are trying to access to understand the system. This hidden observer only tells the truth to its master, because it is demonic. The next term which is misunderstood is the term the core. The programmers set up various altars to pretend to be the core, and the core's protector. The real core is quite hidden, and not placed within the regular grid of the altar system's chart. It will take some explaining to convey what happens to the mind, and what the real core is. The types of trauma. One thing discovered by research into the genetic transmission of learned knowledge by humans to their children was that people are born with certain fears. Snakes, blood, seeing internal body parts, and spiders are all things that people are born fearing. The phobias toward these things are passed down genetically from one generation to another. In searching for traumas to apply to little children, the programmers found that these natural phobias which occur in most people from birth will work wonderfully to split the mind. Along this line, the following are samples of traumas applied to program slaves. A. Being locked in a small confined spot, a pit, or cage with spiders and snakes. B. Being forced to kill, cut up, and eat innocent victims. C. Immersion into feces, urine, and containers of blood. Then being made to eat these things. These are standard traumas. Often a slave will experience not only all of the above, but many others before they reach 4 or 5 years of age. It is important to traumatize the child early before it has a chance to develop its ego states. By the way, when the child is placed into a small box with spiders or snakes, they will often be told that if they play dead the snake will not bite them. This carries out two things for the programmers: it lays the basis for suicide programs, i.e. if you are dead, then you are safe thinking, and it teaches the child to dissociate. Traumas to split the mind are not just high voltage, or natural phobias, but encompass the full range of the emotional and spiritual being of the victim. The victim is eventually stripped of every spiritual or emotional resource by a variety of traumas, such as blood orgies where male and female genitals are cut, torture sessions on all types of medieval torture machines, staged events where actors imitating God, Jesus Christ, police, and therapists curse the victim, reject the victim, and even kill the victim in simulated drug deaths. Children are placed in hospitals in captive abusive conditions. Children are tied to innocent children which are systematically and brutally killed while the children are made to believe that they are guilty for the child's punishment. Near-death experiences such as drowning have become an art with these abusers. Trained dogs, monkeys, and other animals are used to further traumatize the victims. An Illuminati slave will most likely have experienced all of the last few paragraphs above, plus much more. Toby was one of the trained Knots chimpanzees. He was trained to be sadistic. The other trained chimpanzees at China Lake included Gabby or Gabriel, who tickled the victim while they were tied up, Rastus, who had a toy chest with diamonds, bracelets, and a scepter which electroshocked, Zorro, who could do anything mean, Elmore, who cuddled as a mother but ate raw flesh, plus others. An example of something said during programming with the chimps is, 3 little monkeys in a cage, do, re, me, fa, so, la, te, do. Joseph Mengele, aka Dr. Green, was skilled at using German Shepherd dogs to attack people. Mengele got a reputation in the Nazi concentration camps for using German Shepherds, before he was brought over to America. He used dogs to help program American children. The Process Church often uses German Shepherds too. He was also skilled in abortions, and was involved in weird traumas involved with babies being born, or the simulated births of dead rats, or other gross things, from the vaginas of girls being programmed. When the satanic cults tie their victims with wire for rituals, some of these people will lose their toes or fingers from the wire. At times little fingers and the top part of ring fingers are lost in satanic cult rituals too. Many of the traumas and tortures are done by alters or persons who are sadistic. How does the network get sadistic men to torture little children? 3 different respectable studies, Harrower, 1976/Milgram, 1974/ and Gibson 1990, show that essentially all human males can be taught to engage in sadistic behavior. There may be a few exceptions, but the point is that sadistic people are not in short supply for programming. Some of the altar systems have extremely brutal sadistic altars. In fact, the Mothers of Darkness altars are an important balancing point to prevent the sadistic male programmers from killing more of the children they are working on. These sadists get a laugh from hurting little children. The more pain, the more charge and excitement they get out of it. Sadists enjoy gaining total control over a person. In order to do this, they take charge over the little child's basic body functions, such as sleep, eating, and pooping. They enjoy terrorizing the little child, so monarch slaves end up watching hours of sadistic behavior done to others before they are even 5 years old. The worse the trauma, the more the sadistic programmers enjoy it. Sensory deprivation, forced labor, poisoning, and rape of every orifice of the child are popular tortures by the programmers. The child soon learns that he is at the mercy of crazy people who can only be satisfied by total submission, and the willingness to allow someone else to think for you. The child will be made to eat feces, blood, or other disgusting things, while the programmer eats good meals. Some of this sadistic behavior is toward a goal. Cutting a person's tongue and putting salt on it reinforces the no-talk programming. Making someone throw up to cause eating disorder programming. Dislocating shoulders to cause dissociation. When the child victim's crying is heard, they immediately apply torture so the child thinks it will suffocate. This is behavior modification, and is covered later in Chapter 9. This trains the child not to cry. Around age 3, a black mass, a sick evil communion, is performed which is so ugly, that the child hides in dissociation by creating a locked-up / or obscure child. This early flip provides a base for dark side programming. This locked-up child can have a powerful healing, with system-wide effects, by being part of a positive love-filled communion. There are many traumas which can be carried out, which leave no physical scars, but do leave the child with the deepest emotional and spiritual scars. This is often necessary when programming young children who the outside world will see soon after their programming session. Holding one's arms out is a simple torture. Tickling and sensory deprivation are 2 tortures that leave no marks. Burial caskets, some outside and some at inside locations, are often used on slaves. That is why many slaves fear being buried alive. The programmers place all types of creepy insects in the caskets when they bury the person alive. Another type of sensory deprivation is done by placing the victim in salt water, for buoyancy and weightlessness. Then the victim is fitted with sensitive sensors that shock the person if the victim moves. The shock puts the person back into unconsciousness. The brain is trained to stop all external body movement from the conscious mind. This type of sensory deprivation is used to place in the post-hypnotic commands to do something at some future date far into the future. The program is placed into the mind at the same primal level that the mind uses to tell the heart to beat. One of the appropriate tortures is to place a bar between a little girl's legs which spreads the girl's loins for rape. Then the bent spread legs are flapped, while the victim is specifically told she is a monarch butterfly. Many victims have created butterflies in their minds while being raped. The programmers may tell some of their victims that out of caterpillar worms come beautiful butterflies. While raping the child, the programmers will describe their sperm fluid as honeycomb, and will cry out hallelujah when they ejaculate. It doesn't take long for the child to realize it has no ability to resist what is being done to it. The will of the child victim is destroyed, and in its place remains a pliable slave. If the slave doesn't learn correctly, they receive more pain. A fishhook in the vagina is a popular one. Older males have their genitals hurt during additional or reprogramming sessions. They may have to eat the skin taken from their genitals. The mind of the victim is not only divided from itself, but the very process of torture makes the victim distrustful of humans in general. On top of this distrust, the programmers will layer in programming to isolate the person from healthy relationships, which in turn increases the victim's feeling of helplessness. They are divided from their own parts, their own self, and the world in general. For instance, the water, cave, and sand tortures make the survivor fearful of oceans. The victim may be traumatized by being lowered on ropes or a cage on ropes into the water from a cliff, or may end up being buried alive in sand and watching the tide come in, or simply being totally buried alive in sand and abandoned. Black holes. For a while, the Illuminati was big on water torture because they had built into their systems a weakness that water would destroy the clone armies that protected programming, and they needed their slave systems to be fearful of water. Slaves are frequently lowered into black holes, or pits containing the scariest things possible. This is a frequent trauma, because the victim when left in a dark hole for hours or days without any contact with the world or water and food will develop deep emotional scars and dissociation rather than telltale signs of physical abuse. This torture is used essentially on all monarch slaves. Water deprivation and electroshock. Some of the traumas are done for specific medical reasons. For instance, the person is starved by only allowing, for instance, only 300 calories per day for a small woman of 125 pounds. Sugar and proteins are severely limited, so that the brain is starved into submission. Water deprivation, which is taught to parents who raise monarch slaves, is used from time to time on slaves to raise the brain's temperature, which happens when the brain swells from lack of water. When the brain gets woozy and overheated, it hallucinates and has a hard time remembering events. If water deprivation is combined with electroshock, it makes it harder yet for the victim to remember anything. Heavy exercise along with long periods of little sleep, 2 to 3 hours/day, causes an overproduction of endorphins in the brain and victims begin to robotically respond to commands. This was done to CO author Fritz under the pretense of military training. The other author, Cisco, experienced it as part of her mind control. The brain under such stress may flip its functions from right to left and vice versa. Hypnosis is easier when a brain is tired. Brain reversals, pain is love. Most victims remember being suspended upside down. This was honed to a fine art by Mengele with concentration camp victims, while records were made of how fast blood drained from a child or adult's stomach when they were dunked upside down into a tank of ice-cold water. The cold water tests supplied the data on temperature levels as consciousness faded. This information then was used later on in America to help the survival rate of children given the same trauma. Simply hanging a person upside down for 1 or 2 hours will begin to play tricks on the mind. The mind will begin to dissociate, and will begin to reverse the primordial brain functions such as pain is pleasure. The person's mind rearranges. This is often done with beta alters or beta models to get them to think that the pain of sadistic rape is a pleasure. After this reversal in the mind that pain is love, the S&M kitten alters will beg their handler to slap them, tie them up, hurt them, etc. They will tease their handler, and tell him he is not a real man if he shows any mercy in how the pain is inflicted. Fire torture. Fire/burning torture is used in the porcelain face programming. The charismatic branch of the Satanic Network, such as the Assembly of God churches, uses porcelain face programming. This is done by using wax masks upon the victim, and giving them fire torture. The person actually thinks that their face has melted. At that point, the programmer pretends to be a god and a hero, and tells the person he will give them a new face, a porcelain mask. These new faces, by the way, look like the ones sold in so many stores. The memories of abuse are then hypnotically hid behind the masks. To take off the masks is to abreact and burn again. If anyone touches the faces of alters with porcelain gaze programming, the alters will feel a burning sensation because their masks are not to be tampered with. This means that these alters have, via torture and hypnosis, lost their own faces. This is part of the dehumanization process which is covered in Chapter 10, Part C. As long as these alters stay in denial of what has happened to them, they do not have to face the burn torture memories. Some alters are tortured in a fashion that the eye area is traumatized and they squint the left eye. It look the way Baron Guy de Rothschild of France's left eye looks. Guy de Rothschild is a major handler/programmer, but the reason for his drooping left eye is not known. Perhaps it was torture. The ritual aspect of trauma needs to be covered. By traumatizing someone on a specific day, say, repeatedly traumatizing them on their birthday is far more damaging than just simply traumatizing them. The reason is that every time that person's birthday recycles, they are put back into their memories of abuse. Sexual abuse of a child is more powerful when it is put into the context of demonic magic. The abuser's semen is magic and seals the programming. The ritual aspect of it, and the repetitive nature of the abuse creates several dynamics that accompany the abuse that wouldn't occur in non-ritual abuse. The lie that accompanies such abuse is that this institutionalized abuse is an obligation for both the abuser and the victim. For instance, the mind control of the Beast Barracks experience at West Point, USMA is an institutionalized abuse that allows the abuser to sidestep responsibility for sadistic behavior, and sets to produce cosmetic looks. For instance, breast implants, or electroshock is used to create moles at certain locations, either as a sign telling other handlers the extent of the programming, or for a Marilyn Monroe look. A stage trick is to use a multi-needle device to scar the skin tissue. The scar is made in a pattern. A popular one is the satanic goat's head of Mendez, which can be made visible by hypnotic command. This allows the handler to look powerful to uninformed viewers. This is further discussed in Chapter 8. This stage trick has been done by the occult world for centuries. What occurs when the mind splits? During battles, soldiers have been known to wall off horrible events with amnesia walls. Just like the soldier who walls off a traumatic battle scene where he sees his buddy disemboweled by a grenade, so the child walls off trauma. However, the soldier must only endure a relatively small amount of trauma compared to the children who are programmed under the monarch trauma-based mind control. A soldier may remember his trauma, by being triggered by something that reminds him of the trauma. Likewise, the child victim will have things that trigger its memory too. One way of describing the split, is to say that the child's mind is saying, "This isn't happening to me, it's happening to someone else," and a split in the personality occurs. The new split will have the characteristics of what it split from. The programmer will ask the alter being tortured to create something in the mind when the split is created, such as "I want 12 white fluffy kittens." The programmer, demons, and the child's creativity work together with the dissociation to create alters. Those 12 white fluffy kittens will have the characteristics and memories of what they were made from. However, they are separated from each other by dissociation, and they will be given their own script and own separate identity by the programmer. The dissociation between some alters who are CO-conscious is not full-blown amnesia. After the programmer has instructed the child what alters he wants made when he tortures the child, the programmer will inject a truth serum to determine whether the correct alters were made and the correct amount. The child's creativity is being guided by torture. The programmer will often also call up the hidden observer and ask it what has happened internally in the mind of the victim. Another better way of looking at what happens is to understand that the part of the brain that records personal memory, that is the personal history memory section, is divided up into little pieces by amnesia walls built to protect itself from the repeated traumas. Each section is walled off from another section by amnesia. Each trauma has an amnesia wall built around it. Each trauma memory is sectioned off. That walled off section is a piece of memory that will be identified, and a hypnotic cue attached by the programmers that will pull it up to the conscious mind. And further, if the programmers so desire, it can be given a history, a name, a job, and developed into a full-blown personality. It's important to grasp that the entire mind is not sectioned off into parts. Some areas of the mind, such as the area that holds skills and talents, is available to all the alters who want to access that talent. The talent doesn't belong to that alter, but to the system. Autobiographical memory is remembered differently than simple facts and skills involving primitive parts of the brain. A sense of time and a sense of self are attached to autobiographical memories. These things are stripped of an alter as it functions within the programming. Memory storage is also linked to the brain's state of mind at the time. Hormones released at the time of an experience will modulate the strength of the memory of that experience. The limbic hypothalamic system of the brain, which consists of the amygdala, hippocampus, cingulate gyrus, fornix, septum, certain nuclei of the thalamus, and the Papez circuit, has a central modulating part which interacts with peripheral hormones. Peripheral epinephrine will be released if the amygdala is electrically stimulated. The adrenal medulla releases epinephrine that is vital for memory storage. In other words, there are hormones which help the brain remember or not. A particular talent is not used by every alter. A non-sexual alter, an alter with an asexual identity, is not going to access talents involved in sexual foreplay. This is because memories are both occurrent states and also dispositions, and when a disposition is dissociated, the alter must maintain a different set of dispositions. A 3-year child alter is not going to access abilities to write. To do so for these alters would mean attacking the amnesia walls which hold horrible memories. They would mean going against the programming with its penalties, and their own understanding of reality, which is the programmed storyline that the alter has been convinced of under penalty of losing its life. To dissociate a memory and to take on a particular role and identity involves a constant reinterpretation of past events. It may also mean that the alter must contrive an interpretation of present events. The 3-year-old may, for instance, see breasts but decide they belong to someone else in the system who they share the body with. This is in part dictated by the necessity of obscuring the pain of the trauma that separates the alter from the rest. Each day that the alter confronts reality, they will face the threat that old memories will not agree with the storyline created. For instance, the handler's sexual advances carried out in front of that asexual, non-sexual, alter must be misconstrued so that the illusion of not having been raped is continued. This is why normal life has a way of breaking down the multitude of lies and programming of the deeper alters, which live in a fantasy world created during the programming. The deeper alters have never had the chance to experience life outside of their programming, since they hold the body only at infrequent specialized moments which are disjointed in time. The altars created to be fronts to normally hold the body will be given lots of programming to help them hold onto certain denials, so that they will find it necessary to ignore or reinterpret dreaded associations linked with dissociated memories. For instance, a Christian front altar is sincerely very righteous and holy. The thought that this person, technically the altar system of persons, could have done the most horrible savage demonic activities is inconceivable. The memories of ritual are safely ignored, because the reality would undermine everything the person is. This phenomena is not just seen in memory dissociation, but also under hypnosis when a person accepts a suggestion which flies in the face of the reality they can see. If a person accepts the suggestion that there is no dog in the room, they will struggle internally to maintain that illusion. If asked to walk on a collision course with the dog, they will unconsciously move around it, and if asked why they stumbled around the dog, they will construct an artificial excuse, which is accepted even though it is transparently implausible. One of the monarch programmers Orn called this trance logic. Trance logic are those ploys and strategies to maintain a dissociative or hypnotic hallucination. The frontal lobes of the cerebral cortex, which are called the Brodmann areas No 9 to 12, are responsible for a person's own responses to circumstance, i.e. what some call personality. When the mind is split, this natural personality is not erased but rather is a collected pool upon which various responses from it are attached to various personalities. Damage to these Brodmann areas tends to give an overall effect of making the person passive. The programming is not designed to damage these areas, only to control what emotions they contain are linked in memory to the various memory fragments that will be made into personalities. The reticular formation is the location of the brain's mechanism which determines the state of consciousness all the way from alert, to hypnotic trance, to sleep, to coma. It interacts with the frontal lobes and the rest of the brain. Each memory is a function of several parts of the brain working together. Memory is a function of alertness/state of consciousness, reticular formation, the emotions, Brodmann areas 9 to 12, the thalami, priorities given to memories, and several complicated processes where the brain categorizes and interfiles the info with other remembered data. By building in amnesia walls between event, personal history, memories, and by producing altered states of consciousness, the memories of a slave can be nested, as the programmers call it. Nested means that it is hidden behind several locked doors when the mind files the memory. Sometimes the person must go back to the altered state to recover a memory. The electroshock also scrambles the brain's filing of a memory, so that it is filed in bits and pieces. Because of the use of electroshock, if memories do start surfacing, they surface in pieces. Sometimes a complete memory will be held by thousands of parts who the mind must bring together to recover the full memory. It has been discovered that memory retrieval is best when the environment is identical to when the memory took place. If we memorize numbers underwater, we will recall them better underwater. Another thing discovered about trauma memories is that they are stored in the sensory motor processes, rather than just in the normal memory sites of the brain. These memories are called body memories, and they do not lie. The false memory syndrome is way off base on their attacks, but then all of us who know the real story realize that they are just a cover-up damage control scheme of the CIA. The core. Let's return to describing the core, or that part of the brain which is intact at the beginning. If we pause to consider that a non-multiple person will experience struggles in their mind when simultaneous, overlapping but conflicting desires meet in conflict, i.e. should I lay in bed, go to work, or go fishing today? A particular part of the brain, a synthesizing self, is capable of ordering such a conflict it transcends all these conflicting ego states. A single synthesizing self in the brain is likewise responsible for the desynthesizing of the ego states. The victim, in order to appease the programmers, sets up different and opposite altars relative to a single system's needs. The formation of altars is systematically and intelligently guided by the programmers, especially in the early stages. The altars are created to meet the needs of the system that the programmers impose upon it, and not to adapt to an abusive parent. Some therapists have failed to see that altar formation is not natural, but a maladaptive practice that is guided by the victim's desire to please, and its fear of the programmers. The pool of abilities will be shared in different combinations among the various alters. An alter may have an unique ability that consists of subsidiary traits which may not be unique but are shared by other alters. As a child develops, if certain areas of the brain are stimulated, then those areas grow. If they are not stimulated, then the brain will not grow brain cells in the area. In other words, experience shapes the way parts of our brains develop. The way brain cells grow, that is how they make their connections, is believed by researchers to be the actual place that memory is held. The growth in connections in their meaningful ways creates meaningful patterns that make up memory. When memory storage occurs, changes in terminals of axons ending on the dendrites occurs. Dendrite spines, which look like trees, develop. One tree, dendrite spine, might look like an oak in winter, another might look like a mass of seaweed. For various reasons, as the brain of a multiple grows, it physically grows different than a normal person's brain. The brain can get around what has been done to it in some ways, but it needs to be borne in mind that we are not dealing with just bad memories but brains which have had their physical makeup and functioning altered. It is interesting to see how each different alter has a different EEG profile. One of the primary brain areas affected by the torture and programming are the areas which store event, personal history, memory. These areas are the hippocampus and the cortex of the frontal brain lobes, which work with the two thalamus. General knowledge is stored in the neocortex, the gray area of the brain or the outer thin layer. The brain has practically no limit to memory. However, it will select what it wants to remember, and it will decide how it will file what it remembers. Hypnotic suggestions to forget something often simply means the person remembers the event but labels the file forgotten. Slaves are always under hypnotic suggestions to forget what they have experienced. However, usually the brain in actuality only appears to comply and then secretly records the event. Hypnosis will be dealt with in Chapter 4. How programming is anchored. All the programming of each and every slave is anchored upon some type of trauma. One of the first fundamental traumas will be watched, filmed, coded and used as an anchor. For instance, the most brutal rape of a girl by her father will be used as an anchor upon which to build the beta programming. In Chapter 1 it was discussed how the primary severing of the core was incest. Extreme psychosis is created within a child trying to deal with the issues created by the incest from the child's most important figure, their father figure. In Mariah slaves, this is the standard method to sever the core, and create an anchoring trauma. When Mayer Emschel Rothschild, ORIG named Bauer, was on his deathbed, he demanded from his sons, that they protect the power of the House of Rothschild through incest. Electroshock can cause pain, but this is nothing compared to the confusion in the mind caused by incest issues. Entire worlds of loyal alters whose only function is loyalty to the biological incestual father are created in the slave. This world of loyal alters may be the Daisy world. The hardest bonding to break within Illuminati slaves is this bond to their incestual father. Non-Illuminati mind-controlled slaves are bonded to other people, the cult leader or programmer. Whatever fundamental trauma is decided upon, all the rest of the programming will be built upon that anchor in the victim's mind. See chapters 7 to 9 for further information on how the programming is layered in. This fundamental trauma is not the bottom beast computer which sits at the bottom of the subconscious mind. Internal computers are complex. This is simply an anchoring memory that the programmers begin with. In large systems, the programmers will choose an experience that all of the alters are familiar with. When large programmed alter systems come in for a major rehaul, the programmers will call up section by section with the correct code words until they are all at the front of the mind. When this is done, thousands of alters are pulled up CO conscious and worked on all together. When this occurs, it is an exceptionally big surprise for most alters who have lived their entire existence in dissociated isolation from other alters in their system. Why would the programmers do this? For several reasons: speed, and the desire to have common anchoring experiences, and common programming imagery. How the olfactory nerves are traumatized. Blood and perfume have been linked together in magic for thousands of years. The magical writing are full of the different concoctions created for ritual smells. Some of these over the centuries were smells which were discovered caused people to go into trance or dissociate. A common wretched smell at satanic/Illuminati rituals is the smell of human flesh, as flesh is heated to make candles in wooden ritual cups. It is reported that the stench of human flesh burning can cause dissociation. The power of scents was noticed in ancient China by Li Po. The alchemists studied scents very carefully. The case at Loudon, Father, written about in Chapter 10, pages 295 to 296, had nuns going into different dissociative states at the smell of different flowers. Cinnamon is a widespread scent used in programming deeper parts in a system. The smell of feces and urine is a trauma to a small caged child. Interestingly, urine also contains an alpha, which is the scent element which triggers the human mind sexually. Mariah knows how to use the various scents, incenses, etc. Astral magic uses various perfumes. When moonchild traumas miscarry. According to someone who has helped with the programming and moonchild ceremonies, occasionally the child while in the womb, when traumatized by the moonchild rituals, retreats into its mind like a cocoon, and develops autism. Autism is an emotional problem where the child withdraws from reality and goes into its own private world of altered states. The programmers for many years did not know why some children developed autism from the trauma, rather MPD did, but in some cases it seems related to high IQ and genetics. The programmers are not able to reach such children, and essentially all were discarded into mental hospitals or used in rituals, until about 20 years ago, when more and more of them were allowed to survive in public. An article, Altered States, based on the Donna Williams autobiographical book Somebody Somewhere, seems to buttress that autism can be mind control. Williams is both autistic and MPD. Her book reveals that autistic children have acute sensory perception, intelligence, rather than retardation. There are different types of autism, and the authors do not understand the topic well enough to write much more than this. It is quite possible autism may have several causes, some which do not relate to the failure to become MPD did, but may be the result of some other cause. However, the increase in autistic children is believed by the authors to be the result of increased trauma-based mind control. MS, multiple sclerosis, is another side effect, which can stem from brain stem scarring. Ritual torture device. Several victims of Illuminati trauma remember a special ritual torture device that is put inside a person and causes excruciating pain. It is made from only one kind of wood, a special wood, possibly myrtle. It has a painted spider on it, between two satanic symbols. Review. In review, the elements that make up a single whole personality, family history, personal history, and memories of abilities, talents, and one's self-image have all been stripped from the child when the mind divides itself up into sections walled off by amnesia walls. When the programmers work with each memory part, they have the option to give it all the elements of whatever personality they want it to have. They can even make it into an animal or an inanimate object, because that little fragment has no chance to contradict what it is being programmed to believe. Although the memory part of the brain, which provides a person's personality, is divided, other parts of the brain function intact. Much of the elements of monarch mind control are based on things that are observed in normal life: dissociation, mental and chemical dependence, denial, charisma, discipline, personality, and torture, which have been refined into skilled methodologies for controlling a person and then combined into a group package. Understanding the rituals and trauma. Illuminati rituals are based upon the most ancient mystery religions. The Rothschilds like the ancient Canaanite mystery rituals, and use Akkadian, Hittite, Canaanite, Babylonian rituals. The rituals from ancient Egypt are also heavily used by the Illuminati. The Collins Sinclair's type Illuminati bloodlines and some of the other Illuminati families with a Northern European/Celtic background are very much into Druid rituals. Understand that historically, the Druids gave up paganism for the truth of Christ, but now neo-paganism would have people return to what the Celtic leadership gave up about 2,000 years ago. The drawings below were done by participants in high-level satanic ritual. The one participant drew several pictures of hearts which her coven placed into jars. Some illustrations from the Egyptian Book of the Dead are included to show that the rituals of keeping hearts in a jar is straight from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The heart was placed in a jar for weighing it for judgment. The twin, mirror image, goddess Mot at times stands beside the scales, and at the same time Mot is also placed onto one side of the scale. This is similar to Christ judging a person, while also being the standard against which a person is judged against. In the papyrus of Kenna, the head of Anubis is on the beam and the ape, wearing disc and crescent, is seated upon a pylon-shaped pedestal beside the balance. Another picture shows Horus holding Mot in his hand, weighing the heart in the presence of the Mot goddesses, and Anubis, who is holding the deceased by the hand, is presenting the heart to Osiris while Isis and Nephthys in the forms of apes sit nearby. The drawing of the ritual stick shows what one type of stick used in satanic rituals looks like. Chapter 3. The Use of Drugs. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educate-yourself.org/mc/ilumformula3chap.html. The science of pharmacology, drugs, has given the programmers a vast array of mind-altering and body-altering drugs. Some of the drugs are not used to directly alter the mind, but to change the body, make skin burn, or make the person vomit, or some other reaction that can be harnessed to further their nefarious programming goals. If they want a little girl to develop breasts, they might give her hormones. Neuroscientists are now familiar with chemicals which cause personality traits. If one wants to create raving paranoia, simply provide the brain with too much dopamine in the emotional centers of the brain and too little dopamine in the seat of reasoning area of the brain. Reduce serotonin in the person and the person will be unable to connect disagreeable consequences with what provoked them. In other words, they can't protect themselves from danger. Thorazine was used regularly at the CIA's Jonestown, Guyana group control experiment. Survivors of Jonestown have testified as to its effectiveness. After this gruesome experiment in mind control came to its end with a massacre, large amounts of drugs were discovered. Just one footlocker at Jonestown alone contained 11,000 doses. The authorities prevented chemical autopsies of the bodies to ensure secrecy of this sophisticated concentration camp, which was used for medical and psychiatric experimentation by the CIA. An examination of the drugs that are used in mental hospitals to alter the minds of patients offers a clear indication of what is being used in the monarch mind control programming. Drugs used for mind control. The CIA/Illuminati programming centers have more than 600 to 700 different drugs at their disposal. The following is a partial list of the drugs available for their mind control, aka MK Ultra programming. They can make a person feel like he is in heaven, or burning in hell. The drugs are at times used with elaborate light, sound, and motion shows that produce whatever effect the programmer wants to produce. They can make a person believe he is shrinking, or that he is double, with mirrors, or that he is dying. Before describing how drugs are used for programming and control, let us list a few which we know have been used. This list comes from CIA documents obtained from the Freedom of Information Act and from what multiples used as programmers remember. Many of the new synthetic drugs are known only to the Illuminati/intelligence community. 2GB, aka CBR, this is a strong hallucinogenic which also helps telepathic communication. 2CT2, produces dark, earthy visual patterns. Acetylcholine, for EEOM, EDM, and for blocking memory. Adrenaline. Actetron. Alcohol. Ambien. Aminazin. Amobarbital, hypnotic sedative. Amobarbital sodium, hypnotic sedative. Amphetamine, addictive. Amphetamine sulfate. Analosine. Anectine, succinylcholine, a strong muscle relaxant that makes one feel suffocated and drowning. The person feels terror at thinking he is dying. Anholamin, anhelidine, anheline, anhelonidine, anhelonin, anhelonium. Aphrodisiacs, sexual manipulation by programmers. Aphyllidine, aphyllin, aprobarbital, hypnotic sedative. Atropine, speeds heart rate given with LV. Atrazine, BZ, designer drug 10 times more powerful than LSD, produces amnesia. Bambuza, Banisterine, Baradanga, truth serum which makes people willing to follow any command. Barbiturate, Belladonna, a traditional drug of witches since the Middle Ages. Benzedrine, Benzedrine, stimulant use W/other drugs. Benzocaine, Bromoharmine, Bulbocapnine, causes acatonia and stupors. Butabarbital sodium, hypnotic sedative. Butylbromelyl barbituric acid. Caffeine, caffeine sodium. Calcium chloride. Cannabidiol, cannabinol. Cannabis, aka marijuana, a sedative, change in perception, colors and sounds more distinct, time distorted. This drug is not used much in monarch programming because it impedes mind control. It has been experimented with in combination with other drugs as an interrogation tool. The CIA listed it as being used in MK-Ultra, but it served as an experimental drug rather for programming. Cannabol, caramine, carboline, carbrital, caroegen. Chloral hydrate, a hypnotic sedative. The active sedative ingredient is the metabolite trichloroethanol, goes to work in about 30 to 60 minutes, aka Noctec. Cocaine, addictive, blackmail. The availability of cocaine may pull up certain alters who are addicted to it. Coffee, coramine, curare, to paralyze the body. Delvinyl sodium, Demerol, a hypnotic, also given as a reward for good learning after an induced headache, is used in the scramble programming where the victim must overcome its effect to concentrate on what is being said. Desoxin, used with sodium pentothal for hypnotic trance. Dexedrine, amphetamine. Dibenzopyrin derivatives. Dicaine, Doral. Dramamine, aka dimenhydrinate, stops motion sickness. Drobinyl, for quick access. Ecstasy, aka XTC, Atom, MDMA, this is an illegal designer drug, but it's used by the government and cult programmers. Empathogens, like ecstasy, enhance trust between the recipient and the programmer. Its effect lasts for several hours. Ephedrine, stops hypotension. Amphetamine. Epinephrine, adrenaline. Ergot. Ergotamine. Ethanol, to inebriate the victim to induce certain behavior. Ethchlorvinol, hypnotic sedative. Ethylharmol. Epicaine. Escrin. Estazolam, hypnotic sedative. Ethchlorvinol, hypnotic sedative, effect begins 30 mm after digestion, addictive, aka placidil. Ether. Ethanamate, hypnotic sedative, aka Valmid. Eucaine. Eucodal. Eucodal. Unicron. Evapol. Evapan. Evapan sodium. Flurazepam hydrochloride, hypnotic sedative. Genoscopolamine. Glutathamide, hypnotic sedative, has withdrawal symptoms. Aka Doradin. Halcin, blocks explicit memory by impairing hippocampal processing. Haloperidol, tranquilizer. Harmaline. Harmalol. Harmon. Harmine. Harmine methiodide. Harmol. Heroin. Hexacol. Histadol. Histamine, causes changes in the skin. Hydractin, or hydrastine. Hypoloid soluble hexabarbitone. Icoral. Indole. Indole methylermine. Insulin, shock for amnesia. Ipecac, to induce vomiting for eating disorder programming. Largate, a powerful tranquilizer. Lofop-9. Lorazepam, sleep induction, may destroy memory of previous day. LSD-25, used to program alters to cut their veins. They want to end their nightmare by cutting what seem like white rivers W/black threads or other scary delusions. Can cause psychosis and other effects. It's used in small amounts for interrogations. Its active ingredient is psilocybin, which can create anxiety and a fear of death. Liscorbic acid. MDA, this is a cross between mescaline and amphetamine speed. MDMA, also known as Atom, this is ecstasy, see under ecstasy for more information. MDE, aka Eve, puts someone into a strictly intellectual head trip. Manganese chloride. Meloril, mood changer. Methaqualone, hypnotic sedative. Methyltrimiprazine hydrochloride, hypnotic sedative. Methycocaine. Methylprelon, aka Noludar, helpful for hypnosis. Side effects are a hangover and skin rashes. Metro-L. Midazolam hydrochloride, Hypnoval, versed, hypnotic sedative which can cause amnesia. Morphine. Morphine hydrochloride. Narcoamyl. Nembutal. Niacin, helpful to stop an LSD trip. Nicotine. Nicotinic acid, stops LSD drug effect. Nictheamine. Nitrous oxide. Novocaine. Nupercaine. Pantocaine. Pantopone. Parahix. Paraldehyde, hypnotic sedative, produces sleep in 15 mm. Has a strong odor and disagreeable taste. Pelotine. Pentobarbital, hypnotic sedative. Pentobarbital sodium, hypnotic sedative. If mixed with dextroamphetamine sulfate it will have the stage 1 dream time when REM sleep occurs. Pentothal acid, helpful for hypnosis. Pentothal sodium. Percaine. Pernostan. Peyotal, interrogation, hallucinations. Fiactin. Phenamine. Phenolic acid, injected into expendable children's hearts to kill them. Pehylthiourethanes. Picrate. Picrotoxin. Procaine. Propranolol, calms the mind so it can function better. Pulegonorsenol. Pulegonolivitol. Pyrahexyl. Pyramidon. Quazepam, hypnotic sedative. Quinine. Reserpine. Salzoline. Scopolamine S. Good amnesia drug. Scopolamine, truth serum that makes people willing to do whatever they are told. Scopolamine aminoxide hydrobromide. Scopolamine phetamine eucotyl. Secobarbital sodium, hypnotic sedative. Sodium amytal, hypnotic sedative that reduces REM sleep time. Sodium barbital. Sodium dialvinyl. Sodium evapal. Sodium pentobarbital, Nembutal. Sodium pentothal, truth serum for interrogation, can be used with hypnosis, can be used with desoxin, given in and for. Sodium phenobarbital. Sodium rhodonate. Sodium sonoril. Sodium succinate. Sodium thioethamyl. Somnifen. Stovin. Strychnine. Stavnic acid. Sulfasen. Sympatol. Synhexyl. Telepethine. Tetrahydrocannabinol acetate. Tetrahydroharmine. Tetrahydroharmine. Tropecocaine. Tropnon. Temazepam, hypnotic sedative. Thallium, confuses thinking. Thorazine, helps bring one out of an LSD trip. Tranquility, a designer drug for programming that makes the victim compliant, like Baradanga. Triazolam, hypnotic sedative. Somewhat rapid. Yagaine. Yahimbine sulfate. Zolpidem tartrate, hypnotic sedative. Herbs. When the victim's body is saturated with all the drugs they can assimilate, they will receive herbs, which often have a drug effect. Ayahuasca, a vine of Brazil whose alkaloids such as telepathin are said to produce a telepathic state where the recipient can see through people like glass and read their minds. Bayberry, hemorrhaging. Calamas, part of a cerebral tonic. Cayenne pepper, stimulant. Charcoal, absorbent cleanser. Caladium sequinum, injected into body parts to cause excruciating pain. Clove oil, placed in nose for relief from the pain of dental tortures. Hemlock, a poison, used more to kill than for programming. Hops, sleep aid aka beer flower. Lady slipper, relaxant. Kava kava, sedative. Mistletoe, for dizziness, and lower blood pressure. Narcissus, an aphrodisiac for males. Opium, enchanting trip. Potions, made from roots, powders, dried blood and animal parts are given. Rosemary, mild heart tonic. Saffron, sedative. Sage, part of a cerebral tonic. Sandalwood and henbane, when burned the fumes cause convulsions and temp insanity. Skullcap, relaxant. Sunflower seed oil, this may be used to help with brain stem scarring. Valerium root, works just like valerium, also helps cramps. Witch hazel, hemorrhaging. Yerba mate, part of a cerebral tonic. A brief history of the use of drugs. Religious groups, shamans, medicine men, witches, and cults have been using mind-altering drugs throughout history. The medieval witches used potions of hemlock and aconite for their flying ointments. These are herbs, natural drugs, which will create delirium. Contemporary witnesses reported that covens during the medieval ages would apply the potion of hemlock and aconite to cause their new witch to go delirious, and then would transport the person to the Sabbat, where they would be told they flew there. The Haitian satanic Vodun cult, which has been manipulated by the CIA/Illuminati, has sorcerers called Bakers. The Vodun cult in Haiti is being used for trauma-based mind control. One of the items of the cult is to take the plant Datura stramonium and add this plant with other things. The plant is the active ingredient of a potent psychoactive drug, the zombie cucumber, which produces amnesia and a pseudo-death of the victim. The brain doesn't die, but the mind is shut off. The victim is brought back to life as a zombie, a slave of the Baker. The powder to create a zombie is called zombificant in French Creole. The ceremonies to kill and resurrect the zombie are full of magic and demonology also. Magic, drugs and demonology have always gone hand in hand. Drugs remove the part of the will that prevents demonic possession. Drugs are considered powerful demonizing substances by those skilled in demonology. If demonic possession is seen as part of mind control, then cocaine, hashish, crack, and some of the other drugs are part of the effort to enslave people. The power of magic to kill, just as the power of faith can heal, will be discussed in Chapter 10. In Basutoland in Drakensbergs, the Zulu witch doctors use drugs and trauma to create tokolashas, mind-controlled zombie slaves. It is said that in recent years, they are using less children and more baboons and monkeys to get tokolashas. The point is that drugs have been and continue to be used by the occult world for controlling people. The intelligence agencies working through the U.S. government financed drug research. An example is that Dr. Beecher of Harvard University was given via the U.S. Army Surgeon General's office $150,000 to investigate the development and application of drugs which will aid in the establishment of psychological control. Research into drugs for mind control began in 1947 at Beta Satin Naval Hospital in Maryland. A CIA report described this research as to isolate and synthesize pure drugs for use in affecting psychological entry and control of the individual. At the California Medical Facility at Vacaville, Dr. Arthur Nugent conducted research into drugs for mind control under the auspices of the CIA. The Bureau of Narcotics worked with the CIA to establish safe houses where drugs which were seized were given to victims. Some other hospitals which began working with the intelligence agencies with dispensing drugs for mind control include Mount Sinai Hospital, Boston Psychopathic Hospital, University of Illinois, University of Michigan, University of Minnesota, Valley Forge General Hospital, Detroit Psychopathic Clinic, Mayo Clinic, the National Institute of Health, and Letterman Hospital in the Presidio, CA. The military did drug research/programming at the Army Chemical School in Ft. McClellan, AL, and at the Edgewood Chemical Center. In 1958, Dr. Louis Gottschalk, working for the CIA, suggested that addictive drugs be used to control people. Some GIs who became addicted to pain-killing drugs were subsequently blackmailed by withholding the painkillers until they complied with the demands asked of them. Cocaine has been frequently given to monarch slaves to get them addicted and give their handlers more control over them. There is spray cocaine, and powdered cocaine, etc. Because the monarch slaves are used to haul drugs and to launder the drug money, they are right in the middle of large supplies of drugs. If you hear the expression "the snow is falling," it is the network's lingo for cocaine. Cocaine is reported to give people a feeling of power and to act as an aphrodisiac. Applications for drugs in programming. Drugs are used during programming. Although drugs used to assist programming mean nothing to the common person, they each have a specific purpose within a certain type of programming. Some specific uses for drugs during programming include putting people into trance, teaching alters to go deeper into trance to escape drug effects, enhancing the trauma, reducing out-of-body experiences, creating pain, creating blood vessels that hurt, a pulsating pain that runs through the body, controlling histamine production, helping create illusions such as no hands, no feet, no face, no head, etc. Teaching alters to stay in position. To assist other programming modalities, such as high-tech harmonic machines, which implant thoughts. The machines are used in conjunction with designer drugs. Hormones, for instance GnRH, which regulates the physiology of the sexual growth, and is given to speed up sexual growth. Other body developments may also be manipulated to enhance or reduce memory, to build the image of the programmer's power. At this point, it is appropriate to point out that the personalities of a multiple do not respond uniformly to the same dose of the same drug. Understanding how a drug will affect particular alters is a science in itself. If an alter is holding the body, it will receive more of the effect of a drug. Let's say paraldehyde is given to a multiple. A possible reaction would be that some alters will feel no effect, some will be sedated to a drunken stupor, and child alters may be unconscious or hyperactive. Chloral hydrate might put some alters to sleep while others remain wide awake. Sometimes the personality holding the body may fight the influence of a drug to keep the body. Prochlorperazine is sometimes given by therapists to help alters cope with nausea and vomiting. Most alters will be programmed not to accept drugs except from their master. Lithium suppresses alter switching in some systems. An alter to protect the system from the therapist's helpful medications may develop allergic responses. Alcohol is a drug. The reaction of an alter system to it will again be varied. Child alters may become unconscious, while the adult alters don't even become inebriated by large quantities of hard liquor. Within males, dangerous violent personalities may take the body. Within the medical world, often an approximate correct dosage will work. However, with the programming the doses must be extremely fine-tuned. Some of the best skilled medical doctors and assistants help with the programming. The Illuminati will initially give the small child a small dose of a drug. They will chart its effect, give it a urinalysis to see how long it stays in the body, etc. This is just the testing stage, they are not doing any programming. A number of drugs will be tested, but only one at a time. They clear a child's body of a drug before they give it another one. They prefer not to mix meds. They will start small to ensure they don't overdose and then increase the dosage until they notice the correct behavior pattern. This will be charted in detail on the slave's chart. Each child's body chemistry is different, so the suggested dosages are only ballpark figures which are not precise enough. If too much of a drug is given, the programmers can easily turn a child into a psychotic basket case. One of the secrets of the Illuminati/intelligence agencies is that they have secret antidotes for most medications, which, if they have to give them to a child, then they will. They will use an antidote, for instance, to keep a child from going into heart failure. The programmers will have some helpful drugs and herbs on stock too. It is reported that glutamic acid, 1000 mg 3 times/day, will take care of the intense headaches that alters get from lots of switching. Witch hazel leaves and comfrey root will help internal bleeding. Putting people into trance. About 90% of the population can be placed into the somnambulistic, the deepest, hypnotic trance possible simply by giving them hypnotic drugs. The prior list on pages 47 to 50 gives over 24 drugs that can be used to assist taking someone in hypnotic trance. Special drugs have been designed which will place someone into a deep trance very quickly. If an alter is not being cooperative when they are accessed, they can be locked in place mentally and given a quick shot of a fast-acting hypnotic-inducing drug. One drug which was popular for programming was Demerol, which would be administered intravenously, and it takes about 5 to 7 minutes to take full effect after administration via an IV. The dosage can be administered so that the effect remains until the programming session is over. It may be administered about every half hour if appropriate. Children will receive 1 to 2.2 mg/kg dose. Another drug, a truth serum, also consistently works on people, making them totally compliant to any directive. Under Baradanga, people will give their bank account numbers and anything else a person might want. These type of drugs are almost sufficient in themselves to get compliance out of a person. If one realizes that these drugs are used in conjunction to torture, elaborate systems of lies and deception, trauma bonds, and all the rest of the sciences of mind control used in the programming, it is easy to see how they are producing totally compliant human robots. Teaching alters to go deeper into trance to escape drug effects and pain. Much of the training in this area is based upon the child's horror and fear toward the all-powerful master programmer. When the programmer wants the child's alters to learn to trance deeper, he will give a drug that the alter doesn't like. The child's alter will then be told to go deeper into the mind if they want to escape the effect of the drug. This enforces the dissociative state being trained for the alter. The suggestion or storyline that is given to the alter is frequently the picture of a train. The child is told that the conductor is at the front of the train, but he must move to the back of the train through the train cars. The child is taught to count cars when they go by as if they were steps in the mind. This is training the child to descend into deeper levels of the subconscious. The train illustration has been used by programmers when they want the child to remember the drug experience. The programmer wants this experience remembered at least for a while because it helps increase the child's fear. If the programmer wants the child to forget the drug experience while learning trance depths, then the imagery of a plane taking off and disappearing in the clouds works. Enhancing the trauma. Drugs will be used to enhance the spinning effect when the mind is being programmed to have vortexes and to set up traps within the slave's mind. One particular drug enhances the trauma by 100 times. Drugs can be useful, for instance, to enhance a child's terror of the experience of this child being placed in a small box in the fetal position for 24 hours. This helps shorten the programming time, and it also makes the programming more intense. The programmers know what antidotes to give to pull the child out of the enhancement. Marijuana enhances perception of color and noise, but it is not used to enhance trauma. The mind does not program well under marijuana. That is why there has been such a big campaign to keep it illegal, even though many studies show it to be safer than alcohol. Producing out-of-body experiences. Various hallucinogenic drugs, LSD included, will produce an out-of-body experience for the victim, if the drugs are administered correctly. The programmer will prepare the victim with various information and storylines during the administration of the drug. Monarch slaves are being deprogrammed. They may have a memory where their skin feels inflamed and itchy, like a bad mosquito bite. The experience may also have the sensation of floating in an unreal world. This may well be an LSD trip given the slave during experimentation and programming. The CIA was using LSD beginning in the very early part of the 1950s. Several victims report that some type of potion causes a person to dream while they are awake. PCP, which is angel dust, is one way to disconnect the cortex from the limbic system and go into an altered state, creating pain. This is done with a long list of drugs. Drops of salt water and pepper water are applied to the eyes of victims to make their eyes sting. Another pain in the eye takes place when lights are flashed signaling, I love you not. The child is pulled two ways by this message. Dr. Green, Manchel, enjoyed pulling daisy petals while saying these words. If the last petal was I love you not, the child would be put to death. Surviving children were left traumatized, creating blood vessels that hurt. Blood pressure is raised by drugs, and then certain drugs are added which make the veins burn. The alter is taught to cut the burning veins. This is programming which is laid in to control the slave from straying from the script he or she is given. If they stray, then a cutting program is activated which was laid in via a combination of drugs in the method just stated. Controlling histamine production. The control of histamine production is an important secret ingredient to the monarch mind control. The breast implants placed into women help stimulate histamine production, which is used in conjunction with drug-assisted programming, see Chapter 8. Helping create illusions such as no hands, no feet, no face, no head, etc. A programmer working with a hallucinogenic drug can make an alter believe that it has lost a particular body part. Because most of these alters have little memory or no memory and little frame of reference, what they are told while under the influence of drugs seems very real to them. Teaching alters to stay in position. Some alters don't like to stay in position. But through the use of drugs, and the side effect of drugs, they soon learn the importance of staying in position. If they are disobedient, the memory of the bad side effects from not staying in position in the mind can be pulled up by a code, and the alter can relieve the pain from having disobediently moved from position. This is very effective in teaching alters to stay in their little position that is assigned them in the mind. To assist other programming modalities, such as high-tech harmonic machines, which implant thoughts. The machines are used in conjunction with designer drugs. An example of how drugs can be important is as follows. The neurons in the hippocampus, which is part of the memory process, use acetylcholine. Drugs that block acetylcholine interfere with memory. The neurons and the chemical neural transmitters are understood much better today. Where and how a thought is created in the brain is understood by the programmers in detail. No one is in a position to physically prevent the Illuminati and others from taking their children and others to labs where chemicals and harmonics can be used in sophisticated computer-guided ways to implant thoughts into the children's minds. As the child's brain is shaped according to its environment, the level of everyday brain chemicals and the shape of the various areas of the brain can be determined by the programmers. This is why a recent article on Prozac, Newsweek, February 7, 1994, uses a quote from Alice in Wonderland for its title, "One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small." This article, on page 38, quotes brain researcher Restock, "For the first time, we will be in a position to design our own brain." On the previous page in big letters it reads, "Scientific insights into the brain are raising the prospect of made-to-order, off-the-shelf personalities." Another programming modality assisted by drugs is behavior modification. Aversion therapy using a vomit-inducing drug is used on children. Another example of drugs helping assist programming is to give someone LSD and then interview the child while it is hallucinating. The hallucinations are then used as programming building blocks by using hypnotic techniques. One way to build on a LSD trip is to tell the child if they ever do a particular thing, such as touch programming, remember programming, and integrate parts, etc., the victim is to go crazy and hallucinate like they are presently doing. This means that they will be locked up in a crazy house for the rest of their life. Rather than be put in straitjackets with other crazy people, it would be better for the person to commit suicide. By constantly reinforcing this message, some alters will adopt the script that they are doing the body good to kill it if any alter personality touches the programming, because otherwise the body will be locked up in a crazy house. Drugs are used in programming to establish a pattern or a script. There must be a pattern of dissociation. Parts can't just dissociate into nothing, otherwise there would be nothing to build on. Drugs will play a major role in the structuring of the alter system, which is covered in Chapter 7. The child doesn't know where the effect of the drug is coming from. The programmer will take credit for the power of the drug. Whoever administers the drug has power in the child's mind. The mind wants to be safe. I am familiar with a recent example here in Oregon of someone who escaped from being sacrificed at a satanic ritual. The legal system told the woman she was crazy when she reported to the police that she had escaped from a satanic ritual where they were going to sacrifice her. To control her, the judge ordered 3 types of antipsychotics, twice the normal dose of 2 kinds of lithium carbonate to put her into a lethargic stupor, Paxil as an antidepressant, and benztropine mesylate as an anti-Parkinsonian agent. The antipsychotics were thiothiazine, thioridazine hydrochloride, and perfenazine, which are all addictive. This woman may or may not be a multiple. But this clearly shows the type of mental control via drugs that could be slapped onto someone who dares report satanic activity to an establishment which has been sadly corrupted from top to bottom. One victim of government mind control tried to get free. The first psychiatrist the person tried to go to was cooperating with U.S. intelligence and gave her stelazine, which aggravated the victim's situation. When the victim spied a general's uniform in the closet of the psychiatrist, she got another psychiatrist, who unfortunately turned out to be an ex-employee. He placed her on haldol-decanoate, Klonopin, and benzatropine. The combined effect of these drugs is to erase memory, and create a dissociative disorder. All of the drugs were highly addicted. Another fleeing victim was given trazodone by a physician who was cooperating with the intelligence agencies. This almost gave the victim a heart attack because it aggravated her heart condition. And yet another escaping victim apparently also fell prey to dirty CIA doctors who were practicing in public without warning people of their intelligence connections. This victim was given a combination of compazine and Xanax, in dosages that the physician's desk reference warns against. The doctor, who prescribed this, worked out of an office named after an MK Ultra programmer. There are other important things to mention about when drugs are used in monarch programming. Some of the cautions that the programmers are alert to include: A. Watching the heart so that it doesn't stop. Many of the children who have been programmed have died from heart failure. The programmers are very careful to have heart monitors on the victim, and to have paddles ready to revive the body. Because so much of their drugging affects the heart, they accept that they will lose a few to heart failure. B. Making sure that drugs aren't given to children who are allergic to them. The programmers take the time to ensure that they have the family histories of allergies to drugs, and they will test the children too, before proceeding with drugs. They not only learn the family and individual responses to drugs, but they can test during programming to determine a drug's blood level in a child. For instance, pentobarbital at a blood level of 5 micrograms/ml aids hypnosis, at 15 makes the victim comatose with reflexes, and at 30 makes the person comatose W/extreme difficulty in breathing. In everyday life, 30 micrograms/ml would kill the child. Pentobarbital blood levels can be tested by an enzyme-multiplied immunoassay technique. For longer-acting phenobarbital gas chromatography is used. TCAs are tested by radioimmunoassay, high-perf, liquid chromatography and thin-layer chromatography. Some hypnotics are tested by colorimetry, photometry, and spectrophotometry. C. Switching to herbs when the body is saturated with drugs. When the child's body has had all the manufactured drugs it can absorb, the programmers switch to a vast collection of natural herbs. D. Providing the antidote for AIDS. Monarch slaves are routinely given the antidote for AIDS and have been since the 1960s to 1970s. E. Knowing how much of a drug each part can take, small young alters can't take as much. Multiples within a single system have varying levels of tolerance toward drugs. A small child alter may be killed by an adult dosage, even though the age of the body is that of an adult. The programmers are acutely aware of how to deal with multiple personalities. F. Providing salt to balance the electrolytes in the mind of a programmed multiple personality. An electrolyte imbalance can cause a multiple personality's mind to go wacky and start spinning. The multiple could possibly go into shock and die. The programmers are very experienced in understanding the unique requirements of a multiple personality. G. An important plant extract for watching brainwave activity is the large plant enzyme horseradish peroxidase, HRP. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to briefly mention that all the major chemical and drug companies are run by the Illuminati. It would take a book to explain who controls what and how they connect in, and this author could write it. Instead, we will try to give a quick overview. Rather than cover 24 large drug companies, 3 major drug companies have been randomly selected to show a quick view of how all the drug companies are deeply involved with monarch mind control programming. Since the purpose of this book is to show how the mind control is done, this sample of names is given only to convey to the reader that the drugs that the Illuminati/intelligence agencies need are never in short supply. And the labs to develop designer drugs for mind control are not in short supply either. Eli Lilly CO. Trustee of Eli Lilly Endowment Walter William Wilson, Illuminati, married to Helen Scudder, of the wealthy powerful Scudder family, prominent partner of Morgan, Stanley & Co. controlled by Henry Morgan, also a member of the Illuminati. Executive Vice Pres of Eli Lilly Landrum Bolling, represented Eli Lilly at the secret annual Dartmouth conferences, overseen by the Illuminati. Chairman of Eli Lilly Richard D. Wood, DIR, of the Rockefellers Standard Oil, Chemical Bank of New York, and the Amer Enterprise INST for Public Policy Research. DIR. Eli Lilly C. William Verity, Jr., DIR. Chase Manhattan Bank and association with U.S. intelligence, and works with Mrs. Rockefeller as a member of USTEC. Dan Quayle and George Bush, CIA Director and Monarch Handler, have been part of Eli Lilly management too. Monsanto Chemical Company President Earl H. Harbison, Jr. CIA and Director of Beta Sata General Hospital where they program monarch slaves. He is also the President of the Mental Health Association. Sterling Drug CO. An IG Farben spin-off, connected to the Crook Illuminati family. Chairman. W. Clark Wesco, DIR of the Super Secret Tinker Foundation, which is a CIA foundation. DIR. Gordon T. Wallace, Illuminati, DIR, of the Fed. Reserve Bank of New York, CFR, Director Martha T. Muse, CIA, President of the Tinker Foundation, DIR of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, Knights of Malta, and DIR of Georgetown Center for Strategic Studies. Summary. As the reader can see, the use of drugs in the monarch trauma-based mind control is extensive and requires skilled technicians, nurses, and doctors. Because of the long-held control by the Illuminati families over narcotics and drug manufacture/sales, there is no difficulty for the programmers to get large quantities of secret designer drugs. The minor occult cults have to get by with a more limited supply of mind-altering drugs, unless they directly connect in with the bigger picture. The power of drugs to control a person's life is not absolute, although someone who lives with a cocaine addict or alcoholic might disagree, but when coupled with all the other methods in a sophisticated system of mind control, drugs just further reinforce the absolute power of the Illuminati over an individual. Chapter 4a, Hypnosis. The word fox is an example of a significant occult code word. FOX consists of the 6th, 15th, 1 plus 5, and the 24th, 2 plus 4, letters of the alphabet, which yield 666. Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler, Chapter 4, The Illuminati Formula. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educate-yoursELF.org/mc/illum formula 4 chap.html. Understanding the basics of hypnosis. A dissociation, trance, and history of hypnosis for programming. Dissociation is used as a defense to protect a person from overwhelming pain and trauma. It is a natural ability of the brain. Hypnosis or hypnotic trance is a form of dissociation. There are a number of types of dissociation: amnesia, somnambulistic states, localized paralyses, anesthesias, and hallucinations. Hypnosis can reproduce all of these dissociative states. The mind naturally hypnotizes itself under various conditions. Perhaps the reader has been driving along a familiar road and the next thing you knew you were arriving home, having driven in a trance. Now let's suppose you are driving to a movie and you are discussing next week's plans with your wife. The complex thinking required to drive just happens. You are awake talking to your wife, and yet on another level you were in trance driving the car. You as a subject were both in hypnotic trance, driving, and awake, talking about plans. There are 5 levels to the subconscious that the mind will naturally dissociate to. The other deeper levels require help to access. People naturally can think on 2 levels. Because people's minds function on multilevels and there is a continua on a spectrum that runs from conscious to unconscious, it is often difficult to pinpoint just exactly what state of mind the brain is in at a certain point, because there is no single answer. A light trance is where a person is daydreaming about his girlfriend. A moderate trance is where he imagines he is in bed. A deep trance is where he physically feels he is in bed with his girlfriend. Sleep is where one dreams of being in bed. Behavior modification is carried out in the light to deep trances. The deep trance is a very creative level. Hypnosis appears to affect several areas of the brain. The brain stem is modified into the hypnotic state, and the midbrain centers are inhibited so that other areas, the motor, sensory, and memory areas, can be manipulated. Further, not all hypnosis works the same way. Hypnosis can be used on the intellectual part of the mind, the social spiritual part of the mind, and the primitive reproductive part of the mind. The skilled hypnotist will decide which area he wants and how to work with that area. Both Christians and Illuminati members who are skilled in understanding demonology believe that there is a demonic side to hypnosis also. It should come as no shock to people that in the World Book Encyclopedia hypnosis is listed under magic as a related article, but not under medicine. Some Christians class hypnosis as a form of divination and enchantment. It certainly can be a form of control. In occultist W.B. Crow's book Witchcraft, Magic and Occultism, it lists hypnotism as an occult science. There is open debate whether hypnotism is simply part of the brain's natural abilities or if supernatural elements are part of the process. There is no debate that historically, hypnosis for centuries has been the guarded secret of the occult world. During shock or stress, the body's limbic hypothalamic pituitary adrenal system releases substances which encode all the internal and external pieces of information being sensed into a deep level of consciousness. These memories often become dissociated from normal states of consciousness. In other words, when the mind-body returns to the state where it was in during shock/stress, the mind can reassess those memories. However, until the mind returns to this shock state, it doesn't pick up the information it has embedded. The monarch programmers are acutely aware of how the mind functions, and how information and memories can be trapped in the mind. There are different neurophysiological states. Also, there are said to be 12 levels to the subconscious mind. Then on top of this, the mind has the ability to create amnesia barriers. Hypnosis is a valuable tool to move the mind to different neurophysiological states and to get the mind to different levels of the subconscious mind. Hypnosis can also play a role in working around amnesia, since both are types of dissociation. Hyperventilation helps a person induct into a hypnotic trance. Torture, depersonalization, fear and acute anxiety stimulate the body to hyperventilate. So the fear, torture and depersonalization are aids for the hypnotist to help induct a person into a hypnotic trance. Hypnotic cues can be given to cause the body to go into various dissociative states. This could be a post-hypnotic suggestion that causes hyperventilation and an accompanying trance state. Hypnotic cues that are tied to everyday objects enhance the programming. Everything in life becomes a cue to reinforce the programming. That may seem on the surface to be an exaggeration, but it is only slightly enlarged from the truth. The programmers do in fact examine a person's life, and then tailor their cues to what the person will be around. For instance, the programmer may force the child to smoke and then tell it that every time they blow out smoke they will think about their master. The programmed alters don't dare not to smoke on fear that they will be punished. The smoking in turn reinforces the power of the hypnotist/master. Much of the good that therapy can do is in effect to detrance or dehypnotize clients. Most of the alters of a monarch system go their entire lives in trance. Common objects in a person's life that can be hypnotically given a programming meaning include music, tones, colors, the sight of a book or Bible, the pyramid on the back of a dollar bill, pictures of God, silk scarves, jewelry, lights, sounds, TV programs, and countless other things. The limit to this is simply the programmer's creativity. The power of hypnosis is often underrated because the power of the mind is underrated. The mind can decide to control its breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure and other things that were once thought to be involuntary. The brain produces a substance which is a tiny peptide molecule called enkephalin which acts just like morphine and reduces pain. The brain can be hypnotically trained to release enkephalin so that the brain doesn't perceive pain. A common hypnotic device for washing away pain is running water. The victim is hypnotically told to go to a waterfall and wash their pain away. According to a programmer, the average healing rate is 3 times quicker under hypnosis than without. The fantastic abilities of the mind to control what happens to it are very remarkable, such as its natural healing abilities, but most of this is being kept a national secret so that it can be used against humanity to enslave us to demonic empowered power-hungry monsters, rather than to benefit humanity. Several people in intelligence agencies quietly bemoan the fact that secret research could be helping humanity instead of controlling it. The human mind has been found to be like an immense symphony orchestra, each part doing what it does best under the guidance of a director, part similar to the conductor of an orchestra. A non-multiple's brain delegates responsibility to parts of his brain yet retains control over the process. His mind will shift from one ego state to another, and still retain its identity. In contrast, the multiple's brain also delegates responsibility and shifts from one ego state to another, but doesn't retain a cohesive selfhood or self-identity. The mental mechanisms are similar, but the experience is vastly different. Rather than an orchestra playing together, the multiple's brain is full of competing isolated parts, instruments so to speak, that are playing in isolation. Out of the chaos of all these independent amnesic parts, the programmer through hypnosis and fear then becomes the conductor to help bring order out of chaos. If the multiple is to regain a chance to orchestrate their own life again, they must re-establish communication between the different parts of what should have been their own orchestra, and get internal people to harmonize their music of life. Good programmers do not need to formally induct their victim into hypnosis. However, if they need to, the monarch slaves are well conditioned to respond to numbers being counted and fingers being snapped. Hypnosis was a well-developed art by the early 20th century. And testing and refining continued all along. For instance, the U.S. military was conducting extensive tests of subjects under hypnosis during WW II. In spite of all this, the CIA was still seeking better rapid induction techniques for their slaves during the 1950s. MK-Ultra Sub-Project 128 dealt with rapid induction techniques, especially Sub-Project 128-1. Some of their drug testing was done at Lexington, KT Detention Hospital. The ability to distinguish between magic and hypnotism may not exist for the child in situations where they are witnesses to the power of hypnotism exercised by a programmer. This makes the adult programmer, who is a big person, look all-powerful. Another danger inherent in hypnosis are complications, side effects, that hit a percentage of those who are subjected to it. Hilgard, 1974, discovered 31% of the 120 university students participating in a study of hypnosis had complications that lasted from 5 mm to 3 hours after trance, which included headaches, dizziness, nausea, and stiff necks. Fritz is aware of one woman who, after the one and only hypnotic session she was the subject of, developed the complication of having nightmares of snakes crawling all over her. For further study, the reader may want to read Machovec, Frank. Hypnosis Complications, Risk Factors, and Prevention, American Journal of Clinical Hypnosis. Volume 31, Number 1, July, 88, p. 40+. Regular gentle electrical stimulation in many parts of the brain, including the lower part of the reticular formation, can change the state of consciousness from alert to sleeping. An electrical band attached to a box is sometimes placed on the victim to produce a hypnotic state. There are several ways to alter a person's state of consciousness, but the most popular one by monarch handlers is to use a combination of drugs and hypnosis. Drugs are used to facilitate hypnosis. Modern drugs do almost all the work for the hypnotist. They place the person in an altered state and make them willing to take any order. Often survivors remember orange or grape drinks, or something else which they were given, which were used to give the child drugs. One monarch slave, Kathy O'Brien, wrote about having been given hypnotic drugs via a grasshopper ice cream drink. Occasionally, hypnosis must be carried out by the programmers on unwilling subjects. They have 3 major ways to get around this. They can induce hypnosis by disguising what the hypnotist is doing. They can wait until the person is asleep and talk to him while asleep, or they can administer drugs. Also, the network has some high-tech equipment which stimulates the orgiastic state, sexual ecstasy, part of the brain. By moving the body into this state, the mind opens up all the unconscious states. Then sophisticated brainwave machines program thoughts into the person. A computer disk is put into the electric shock machine and it runs a program that sends electric jolts down 6 nodes. The brain's reticular formation serves as the brain's mechanism involved in regulating alertness and awareness. Various kinds of stimuli will enter the brain through its various methods of sensing and learning. With total sensory deprivation, done by placing the victim in a salt water tank with electrodes that shock the body until it stops all movement, the reticular formation will place the mind into a primitive state of consciousness where the programmers can place in post-hypnotic commands to do something on a certain date. The end-time programming, that has monarch slaves doing something at a specific date to create anarchy or to help the Antichrist come to power, has been put in at this level. As previously mentioned, this level achieved by total sensory deprivation of the monarch slave is same primitive level as the brain's commands to keep the heart beating. Depending on what type of signals are coming into it from the various sensing agents of the brain, the reticular formation will then make a decision what state of consciousness to place the mind in. If the reticular formation does not send out alert signals, then the brain will get sleepy. Damage to the reticular formation can cause a coma. The 2 thalamus lie just above the brain stem. The right and left thalamus are the brain's selective attention mechanism. That is to say, they decide what it is important for the brain to focus its attention on. The right thalamus is connected to attention to visual shapes and the left to our attention to things describable in words. 10 to 15 repetitions at 1-second intervals are enough to cause the brain to lose interest in something. At this point, the neurons in the reticular formation quit paying attention to whatever it is. For instance, your brain will listen to a clock tick for only 15 intervals before it quits listening to a clock in the room. But the brain's alertness can be reactivated by a strong and sudden stimulus like a loud sound or a flash of light. This is why 3 gunshots or 3 flashes of light are used. American Samoa standard access triggers for monarch slaves. 3 was also found to be the best number to get the job done. The history of hypnosis for programming. A Masonic magazine for hire Masonic rites where sex magic is performed entitled Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, 1929, p. 58 states, certain forces are sent through the candidate's body during the ceremony, especially at the moment when he is created, received, and constituted an entered apprentice Freemason. Certain parts of the lodge have been heavily charged with magnetic force, especially in order that the candidate may absorb as much as possible of this force. The first object of this curious method of preparation is to expose to this influence those various parts of the body which are especially used in the ceremony. In ancient Egypt, there was another reason for these preparations, for a weak current of physical electricity was sent through the candidate by means of a rod or sword with which he was touched at certain points. It is partly on this account that at this first initiation the candidate is deprived of all metals, since they may very easily interfere with the flow of currents. Long story short, the Masonic lodges have been using hypnotism and electric shock in their initiation rituals for a long time. The combination of fear and hypnotism combine to help seal the lips of an initiate from telling what in some lodges are secrets of criminal activity. The Brahmin caste in India practice yoga and other meditations where they regularly go into altered states of consciousness. Centuries ago, the Brahmin fakirs learned about drugs, tortures, and magical methodologies to produce hallucinations and altered states of consciousness. The worship of Bacchus in the West and Shiva in the East were similar, as were the bloodthirsty rites of Kali and Moloch. Occultists in India have also gone to cemeteries for centuries, like the Illuminati, to draw spiritual power from graves. When Eastern and Western occultists linked up, they realized they had a great deal in common. The ancient Egyptian writings many centuries BC talk about the third eye and temple trances. Hypnosis appears to have been practiced in these ancient temples. All over the world, altered states of consciousness have been used. The feared Scandinavian warriors called berserkers were in a mildly programmed altered state of consciousness which made them fearless. B. How to program with hypnosis. George Estabrooks was the first major hypnotist to publicly recognize the potential for hypnosis. He contacted MI6 and other military and intelligence groups in hopes he could interest them in the military intelligence potentials of hypnosis. What was George Estabrooks' connection to the Illuminati? George Estabrooks was a Rhodes Scholar, which is an entry-level group for the Illuminati. For those who haven't studied this, it would be appropriate to give a brief explanation of these things. The Illuminati in 1919 created the Royal Institute of International Affairs, RIIA. The Astor Illuminati family were major financial backers of the RIIA. Waldorf Astor was appointed to the RIIA. The American equivalent to the RIIA is the CFR. The RIIA and CFR set up round-table groups, based on the King Arthur myths, which were initially named by Cecil Rhodes' Association of Helpers. High-ranking Mason/Illuminati Cecil Rhodes also created the Rhodes Scholarship to bring select men from several the English-speaking world and Germany to learn how to bring in the one world government that the Illuminati has long had planned. The Cliveden estate of the Cliveden Astors, of the Illuminati, has played an important role in the preparation of Rhodes Scholars. Bill Clinton and Fred Franz, the late president of the Watchtower Society, are two examples of men selected for Rhodes Scholarships. Bill Clinton went through the program. However, Franz decided not to go to London in order to help lead C.T. Russell's cult as Oracle after W.T. President C.T. Russell was ritually killed on Halloween, 1916, and his remains buried under a pyramid. He later served as president himself from 1977 to 1994. The Watchtower Society leadership is a front for a part of the Illuminati which practices Enochian magic. The power of Enochian magic is the Watchtowers. A powerful part of Bethel headquarter workers are multiple personalities, and have cult alters who speak in Enochian. Some multiples work in the art department and have been secretly placing hidden occult symbology into Watchtower and Awake. Magazines. Now back to Estabrooks, who was also himself part of the Illuminati. In his book Hypnotism, which came out in 1946, he wrote in his chapter Hypnotism in Warfare. Again, bear in mind that Estabrooks writes this in 1946 and has been advocating what he writes for perhaps the 15 previous years. This chapter is not taken from a mystery novel. The facts and the ideas presented are, so to speak, too true to be good, but no psychologist of standing would deny the validity of the basic ideas involved. He might, of course, be somewhat startled at our proposed use of these basic ideas and techniques, for he has never given this matter much thought. The use of hypnotism in warfare represents the cloak and dagger idea at its best or worst. Even if we did know the answers to some of the weird proposals in this chapter, those answers could never be given for obvious reasons. The reader must use his imagination, for specific outcomes in specific cases have not been made public, probably never will be made public. Any top-flight physicist is familiar with the basic laws of atomic fission, and he is quite free to discuss those laws. But he may or may not know what is happening on some government research project in this field. If he does know, he is not shouting it from the housetops, probably not even whispering it to his best friend. The same applies to hypnotism in the field of warfare. Our interest here lies in some of the more unfamiliar sides of hypnotism which may make it of use in warfare. Again, no psychologist would deny the existence of such phenomena. The only possible way of determining whether or not a subject will commit a murder in hypnotism is literally to have him commit one. But warfare undoubtedly will answer many of these questions. A nation fighting with its back to the wall is not worried over the niceties of ethics like Nazi Germany. If hypnotism can be used to advantage, we may rest assured that it will be so employed. Any accidents which may occur during the experiments will simply be charged to profit and loss, a very trifling portion of that enormous wastage in human life which is part and parcel of war. 1 in every 5 adult humans can be thrown into the hypnotic trance somnambulism of which they will have no memory whatsoever when they awaken. From the military viewpoint, there are a few facts which are of great interest. Can this prospective subject, this 1 in 5 individual, be hypnotized against his will? Obviously, no prisoner of war will be cooperative if he knows that the hypnotist is looking for military information, nor will any ordinary citizen if he suspects that the operator will use him to blow up a munitions plant. The answer to this very vital question is yes, though we prefer to say without his consent instead of against his will. We do not need the subject's consent when we wish to hypnotize him, for we use a disguise technique. The standard way to produce hypnotism in the laboratory is with the so-called sleep technique. The operator talks sleep to the subject, who eventually relaxes and goes into a trance, talking in his sleep and answering questions. Now suppose we attach a blood pressure gauge to the subject's right arm and the psychogalvanic reflex to the palm of his hand, just to make everything look shipshape. These devices are for measuring his ability to relax. We also point out that, of course, the very highest state of relaxation will be his ability actually to fall into a deep sleep while we are talking to him. We also stress the great importance of the ability to relax in this modern world of rush and worry, promising to show him how to get results as one end of these experiments. All this is by way of build-up. Probably not one of our readers, if exposed to this procedure, would realize that this was preparation for hypnotism, but would cooperate willingly in this very interesting psychological experiment. We then proceed to talk sleep, much the same as in ordinary hypnosis, carefully avoiding any reference to a trance or making any tests with which the subject might be familiar, all the while checking on blood pressure and psychogalvanic reflex to keep up the front. Finally, we make the test of somnambulism, or deep hypnotism. We see if the subject will talk to us in his sleep without awakening. If this does not succeed, the subject wakes up completely, and in this case we simply repeat the experiment, hoping for better luck next time. But if we do succeed, if the individual belongs to the 1 in 5 club, the subject is just as truly hypnotized as by any other method, and from now on everything is plain sailing. By use of the post-hypnotic suggestion, we simply say, "Listen carefully. After you wake up I will tap 3 times on the table with my pencil. You will then have an irresistible impulse to go sound asleep." The next trance is just that easy to get, and the subject has no idea that it is the pencil which has sent him off. But we must go even further than this. Once a person has become accustomed to hypnotism, has been repeatedly hypnotized, it becomes very easy for any operator to throw him into the trance. Obviously this will not do if we are to use hypnotism in warfare. So we plug this gap again by suggestion in the somnambulistic state. We assure the subject that in the future no one will be able to hypnotize him except with the special consent of the operator. This takes care of things very nicely. We sit down with the subject. We are talking about the latest boxing match when the operator taps 3 times on the table with his pencil. Instantly, and we mean instantly, the subject's eyes close and he's sound asleep. While in trance he sees a black dog come into the room, feels the dog, goes to the telephone and tells its owner to come get it. The dog is of course purely imaginary. We give him electric shock which would be torture to a normal person, but he does not even notice it. We straighten him out between 2 chairs and sit on his chest while he recites poetry. Then we wake him up. He immediately starts talking about that boxing match. A visitor to the laboratory interrupts him. "What do you know of hypnotism?" The subject looks surprised. "Why, nothing. When were you hypnotized last?" "I have never been hypnotized." "Do you realize that you were in a trance just 10 minutes ago?" "Don't be silly. No one has hypnotized me and no one ever can. Do you mind if I try?" "Not at all. If you want to waste your time it's all right with me." So the visitor, a good hypnotist, tries, but at every test the subject simply opens his eyes with a bored grin. Finally he gives up the attempt and everyone is seated as before. Then the original operator taps on the table with his pencil. Immediately the subject is in deep hypnotism. We now add another concept. We can coach the subject so that in the trance he will behave exactly as in the waking state. Under these circumstances we could defy anyone, even a skilled psychologist, to tell whether the subject was asleep or awake. There are tests which will tell the story, but in warfare we cannot run around sticking pins into everyone we meet just to see if he is normal. So rapid can this shift be from normal to trance state, the programming state, and so normal will the subject appear in trance, that the writer has used such a subject as a bridge partner. He plays one hand in trance and one hand awake with no one any the wiser. This happens with monarch slaves all the time. Few people ever catch on that alters are under trance. Suppose we deliberately set up that condition of multiple personality to further the ends of military intelligence. Let us start with a very simple illustration. For example, we can hypnotize a man in an hotel in, say, Rochester. We then explain to him in hypnotism that we wish the numbers and state names of all out-of-state cars parked in the block surrounding the hotel. He is to note these very carefully in his unconscious mind but will have no conscious memory of having done so. Then we awaken him and ask him, in the waking state, to go out and get us a tube of toothpaste. He leaves the hotel and wanders around the block in search of that tube. Finally, he returns, apologizing for his delay, saying that it was necessary for him to go entirely around the block before he noticed a drugstore in the very building itself. This, he says, was very stupid of him, but apparently men are made that way. Did he notice anything of interest as he made his walk? Nothing. Oh, yes, there was a dogfight down at the corner. And he described the battle in detail. We now hypnotize him. He knows what we are seeking and at once proceeds to give us numbers and states of strange cars, very pleased with the fact that he can recall 13. He evidently enjoys the game immensely and is quite proud of his memory. Then we awaken him and see what he knows in the conscious state. How many cars are there around the building? I don't know. What are the numbers of the out-of-state licenses around the building? Good heavens, I have no idea. I think there is a California car near the front entrance, but I have no idea as to its number. A friend tries his hand. Now look here. You were hypnotized half an hour ago and you left this room under post-hypnotic suggestion. The subject gets irritated. Look here yourself. I'm getting tired of that silly joke. This is the third time today you pulled it. All right. I was hypnotized and saw pink elephants all over the lobby. Have it your way. And the subject sits down to a magazine, obviously angry that this man cannot find something more amusing to say. Often the hypnotic subject will react in this manner. Push him just a little too far and he becomes irritated, obviously a trick of the unconscious to end the argument and avoid any danger of being found out. The reader's very natural reaction is, why? All this rigmarole. There are certain safeguards if we use hypnotism. First, there is no danger of the agents selling out. More important would be the conviction of innocence which the man himself had, and this is a great aid in many situations. He would never act guilty and if ever accused of seeking information would be quite honestly indignant. This conviction of innocence on the part of a criminal is perhaps his greatest safeguard under questioning by the authorities. Finally, it would be impossible to third-degree him and so pick up the links of a chain. This is very important, for the most hardened culprit is always liable to talk if the questioners are ruthless enough. The super spy. In the instance we are about to outline, we may or may not be dealing with multiple personality. The little experiment I have just cited could be successful with any good somnambulist and would require about 10 hours preparation. The example I now cite would work only with a certain number of the very best somnambulists and instead of 10 hours preparation, we had better allow 10 months. Perhaps we had better start by defending our position. Is it unethical? Perhaps, but science merely states the facts. Now let us return to our presentation. We start with an excellent subject, and he must be just that, one of those rare individuals who accepts and who carries through every suggestion without hesitation. In addition, we need a man or a woman who is highly intelligent and physically tough. Then we start to develop a case of multiple personality through the use of hypnotism. In his normal waking state, which we will call personality A, or PA, this individual will become a rapid communist. He will join the party, follow the party line and make himself as objectionable as possible to the authorities. Note that he will be acting in good faith. He is a communist, or rather his PA is a communist and will behave as such. Then we develop personality B, PB, the secondary personality, the unconscious personality, if you wish, although this is somewhat of a contradiction in terms. This personality is rabidly American and anti-communist. It has all the information possessed by PA, the normal personality, whereas PA does not have this advantage. The proper training of a person for this role would be long and tedious, but once he was trained, you would have a super spy compared to which any creation in a mystery story is just plain weak. This is what the Illuminati have done. They create good Christian fronts, with Illuminati dark altars who can see what the Christians are doing. My super spy plays his role as a communist in his waking state, aggressively, consistently, fearlessly. But his PB is a loyal American, and PB has all the memories of PA. As a loyal American, he will not hesitate to divulge those memories, and needless to say we will make sure he has the opportunity to do so when occasion demands. Here is how this technique would work. Skipping this story and several others, we come to: we choose a good subject and then let him in on the plot. We disclose to him that he is an excellent hypnotic subject and we wish to use him for counter-espionage. We suspect that in the near future someone is going to try hypnosis on him. He is to bluff, to cooperate to the very best of his ability, fake every test that is made and stay wide awake all the time. The test we fear most is that of an analgesia insensitivity to pain. So we coach him carefully with post-hypnotic suggestions to the effect that even when wide awake and bluffing he will be able to meet every test which may be made here, be it with ammonia under the nose, a needle, or worst of all, the use of electricity, which can be made extremely painful and is easy to use. Under these circumstances it will be virtually impossible to tell whether this man is bluffing or really in trance. The story continues that the master hypnotist thinks he has got a good subject and has hypnotized him deep. Then the subject tells him that he was only bluffing. The whole affair provides a nightmare for any counterintelligence group using hypnotism. They can be totally bluffed, unless they turn to high-tech equipment to see what is really happening. Estabrooks also explains how a man can be hypnotized and told he is only testing the preparedness of security. He is told he has a fake bomb, but is really given a real bomb. The subject is sent to a location, and blows up with the real bomb. The subject blows up with the bomb, so the evidence of the hypnotic lie is lost. Hypnosis changes the threshold of how the senses perceive. Sensitivity can be increased or decreased, hallucinations can be perceived even though there is the absence of any appropriate stimuli, and things that exist can go unperceived by the mind. For instance, alters who are used for porn are hypnotized not to see the camera. Alters used for any type of sexual service are hypnotized repeatedly to not see faces. The slave will actually see blurs where people's faces are. The programmers like to manipulate. Children are set in front of circus mirrors that make them taller or smaller for programming. They are set in front of mirrors which duplicate their image. Here in Oregon, there is a site with a magnetic anomaly which bends light. It is called the Oregon Vortex. The programmers take small children there for programming. Anything that creates an illusion, seems to be noticed by the programmers and is put to use somehow. The CIA has employed magicians like John Mulholland to help them create illusions. Magician John Mulholland wrote a manual for the CIA on how to deceive unwitting subjects. Under drugs and hypnosis, when a small child is set in front of a mirror that elongates its body and/or then shortens, the reality of the programming script seems real. The programmer can hypnotically call upon the child's mind to totally hallucinate seeing something, or he can support the illusion by handing the child a doll and telling it that it is a child, or handing the child a pencil and telling the child it is a flower. A great deal of acting and props are used during the programming. What child can tell fool's gold from real gold? The bottom line is that generally, no matter which way the programmers do it, whether by an illusion or an outright hypnotic suggested hallucination, the event for the child is real. The majority of traumas are real events, but the scripts that are given are after the trauma are fictional. See, hypnosis can boost the creativity of the victim to adopt scripts. Creativity is a function of attentiveness, playfulness, anxiety, limitations, relaxation, the trance state, responsiveness, and absorption. A good programmer can assist or boost the creativity of the child. The programmer can tell stories and programming scripts in a vivid way, so that the sensory pictures are bold and strong. The child can taste and feel and touch in their minds the script being given them. Besides the language of the programmer, other aids such as fear and drugs can enhance a victim's attentiveness. Playfulness comes naturally to children. They naturally pretend and use fantasy in their play. Because children are innately creative, they are far easier to program. Researchers have also discovered that creativity needs an element of anxiety and chaos in the person's life. If everything is orderly and in perfect harmony, the creative juices will not flow. The conscious mind and the subconscious mind need to grapple. For creativity to be productive, it must occur within limits. For instance, the concerto is created within the limits of a piano keyboard. The programmer, and the grande dame and the grande mother of the Illuminati victim carefully guide the child's creativity and set limits. The spark of creativity occurs when there is an alternation of intense concentration and relaxation. The programmers must work back and forth between torture and kindness. A light trance will allow the mind to surface creative ideas. That is why writers and composers get ideas when they are in a light trance, driving, in a light sleep, or shaving or some other place where a light trance occurs. Receptivity is the willingness to accept a creative idea when it comes. The final part of creativity is one's absorption into the process of creativity. The artist may get so immersed into the portrait that he is painting that the portrait seems alive and real, the actual person. This immersion, where things imagined become real, is important to keep the creative juices flowing. The hypnotist/programmer can enhance the creative process by giving the child positive encouragement to reduce their fears and inhibitions to creativity. The programmer could say to the older child, a younger child might be told something else, you take all of your fear of not being creative and put them into a sack. The sack now becomes a bundle of energy. Now imagine you are opening the sack and out of the sack comes a rainbow of energy. It is powerful, it is positive. You are now full of new ideas. You can feel this power surge through your body. Your mind is now clear and focused, you feel confident, sure of your talent and eager to set your new ideas into motion, and you control the energy in your life. You are very successful in controlling the energy in your life. You take a few breaths and relax. You notice the neighborhood around you, there is a beautiful park, you begin to notice how beautiful the day is, and you begin to feel a fresh new energy flowing through your body. The more calm you become, the more enthusiastic and creative you become. You will feel free to create, to enjoy your creative talent, to invent, to shape, and form new and wonderful ideas. This is not to say that the Illuminati programmer or Mother of Darkness assistant will use this type of hypnotic suggestions, but sometimes it does become necessary to teach some children how to dissociate, and how to become creative. If they do not develop these abilities, they may lose their life to the torture. The vital role of movies for hypnotizing small children. As mentioned before, the hypnotist will find children easier to hypnotize if they know how to do it with small children. One method that is effective is to say to the small children, imagine you are watching a favorite television show. This is why the Disney movies and the other shows are so important to the programmers. They are the perfect hypnotic tool to get the child's mind to dissociate in the right direction. The programmers have been using movies since almost day one to help children learn the hypnotic scripts. For children, they need to be part of the hypnotic process. If the hypnotist allows the child to make up his own imagery, the hypnotic suggestions will be stronger. Rather than telling the child the color of a dog, the programmer can ask the child. This is where the books and films shown the child assist in steering its mind in the right direction. If the hypnotist talks to a child, he must take extra precaution not to change the tone of his voice and to have smooth transitions. Most of the Disney films are used for programming purposes. Some of them are specifically designed for mind control. Spinning tops. One method for inducting children into a dissociative state is to have them look at a large spinning top, as the colors whirl around. Carousel rides have also been popular to induce trances. A good sampling of optical illusions can be found in Katherine Joyce's book Astounding Optical Illusions. New York, Sterling Pub. Co., 1994. The illusion the temple makes one feel they are in a passageway leading to a small door. The escalator makes one feel they are going up and down, and could be used for building in an internal elevator. We know that optical illusions have been used, but we are not saying that these particular ones have been. For a programmer to use an optical illusion, he would first submerge the victim into a drugged state with the appropriate mind-altering music and sounds and then flash the illusion onto the wall that the victim was facing. With virtual reality, the child can really be immersed into a weird head trip. The hypnotic voice of the programmer. Programmers will adopt either an authoritarian voice, which is commanding and direct, or a permissive soft tone. Bear in mind the slave who has the authoritarian voice used on it, sees the programmer as God with the authority of life or death over his or her, body and soul. The heightened expectation from the commanding tone will increase the suggestion's chance for success. However, a softer tone will relax the victim, and the hypnotist and the programming victim become partners in the hypnotic process. The advantage of the softer tone is that the creativity of the victim is enhanced and participates more in the process. The hypnotic induction become more real when the victim participates more in the process. The monarch programmer will either use a monotone voice or a rhythmic voice. Remember, the professor who could lull his students to sleep. He had a hypnotic voice, without knowing it. A sing-song or rhythmic voice is comforting. It can also be used by the programmer. One continuous thread of words strung together are used to close out distractions. After a suggestion or command is given, a pause is made by the programmer in talking so that the suggestion is taken into the mind. Otherwise, anxiety is experienced by the victim's mind, and the suggestion will not be accepted as well. Cisco, the CO author, provides an example of how a hypnotic script can go with music. Close your eyes, for your eyes will only tell the truth. And the truth isn't what you want to see. In the dark it is easy to pretend that the truth is what it ought to be. Softly, deftly, music shall caress you. Hear it, feel it secretly possess you. Open up your mind, let your fantasies unwind in this darkness which you know you cannot fight. The darkness of the music of the night. Close your eyes, start a journey through a strange new world. Leave all thoughts of the world you knew before. Close your eyes and let music set you free. Only then can you belong to me. Floating, falling, sweet intoxication. Touch me, trust me, savor each sensation. Let the dream begin, let your darker side give in to the power of the music I write. You alone can make my song take flight. Help me make the music of the night. Helpless to resist the notes I write, for I compose the music of the night. Hearing is believing, music is deceiving. Hot as lightning, soft as candle light. Dare you trust the music of the night? When the authors have bumped into men who are programmers and handlers for the CIA, they have noticed that many of these men have warm personalities and have a certain trained hypnotic voice which they use even when not programming. During rituals, the various magical languages used in witchcraft employ repetition, alliteration, nonsense syllables, newly coined words, and ancient words that are chanted or sung in a limited range that makes the sounds become hypnotic. Sounds like the mantra Auunan are chanted. Gestures during rituals are also made which intensify the effects. Rituals cannot be classified as having nothing to do with programming. There is such a great attempt to secularize and make clinical what the victim experiences, and the idea that witchcraft is part of the programming is an unpopular notion with some. Combining witchcraft with hypnotic language can be powerful with group dynamics. Repetitive sounds, such as a drum beating, influences the locus coeruleus part of the brain. Drums can help induce trance. Keeping the mind dissociative. Illuminati parents, as well as other adults who care for a monarch child, are given special instructions on how to raise the child to be dissociative. The parents are admonished that their child will have a successful future, and so will they if they follow the instructions. If they don't follow the instructions, they are minded their child's life could be forfeited. Here are some of the types of instructions that are given. A. Spend 15 minutes/day teaching the child to write backwards to develop the brain in a particular fashion. B. Giving daily doses of prolonged isolation, such as dark closets, dark cellars, the corners of dark rooms. During the prolonged isolation, the child cannot turn on the lights, go to the bathroom, make a noise or anything else. The child will learn to dissociate. The child is also trauma bonded to the abuser because each time the child is let out, it is grateful to the abuser. The child can be drowned in a pool and then resuscitated, and the exact amount of time to keep the child under will be given. The child can be placed in a freezer, and again the exact amount of time can be given to the parent. The child is not to roam about the house freely. The adult's area is off limits. The child must move with permission. C. Systematic punishment without provocation with the message keep secrets. Hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. This needs to be done several times a week to reinforce the codes of silence and the programming for silence. D. A needle which is gripped halfway up is stuck into the child a quarter-inch deep on the child's muscles, buttocks, or thigh to help continue dissociative behavior. On special occasions, birthdays, holidays, the hands and feet, which are most sensitive to pain, are stuck. When the feet or hands are stuck, they will often stick the needles under the nails. The ears are also on occasion stuck with needles. It also conditions the child to obey the commands of her handlers, who will use needles to access the mind's various personalities. Various spots on the body when stuck with needles along with certain codes become access points for certain altars. Anytime a child argues, has a temper tantrum, or gets angry, the child is to be slapped in the face. This is a quick trauma. It is to be followed with a lighted cigarette applied to the child to burn the skin the second the child gets submissive from the slap. If a cigarette can't be found, a stovetop or some other hot item is to be found. At 4 years of age, the child begins programming to burn itself. If there are any bruises showing, the child can be kept home for a day or two. If any time the child becomes willful, it is to have its mouth washed out with soap. The child should be made to chew off a piece and swallow the foam. G. The child should be raped daily and then tortured. This helps with the sexual programming later, and begins a reversal in the mind that pain is love, and pain is pleasure. Some of the first memories that female monarchs recover are their memories of their fathers raping them. This is because the programmers allow these memories to be less dissociated than the later ones where the slave may be sexually servicing an important monarch-slave handler like the Rev. Billy Graham. Graham is covered in full in Chapter 5. In later situations like that, the kitten alters which do the sexual servicing will be electroshocked to block their memory as well as given hypnotic cues. The fathers or stepfathers are often not the person who will be their master when they grow up. The abuse of this person will serve as a cover for the programming. If the person's front alters discover they are MPD, they will initially blame their multiplicity on the first abuser they remember, which then serves as a cover. Keeping the mind in alpha state. The entire altar system of a monarch slave has their sleep patterns controlled. Many altars are programmed not to sleep. They stay awake 24 hours a day internally. Someone has to take the body and sleep, but whichever altars are set up to do it, they are hypnotically commanded to only sleep 3 hours, to ensure that the mind stays in an alpha state easy to program. Because altars which do not hold the body rest mentally in a sense when they take the body they are fresh. In this way, a multiple can function without as much sleep as a normal person, but the price they pay is that their mind stays in an easy to program, easy to hypnotize state. REM sleep allows the person to harmonize the mind's inner world with its outer environment. The periods of REM sleep lengthen as the hours of sleep progress. By preventing long periods of sleep, long periods of REM sleep are prevented from occurring, and the victim remains in a more controllable state of mind. Hypnotic codes, cues, and triggers. When a programmer creates something, it will be a reflection of himself to some degree. Just like handwriting and art are a reflection of the person who makes them. Understanding the connections between a programmer and his creation could take a book in itself. The following is extracted from the history of an ancient occult sect, still functioning today. It is the type of thing that the programmers feed their minds on, which in turn provides them the patterns which show up in programming. Here it is. In the ancient occult world, at the gates of palaces the doorkeeper had to be shown the seals - the secret names of God or pictures with magical power, and the words are Akiva. When the person passed this entrance, he comes to the palace of pure marble stones. Do not say, water, water. Then the person will enter into the world or the celestial garden of Eden or the realm of the heavenly palaces. The story of Sinbad, the golden lamp and genie would be another example of an occult story that could be used. Within the Illuminati, gematria, which is the Kabbalistic teachings about numbers, is very important for knowing the codes of the deep, darker altars. There are several reasons for why monarch slaves have lots of codes and structures which come from witchcraft. Their programmers are witches and witchcraft is the worldview on the mind of the programmer. B. The slaves are reminded of their entrapment to Satan and their cult whenever they hear their codes. C. The altars internally will work magic, even while they don't hold the body, and placing magical structures inside facilitates this internal magic. D. Using magical words makes the programming look like magic. E. The internal altars are being inculcated into occult underworld life and doctrine. A rather remarkable book is Aleister Crowley's book 777 and other Kabbalistic writings of Aleister Crowley. It is remarkable for the deprogrammer to understand many of the programming code links that the programmers may have used. In 777's foreword, Aleister Crowley wrote 777 is a Kabbalistic dictionary of ceremonial magic, Oriental mysticism, comparative religion, and symbology. It is also a handbook for ceremonial invocation and for checking the validity of dreams and visions. It is indispensable to those who wish to correlate these apparently diverse studies. Crowley, 777, p7, later he writes, the book 777 has for its primary object the construction of a magical alphabet. p17, for instance, Crowley gives the officers in the Masonic lodges and the Hebrew passwords of their grades. In another example of the book, Crowley gives a list of the Hindu chakra points, which is well known, with the Buddhist names, and their ancient Egyptian names. This is the type of occult knowledge that is hard to come by. Crowley's list of correspondences are perhaps the best one will find printed in the occult world. They show the correspondences that occultists make between things. For instance, if we want to know what corresponds to the Hebrew letter Daleth. The letter means door. Door corresponds to the letter 14, the Kabbalistic tree of life pathway between the two top circles on each side of the crown, sky blue on the queen scale of color, Aphrodite, Venus, and Freya, and the gems emerald and turquoise, and the perfume sandalwood. All these things correspond within Kabbalistic magic. For someone trying to understand why a particular color and name is given to a deep dark side altar, Crowley's book is helpful in some monarch systems. The Mother of Darkness altars, and Supreme Master altars in males, of the Illuminati must do path-working rituals when they hold the body and participate in Illuminati activities. These Mother of Darkness altars are placed internally in the Kabbalistic tree of life. Crowley's book provides the mystic number that goes to each part, plane, or circle, of the tree of life and its snake positional number. The mystic number of the Sephiroth that corresponds to the number to each of the 22 paths that must be worked is also given. The occult concept is that to achieve divinity one must go on the tree of life from being Makath to become Kether. Although it is not the intent to propagate occult doctrine, for those who want to know how Illuminati monarch slaves get to where they are as adults, and what the codes are in their system, then we need to briefly cover the Kabbalistic tree of life. More will be written about this in Chapter 10 on spiritual control. Let the reader picture 3 circles in a line. These 3 circles sit at the top of the Kabbalistic tree of life. They are the top 3 circles of 10 circles which all have names within an Illuminati monarch slave. The center circle is the crown and holds the honored altar who actually is the bride of the Antichrist. The Antichrist is also known as Black Saturn, and other names. Satan himself is known within a monarch system often by the name Bilar, or Bilad, which are his Kabbalistic names. The honored altar who is married to him sits on a pedestal revolving with 2 other altars. In the occult world, goddesses are triune, 1. Maiden, 2. Mother, and 3. Crone. The one to the left of center is Midnight, the mother figure, and the other is Morning Star, the maiden. Morning Star, Stella Matutina, may be a very young altar, rather than a teenager. On top of the Kabbalistic tree of life will sit a pyramid. Each of the 10 circles, rooms for the altars who live in them, of the tree of life is created with a different Illuminati ceremony. Before a Mother of Darkness monarch slave is 16, they will have gone through all the ceremonies involved in the creation of the altars which correspond to the 10 rooms of the tree of life. At age 16, the system's demons will then guide the system on a personalized pathway, and a baby, the firstborn, will be sacrificed by the system. The blood of this firstborn is spiritually placed in a box under the tree of life. This is in accord with the Lilith story. The spirit Lilith, sometimes with an alter Lilith, will work with the spirits of Zerodiath and Lucifer. There are several trees which can be placed within a monarch slave, including the ash, the oak, the Yggdrasil, the willow, and the tree of evil, which is an evil counterpart to the tree of life. These will be dealt with under the chapter on structures. This chapter will provide the hypnotic codes, cues, triggers, or whatever one wants to call these words, noises, and sensory inputs that manipulate these poor victims turned into monarch robots. Other chapters will explain about the structures these codes go to, and also the spiritual dimensions of these codes and structures. Another way to see things is to recognize that the programmers have created power words to which they have attached memory and programming. If a deprogrammer observes closely the word usage of the victim, you will begin to spot power words of the abuser, for instance, white rabbit. A cipher is when symbols are used to represent letters. One can use letter frequencies to break ciphers. Likewise, there are frequencies to code words. The Illuminati's intelligence agencies have programmed thousands upon thousands of slaves. There are only so many code words to pick from, and some of these code words are favorites. From the CO author Fritz Springmeier's experience, the following are favorite code words that have been used to program slaves with: Charlotte, checkmate, Christmas, Clara, cloverleaf, courier, crayon, crystal, daisy, Davy, Della, Delta, demon, Diana, Dinah, dirty, dime, dot, dove, dragon, duck, Dumbo, eagle, easy, echo, Elaine, elephant, Ellen, emerald, empire, Esther, eureka, evergreen, faith, falcon, farmer, Felix, firefly, five brothers, five sisters, flashlight, Flossie, flying plus other word, fox, freeze, friendship, full house, Galahad, gamma, gargoyle, Gemini, George, gypsy, golem, golden plus other word, goose, grace, granny, green diamond, gull, Gwen, Hades, half moon, hammer, Harriet, hawk, hazel, Helene, Helios, hen, Hermes, high ball, high card, hole in the wall, hope, Hopi, hound dog, hourglass, hustler, hydra, iceberg, Ida, imp, incubus, insect, iris, Iroquois, item, jackass, jaguar, Janet, Janice, Jason, Jasper, javelin, Jenny, Jezebel, Jig, Juliet, Joan, Joshua, Judy, Jupiter, kangaroo, Kansas, Katie, king, kilo, kitty, comet, lace, lady plus other word, lamp, Laura, leapfrog, leopard, lightning, lily, lion, little plus other word, love, lucky plus other word, May West, magic, majestic, Mamie, mandrill, Marie, Mark, Martha, Max, Meadows, Mercury, Mighty Mouse, $1 million, Minnie Mouse, Mona Lisa, Monte Carlo, Mother, Mummy, Nancy, Naomi, Navajo, Nimrod, Noah, Nora, Nutcracker, Oboe, Octopus, Old Faithful, Olive, Opal, Ophelia, Orion, Oscar, Owl, Ozma, Package, Pamela, Pandora, Panther, Paperclip, Papa, Pat, Patsy, Pegasus, Penthouse, Phantom, Phoenix, Pinecone, Pistol Pete, Plato, Pluto, Polly, Python, Quail, Quebec, Queen, Queen Bee, Queenie, Quest, Quicksilver, Rachel, Rainbow, Ram, Ranger, Rascal, Rat, Raven, Rebecca, Red Diamond, Red Hill, Reno, Rex, Rhubarb, Rita, Robot, Romeo, Rooster, Rosie, Rover, Ruby, Ruth, Saber, Saint, Saint plus another word, Sally, San Antonio, Sapphire, Sarah, Saturn, Scamper, Scout, Seagull, Seal, Sergeant, Sergeant Delta, Shadow, Shark, Shenandoah, Show, Sickle, Sigma, Silver, Snow plus, other word, Zebra, Zenith, Zero, Zipper, Zombie, Zulu, Zuni. The word fox is an example of a significant occult code word. FOX consists of the 6th, 15th, 1 plus 5, and the 24th, 2 plus 4, letters of the alphabet, which yield 666. The reader needs to bear several things in mind. First, the programmers generally have intelligent, well-sounding codes, that do form patterns. For instance, a woman's name from the Bible will be used as a code, with subparts or subcodes having other female names from the Bible. Deeper Illuminati parts will have goddess and god names, and king and queen names for cult altars. These are the names the handler or cult uses, not their access codes. The codes for slaves follow patterns. There are standard and unique codes. The internal programming altars have the power to change codes if they need to protect the programming. They will have to hypnotically work with altars when they trance out at night. In other words, most of their programming of front altars will be done when a system lies down for sleep, more accurately described as for trance. If the internal altars change many codes, in their efforts to protect the system, they will even make it difficult for the handler/programmer to get into the system. Ciphers developed rotors that require lines to line up. Some simple schemes using this principle appear in some monarch systems. This is part of the science of structuring. Intelligence codes often come from the Bible or popular fiction books. The deeper codes are occult words, often in foreign languages such as Arabic, which is an important language in the upper occult world. Slaves will be given cover names for ops, and often males receive female names and vice versa. Very shortly, we will provide the monarch hypnotic cues. Codes, for the multitude of functions that a monarch's mind must carry out. The type of programming which is placed in a slave varies. For intelligence operations, the slave will have to have bona fides, which are codes to allow two people to meet. All slaves are given control signs which allow them to indicate via a code that they are in trouble. A recognition signal allows two people to make contact. For instance, the handler might fly his distinctive sounding plane over a slave's house in a prearranged signal. It might also be a particular colored scarf, and a particular set of phrases. A go-away code is a prearranged signal that means it is unwise to make contact. The go-away signal may be simply placing one's hands in one's pocket or turning the porch lights off. A go-to-ground signal means to go into hiding. A Mayday book exists for Illuminati and intelligence slaves which allows them to call if they are about to be arrested. A telephone number is left open for just this purpose. Also, common universal Illuminati codes can be used by the slave to get set free from police and judges. Within the Jehovah's Witnesses, especially their headquarters, the Illuminati uses Enochian language to program with. With Druidic branches, Druidic symbols are used. With the Jewish groups, Hebrew is used. Other languages are also used. An Illuminati system can easily have 6 different languages used as programming codes. The foreign language codes will be for small parts of the system only. Special artificial languages are also employed, as well as sign language. Monarch mind control codes. Contents: A alpha, basic. B beta, sexual. C chi, return to cult. D delta, assassination. E epsilon, animal altars. F omega, internal computers. G gamma, demonology. H hypnotic inductions. I Janus Alex callbacks, end times. J theta, psychic warfare. K Tinkerbell, never grow up/alien. L twinning, teams. M soul metric military. N songs, reminders. 0. Zeta, snuff films. P. Sample alter system codes. Q. Catholic programming. R. Mensa programming. S. Hand signals. T. Programming site codes, used for slave model codes, etc. A. Alpha, basic. Basic commands. These basic commands are also found used in many slaves, although there will be exceptions to everything. Get on your toes. Stay on your toes means attention slave, get ready for a command. On your toes is a preparatory command that will be used throughout an entire system. If you please sir from Wizard of Ounce, slave says this like yes, sir. 3. Tap code for access. Follow the snaps. Listen and obey our commands, this is for your own good. Fiddler equals code to take one to Never Never Land. Puppet master, name of master for marionette or puppet program. Daddy master. Daddy's friend, a user of slave approved by master. Papa, master. White rabbit master. You'll speak my words when I pull your strings. Puppet programming, control of what slave will say. Spill it trigger command, ordering slave to speak. Silence order means keep quiet. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood's Land of Make-Believe was used for the programming code script, I am Mr. Rogers. And I have puppets, too. I pull all the strings. And I pull strings on you. Twinkling, twitching, of the nose, bewitched programming to cast spell or order on slave. Name of altar, you will come forth and obey, or, obey and come forth. Another basic way of getting an altar would be simply to spin the person and call out the altar's name, or to snap the fingers and call out the name of a front altar. Access is accomplished for a number of Illuminati slaves by a message via phone or letter, then a looking glass person takes the system to a location outside of the house, maybe simply to the sidewalk. There the person is picked up. The left hand is then grasped on the soft part of the hand between the thumb and forefinger by 2 fingers very tightly. This pulls up an altar with an egg in its lap. The egg is then opened via a code and the imps inside the egg to communicate to the ribbons and the computer. Access phone calls to slaves may have high-speed codes transmitted that trigger the slave subliminally without their conscious awareness. Access to some people is done with computer-like jargon. Online access, then identification, then color code, then name, enter, run. Some systems have their triggers all in computer lingo such as command mode, all disk drives and hard drives. Erase. Format. Drive, copy, undelete, purged memory drive. Where some of the newer slave programmers are also computer programmers, they enjoy transferring their computer lingo to use in controlling their programmed slaves. They may even throw in some fax lingo such as dial all remotes. Initialization, ATSOOHOM, handshake between all remotes, handshake completed. The color of the car to pick up a system may relate to the color coding of the altars to be picked up, such as white exterior, blue interior for a white altar, then blue altar access sequence. Basic internal emergency color codes for a system. Here are several different code reds, etc., not just one in a slave. What follows is not the complete information about the codes, although it is possible some slaves have a simplified version like this. Code green, Dr. Green, suicide programming, tied to no-talk programming. Code blue, victim's body freezes in motion and can't move until another code is given. Code red, victim gets angry and violent. Code red, another code red has the standard monarch meaning, serious self-destruct program. Code yellow, victim gets jealous, angry, and wants to violently get even. Code black, used to get victims to get on their ritual clothes. Code white, code to protect the cult members from arrest. When police see the code white, they treat the people as untouchable. Code 911 to activate the slave for an emergency, calling for superhuman strength. Certain altars will have extra strength. Code 911 also used with standard monarch meaning of call your programmer/handler. Disarm, 3x, to get rid of a dangerous altar. 2 snaps plus shutdown to shut down an altar. Let the kings be kings, let the bankers be bankers, let the priests be priests, saying to justify their master-slave relationship to the masses of humanity. There are code words for Illuminati members to tell police and judges that will automatically get them set free. Masonic handshakes and codes also work well with judges, police and government workers. The sun setting the following day was used as a trigger for slave to forget events. For the cat altars, a certain word is given to trigger them to go over the rainbow after an event in order for them to forget it. From the rising of the sun till the going down of the same, programmed in by using the scripture. Go into the sea of forgetfulness, a hypnotic structure in the mind to forget. Waterfalls are also used as a hypnotic image to forget pain and memory. Retype a letter, reprogram, jewels equals programs. The cats and the fiddle need tuned up, slave to handler, I need to be reprogrammed. There are 3 words to trigger a suicide program: 1. Bait, 2. Intentionally left out, 3. Hook. Another suicide program trigger is when the dominoes fall. Go over the bluff, 3x, causes suicide in some altars. Sacred Heart equals Catholic/Jesuit suicide program. Some suicide programs are set off with a long tone over the phone along with a code number. Kermit the Frog, a type of access code. Kermit may be a code relating to computers, because Kermit is the universal language for connecting computers together. It is a single standard to exchange files between any 2 systems. All memories, traumas, and tortures are coded. Body programs are coded. One set of body programs uses Hebrew, Greek, and Druidic letters. A clone program creates clones of an altar, also called lollipop or lobster program. Imagery is that sesame seeds fall off of a hamburger bun and becomes another hamburger. Codes to all the various basic systems: Carousel 5323422223. Castle System 2214353321. Communication 3111466623. Double Helix 4324433321. Level 2113432231. Mensa System 3235422321. Pentagram 4211361113. Pool of Death 2311344221. Puppet 3411243321. Soul Metric 6654211134. Spiderweb 3216543321. Stairwell 4321111132. Quibble 4234543334. Tornado 3321464444. Umbrella System 3143211014. Alice in Wonderland program. The White Rabbit is a programming figure for Alice in Wonderland programming who will allow you to go to otherwise inaccessible places for adventure. He represents the master. The White Rabbit is an important figure to the slave. White Rabbit gives a wafer, coke, sugar, cocaine, to Alice and says, eat me or eat it and I'll take you through the door. Takes master into closed part of system, or perhaps over the rainbow. The Queen of Hearts is also an important figure for commands in the looking glass world which the slave enters upon command. When a deep slave altar is needed to perform, they are sent into the looking glass world where a looking glass person carries out the command, but in a way that reality is thought to be a dream. In other words, this is a preparatory command to get the slave ready for abuse. Use the key. Put it in the lock. Turn. Open the door, and step through a window or mirror into Never Never Land. Something enlightening to transport you faster than the OL Ruby slippers. Click your heels together and be there in a snap. Slave clicks heels, electrifying. With the rumble of thunder. Bolting through time. So you won't be late. For a very important date. Alice in Wonderland. Programming, this is the wording to use deep altars. Cinderella program. The code word involves something said about the stroke of midnight. The melting pot program. A very powerful program is activated by melting the slave into his master. The slave will do anything for the master with this program. The melting is the ecstasy that is occasionally experienced when lovers having sex seem to melt into each other. This feeling of ecstasy melting is programmed to release when the master says these words, melt into your melted mirror for an electrifying ride. Look deep into the black of my melting mirror eyes. See you reflecting me, reflecting you, reflecting me, reflecting you, reflecting me, reflecting you, reflecting me, reflecting you. Count this several times, until we melt together and sink deep. Words omitted into the other side. Melt into my mirror, you lose yourself into the pool of liquid mirror, step into the looking glass, sink deep within its pool, and straddle the dimensions in time. I'll see you there. Along with my friends. CIT through the looking glass infinity mirror programming involving mirror image people, alters. Lose yourself in the infinity mirrors. Wizard of Ounce program. The yellow brick road is the script or programmed set of instructions one must follow. It also serves as a runway for alters to take off from their internal world and take the body. Follow the yellow brick road. There is a code to get through the poppy field, trance state. Some alters to get through the poppy field need to put on a new dress and a new image. The poppy field may be called the field of forget-me-not. In this way it is linked to the daisies of Dr. Green. To get into the poppy field is easy, it is sleep, 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 see other induction methods on another page. There's a pair of magic shoes to wear with your dress. Something enlightening, to transport you faster than the OL furry slippers. When the slave is finished being used they return from Never Never Land to Kansas. To do this they are told, click your heels. There's no place like home. They might be reminded you're now going over the rainbow to the other world. Tin Man programming. The Tin Man programming is all-purpose versatile program for whatever the master needs done. It means that the slave is a well-oiled machine. Sometimes the slave is reluctant to do a job, but he is being told that he is a well-oiled machine. The exact words may vary with the mission, but the following are exact words. Leave your shell. Activate, machine. Count down 1 to 10. Soon we'll have you purring like a well-oiled machine. All of your moving parts are pivotal and gliding with ease. Melt into my hands. Take my commands. I'll hold your jaw to keep IT from slipping while you slip through a window in time. Program code for slave to shatter their memory of an event, used with electroshock mirror all around. On the ceiling on the ground, spinning faster round and round. Are you up or are you down? Are you down or are you up? IT really doesn't matter. Because when this mirror bubble bursts, everything will shatter. Go Key West is key. Several slaves have this code, related to Sen. Robert Bird and Ounce programming. Galaxy programming, for the end times, is also connected to the Ounce programming. In upper-level Illuminati slaves, Dorothy in the Ounce story will represent the mother of darkness alters, Ozma will represent the ruler of the castle, and Glinda will have the Great Book of Records. The Ring of Glinda, from Glinda of Ounce, P16, gives protection. Body programs. Control program. See Omega programming universal function codes for internal system codes for body programs. Sometimes these body programs are filed with a combination of Hebrew and zodiac signs. Greek letters are also file no.s of at times of body programs. Rivers of blood circulation control program. This program totally controls the circulatory system. The victim may think they are losing lots of blood and go into heart failure. Octopus strangulation suicide program. The internal defenses consists in part of body programs that are triggered if the mind-controlled slave steps out of line. Here is a good list of some of these body programs, each of which has its own codes. Auditory problems, blood flow/circulation, burning as if on fire, digestive failure, headaches, split brain, heart failure, histamine production, optic problems, respiratory failure, sleep deprivation, sleeping program, and temperature change. The suicide programs that can go off include Armageddon, clowns cutting, cutter program, pain is love, disembowelment, drug overdose, Gethsemane, hypnosleep. Injection of bleach, poison, octopus, Red Sea, shooting programs, shotgun, Russian roulette, shooting family, etc., war in the heavens and wrecking the car. Along with the suicide programs that can be triggered are programs that jerk the victim's mind every which way, which include, bee stinging program, put in by placing the drugged victim being near large swarms of bees humming and then letting a bee sting the victim, busy cleaning program, crazy program, flooding, from Atlantis, isolate and hibernate program, memory erasure program, pain programming, paper doll program, protection by trance, revolving switching, scrambling program, and structuring programming, tumbleweed program, water jar shaking program, Ahab stomping the grapes Bible-based program making mush out of the brain. Cutting programs are often hidden behind the bee swarming program. Alpha and Omega is a strong program. Sometimes saying Alpha and Omega helps alleviate headaches. DNA program, this uses a lot of number codes. This is a double helix which is used as an elevator shaft running down through a system. Numbers are used and the names of cities to go down the elevator shafts. This programming is said to be done in hospitals. Card codes. Regular playing cards have developed from the occult tarot cards. The four suits correspond to magic, the spades mean the power from the spear of destruction, the diamond means is a double pyramid or demonic power of wealth, and the club is a clover meaning fortune and fate, and the heart means devotion and loyalty. The four suits work well in programming because anything that is broken down in 4s or a multiple of 4 can be coded with cards. Anything that can be broken down into 12s or 13s can be given cards too. Since clocks work off of 12s, card codes work well with clocks. The suits can denote seasons. With jokers one gets 13 cards per suit, with 4 suits gives 365 unique symbols to denote the days of the year. Dominoes can also be used on a base 13 code system. The blank will equal 13. Carousel system. There is a backside to enter the carousel. Carrier pigeon, slaves who send coded or uncoded messages, and their contact codes. Birds used for contacts. That is, birds in cages are often used as a sign of a meeting place. The contact would say, "What did the bird say?" or "A little bird told me," then the courier pigeon delivers her message. I've come a long way to see you, words to say by system to John or to person to be met. There is an endless variety of contact phrases to indicate that the right person has met the right person. Sample code for passing drugs: rhinestone cowboy, to which the response from the slave would be, "I'm not a cowboy, I'm a cowgirl." Emerald earrings have been the visual signal to customs agents to allow a person carrying drugs through customs. CD Delta for deeper carrier pigeon codes. Castle system. May need a special ring worn by and turned by the handler. Flowers program. CSP940YP587 code to designate a flower tying 3 generations. Umbrella program code RX4X5Y58876. Gem codes. Sample correspondences of gem codes. 1. Aries, Diamond. 2. Gemini, Topaz. 3. Cancer, Cat's Eye. 4. Leo, Ruby. 5. Virgo, Emerald. 6. Libra, Opal. 7. Scorpio, Amethyst. 8. Sagittarius, Turquoise. 9. Capricorn, Black Onyx. 10. Aquarius, Crystal. 11. Pisces, Sapphire. Potter's wheel. Stand in order according to rank and serial no. Part of a stacking command to get altars in sequence together to work on them. Dominoes and cards are used as part of the stacking cues. Dr. Star's programming, which places pentagrams into people, uses 1. Sigils as codes the occult symbols for the various demons, along with 2. A color, 3. A gate, and 4. A number form a complete code. For example, first gate is the god Nana, number 30, color silver, ladder of lights, god of the moon. See illustration. To access a system, the abusers often have an object as part of the pickup code, such as a set of car keys, a special coin token, a business card, jewelry, or certain clothes or packages. A popper liquor drink is knocked 3 times on the table when it is served. Who would be the wiser that 3 knocks is an access code? Word matrices. A word matrix code is where the victim is given 2 lists of words and then each word on the left list is paired with a word on the right list to form a code. Randy Noblet, a therapist, gave an example of a basic pattern for a word matrix. And this is simply quoted from his example to give the reader an idea. Started xenophobe between thoughts endless beginning throughout forever get out trepidation over beneath. Fun execute win lose first then form benign. Beginning end tonight last morning thorough the end. B beta, sexual. Sexual alters. Most of the following codes are for deep sexual alters. In Illuminati systems these are called beta alters. In CIA systems they create beta models whose primary function is to provide sex, usually perverted sex and S&M for the perverts who run our secret government and visible government. Beta models are those who our primary job is sexual, such as service as a presidential model, sex slave for a president. These system models are numbered beta 1, beta 2, beta 601, etc. Domino codes for spinners can be 6 to 3, 6 to 4, 8 to 4, 8 to 5, 10 to 5, 10 to 6, 12 to 7, 12 to 8. The 13th kitten then would be left blank. Spinner dominoes have spinner kittens off of them, when a spinner domino code is used. In this case 6 to 2 could take you to the beta level. 10 little Indians, 9 little Indians, 1 little, 2 little. Dash association W/Morse code call. Back telephone no.s. 3 little kittens have lost their mittens, the kitten alters have stepped outside of their programming and need fixed by the master. Hotel California means a place to have sexual gratification. Stroking under chin along with have a ball ton IGHT, Cinderella programming, stroking under the chin along with purr for me kitten. Magic shoes or red slippers are used to switch to get specific sexual alters. The slippers are clicked 3x to get deeper sexual alters. Come here my kitten, and let me pet you. Purr for me now. That's a fluffy kitten. Purr deep. Come here little one. Call for young sexual alter. Passion used 3x with other words as a sexual trigger, such as show me your passion. Passion is a strong program word for sex. Red dot, spin spin spin, become another person. This is said to a mother kitten before she is told which spin kitten to get from her litter. It is a preparatory command meaning call your spinner. Spin kittens we gotta get dressed. In 5 minutes along with being spun produces specific sexual kitten. 9 lives of kittens means 9 sexual alters taken in sequence. When spun in a counterclockwise fashion, the sexual menu is from 1 to 9. With 3 and 5 being oral sex. Heat of hell are used as trigger words in this programming. The 10th revolution is to beg to be whipped. Turn around 10 spin for me. The heat of hell ignites after the 6th spin. Ride ponies dash means to do sex for both eng and ger slaves, play horsey sexual games, mounting a horse dash dash obvious catnap sex, catnip cocaine. Tweedledee and Tweedledum S&M programs involving mirror image alters. Not to be confused with Humpty Dumpty self-destruct program. 6 is sex. 7 is heaven. 8 is great. 9 you're mine. This means to fall under the master submission, has sexual overtones. ITSY Bitsy Boob access code pertaining to Betty Boop programming, which is a certain type of female behavior. For beta alters the codes may be beta 1 Mary A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, D equals 4 beta 2 Mary A equals 4, B equals 3, C equals 2, D equals 1 beta 3 Mary A equals 3, B equals 4, C equals 1, D equals 2. Then these might be said in combination 34 12 4321 12 34, x3. An American system used with Latin Americans may have a beta alter activated by the movement of two small Mexican flags and a code word in Spanish USTACA nada, cream. See Chi, return to cult. Chi programming uses a lot of idiosyncratic phrases, and little ditties. Some of the nursery rhymes listed in the song section will be Chi programming. Some of the Chi programming has been listed in the alpha programming section. D delta, assassination. Delta alters are activated to kill by the following three things. 1. Seeing specific clothing. 2. Items held in a person's hand, and 3. Particular words. Since these items would be specific for a particular murder, there is no particular specifics that can be given. Courier pigeon. Alters, in Illuminati systems these are delta beta alters. Flock word meaning the stable of carrier pigeons of Dia. To turn a genie free, pop a cork, turn your genie free, pop a cork. An internal controller must activate the umbrella or genie bottle pop the cork program to release a delta or delta beta alter. Your wish is my command. I dream of genie programming. You are what you read passbook program. Programming to remember bank numbers and other specific numbers. I sent a message in a bottle. Distinctive jewelry and clothes. Emerald earrings used as a signal to others that a message was being carried. Emeralds mean drugs. Rubis mean prostitution. Diamonds, rhinestones, presidential model work. Red, white and blue worn sometimes by presidential models. High-level reporting alters forget their messages with refile number, name of alter, dot. Some systems have one name with several different numbers attached to indicate alters within one area and purpose. Sergeant 1, up to Sergeant 60. Or say access 1143 Marcy and then other Marcys are numbered with other numbers. Spaceships and flags are association with Sergeant alters. Delta Black Widow alters have a web, fangs, poison, eggs, and silk strand connectors. Viper is the demon associated with Black Widows, and they are programmed to reconnect their strands if all of the connectors are not taken out. Index finger pointed at head means Russian roulette. Epsilon, animal alters. These codes aren't known. One method that may be used, for instance, is for the raven alters who are to tear the body's flesh. The story of Noah's Ark where he sent the raven out will be paired with the word twig, and a code formed from twig. There are some alters which are to actually act like animals, and their codes somehow tie in with what they are. F Omega, internal computers. The Omega programming works along with an executive control board, or Grand Druid Council, and internal programmers. The executive control board is associated with both numbers of the clock, and precious gems and metals such as 9 o'clock gold. The beast computer can be accessed with scripture triggers associated with the vision of Daniel of the beast, and its 10 toes. The 10 toes are important part of the code in some models. Universal code for access to internal computers. Key Manual 3312, 311, 3211. Program Computer 2213, 311, 3332 Function Computer 1112, 313, 2221 Ren Computer 13321322155434232312L \S5543 423 2312 Reen List Reprogram No.S223 1231 443 2312 33231223. An input code is 666FFF666FFF666. The reverse of this code is F6F6F6F6F6F6F6F6F6F6. One victim's computer ran on Code War game. Some beast computers have 666 666 666 as an access code and 999 999 999 as a beast back out and close out code. There are various computers, one on each level. These have some standard codes and some individual codes. Universal Function Codes Computer Code 554-342-32312 which hold the following codes. Abduction 451-1321. Anger 421-3261. Assignment Coordinator 161-3212. Assassination 533-2135 Bank of Lies 312-4532 Blindness 256-6553 Brain Disorder 632-5512 Body Gesture 133-2221 Body Functions 431-1322 Callback Ritual 666-4113 Child Control 3214441 Circle in Fields 333-2241 Confusion 664-3252 Control 432-1341 Depth 332-4553 Death 145-1621 Denial 231-1444 Despair 322-3412 Distortion 623-3322 Disorder of Bones 456-1321 Disorder of Breathing 553-2111 Disorder of Eating 334-2136 Division 321-1652 False Memories 331-4532 Fear 266-5132 Fleeing 561-3354 Game Playing 156-1321 Guilt 432-1231 Hatefulness 533-1241 Hopelessness 111-2364 Illness 156-6432 Infiltration 223-1335 Insanity 214-4312 Inside Reporters 113-3265 Loyalty to Group 336-4112 Mu 221-3541 Murder 322-1456 Nonsense 266-5443 Outside Reporters 113-2256 Reprogram Others 455-5643 Reprogram Self 113-3432 Respond to Triggers 444-1221 Retardation S131-4555 M131-4556 Sabotage 113-5461 Seduction 213-4121 Self-Body Harm 332-1343 Sex 211-6652 Shame 312-2115 Suicide 311-3246 Trigger 132-4652 Trigger Others 444-2211 Zombie 332-1556 Under each of these codes, other codes may be attached. For instance, under Body Gestures, the following functions are coded and a sample coding scheme would look like this. Talk verbally 345-6343 Touch chest 232-2132 Touch hair 332-3221 Touch mouth 543-4232 Touch nose 544-3232 Rainbow an altar which speaks only in rhymes. Ribbons are in a box with rainbow. A ribbon might be accessed by several slaps on the face and Rubicon 2,4,6,8. 3x. Hickory dickory dock rhyme is associated with the vortex which is tied to turning the system and also to some death altars. Dominoes set off flooding programs to overload the person. Program numbers on some slaves are put in by touching the third eye with the index finger and speaking the number. G-gamma, demonology. In Satan's realm, demons are fathered or split off in families like altars are. There will be a Moloch number 101, and a Moloch 10,321. The victim has altars which are numbered such as Sally 1 and Sally 10. For a better understanding of this area of programming, see Chapter 10 Section I. Gamma programming includes all the demonic activity. In this section one can add the Kabbalah's tree of life which has alphabet codes, backup programs to regenerate, associated with green bomb or green tree. In the Illuminati slaves, the deeper parts of their system are ritual and the demonology pertains to the various rituals that are done. The following is a sampling of Illuminati rituals. The blood rituals are used to attach demons to possess altars in a particular way. These rituals can't be separated from the programming. They are part of the programming. Illuminati, Satanic, ceremonies. Assembling of the quarter regents. Beltane with hunts of slaves, fire festivals, and blood rituals. Bride of Satan ceremony, March 24th. Demon revels. Drawing down the moon druid feast day, January 1st. Duels to the death like gladiators where the heart is cut out and eaten. The Grail Mass. Grand climax human sacrifice and sex rituals. Invocation of Hecate as crone. Lama Sabbat where a female is sacrificed. Path working, done before age 16 with Kabbalistic tree of life pathways. Rite of deification. Rod of light ceremony, consists of text from Kabbalah, black candles, ram's horn blown, and victim's mother's name sounded. Sealing ceremony at 19 years of age for mothers of darkness. Level secret ceremony where people paint their faces half black and half white. Sister of light rebirthing water ceremony, victim is bound and then pulled from water and wrapped up in linen, and a green branch is placed on the chest. St. Agnes Eve. St. Bartholomew's Day. St. Walpurgis. Summer solstice orgy. For those who are not familiar with occult terms, the following are ritual items: paten, the holy dish, athame or glaive, the knife used to sacrifice with, the wand or scepter, an ornamental staff which represents authority and usually has an electric shock, and the censer, to distribute burning fragrance. Chapter 4b, Hypnosis, continued. Chapter 4a. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educate-yurself.org/mc/illumformula4bchap.html. Hypnotic inductions. Kaleidoscope eyes used in hypnotic induction and spinning. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 1. For many slaves the sign of Satan done with the fingers puts them into a trance, and deeper altars come out. 100, 91, 82, 73, 64, 55, 46, 37, 28, 19, 10, 1. Touching the head in a particular fashion is done. Deeper and deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper and deeper, down, 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 into the deep, dark velvety mist, deeper and deeper and deeper. Deep, 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 sleep, sleep, sheep, 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 sleep. Your beauty warms my embers. See them glowing deep within the darkness of my eyes. Igniting into flame. Black flame. Seeing a hand of glory, severed left hand, will induct people into Peter Pan programming. Books describing the occult use of the Hand of Glory in Ireland go back to 1830. It is an ancient practice. Baring Gould's book Curious Myths of the Middle Ages describes the recipe for using the Hand of Glory as a gruesome lantern during the witchcraft of the Middle Ages. "I am the Sandman, and blow sand in your eyes," said while simultaneously moving the hand over the face to create the illusion of placing sand in the eyes. 3-2-1 3-2-1, 2-1-1, 1-2, 1, you are now relaxed. Lights, in certain colors and sequences, have been used to trance altars out. For instance, a flashing red light may trance certain altars out. Tunnels were used as a powerful hypnotic suggestion. Bear in mind that people induct when A. physically or mentally relaxed. B. when their senses are overloaded or exposed to sense deprivation. C. when their equilibrium is disturbed. D. their motion is restricted, or E. their eyes are fixated on something. Janus Alex callbacks, end times. Main link to a system's programs to Alex coded 4433, 422, 3112. Scramble code to Alex is 3442-431-3221. Individual code to Alex equals 5543-423-2312. Link to Janice coded 332-343-2123. Report back X441062F. Main Janice tracking / reprogramming code Jan US 93400569XX996332X3, its backup code X44422061F. There is a Janice 2 computer at 666 Connecticut Avenue, Washington, D.C. Disinformation by the network is that the Pacer computer equipment is called Janice/Janice. Main ambassador code 67302986ZZ9861, suicide/fire, subcodes fire 97643F4200L, cut 97642C42DIL-L, suicide 97623542002L, towards violence 97613V4203L. Main emperor, dot, 79622109 end time activation codes. Most slaves have end time programming. When a slave is called in with end time programming, they have pages upon pages of coded messages. A number of monarch slaves have been deprogrammed enough that they began accessing and spewing out pages and pages of these activation codes. Part of a sample of one of these is as follows. Israel is rising. Activate 366 United Nations 900 Bluebird pilots rise nations in place. Red China call back. Countdown, activate Alex. 3.7 LC94. Circle farms around the square British soldiers rise. Mountain goat come east side of peak. 39 activate. 52 activate. 42 activate Red China rise. 1.7 activate. The hour comes, AC Sun activate Africa. A rise in numbers of 90. A team leader will have a downline of around 4 people which are coded red ray, yellow ray, green ray, blue ray. When the activation code hits a slave team leader during the end times, they will in turn activate their people, who in turn will have people who are team leaders and have a downline. At least 2 false callback alarms will be sounded, tested, before the real one. J Theta, Psychic Warfare. K Tinkerbell Programming, Never Grow Up /Alien. Captain or Captain, represents the programmer in Peter Pan programming. Tinkerbell is a young alter created under Peter Pan programming. Trans-dimensional travel right from your own backyard. The dimensions of your pyramid are to be 9 by 9 by 9 by. Alien programming by NWO, also involves Peter Pan programming. Ride the light Peter Pan programming meaning to go into hypnotic induction attached to a light that is seen when given a high voltage shock. This is given to make experiences seem like they occur in another dimension. L-twinning, teams. Cross-programming, for instance, a mother and a daughter team. 2 seals are placed on this cross-programming, a seal of cover and a seal of rain. Code, mother, minus mother equals 3/4 daughter holds 1/4 daughter, minus mother 1/4 daughter holds 3/4. Teams will be given code words for each alter who is part of a 2-system team. One system may serve as a father figure to the other system. Teams will be trauma and sexually bonded, as well as having mirror images with each other's names. A leader will have an upline and a downline for the colored rays. A leader will call the different colored rays, to activate their programming. An Illuminati team ritual to create oneness and open their team boxes up to work together. Illuminati twinning ritual. The team kneels face to face, draws a magical circle on the ground, joins Delta team hands forming a clasp ring. Blue is associated with this, then they all say, star within a star, circle within a circle, mind within a mind, body within a body, soul within a soul. Then the team places palm, their hands palm to palm, and then speaks 4 times, bone to bone, flesh to flesh, spirit to spirit, forever together, never apart. Then a 5-pointed star is traced in the air. To close the Delta Team twinning box, the reverse is done. Then other things are to be said in the joining and opening ritual. A double deck of cards is used to program an Illuminati team of twins. One type of crisscross programming involves 1. A flower, 2. The stem, and 3. The root. The root involves blood sacrifices. This programming ties 2 generations together, such as mother minus daughter. Soul metric military. And songs and nursery rhymes. Songs and nursery rhymes used as triggers. Note all of these songs have been used on other slaves too. Songs with monarch programming meaning and access parts soliciting behavior or thinking include nursery rhymes. Brahms' lullaby. Hickory, dickory dock, flips the system. Hickory, dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock computer, the clock struck 1 time for system rotation, the mouse ran down, hickory dickory dock. Into the mouth vortex runs the mouse, and flips the house turns the system over. Froggy went a courtin' he did ride hickory, dickory dock. I had a little pony. I'm in love with a big blue frog Jack and Jill. Mary had a little lamb, call to ritual connotation. Tones of Mary had a little iamb or other telephone created tones, such as high-pitched noises to call people to meetings. Mary Mary quite contrary, reminds the slave that abusers are all-seeing. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, he'd call for his masters 3 the 3 programmers, Peter Pumpkin Eater. Puss in Boots, this story is porn programming, ring around the rosy. 10 little monkeys jumping on the bed. 3 blind mice, omega programming connotation with hourglass, twinkle, twinkle little star, sometimes associated with I'm dead. Songs, most of the Beatles songs were used for programming. Charles Manson was programmed with Beatles music. The programmers know ahead of time what are going to be the next hits, and they regularly call in slaves and hypnotically make the lyrics to be cues for the slaves before the music comes out. For instance, the lyrics of Ain't That a Shame will make certain alters angry. For another slave the lyrics Everything is relative, in its own way reminds the person of the cult family and obedience. Angie, popular song for programming, A Mighty Fortress is Our God. Back in Black Blue Velvet Butterfly. The Candyman Candyman represents drug use for monarchs, plus other things. Christmas carols were used a lot on monarchs. Country Road song with the programmed meaning Take me the slave home to a meeting site. Crazy, to reaffirm loyalty to the master. Deja vu. Die walk your fire and rain. Frere Jacques, Catholic Father John, sexual abuse connotation. Get me a ticket on a fast train, substitute master for baby in song, grandma's feather bed. Ghost Riders. Green green grass of home, go home program, slave is not happy till they go home to green fields greens leaves. Hallelujah chorus, many Christian songs like this one are played while the victim is tortured. Handel's Messiah. Have thine own way Lord, thou art the potter, I am the clay, mold me and make me. 3. Charismatic slave programming. Heartache Tonight, song used to announce a ritual over the radio. Hotel California, sexual/ritual connotation, the song says, go to the chamber of the master's feast, we are programmed to receive. This song also tells the story of how Levi started the Church of Satan in 1966. I Surrender All. Imagine, John Lennon presents the New Age script for people to be nowhere people. John Brown's Body. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Little Red Riding Hood, song played with hunts of slaves. Mary was an only child, from Art Garfunkel's Angel Clare album, Moon River. Over the Rainbow, obvious Wizard of Ounce programming. Playing with the Queen of Hearts, knowing that it really smarts, the Joker is the only fool who'll do anything with you, reinforces the warning not to play, tamper, with the programming. The Queen of Hearts is the emergency mayday signal to a handler. To play with this will really smart hurt. National Anthem. No More Mr. Nice Guy Revolution 9. Rivers of Dreams, by Billy Joel. Words are about walking in the dark, going through a river. Turn on the light on your internal world. Satin Sheets. She's Leaving Home. Sins of the Fathers. Southern Nights, Loyalty to the Programs. The Leaves and Trees, Stairway to Heaven. Teddy Bear, Programmer, Helpless Teddy Bear. Slave Connotation, Tennessee Waltz, Handler is Forced to Prostitute Slave. The Blood Will Never Lose Its Power. Tom Dooley, Suicide, Hang Down Your Head. Tom Dooley, Hang Down Your AND. Victim of Love. When You Wish Upon a Star. Song used for programming. White Rabbit, Alice in Wonderland theme made into a triggering karaoke CD. Wooden Heart. Yellow Submarine, Drug Connotation. O Zeta, Snuff Films. Zeta is the sixth letter, and its ancient meaning was a sacrifice. P. Sample codes for altars of a hypothetical system named Mary. These codes are purely a representative model, not any particular real system. The overall system code at times consists For our hypothetical system Mary we have the hypothetical system code of 6-13-5114-0212. In order to give the codes for a hypothetical altar system we will have to explain some things as we go. The programmers have for each slave both medical programming files, and a gray or black binder with the programmed access, trigger, codes and cues, and structure. A typical Illuminati system will be a cube, although spheres and pyramids are also used. The principal altars will be the A altars. A typical section of altars will consist of a 13x13 grid of altars. These are altars who live in a world together and must function together. A 13x13 section will have 13 families of A through in altars. The A altars will be the primary altars that the programmers will interact with. The programmer may call up an A altar and ask it to go get the C altar in its family, rather than directly asking for it. This initial page of altar codes will be the primary or A altars. If we are dealing with a 13x13x13 cube of altars, then the initial page has 13 A altars of each section. Each of these altars will have an access code which will often include the following components: an assigned color and an alphanumeric code and a personalized magical name. This will equal 1/3 their access code. These code words must be repeated 3 times to pull the altar up. However, if an altar is trained well, and hears his master's voice, an alphanumeric code can pull the altar up. For many of the altars, the reversal of their access code puts them back to sleep. This is an important point, because some altars would be dangerous to leave in control of the body. The A altars are regular altars. Many of them have been hypnotically age-advanced to see themselves as teenagers or adults. Sometimes B and C altars are also aged. The D through in altars are generally left as they were split, and most of them are infantile, with little concept of how old they are. The little ones will be the ones who often remember the programming very well, and know things about the system. The top altars will also sometimes receive personal names from their handler. This is in addition to all their codes. If the altar is responsive to its master, the personal name might pull the altar up too. Do all of the altars get charted? There are several groups of altars which get charted separate from the rest or don't get charted at all. Because of the competition and distrust between the different programmers, they often place in secret backdoors into the person's mind that only they know about. Worlds of secret altars loyal and devoted to the programmer may be built into the system and not appear on the regular charts. The core, and some of the primal splits from the core will not appear on the regular grids. They will be placed on a separate sheet, and their codes will be in some magical language. The Illuminati commonly employs 20 magical languages, and Hebrew, Latin and Greek are also often used for charting the core and its primal splits. Enochian is a good example of a magical language used by the Illuminati. Some altars will be created solely by the slave in order to cope with life. For instance, Say the slave is traveling with someone who is not a handler, but who is a dangerous person. This dangerous person murders several people and forces the slave to help. The slave is likely going to have front alters out, and they are simply going to have to create new alters to meet the demands of the situation. These alters made to deal with one-time emergency will just slip into cracks in the system. Lots of odds and ends alters end up in the nooks and crannies within a system just detached and floating. The programmers and the victim work hard at structuring and cleaning up things, but the honest truth is that trauma-based mind control is messy. Anytime you shatter someone's mind into thousands of pieces with horrendous torture, you have a shattered mess, in spite of the good fronts that the programmers are able to construct. Some of the more elaborate access methods are for alters that are not on the A chart. Hourglass alters have entire sentence access codes. Deaf and blind alters need their access code signed on their hands by moving their fingers up and down, etc. End time alters may have access codes that may entail reading an entire page. Reporting alters are often small children, that are hidden in each section, and may require slaps to the face or jabs with a needle to pull them up. Spinner kittens will be accessed via their mama cat, who acts like a madam in a cat house. The codes for this was given in the beta section codes. The reader will be given the hypothetical codes, which resemble closely the actual codes of an actual scenario, for our hypothetical Mary. A sample chart of the A alters, these are the primary alters, has been prepared in the same fashion as it would appear in the handler's 3-ring binder. To view the sample chart, Mary's core protector 1 will have a shutdown code of reversal 1 beginning, and the second core protector will have the shutdown code of reversal 2 creation. Of course, these codes are said 3 times. The first 3 alters on the far left section at the top of the chart are silences who can be woken up by singing. Also, at least one of these will wake up by a kiss from the prince, programmer, to the third eye area. The first alter can be shut down by Cosmos 1531062 BAB Pink. One of the groups of alters attached to one of these early alters is Ma.C 3.10-53 rejects, 7.10-53. To shut this alter, down, just say the reverse of the access code. A mirror image of each of these alters exists too. The mirror images can be pulled up via a 3-step process. The birth memory in our example will be coded as a 51079. The spider torture memories that are attached to these alters is a 51079. The reader will notice the following on the hypothetical chart on the previous page for the first section, which is numbered 6 to be deceptive. The section is front alters. Basic code pattern equals color plus genesis plus no. 1 through 13 plus letter A through M. Individual codes: first section general N.I.F.6, first section mother Eve Ev.E51051 ace, Eve is the balancing point and the ace code is high or low. The alter explorer is EI.G7, Mammy MI.H8, Angel red, AI.19 Jack Genesis 4, or it could be done red, AI.J10 Genesis 4, George Silver, GI.K11, Sasa Gold, ZI.L.12, and Shadow Clear SI.M13. You won't find on the main chart codes such as Eve's memory EI.D5.2.1952 ace or the infant alters 1-00010-49 rejects 3-9. The master may say, for example, green Genesis 1A, 3 times, to get this alter, which is the balancing point. Fragments/dead alters were dumped into areas named concentration camps and given the names of the famous German concentration camps. The camps were placed under the MT of olives. Fire or bomb children are found throughout the system and are triggered to come up by programming. They come up behind other alters and make them burn. Some of this level can be woken up by saying, "It's time to wake up in the morning," 7 times, which is in contrast with most codes which are said 3x. Another way to look at it is that the alters are on 4-dimensional structure and they require a 4-dimensional access code. Height, depth, width, and color are the 4 dimensions. This breaks down for this first section as color, fourth dimension, plus Genesis, section code, +1, level, +A, depth. The following message will be used on the phone for the system's recording machine. This example has been used nationally. If you would like to make a call, please hang up and try your call again. If you need assistance, please dial your operator. Code 911. This will cause section 1 or section 2, etc. to call their master. Also, standard Illuminati hand signals work with Mary. Alone and crying, 3x, is a code for a few special parts not on the first grid. Section 2 Gatekeeper altars. Basic code pattern color and revelation and no 1 through 13 plus letter A through M in our hypothetical example, orange revelation 4A, 3x, however a shortcut is revelation 4 and the primary revelation 4 altar will come up. Orange revelation 4B would get a small child on the pedestal with revelation 4A. At times the handler will say the deck is double-decked in order to activate the clone doubles of all altars in a particular area such as the front area of the system. The clones are tied to the pink room of the dollhouse-looking computer. Since altars are also coded to cards, a flush will pull up an entire section. Special altars who skinned men alive are kept in black holes in section 2. They are special trauma altars created solely by the victim as a safety measure. Section 2 computer, like all levels, is empowered by an emerald blue light. This power source was deactivated by unscrewing the light to the left, which took it physically out so to speak, and then saying peace be still, 3x. If peace be still is not said 3 times, then the war in the heavens program kicks in. Also dad weeps over his city must be said when deactivating the computer, otherwise the children, altars, become sick and everything kicks back in, which it does eventually anyway if the deeper computers are not deactivated or taken out. Section 3 has programmer altars and fragment armies, not to be confused with the clones which hide everywhere. The clones, by the way, can be identified with serial no.s at base of headgear such as 151.00 system birth date. This section has 3 faceless programmers called the 3 Adepts of Atlantis. Each of them has a different color of hair. They may also be the commanders of armies. The commanders of the Egyptian armies have names Ra, Horus, and Set. Section 4 altars are entertainment altars. Basic code pattern equals color plus double number plus a name of one of the 13 tribes of Israel plus the number of the altar again, 3x. Example, blue 2001-13A Reuben 1, 3x, however, the color doesn't always need to be said. It is a sufficient shortcut to call the alphanumeric code 3 times. Second example 2002-12A Simeon 1, 3x. The numbers of the 2000 code go up while the corresponding number 13 to 1 go down. In other words, it is a double code. The tribal names are arranged according to their biblical birth order. Mother kitten 8, 10 and 12 have 10 spinner kittens underneath each of them. To get a spinner kitten, one gets the mother kitten and then has her in the proper position, which is the over the rainbow mode. The choice of what spin kitten to get is we gotta get dressed in 3 minutes. 3 minutes means spinner number 3. Specific instructions such as per for me kitten gives the abuser fellatio. Tweedledee and Tweedledum is a S&M program. 5 Fiddle and follow the yellow brick road are important for the slave to follow instructions. The altars will be sent to Never Never Land where what they do is unreal. Some kitten altars are keyed to pop out if certain areas of the body are touched, such as the space beside the big toe, or the thighs. A handler will also have standard hand signals for things, such as putting his hands on his thighs to mean come here and take care of me, kitten. Come kitten, to Papa come. Blue topaz serves as 4 keys. Pisces is associated with blue topaz. There are also 4 keys which are, silver shoes, sun bright, bird singing, and yellow road. Section 2 and 1. Reprogramming sections. At this point, the computer codes given previously apply, see Omega codes on previous pages. The first major computer services the top 6 sections and has a red room, a closet, a pink room, as well as other rooms. Actually, the computer should be set in at section 0, which would break up the grid evenly, but since our Mary is hypothetical, we put the front main computer at section 1. A system like this will have 13 computers /1 per section and 5 computers which set between pairs of sections, which join a pair of sections together, and then 2 main computers. This means a system like Mary's will have 20 internal computers. With all the codes and a fair understanding of the alters in a section, it is a good day's work to shut down a computer. Before one could possibly get all the section computers shut off, they would reprogram, reboot, themselves back up. Computer erasure codes include, full house aces high, all trump, full house aces low. The drawers in the dollhouse can be pulled out with royal flush, 3x. Another code is pink section 5. Full house. Aces high. 2 deep. A partial code to a computer is 8 to 9 red. Our hypothetical Mary might be accessed by a woman who taps on the shoulder and says, Phoenix 360 telephone area code, out of order. The library alter has an important access ring. A button bright alter type works with the librarian. The dwarfs are accessed by isolation and no. Judges which sit on the council give warnings to alters cat eye at the door. This reflects the programmer's control. The judges have the keys to the kingdom. Mr. Postman wait and see indicates a message from the master. Ribbon alters have the names of archangels. Silver cords are attached to the ribbons. Section 0. Mothers of Darkness alters. Basic code pattern equals silver plus Lateb, which is Bethel or House of God spelled backwards, plus who knows what else, plus a blue topaz ring being turned on the master's finger a certain way. Green is a sensitive color for this system. Some alters may be accessed from certain areas in the system via 4 tones, and others by pin pricks at certain locations in the body, along with their verbal code. The reporting alter can be accessed by repeated slaps across the face. There is ultra green section tied to the Kabbalah, green tree. The library in the big castle, which is guarded by lions and other big cats, has a passageway in it to a second world. Codes with the Kabbalistic tree of life involve Kabbalistic magic and its symbols. This section is guarded by a hostile entity. Certain rings, topaz, quartz, diamond, ruby, black onyx etc. are used for triggers. Certain rings are needed to get into certain parts of a system, such as the castle. To access the mothers, the black onyx ring must be rotated. The programming of a ring may go something like this: this ring fills daddy's house with stars. Catch a falling star, put it in your pocket. Section 9. Delta Beta alters. Kept in a genie bottle. Obviously something is rubbed to get them out. Button, who's got the button, but it's the kiss of death this code is. Involved with the good witch who kisses upon the forehead. Buttons are on the boxes of programmer green and are constructed onto the boxes so they can be used to open the boxes up. Section 7. This hypothetical system also has a series of codes based on gems, ruby, diamond, etc. which have numbers attached to the codes. An hourglass W/12 disciples like grains of sand tied to jolly green giant programming which have sentence access codes. Each sentence is a phrase of satanic philosophy. The bottom level is called the Hell Pit and contains the city of Petra. The city of Petra has an erasure code. Yellow, cutter room 7 section 7 - royal flush law cutter eggs invisible. Field section 7. Room 7 cards has eggs with demons. La cutters are like imps and are invisible. They are assigned to guard various things in the system including the cutting programs. Dad catch a falling star. Main computer protected by deaf and dumb alter using a sign language equation as its access code, and the reversal of its access code is its shutdown code. The BRAC master is a master programmer. Each of the 13 sections of 169 alters, a section is a 13x13 grid of alters, will then have a computer assigned to it. The computer is made up of dissociated parts of the mind which are like alters, but have not been given histories or names. Each section has a computer, which makes 13 section computers. Section 1 and Section 7, see the grid chart, are main computers. The first is the main computer for the top half, and the second is the main computer for the bottom half of the system. The second main computer is in the hell pit, and has been put in at the lowest level of the mind. Section 6 and 5 computers are connected by a connecting computer, as well as 4 and 3, 2 and 1, 0 and 12, 10 and 9. This makes 5 connecting computers. In total then we have 13 section computers, 2 main computers, and 5 connecting computers, for a subtotal of 20 computers. Since things are being built on the basis of the magical number 13, 6 more computers are installed, which are decoy or false computers for therapists to work on. This makes a total of 26 computers, or 2x13. Since there are 26 letters of the alphabet, this lends itself well, and each computer is assigned a letter of the alphabet. Since the computers are put into the slave when it is a young child, the child has just learned how to count and say the alphabet. The Illuminati has been using a large dollhouse with 26 rooms using 13 colors of paint, giving 2 rooms per color. Each room is a computer. In accord with the practice of double coding, each letter of the alphabet is given its sequence number, so the names for the computers are L, B2, C3, D4, E5, F6, G7, H8, 19, J10, K11, L12, M13. The 13th is assigned the first main computer. N1, O2, P3, Q4, R5, S6, T7, U8, V9, W10, X11, Y12, Z13. Rather than use the number 13, the number 0 will be assigned, thus changing things to M0 and Z0. This is simple enough for a child's learning mind, but difficult enough that it serves as a viable code. As codes are assigned, the bottom of the alphabet is assigned the top, front side, of the system. The middle point MO is the normal access point for all the computers for the handler. The code for this is associated with the name of an airplane hangar, so that the concept of taking off into the sky, trancing, can be associated with it. Each computer needs an access code to go along with its alphanumeric name. A deck of cards lends itself well to a code of 13. Bear in mind each computer has a color assigned to it. Colored scarfs and dollhouse rooms were used with electroshock to teach the child his color coding. When the programming is going on trance depths and runways, mental image for flying off into a trance, and the structure of the system will all be tied together in one neat package. Everything is built on its own XY axis. Each 13x13 grid has the middle rows both vertically and horizontally set up as runways. The XY axis also makes up the hourglass lines or the butterfly wings. Both images are used with slaves. Because things are set up in 13s in Mary's system, and things are double-coded, 13 becomes 13 to 1 and 1 is 1 to 13. This allows us also to link 13 to 1 and 1 to 13, so that everything becomes a circle. The circle within a circle, box within a box concept, triangle within a triangle situations makes the slave feel he is trapped in an infinity loop of programming that has no end and no beginning. 13 and 1 make 14. An entire deck of cards can be used in a double code that also adds to 14, such as the 8 of spades and the 6 of diamonds, or the ace of spades and the king of diamonds. Here then is the codes for Mary's computers. 2 cards from opposite suits that add to 14. Since a deck of regular playing cards came originally from tarot cards, the playing card used as a code also carries some occult significance to the codes. It is also training the child who is programmed this way to be interested in cards. And every time the child plays cards they will reinforce at an unconscious level their computer coding. The computers will then have programs set in on 13x13 quadrants. Quadrant 6.6 will have a program such hopelessness. Other quadrants may hold aloneness, recycling, cold, heat, burning, cutting oneself, pulsating loud heartbeat, and hundreds of other programs. These programs have the type of codes assigned them that are given in the universal function codes. Many of the functions can receive a standard code, but other items require individual codes. Telephone tones are frequently used to be able to key in, that is access or trigger, parts of the computer program matrix. Dominoes also are used for the computer programming. The dominoes are put in so that the programmers can get a domino effect, if they want to set off a series of programs. Dominoes and flashing sequences of lights were used to train the child to automatically respond to a certain pattern of dots. Our hypothetical Mary will also have hundreds of other codes for all kinds of miscellaneous things, such as the following random codes: ruby red lips to have power and to be the power, which are also found in the tall book of make-believe in the Shut-Eye Town. Dominoes help with the code 2-4-6-8 Who do you appreciate? More examples are: I love daddy. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, 13 to 112-2. Pumpkinhead and access code. To go away, ta ra boom die, crying over you, 3x. Silken girdle dash a golden caterpillar plays a bittersweet tune. A gold pocket watch with Roman numerals is associated with the words eagle on it. When Mary gets scared and begins to get into revolving switching, sometimes spinning can be slowed down by saying, 10 you are slowing down, 9 you are slowing down, 8 you are getting slower and slower. A systems coding is a reflection of their programmer. If the programmer is a pilot, which many of them are, then they may have pilot lingo in their codes, such as the system may be turned by pitch and degrees. If the programmer is a sailor, the system may have nautical codes, such as red return running, safe harbor, for home, and downriver, away from Papa. Q Catholic programming, by Jesuits, etc. Keys to the kingdom equals world domination by mind control. Vow of silence is a keep quiet program activated by the walls have ears and the plants have eyes, so your silence is tantamount to success. This is explained to the victim that the seashells and the plants have the ability to hear, and that a sensitive occultist, programmer, can psychically pick up what the plants and seashells hear. Maintain IT is a command to maintain the vow of silence. Maintain IT and listen. A command to keep silent and listen to a command. Enter inner dimension 2, this is a standard Jesuit infinity program, 2 is a sacred voodoo no. Our Mensa programming, by Mensa. 1721-1346 is an Illuminati code meaning a Mensa layer sample Mensa codes. 727 plus E equals MC squared plus 3.1415,962 plus pi. A plus B equals C, B plus C equals A, C plus A equals B. Tic-tac-toe plus C cross, pi cross. The Mensa codes are sequences of 6 numbers. S hand signals, miscellaneous common signals. Finger to forehead. Left hand, the left is like the letter C, and the thumb is outward and the fist inside. The left hand then moves 3 times over the knuckle access signal. Left hand of slave laid on top of handler's hand, sign of submission, hands behind back of head, I'm master. Right hand with thumb and index finger making an L shape on chin/check, hands on inside of thighs by handler, come to me kitten and service me. Hands locked folded interwoven backward, you can't break the circle. Handshake with index and middle finger held straight out, you are one of us. Grip called the lion's paw, access greeting, opening and closing the hands or large circles with index finger opens portals. Palms rubbed together counterclockwise. Kiss on center of head, kiss of submission of slave to handler, palm of hand touched, sexual access point for some models. Sign of Satan, hail Satan. Used for monarch and Illuminati mind controlled slaves as an induction. The altar who is holding the body goes into trance, and a deeper one replaces it. Thumb twiddle, rotating the thumbs around with the 2 hands, clasp S and M, touch of center of forehead access point. Vulcan peace sign, Illuminati / occult greeting, wave with finger and thumb together, Other digits extended. Winks at the system were used to convey meaning. Dash life over the rainbow dash. After indexing and rereading this book, the CO authors realized that we had not explained over the rainbow. Some altars live over the rainbow and some do not. Both types will use the term over the rainbow, but with different meanings attached. For those who live over the rainbow, they serve their masters in such a deep hypnotic trance that they perceive reality like it's a dream. When their memories surface, they are so unlike normal memories that a system in therapy may not know what to do with them. They have been described as similar to the pictures in the old T.V.S when the vertical hold would go out of control. Deeper altars, who live over the rainbow, experience memories/life in the following fashion: faces and porn cameras are airbrushed out of their memory, distinctive marks in the perpetrators such as scars and wrinkles are airbrushed out, colors and lights are very bright due to the total dilation of the pupils while in deep trance, and there is no sense of time for these altars. These altars are trained to transcend forward through time. By understanding the programming, the codes, and triggers, those altars who lived over the rainbow can recover from the mind the full memory, without the distortions created by dissociation. Partially correct programming site codes. The following site codes are not totally accurate. Also, the intelligence groups use what are called cryptonyms, which are two-letter digraphs such as the MK of MK Ultra. The digraph can indicate a type of operation or even a location. An operation may have codes. An operation may have its cryptonym changed in the middle of its operation. Programmer Programming Zone Area / Code Armstrong 63 94XCCD Astor 36 Florida 59XCBB Bornell Hightower 19 Brown 30 59XBMN Bircham 329 Texas 92XBMM Gaston 61 Colorado 1XCDF Hagen 743 Kentucky 47XB0 Herrick 263 Colorado Springs Johnson 95 Manass Mentor 21 Colorado 61XBXX Nathan 56 New Mexico Owens 963 106XBJK Pantu 71 Kansas 011XOEG Patterson 117 Kansas Savior 49 Major Strange 14 1Z440X72080020366 Strong 52 81XCBC Sudden Fuss 103 Colonel Taylor 16 Kentucky Weir 561 Texas 33XBCB G. Hypnosis in programs, and other uses. The programmers will begin their programming by extreme torture. After a certain amount of torture, the victim is willing to say or believe anything to stop the torture. At this point, a thought will be planted into the victim's mind. This thought will be linked to a false memory put in via hypnosis or movies, or other method, and it will be linked to a command put in by hypnosis, etc., and the original thought, the command, the false memory will be linked by a single emotion which will link them all together. The result will be something like this: it is 2 weeks before Halloween, thought, I must get ready for Halloween rituals, command, because I have always had a habit of going to Halloween rituals, false memory. If I don't, I will have a heart attack and die, memory of torture linked to thoughts. Programming is layered in. Layer after layer of programming is put in. Each alter, personality, of the victim is used as if it is a component of a large system. The result is that no alter, personality, is the whole, but only a cog in a great machine. Can a single cog rebel against the whole machine? It is very difficult for a single component of thousands of components to rebel against the abusers. Alice in Wonderland programming: going down the tree, going through the mirror, going underneath something, or growing tall. Alice in Wonderland programming as it pertains to an alter going down in trance for internal programming. The internal programmers, and some other alters, have the ability to send other alters into deep trances. One of the programs for doing this is based on the Alice in Wonderland theme, and it was experienced like this for a level 2 alter who managed to stay in communication with her deprogrammer. When the alter went down in her mind, she went down on the inside of the trunk of a tree, like Alice in Wonderland. At the bottom she saw a keyhole, a table, and on the table was love potion number 9. She automatically drank the love potion, which shrinks her to a dot, and then she goes through the keyhole. So normally this process means she goes through the keyhole. She managed to stay in contact with her deprogrammer during this deep trance. After the keyhole she saw thousands of looking glass mirrors. Everything got smaller as she went down the tree. She became a dot. She drinks love potion number 9 and comes back with it. A tree comes and wraps itself around her and loves her. As she ascends, comes up in trance, she stretches up and enlarges. In coming up out of trance she gets stuck at level 8 due to some interference from deeper alters. She, in accord with her programming, senses her master's love. Normally she would have simply tranced out, and another alter would have taken her place and she would have no recollection of the entire process. The alter has been programmed to have backup amnesia. Backup amnesia means that one doesn't remember that one lost time, one doesn't remember that one forgot, etc. In short, it means you don't remember that you don't remember. This is an example of hypnosis used internally by the programming and the programming alters to control other alters. The deepening of the trance was given the imagery of Alice falling down the tree. In the various stories used in programming, there is some part of the story that can be used as the storyline for trance induction. These include Wizard of Oz going into the poppies, Star Wars time warp, riding the light, Star Trek being beamed, replicators, etc. Hypnosis is used to anchor suggestions about sleep patterns, panic programs, phobias, health healing programs and health problems programs, pain control and pain programs, motivation programs, a suicide program called HypnoSleep, an insanity program, and countless other uses. Hypnosis is used to steer a person's mind in the direction that they have been labeled. For instance, if they have been selected to become a doctor, they will be programmed for success as a doctor. New patterns of thought, feeling, and behavior are inserted to build confidence in the goals of the Illuminati. Positive experiences are used to help boost the person's feelings, and then the new messages are anchored. Imagine these messages taking root. Your new messages are growing stronger and stronger. The Alice in Wonderland programming theme is used in air-water programs and mirror programs which the Illuminati, the CIA, NASA, the Jesuits, and others like so well. The idea is that there exists a mirror world which is a reversal. Along with it is attached the idea that the slave can enter into a timeless dimension of time, or as some refer to it, interdimensional time travel. Later, the victim will be further brought under the spell of this mirror programming by going to locations around the nation, like the Magic Time Machine restaurants in San Antonio and Dallas, TX, where mirrors are placed on doors, ceilings, walls, and restrooms of the establishment, and programming themes are part of the everything at these restaurants. The handler may tell the slave, "Lose yourself in the infinity mirrors." When hypnotically programming in programs, the programmers place in many types of images and programs. Some examples would be having the concept of obedience equal the fountain of youth. The fountain of youth flows in the victim's mind unless they step outside of their orders. This can be linked to the Shangri-La story, where a woman ages as soon as she leaves her place in Shangri-La. Another example is the hypnotic imagery involving the formation of an island from a volcano. The story is turned into a programming script to allow the system to be radically restructured. This volcano programming is a systems turning program. A volcano erupts from deep down, and lava pours into the sea. Mountains are pushing up from deep in the mind. To survive, people must cross from the old to the new island on a bridge that naturally forms. Fire births the new territory and destroys the old. The new mountains develop trees which become safe places for the altars to roost upon. Hypnotically building in structures. Later in the book, the art of building structures internally in the mind of the victim will be covered. However, since the process involves hypnotism, it would be appropriate to discuss briefly how hypnosis can begin to work a tree structure into the mind of the child. First, the programmer hypnotically suggests that his penis is a growing tree. Later, the programmer might begin, "You know those big trees in the park that look so big and straight and stretch way up toward the sky? Stand up and be one of those trees. Stand up really straight and tall as you can be, and stretch your arms out toward the sky like branches on that big oak tree. Now those big trees have long, deep roots that keep them from falling over. Feel your feet go down through the floor, just like roots on the big strong oak tree." Final note, there is no way that this book could give every last song or story that has been used for programming, nor was it the intention to do so. We have wanted to point out the popular storylines used, although we have missed some such as the Chronicles of Narnia and Little Red Riding Hood, which is used in several ways along the lines of "you think you're going to Papa's, or Grandma's house and you end up with a wolf." Our list left out many programming songs which include all the Rolling Stones songs, Alabama's Old Flame, etc. Chapter 5a, The Skill of Lying, The Art of Deceit. By Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://educaself.org/mc/ilumformula5chap.html. The rule of thumb that the programmers/handlers go by is that they will say anything to get the job done. A CIA handler will tell his agent in the field whatever will work to get the field agent's cooperation on a mission. There is no height nor breadth nor length to these people's deception. They have successfully kept some deceptions active for decades, if not for centuries. The use of fiction. The history behind the Wizard of Oz programming is interesting. It suggests that the Wizard of Oz has had an important part in the occult world all along. One of the secrets of the mystery religions, especially the Egyptian Isis mystery religion, was the ability to use drugs and torture to create multiple personalities. The word ounce is known to have been used by its author as an abbreviation for Osiris. Monarch victims have the golden penis of Osiris placed into them. The Grimm brothers, who were Kabbalistic Jews, gathered the folk occult stories together. Their stories are full of spells, trances, and drugs. Sleeping Beauty is put to sleep, and the trigger to wake her is a kiss on the lips. These are serious hints that the occult world didn't stop programming people with dissociative states and triggers when the ancient Egyptian empires fell. Instead of using modern lingo such as hypnotize, they would say cast a spell. Later in Freemasonry, the right worshipful master would charge, meaning hypnotize, an initiate. The occultist L. Frank Baum, a member of the Theosophical Society, was inspired by some spirit who gave him the magic key to write the Wizard of Oz book, which came out in 1900. The book's story is full of satanic activity and satanic thinking. The story was chosen in the late 1940s to be the basis for the Illuminati/intelligence community's trauma-based total mind control programming. As a way of enhancing the effect of the programming, monarch slaves are conditioned to place trigger items into their lives. When the movie was made, Judy Garland, who had lived a life touched by the occult world's abuse, was chosen to act as Dorothy. Judy's later husband, Mickey DeVinco, was a Satanist and the chief assistant to Roy Radin, a rich Satanist who worked with the Illuminati, and who controlled the process church covens which had as members mass murderers David Berkowitz and monarch slave Charlie Manson. There are several members of the Carr family, who are also tied into both DeVinco and Radin's process church and the Illuminati. With the numerous long-term connections between the Wizard of Oz books, and movie to the highest levels of the occult world, it is not without reason that one can theorize that the original series of 14 ounces books had an ulterior motive behind them. The 14 books of the Ounce series are: 1. The Wizard of Oz. 2. The Land of Ounce. 3. Ozma of Ounce. 4. Dorothy and the Wizard in Ounce. 5. The Road to Ounce. 6. The Emerald City of Ounce. 7. The Patchwork Girl of Ounce. 8. Tick-Tock of Ounce. 9. The Scarecrow of Ounce. 10. Rinkadink in Ounce. 11. The Lost Princess of Ounce. 12. The Tinman Woodsman of Ounce. 13. The Magic of Ounce. 14. Glinda of Ounce. These books are still being sold, and are being read to children who are being programmed with trauma-based total mind control. The 14 books came out in various editions. The originals came out in 1900 and shortly thereafter. In the 1930s, the 1940s, and the 1950s the words were retypeset and given different pages. When working with a survivor, it might help to identify what decade the edition the slave was programmed with, because the pictures and the page numbers varied from edition to edition. Of course, having good pictures is an asset in programming, because the child will visualize off of the pictures when building its internal world. In addition to this, large Wizard of Ounce theme parks are being built by the Illuminati to provide places to carry out programming and to reinforce the programming which traps the minds of monarch slaves. The best example of this is the audacious MGM Grand Complex in Las Vegas, although other theme parks around America also use a Wizard of Ounce theme. If you have read Fritz Springmeier's Be Wise as Serpents, you will know how the Theosophical Society ties in with Freemasonry, Satanism, and Lucas Trust. Several famous members of the Theosophical Society include Adolf Hitler, a Satanist who practiced human sacrifice, and who had HPB's book at his side. Mahatma Gandhi, a Hindu guru considered a god by some of his followers. Gandhi was successful with the British in part because of the Theosophical Society. H.P. Blavatsky, the founder of the Theosophical Society. She referred to herself as HPB. She was initiated by Illuminatus Mazzini into Carbonarism, a form of Freemasonry, illumined by the Great White Lodge in 1856, was part of the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, and spent lots of time with the Eddy Illuminati family in Vermont, who were well-known mediums. She also was a member of the occult fraternities the Order of the Druzes, the adoptive branch of the ancient and primitive rite of Freemasonry, and the Hermetic Masonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim. She was trained to handle live snakes by Sheikh Yusuf Ben Makertzi, the chief of the Serpent Handlers, and she was hypnotized by occultist Victor Michael and to some degree from 1866 under his influence. Alice Bailey, head of Lucas Trust. Henry Steele Olcott, an important occultist. Elvis Presley, a monarch slave. Manly P. Hall, an Illuminati Theta programmer, and at least a Grand Master within the Illuminati who sat on the Grand Druid Council. L. Frank Baum. The man who wrote the book The Wizard of Ounce was a member of the Theosophical Society. L. Frank Baum lived in South Dakota and created the Wizard of Ounce book as a theosophical fairy tale incorporating the ancient wisdom of the mystery religions. The books have so much material from inside the secret world of the Illuminati, that the few who understand the Illuminati wonder if Baum wasn't an insider. The moral of the book is that we must rely upon ourselves, for we alone have the power to save ourselves. This was part of the original lie of Satan in the garden. Satan has simply dressed up the same original lie into different packaging and is distributing it worldwide as the most popular American fairy tale. L. Frank Baum explained how he came to write the book. It was pure inspiration. It came to me right out of the blue. I think that sometimes the great author has a message to get across and he has to use the instrument at hand. I happen to be that medium, and I believe the magic key was given me to open the doors to sympathy and understanding, joy, peace, and happiness. Hearn, Michael P. ed., The Annotated Wizard of Ounce, New York, Clarkson and Potter, 1973, p. 73. In Baum's time, the head of the Theosophical Society, H.P. Blavatsky had been putting out her journal called Lucifer. In other words, I highly suspect Baum knew what the Theosophical Society was all about, and that he himself was deeply into the occult. The book The Wizard of Oz came out in 1900. It wasn't until 1939 that the movie was made. This next section will cover the numerous parallels between the Wizard of Oz material and the occult world and the occult world's programming. This is broken up into 3 sections. Parallels between A. The Wizard of Oz book and occultism. B. The Wizard of Oz movie and Illuminati rituals. C. The Wizard of Oz series of books and monarch programming. For those readers who are unfamiliar with the occult world, some of these parallels at first may seem stretched. When one sees how many parallels there are, then occult nature of the books begins to sink in. The authors could provide the reader with more parallels between Satanism and the Wizard of Oz book, but we believe the following will suffice. Some parallels may also apply to the movie. A. The Wizard of Oz book and occultism. Auntie M represents H.P. Blavatsky's Malaprokriti and Uncle Henry represents H.P.'s unmanifest logos. The carnival huckster, later seen as the wizard, is advertised as being connected to the royal families of Europe. The royal family Satanists, from powerful occult bloodlines. Dorothy is brought to Oz by a cyclone. The word cyclone originally was the Greek word cyclone, which means both a circle or the coil of a snake. In other words, the snake takes Dorothy to Oz. Dorothy's 3 companions represent the mental, emotional, and physical bodies that H.P.B. wrote about. Dorothy acquired these 3 companions just as Theosophy says we will when we come into incarnation. To quote H.P.B., there is no danger that dauntless courage cannot conquer, there is not trial that spotless purity cannot pass through, there is no difficulty that strong intellect cannot surmount. Algeo, John. The Wizard of Oz, The Perilous Journey, The Quest, Summer 1993. Wheaton, I.L., Theosophical Society in America p. 53. In the book, the Tin Woodsman was an ordinary being of flesh, but a wicked witch casts a spell on him. He kept chopping off parts of his body, which were then replaced by a tinsmith, until he became the first bionic man, with a completely mechanic body. Boy, hasn't the Illuminati been trying to do this one? In step with Wizard of Oz mind control programming, the wicked witch and naughty children cannot stand water but dissolve. Robotic clones are created in the minds of monarch slaves which can only be mentally dissolved by mentally placing water on them. Dorothy goes questing in Oz. Theosophists, New Agers, Satanists, etc., go on quests. Oz is shaped like a mandala with Emerald City in the center, an impassable barrier, 4-sidedness, 4 symbolic colors, the circle and the center. The colors and directions given in Oz may also have other symbolic meanings in the occult. For instance, Emerald City is green and green is the 4th point of the Eastern Star, women's Freemasonry, and Satan's color. The route that Dorothy follows in Oz has the shape of a T with its 3 points defining an inverted triangle. The yellow brick road suggests gold, the perfect metal. Gold is considered to be divine and the source of wisdom by the Illuminati. H.P.B. had written there is a road, steep and thorny, beset with perils of every kind, but yet a road, and it leads to the very heart of the universe. This was the yellow brick road that Baum the Theosophist sought to portray in his fairy tale. The book contains a great deal more perils and adventures on the road than the movie. The article shows that the great teacher is a humbug, but Dorothy and her own companions have the abilities to help themselves if they only will realize their own powers through the help of the Good Witch of the South. This is in line with the Theosophical Societies, the Church of Satan's, and other occult groups' teachings which teach that the individual has the capabilities within themselves to achieve anything. One of the Theosophical Society's publications states, "Prepare thyself, for thou wilt have to travel on alone. The teacher can but point the way." The voice of silence, as quoted in the Wizard of Oz article, Quest, Summer, 1993 p. 54. Part of the mindset of Satanism is that reality and fantasy become blurred. This blurring has been part of the brainwashing that is being systematically given to American children. Within monarch slaves, they have an incredibly difficult time trying to differentiate between reality and fantasy because of all the mind programming they have been subjected to. There are several techniques which will determine for monarch survivors if their memories are real. In the board game called Illuminati, put out by people connected to the Illuminati, the game states, "Don't believe any of this, it is all true." These are the type of double-bind self-contradictory statements that Satanists love to spew out. Monarch slaves are programmed full of double binds. With the Satanists' penchant for blurring reality in mind, read the following quote where the president of the Theosophical Society admiringly describes the Wizard of Oz. Part of Baum's joke is that things are never what they seem. Dorothy seems to be a simple and harmless little girl, but it is she who kills the wicked witches of both East and West. The Scarecrow seems to lack brains, but he has all the ideas in the company. The Tin Woodman seems to lack a heart, but he is so full of sentiment that he is always weeping. The Cowardly Lion seems to be a coward, but he takes brave action whenever it is called for. The Wizard seems to be great and powerful, but he is actually a humbug. Ounce seems to be a glorious and delightful land and Kansas to be dry, gray, and dull, but Ounce is a world of illusion and Kansas is really home. Things are not what they seem, in Ounce or Kansas. B. Relationships between the movie and Illuminati ritual. The close relationship between Dorothy and her dog is a very subtle connection between the satanic cult's use of animals, familiars. Those who read Volume 1, may remember the example written about on how Illuminati kingpin Alfred I. DuPont's dog Mummy served as Alfred's familiar spirit. Animals are very often used in ritual. This connection is very subtle, perhaps too subtle for it to be worthy of mention, except that those in Satanism will see the significance, even though others won't. What is trivial to one person may not be to the next. A monarch slave as a child will be allowed to bond with a pet. The child will want to bond with a pet anyway because people are terrifying by this point. Then the pet is killed in porn to traumatize the child. This happens quite frequently. The rainbow with its 7 colors have long had an occult significance of being a great spiritual hypnotic device. Constance Cumbay, in her book The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow, which exposes the New Age occult movement, correctly writes, "The rainbow, also called the Antaharana or rainbow bridge. This is used as a hypnotic device, p.261, the Supreme Council of the 33RD0 of Freemasonry has used the rainbow on the cover of their magazine. In a book teaching Druidism, as in Illuminati Druidism, the 21 Lessons of Merlin, the rainbow is described as a true sign of magic, it exists in both worlds at once. Elvira Gulch is a woman who owns one half of the county where Dorothy lives in Kansas. She is shown later in the land of Ounce transformed as a witch. Many of the Illuminati elite are rich and lead double lives. People who meet them at a ritual will see the dark side of these rich people. At the rituals, people are tranced from drugs, chanting, and mind control, they are over the rainbow. Professor Marvel uses a crystal ball which he claims was used by the priests of Isis. Isis and Osiris are both part of the ancient Egyptian mystery religion and modern Satanism. Kansas is black and white, Ounce is in color. Reality is downplayed in witchcraft and Satanism. Make-believe is considered more colorful than reality. Also, as an escape from this world, Satanists use drugs to enhance their perception of colors. Some of the famous writers took drugs which put them into altered states of consciousness in order to release their creativity. Both good and bad witches in Ounce carry staffs. In Satanism and the Illuminati, priestesses also carry similar staffs. Also, the idea that there are good and evil witches, white and black magic, is straight from the occult, and follows the Illuminati's Gnostic beliefs. Several scenes involve transference of power via transference of slippers from a witch. In Illuminati ritual, to transfer power, a matriarch or mother of darkness will kill the person in a position of authority with a strike on the forehead with a special mace-like staff, and then put on their slippers. Ruby-colored slippers are actually used as a symbol of authority at the matriarch level in the Illuminati. The shoes are said to be golden at the mothers of darkness level in the Illuminati. The bad witch uses poison, poisoned apples, and poisoned brew. Satanic covens in real life do the same thing. The wizard is portrayed as someone who rules and is benevolent. In witchcraft, wizards do rule, even though in some groups wizards are simply called witches. Winged monkeys in the haunted forest harken back to the pagan cultures which placed wings on various animal idols. The trees are alive like animals in the film. The Illuminati believe that the trees have spirits. In one of the Ounce films, even the stones have personality and talk. This comes straight out of Druidism. The Tin Man is a person which has been part of Illuminati ceremonies. The first initial ceremony that children of the Illuminati may remember is where a Tin Man with an axe watches over their presentation to the coven. If the parent presents the child, nothing is done, but if the parent refuses to present the children, then the Tin Man in the ritual will use his axe to sever the child's head on a chopping block. The Tin Man will also appear in Tin Man programming, and a Tin Man's castle may well be built in the monarch slave's head, but the point here is that the Tin Man is also part of ritual. Dorothy kills the Wicked Witch of the West by a sharp blow to the forehead with the witch's staff. This is what is done in the Illuminati, when an elderly witch is being replaced. In both cases, whether in the movie or in real life in the Illuminati, when a witch is killed the people have a ceremony. In real life in the secret world of the Illuminati, a scroll is used to certify that the witch is dead both physically and spiritually. The movie had this in it. Just one example of the thousands of Illuminati grande dames killed in ritual like this is the recent billionairess Doris Duke, who was ritually killed in 1993 on Halloween, also called All Hallows Eve, in the Beverly Hills, CA area. The Illuminati method for killing a grande dame and passing her spiritual power on is done with reverence. No blood is to be spilt out of respect for the elderly woman who gives up her life willingly. At death, the last breath is inhaled by the replacement to transfer the power. There may be as many as 2,197 grande dames at such a coronation. The grandmothers, whose systems are mistresses for Satan and hierarchy leaders, and the next rank, the grande dames, are often veiled in ritual and would wear robes with different colored lining. The different colors of linings show the different grades. A typical grande mother vestment or robe is a black satin and velvet dress with a draped neckline, and ritual symbols down the center of the robe. After someone like Doris Duke willingly gives their life, her head is served on a silver platter at a banquet. For the deeper altars of a high-level slave, this is part of their way of life, they are told it is their birthright and heritage. Such altars will not be able to identify with the culture at large. To give up their programming, means giving up their magical powers and their culture, which they have had to work hard for. To leave they would need to see something that they perceive as better. They are locked into their slavery due to their exposure to only a secret Illuminati culture and value system. Because of their dissociation with the rest of their own system of altars, they don't perceive a need to change their lifestyle any more than a bushman would be able to feel a need to wear shoes. Why should the bushman want shoes, if he has gotten along without them? Why should a high-level slave want change, when they have gotten along without it? Experience shows that during deprogramming most of the lower-level altars will want to escape their abuse, but the higher-level ritual altars are so separated from the abuse they don't want to give up their status and culture. Throughout the movie, scrolls are used. As stated, Mariah continues to use scrolls for their official ritual functions. The Wicked Witch of the West says that her question was not to kill or not to kill Dorothy, but rather how to kill Dorothy, for these things must be done delicately. This is exactly the attitude displayed within the Illuminati. The film has occult items such as crystal balls in several scenes, haunted castles, magic and a benevolent wizard. At one point the lion says, "I do believe in spooks, ghosts, I do, I do, I do, I do." Today, intelligence agents are also called spooks. The lion, Tin Man, Dorothy, and the scarecrow must prove themselves worthy to receive the benevolence from Ounce. The occult is full of rituals where the participant must prove himself worthy. The phrase seeds of learning is used in Illuminati ceremonies. Staffs like the movie has are used by various occult groups. These staffs often serve as stun guns, so that shocks can be applied during ceremonies. The shocks may be applied so that the victim doesn't remember the ceremony. See parallels between the Wizard of Oz series of books and Monarch programming. The following are parts of the Wizard of Oz Monarch programming, which is a base programming put in when the child is very young. Some of the slaves know portions of the Wizard of Oz script word for word. Dorothy is told she doesn't have a brain if she has gotten into trouble. Dorothy is looking for a place where there is no trouble, which is a place over the rainbow. To escape pain, alters go over the rainbow. This is aka in Alice in Wonderland programming as going through the looking glass. Dorothy becomes unconscious, the world begins spinning, and then she see disjointed pictures. This also happens to Monarch slaves. Later in the film, Dorothy states, "My people come and go so quickly." This is exactly what happens to the Monarch slave whose multiple personalities come and go. When the multiple personalities switch in and out very fast, a spinning process can start, which can be dangerous if it doesn't stop. Just like most hiccuping stops on its own, the rapid uncontrolled switching, which can be triggered by stress, usually stops on its own. Systems which subconsciously know they are going to be tortured and used may out of a subconscious fear begin this revolving switching. It is said that the Monarch victim will become comatose if the rapid spinning goes on too long. Personalities are switched in what are called tornado spins or tornado spinning, and personalities called spin-off personalities come up according to the number of revolutions the slave is commanded to spin. By spinning the slave, the master can choose what sexual perversion he wants, as each spin-off personality has been trained to carry out a different perversion. Over the rainbow in Oz is for the Monarch slave to be in a trance, and into a certain area of the programming. To be fluctuating at both ends as an observer and not a participant, or to go to the other extreme and become a participant. The theme song of the movie goes, "Somewhere over the rainbow, there's a land where the dreams that you dare to dream really come true." These lyrics are a method to hypnotically confuse the brain to perceive that the over the rainbow experience, which is usually horrible abuse, is a dream. The dissociative mind is only too happy to call the trauma a dream, which is lived as a reality for a moment, but is nevertheless recorded by the mind as a fantasy. The term for this is cryptoamnesia, which means the process where the proper functioning of memory is hypnotically messed up. The slave's internal world becomes reality, and the external real world becomes the land of Oz, which is perceived as make-believe. Dwarfs are used in the internal programming. Hollywood hired a large number of them for the movie's cast. They are called munchkins in the movie. Manchel, known as the programmer Dr. Green, was especially interested in experimenting traumas on dwarfs. For bona fides and recognition signals, the Monarch slaves wear diamonds to signify they are presidential models, rubies to signify their ounce programming for prostitution, and emeralds to signify their programming to do drug business. Rings are also used to signify what activity the slave is doing, and what rank or level they are in the occult. Monarch slaves are taught to follow the yellow brick road. No matter what fearful things lie ahead, the Monarch slave must follow the yellow brick road which is set out before them by their master. For some slaves used as track stars, their yellow brick road was the track they had to run. The yellow brick road is the runway in which alters were trained to fly off from to exit their internal world and take the body. The yellow brick road also pertains to the assignment that an alter is given. To follow the yellow brick road is to go down the road that has been assigned by command. The yellow brick road programming is placed into the child's mind via the yellow brick road of the Wizard of Oz story. Remember the key words: follow the yellow brick road. To get someone onto the yellow brick road, you must know the access code to get them through the poppy field. The color codes are important to get an alter through the field of poppies. Fiddler is important word to get to the yellow brick road. It signifies the programmer in the context of the programmer is here, go over the rainbow, and then the alters eat what is variously called music or a script or a letter, which are words meaning instructions. in the 1900 edition of the book on page 31 to 32 says, "Programming cues are in caps. She closed the door, locked it, and put the key carefully in the pocket of her dress. And so, with Toto trotting along soberly behind her, she started on her journey. There were several roads nearby, but it did not take her long to find the one paved with yellow brick. Within a short time she was walking briskly toward the Emerald City, her silver shoes tinkling merrily on the hard, yellow roadbed. The sun shone bright and the birds sang sweet, and Dorothy did not feel nearly as bad as you might think a little girl would who had been suddenly whisked away from her own country and set down in the midst of a strange land. The houses of the Munchkins were odd-looking dwellings, all were painted blue, for in this country of the East blue was the favorite color. 5 little fiddlers played as loudly as possible and the people were laughing and singing, while a big table nearby was loaded with delicious fruits, the programs and nuts, pies and cakes, and many other good things to eat, scripts to ingest. Monarch slaves are threatened with fire, like the scarecrow. They also see people dismembered like the scarecrow was dismembered. For them it is not an idle threat. The front altars also have hearts full of pain like scarecrow. Certain altars are not given courage and most have their hearts taken from them. The altars who are programmed not to have hearts are hypnotically told the same thing the Tin Man says, "I could be human if I only had a heart." See chapter 4, where it discusses hypnosurgery. Some altars are taught they are stupid and have no brain. Scarecrow is asked the question, "How can you talk without a brain?" Scarecrow answers, "Some people without a brain can do a lot of talking." Emerald City is used in programming. Emerald City in the programming will be well guarded and hard to reach. Several important things will be placed inside the Emerald City, including the deeper Illuminati altars. Castles are used in the programming. Lots of castles, either in the mind's imagery or purely demoniac, are placed into the slave's mind. Winged monkeys are able to watch in the movies somewhat as spy satellites. Winged monkeys are used in the programming to create a fear of always being watched. The flowers used in the movie and books are also used in the programming. The witch uses poppy flowers to put the lion and Dorothy to sleep. Opium and cocaine are used to tranquilize monarch slaves. An altar of a slave will get trancy when they enter the poppy field. Heroin and cocaine come from poppies. In the film, Dorothy says, "What is happening? I'm so sleepy." She and the lion get sleepy for no apparent reason very quickly. Monarch slaves do the same thing. Waking up with snow in the movie is nothing less than an allusion to cocaine, which is a common substance given to monarch slaves to help make them dependent. Dorothy states at one point in the movie that she doesn't remember. She then follows this up with, "I guess it doesn't matter." Hourglasses appear in the movie in several spots, and they also occur in various contexts in people who have been programmed by the monarch programming. Some victims of the programming have hourglass configurations, each created around a separate axis. The hourglasses have the ability to be rotated, which causes certain altars to be brought forward. Monarch slave masters have also used hourglasses to indicate to their slaves that death was imminent and that time was running out. This is the way the Wicked Witch used the hourglass on Dorothy, who happens to be saved just as the hourglass runs out. Some monarch slave masters actually have large hourglasses, sometimes 3 high, like in the movie. In Kathy O'Brien's autobiography of her life as a monarch slave, Transformation of America, she has a photograph of Seconds of Defense Cheney's hourglass on his desk with him seated. This hourglass was used to threaten her as a slave. When a monarch slave sees an hourglass, they may switch, but basically it is a reminder that the slave masters have the power to run a person's time out. One slave was told, "The sand that sifts through the hourglass is a measure of your worthiness to live or die." The hourglass shape is basically 2 triangles which touch at their peaks, or an X configuration with the tops of the X having lines. The child's mind is to visualize this configuration as a compass, as the 4 points N, S, E, W. They are to see the X configuration also as an X, Y axis upon which a city is structured. The hourglass then is tied to several other concepts which integrate themselves well with the basic X shape of the hourglass. Circles with X's are stacked on top of each other to form the different worlds which contain the altars. The two pie-shaped pieces of the hourglass will hold one world, while the hourglass configuration made by the other two adjacent pieces hold the looking glass mirror images of each altar. Each hourglass is called two quadrants. To remove four quadrants would of course take both altars and mirror images with it. In mathematics, it could be stated that regular altars are in quadrant XY and XY. And that the looking glass people, the mirror images, early splits made from each altar as a copy, are in quadrants X, Y, and X, Y. See the chapter on how to structure a system. Click your heels together and be there in a snap is both in the movie and in the programming cues. Military monarch slave models are especially taught to click their heels together. Joseph Mangel, Drive. Black, Michael Aquino, and others also like to click their Nazi boots together while they programmed children. Silence is both in the movie and a command of the ounce programming. This word silence stands for a code of no talk which runs deep in the mind of the slave. As in the movie, certain slave altars will talk to their masters as Dorothy did, "If you please, sir." The keys, and triggers, to control the switching of personalities and to give orders are frequently based on Wizard of Ounce material. A monarch slave owner might use cues based on the Wizard of Ounce such as, "There's a pair of magic shoes to wear with your dress, something enlightening, to transport you faster than the OL ruby slippers." Quote from O'Brien, Kathy. Operation Carrier Pigeon, Monograph, PG2. A cryptic death threat given to Kathy as a slave by handler seconds of defense Cheney to kill her daughter by taking off her daughter's ears was then backed up by the hypnotic command based on Wizard of Ounce programming, "I'll get her, my pretty. Your little girl." The programming that is related to the Tin Man produces a monarch slave which is described as a well-oiled machine by the handlers. U.S. Sen. Alan Simpson, one of the perpetrators of the Monarch program, referred to the Tin Man programming when he told a slave these are but empty shells of the life they were once possessed. Like you are empty and void of life. Phrases like troubles melt can be found in both the movie and in the programming. Let's now cover what programming is based on the Ounce books, that isn't found in the movie. A great deal of the Ounce programming comes from the books, of which only the first book was used for the movie. The public is familiar with the movie which is based on the first one, but in general doesn't know the other books exist. We will not go through the scripts of all 14 books, there isn't room for that, but by going through a few of the books, the reader will begin to see the massive amount of material which was used for programming scripts in the Ounce books. It is one thing to say, the Wizard of Ounce was used as a mind control programming script, but that doesn't convey the extent of it. Large sections of the 14 books are almost perfect for mind control. If you take the trouble to read these quotes, you may find yourself startled at what you thought at first glance was a nice child's story. PG-38 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce, "That is true," said the Scarecrow. "You see," he continued, confidently, "I don't mind my legs and arms and body being stuffed, because I cannot get hurt. If anyone treads on my toes or sticks a pin into me, it doesn't matter, for I can't feel it." This is teaching dissociation. The slaves actually do have pins and needles stuck into them, or toothpicks under their fingernails, etc. If anyone asks the slave a question they can say according to the script, "I don't know anything." The infant slave will be taught words like this: "Sticks and stones may break my back, but words will never hurt me, because I'm not here." PG-41 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce, "It never hurt him, however, and Dorothy would pick him up and set him upon his feet again, while he joined her in laughing merrily at his own mishap." This is teaching the programming it's okay, it doesn't matter, nothing wrong here, that the slave is taught to tell the world. PG-40 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce, "Nest of rats in the straw, at the Scarecrow." The mice in a monarch system which control the turning of the quadrants clock, hide from the scarecrow. PG 42 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce, Fewer Fruit Trees. If the slave eats the fruit code for programs without permission, the dwarf munchkins will beat the altar with their clubs. Also on this page, home is called Kansas, and it is described as how gray everything was there. In other words, reality isn't as great and colorful as the make-believe internal world you can build in your mind to escape this hell we're giving you. PG 43 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. The scarecrow looked at her reproachfully, and answered, "My life has been so short that I really know nothing whatever. I was only made day before yesterday. What happened in the world before that time is all unknown to me. Luckily, when the farmer made my head, one of the first things he did was to paint my ears, so that I heard what was going on." This is the script read to new alters, to help them have a clean slate before programming them with another new script. This is coupled with the Wizard of Ounce theme that the wizard gives brains, what to think, to the scarecrow. The alters are hypnotically programmed that if they think on their own then they are empty-headed like the scarecrow. They can only have something in their head if they let the wizard give them what to think. PG 45 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. It was a lonely life to lead, for I had nothing to think of, having been made such a little while before. This is part of the script read a new alter. PG 48 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. So the scarecrow led her through the trees until they reached the cottage, and Dorothy entered and found a bed of dried leaves in one corner. She lay down at once, and with Toto beside her, soon fell into a sound sleep. The scarecrow, who was never tired, stood up in another corner and waited. This was used to program part of a script for an Illuminati ceremony. PG 57 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. So the old woman went to the Wicked Witch of the East, and promised her 2 sheep and a cow if she would prevent the marriage. Therefore, upon the Wicked Witch enchanted my axe, and when I was chopping away, the axe slipped all at once and cut off my left leg. This at first seemed a great misfortune, for I knew a one-legged man could not do very well as a wood chopper. So I went to a tinsmith and had him make me a new leg out of tin. The leg worked very well, once I was used to it, but my action angered the Wicked Witch of the East, for she had promised the old woman I should not marry the pretty Munchkin girl. When I began chopping again, my axe slipped and cut off my right leg. Again I went to the tinner, and again he made me a leg out of tin. After this the enchanted axe cut off my arms, one after the other, but, nothing daunted, I had them replaced with tin ones. The Wicked Witch then made the axe slip and cut off my head, and at first I thought that was the end of me. But the tinner happened to come along, and he made me a new head out of tin. This is an Illuminati ceremony script done by Dr. Menschel with children at a very young age. It was a blood oath to Green that if they let anyone touch the programming they would cut themselves. PG 58 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce, splitting me into 2 halves. Once more the tinner came to my help and made me a body of tin, fastening my tin arms, but alas! I had now no heart, so that I lost all my love for the Munchkin girl. I had known was the loss of my heart. While I was in love I was the happiest man on earth, but no one can love who has not a heart, and so I am resolved to ask Ounce to give me one. PG 66 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. The Scarecrow, the Tin Woodsman and Dorothy expect that the Wizard of Ounce can give a brain, a heart, and send Dorothy back to Kansas. Under programming the master as the wizard can give alters what he wants, including sending them back to Kansas, their internal reality. PG 77 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. They could see the road of yellow brick running through a beautiful country, with green meadows dotted with bright flowers and all the road bordered with trees hanging full of delicious fruits. This is used for the imagery of the yellow brick road. PG 87 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. Scarlet poppies, their odor is so powerful that anyone who breathes it falls asleep, and if the sleeper is not carried away from the scent of the flowers he sleeps on and on forever. But Dorothy did not know this, nor could she get away from the bright red flowers that were everywhere about, so presently her eyes grew heavy and she felt she must sit down to rest and to sleep. This is an important part of the programming. This is the storyline for Trancing Deep. PG 112 Book 1 The Wizard of Ounce. Then the guardian of the gates put on his own glasses and told them he was ready to show them to the palace. Taking a big golden key from a peg on the wall, he opened another gate, and they all followed him through the portal into the streets of the Emerald City. This is helpful imagery in setting up the internal Emerald City and its guards. Book 3. Ozma of Ounce. PG 20 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. But the wind, as if satisfied at last with its mischievous pranks, stopped blowing this ocean and hurried away to another part of the world to blow something else, so that the waves, not being joggled anymore, began to quiet down and behave themselves. Used to create protective programming. Notice how the wind is personified. PG 23 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. So she sat down in a corner of the coop, leaned her back against the slats, nodded at the friendly stars before she closed her eyes, and was asleep in half a minute. Altars may be trained to trance when placed in a corner. PG 27 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. No, indeed, I never care to hatch eggs unless I've a nice snug nest, in some quiet place, with a baker's dozen of eggs under me. That's 13, you know, and it's a lucky number for hens. So you may as well eat this egg. This has been used often to get 13 splits when torturing. Many Illuminati systems were set up on 13 grids. PG 30 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. Next to the water programming queue to build Atlantis was a broad beach of white sand and gravel programming queue to build Troy, and farther back were several rocky hills, while beyond these appeared a strip of green trees programming queue to build a green forest that marked the edge of a forest. But there were no houses to be seen, nor any sign of people programming queue for altars to be invisible who might inhabit this unknown land. This page along with others near it, have been used to build the structures in the internal world of Illuminati slaves. In brackets are a sample of how it could be used when building an internal world. PG 34 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. Why eating live things? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Goodness me, returned the hen, in a puzzled tone. How queer you are, Dorothy. Live things are much fresher and more wholesome than dead ones, and you humans eat all sorts of dead creatures. This is used to encourage cannibalism. PG 35 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. A large-sized golden key. To encourage the imagery of golden keys, which are used frequently in the internal system. The next chapter, Letter in the Sand, has singing trees in it, which have been popular items for the Illuminati due to their druid beliefs. PG 39 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. By, when she was almost in despair, the little girl came upon 2 trees that promised to furnish her with plenty of food. One was quite full of square paper boxes, which grew in clusters on all the limbs, and upon the biggest and ripest boxes the word lunch could be read, in neat letters. The tree seemed to bear all the year around, for there were lunchbox blossoms on some of the branches, and on others tiny little lunchboxes that were as yet quite green, and evidently not fit to eat. Boxes are built internally in the slave's mind, and a box will contain a program. The food is the programming that the slave is to eat and digest. The programming in the box might be songs, nursery rhymes, or a poem or anything. On page 41, there is a full-page picture of a girl picking a lunch pail from a tree limb to eat it. PG 40 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. The little girl stood on tiptoe and picked one of the nicest and biggest lunch boxes, and then she sat down upon the ground and eagerly opened it. Inside she found, nicely wrapped in white papers, a ham sandwich, a piece of sponge cake, a pickle, a slice of new cheese and an apple. Each thing had a separate stem. The lunch boxes on the tree are the programs which the programmers put in. The stems are what link the programming stories together in the child's mind. PG 42 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. I had a pair of silver shoes, that carried me through the air, said Dorothy. In the programming, silver shoes are used as cues to go into altered states, i.e. through the air. PG 44 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. embroidered garments of many colors, color programming for the ribbons. PG 47 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, we'll get you in time, never fear. And when we do get you, we'll tear you into little bits. Why are you so cruel to me? Asked Dorothy. I'm a stranger in your country, and have done you no harm. No harm, cried one who seemed to be their leader. Did you not pick our lunch boxes and dinner pails? Have you not a stolen dinner pail still in your hand? It is the law here that whoever picks a dinner pail without our permission must die immediately. The programming message to all of this is that no one had better touch the dinner pails which represent the programs, or they are to die immediately. Armies like in the story guard the internal programming of the slave. PG 51 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, these pages describe a crack in rocks that is a door. This is used for Petra programming. PG 52 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, golden key, within the narrow chamber of rock was the form of a man, or, at least, it seemed like a man. His head and limbs were copper. Also his head and limbs were copper, and these were jointed or hinged to his body in a peculiar way, with metal caps over the joints, like the armor worn by knights in days of old. These are a system's robots which are said by the programmers to be friends, and which are invisible. You can see other people's robots but not one's own internal robots. PG 53 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, this copper man is not alive at all. The clone robots are made to think they are not alive, but just robots. In reality they are little child alters suited up to think they are robots. PG 55 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, back view of the copper man, and in this way discovered a printed card that hung between his shoulders, it being suspended from a small copper peg at the back of his neck. The robots are put in by a combination of several stories. The deep sea divers of 20,000 leagues under the sea, and the Wizard of Ounce's copper man reinforce each other. Extra responsive mechanical man fitted with our special clockwork attachment. Thinks, speaks, acts, and does everything but live. Manufactured only at our works at Evna, land of Ev. All infringements will be promptly prosecuted according to law. This huge sign is part of the robotic programming the clone robots receive. Notice that they are drilled into total obedience. All infringements will be promptly prosecuted. Obey the law that your master gives you. PG 56 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, directions for using. For thinking, wind the clockwork man under his left arm, marked number 1. For speaking, wind the clockwork man under his right arm, marked number 2. For walking, wind clockwork in the middle of his back, marked number 3. N.B. This mechanism is guaranteed to work perfectly for 1,000 years. These instructions were used to build Dr. Green's, Manschel's, boxes and the robots. PG 58 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, the words sounded a little hoarse and creaky, and they were uttered all in the same tone, without any change of expression whatever, but both Dorothy and Billina understood them perfectly. This was used to program the internal robots to speak in unison and to repeat themselves. PG 60 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, after that I remember nothing until you wound me up again. The internal robots forget and then are prepared again for war. PG 62 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, from this time forth I am your obedient servant. Whatever are you command, that I will do willingly if you keep me wound up. This is used to teach the internal robots obedience to their programming. PG 67 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, within the pail were 3 slices of turkey, 2 slices of cold tongue, some lobster salad, 4 slices of bread and butter, a small custard pie, an orange, and 9 large strawberries and some nuts and raisins. Singularly enough, the nuts in this dinner pail grew already cracked, so that Dorothy had no trouble in picking out their meats to eat. This is given to front alters as the front programming so that they see the programs as only fruit. PG 68 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, do the lunchbox trees and the dinner pail trees belong to the Wheelers? The child asked Tik-Tok, while engaged in eating her meal. Of course not, he answered. They belong to the royal family of Ev, Only of course there is no royal family just now because King Evoldu jumped into the sea and his wife and 10 children have been transformed by the Gnome King. You will find the royale stamped up on the bottom of every din no pale. The Gnome King in the programming became the ruler of the demon/system within the monarch system. Several storylines from a number of sources are overlapped to reinforce the programming scripts. The programmers will use other stories to introduce themselves into the system too. In case readers don't know, a monarch system will have hidden powerful altars that are made in the image of their programmers, that serve as personal representatives of the programmers. PG-79 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, I am only a machine, cannot feel sorrow or joy, no matter what happens. This is teaching mechanical dissociation, and coincides with Tin Man programming. PG-83 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, for the Princess Langwidere is a different person every time I see her, and the only way her subjects can recognize her at all is by means of a beautiful ruby key which she always wears on a chain attached to her left wrist. When we see the key we know we are beholding the princess. That is strange, said Dorothy, in astonishment. Do you mean to say that so many different princesses are one and the same person? Not exactly, answered the Wheeler. There is, of course, but one princess, but she appears to us in many forms, which are all more or less beautiful. Doesn't this sound like MPD? Did Frank Baum know about MPD? PG-90 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, Princess Langwidere's sitting room was paneled with great mirrors, which reached from the ceiling to the floor. Also the ceiling was composed of mirrors, and the floor was of polished silver that reflected every object upon it. So when Langwidere sat in her easy chair and played soft melodies upon her mandolin, her form was mirrored hundreds of times, in walls, and ceilings and floor, and whichever way, this is the mirror programming that has been done to so many victims. PG-91 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, now I must explain to you that the Princess Langwidere had 30 heads. Isn't this storyline convenient for programming? PG-94 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, Langwidere to a position in front of cupboard number 17, the princess unlocked the door with her ruby key and after handing head number 9, which she had been wearing, to the maid, she took number 17 from its shelf and fitted it to her neck. There was one trouble with number 17, the temper that went with it, and which was hidden, was fiery, harsh, and haughty in the extreme, and it often led the princess to do unpleasant things which she regretted when she came to wear her other heads. Does the reader see how this is programming to switch personalities? And personality number 17 is locked up, which is a common programming methodology. The fiery, harsh anger, those are the demonic imps that the victim is coached to accept as normal, which are layered in. See Chapter 10. PG-98 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, to hear is to obey, answered the big red colonel, and caught the child by the arm. PG-99 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, the colonel had by this time managed to get upon his feet again, so he grabbed fast hold of the girl and she was helpless to escape. PG-102 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, once a cyclone had carried her across it, and a magical pair of silver shoes had carried her back again. PG-103 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, first came a magnificent golden chariot, drawn by a great lion and an immense tiger, who stood shoulder to shoulder and trotted along as gracefully as a well-matched team of thoroughbred horses. And standing upright within the chariot was a beautiful girl clothed in flowing robes of silver gauze and wearing a jeweled diadem upon her dainty head. She held in one hand the satin ribbons that guided her astonishing team, and in the other an ivory wand that separated at the top into two prongs, the prongs being tipped by the letters 0 and Z, made of glistening diamonds set closely together. The way this was used for programming is that guard altars are made out of kittens, who believe they are fierce tigers and lions and other wild cats. Ozma represents the Illuminati Queen Mother with her crown and scepter. PG-104 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, on this page we see Ozma of Ounce, the Scarecrow, the Sawhorse, the Tin Woodman, and soldiers. These characters were used in the programming. Toward the bottom of the page is something that was built into the system so that altars would stay in place in their internal world. The green carpet rolled itself up again, in order that their feet might not come in contact with the deadly, life-destroying sands of the desert. PG 117 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. Dorothy took the key to TikTok from her pocket and wound up the machine man's action, so that he could bow properly when introduced to the rest of the company. PG 119 to 120 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. Let me introduce to you a new friend of mine, the Hungry Tiger. He displayed 2 rows of terrible teeth and a mouth big enough to startle anyone. Dreadfully hungry, answered the tiger, snapping his jaws together with a fierce click. This is programming for deeper cats in an altar system. The next page tells how this is used to teach the child altar cannibalism. The tiger. For my part, I'm a savage beast, and have an appetite for all sorts of poor living creatures, from a chipmunk to fat babies. How dreadful, said Dorothy. Isn't it, though, returned the hungry tiger, licking his lips with his long red tongue. Fat babies. Don't they sound delicious? If I had no conscience I would probably eat the babies and then get hungry again, which would mean that I had sacrificed the poor babies for nothing. For it is the nature of tigers to be cruel and ferocious, and in refusing to eat harmless living creatures I am acting as no good tiger has ever before acted. This part of the book is used to help teach the child altars which think they are tigers to be cannibalistic and actually participate in eating babies. This is all filmed to be used against the mind-controlled slave. PG 130 to 31 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. No one knows, exactly, replied the princess. For the king, whose name is Rockwat of the Rocks, owns a splendid palace underneath the great mountain which is at the north end of this kingdom, and he has transformed the queen and her children into ornaments and bric-a-brac with which to decorate his rooms. I'd like to know, said Dorothy, who this gnome king is. I will tell you, replied Ozma. He is said to be the ruler of the underground world, and commands the rocks and all that the rocks contain. Under his rule are many thousands of the gnomes, who are queerly shaped but powerful sprites that labor at the furnaces and forges of their king, making gold and silver and other metals which they conceal in the crevices of the rocks, so that those living upon the earth's surface can only find them with great difficulty. Also they make diamonds and rubies and emeralds, which they hide in the ground, so that the kingdom of gnomes is wonderfully rich, and all we have of precious stones and silver and gold is what we take from the earth and rocks where the gnome king has hidden them. The ruler of the underground world is not fond of those who live upon the earth's surface, and never appears among us. If we wish to see King Rockwat of the Rocks, we must visit his one country, where he is all-powerful, and therefore it will be a dangerous undertaking, the furnaces of the gnome king. A single spark of fire might destroy me entirely. The furnaces may also melt my tin, said the Tin Woodman, but I am going. I can't bear heat, remarked the princess. This is used to program in the dwarfs who mine the jewels, programs. The dwarfs are often demonic imps or gnomes, rather than being real altars. Notice that the storyline fits in beautifully with the hell pit that the programmers so often put at the basement of people's minds. The hell pit would have programming to make someone burn. If someone approaches where the dwarfs live, which is deep underground, deep in the mind, they will burn. Notice again the words diamonds, rubies, emeralds, silver, and gold, which are all parts of programming codes. PG 139 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. But I know enough to obey my masters, and to get up, or whoa, when I'm told to. This is teaching obedience. Lower down the table were the 27 warriors of Ounce. This was used to create altars within the internal world. PG 147 to 148 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. The form was that of a gigantic man built out of plates of cast iron, and it stood with one foot on either side of the Nara road and swung over its right shoulder an immense iron mallet, with which it constantly pounded the earth. These resounding blows explained the thumping sounds they had heard, for the mallet was much bigger than a barrel, and where it struck the path between the rocky sides of the mountain it filled all the space through which our travelers would be obliged to pass. Of course they at once halted, a safe distance away from the terrible iron mallet. The magic carpet would do them no good in this case, for it was only meant to protect them from any dangers upon the ground beneath their feet, and not from dangers that appeared in the air above them. "Wow," said the Cowardly Lion, with a shudder. "It makes me dreadfully nervous to see that big hammer pounding so near my head. One blow would crush me into a doormat." "The Giant is a fine fellow," said Tiktok, "and works as steadily as a clock. He was made for the Gnome King by Smith and Tinker, who made me, and his duty is to keep folks from finding the underground palace. Is he not a great work of art?" "No," replied the machine, "he is only made to pound the road, and has no thinking or speaking attachment. But he pounds very well, I think. Is there no way to stop his machinery?" "Only the Gnome King, who has the key, can do that," answered Tiktok. Meanwhile the giant continued to raise his iron mallet high in the air and to strike the path. Terrific blows that echoed through the mountains like the roar of cannon. This was used as the script to place in Thor, a giant who protects the programming. Very severe split-brain headaches are programmed to occur to the victim, whenever the internal Thor pounds his hammer. If the programming is threatened, Thor and the imps, demons, appear, to protect it. There are an entire series of events using programming and obedient altars that takes place to protect the programming, if it is ever threatened. PG 159 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce, there was no reply, except that the shifting gnomes upon the mountain laughed in derision. "You must not command the Gnome King," said Tiktok, "for you do not rule him, as you do your own people. The purpose of this part is to prepare the child's altars to accept that internal queens and other leading altars do not rule the demons that are placed into their system, and are not to order them around." PG 163 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. In the center of this room was a throne carved out of a solid boulder of rock, rude and rugged in shape but glittering with great rubies and diamonds and emeralds on every part of its surface. And upon the throne sat the Gnome King. PG 167 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. On this page is a picture of the Gnome King telling Dorothy and Ozma that, "They belong to me and I shall keep them." In other words, the imps and their jewels belong to the king of the demons. Around his throne are steps with gems, and this imagery was used to build the internal gems in a system, with Satan/the Antichrist's throne at the top of the stairs. PG 170 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. Although this army consisted of rock-colored gnomes, all squat and fat, they were clothed in glittering armor of polished steel, inlaid with beautiful gems. Upon his brow each wore a brilliant electric light, and they bore sharp spears and swords and battle-axes of solid bronze. It was evident they were perfectly trained, for they stood in straight rows, rank after rank, with their weapons held erect and true, as if awaiting but the word of command to level them upon their foes. "This," sighed the Gnome King, "is but a small part of my army. No ruler upon earth has ever dared to fight me, and no ruler ever will, for I am too powerful to oppose." This was to help build acceptance within the child of the layering of armies of demons. PG 180, Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. For upon the edge of the table rested a pretty grasshopper, that seemed to have been formed from a single emerald. The next page has a picture of a grasshopper wearing a hat and many shoes. This was used to help the victim take the hypnotic suggestion that their programmer was a grasshopper, a cricket. Mengele used a clicker which helped with this hypnotic suggestion too. PG 182 to 183 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. The king returned to his throne. They were greatly disheartened by the knowledge that she was now an ornament in the Gnome King's palace, a dreadful, creepy place in spite of all its magnificence. Without their little leader they did not know what to do next, and each one, down to the trembling private of the army, began to fear he would soon be more ornamental than useful. "Never mind," said the jolly monarch. "If he doesn't care to enter the palace, I'll throw him into one of my fiery furnaces. PG 184 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. 26 officers filed into the palace and made their guesses and became ornaments. Storyline used to program parts to become useful ornaments. He wore a heavy gold chain around his neck to show that he was the chief steward of the Gnome King. Many of the abusers signify their power to the slaves by wearing a gold chain around their neck. PG 186 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. On this page it states that some magical power gave the king the ability to know all that took place in his palace. By crediting their abilities to an occult magical dimension, the programmers enhanced their appearance of power to the child victim. PG 192 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. On this page and the surrounding pages, the people who have become ornaments are also assigned colors. The Queen of Ev are all ornaments of a royal purple color and all those people from Ounce into green ornaments. PG 194 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. If I wore the magic belt which enables you to work all your transformations, and gives you so much other power, what color will you make the Kansas girl? Asked the steward. Gray, I think, said His Majesty. And the Scarecrow and the Machine Man? Oh, they shall be of solid gold, because they are so ugly in real life. This was the script to bring in the color programming. Color programming is discussed in the Structuring Chapter 7, and the Internal Controls Chapter 11, dealing with the internal computers, and in Chapter 4 where the codes are given. PG 192 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. What more do you want? Demanded the king. A fat baby. I want a fat baby, said the hungry tiger. A nice, plump, juicy, tender, fat baby. When the alters are forced to accept that they are tigers and other cats, then they are encouraged, forced, into cannibalism. PG 200 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. So Tik-Tok touched a yellow glass vase that had daisies painted on one side, and he spoke at the same time the word Ev. In a flash the machine man had disappeared. This was part of the programming to introduce daisies and switching. PG 201 Book 3 Ozma of Ounce. Next she touched the image of a purple kitten that stood on the corner of a mantle, and as she pronounced the word Ev the kitten disappeared, and a pretty, fair-haired boy stood beside her. This is teaching the switching of alters and their color programming. We will stop our coverage of the Ozma of Ounce book here. We have only partially covered only 2 of the 14 ounces books, all of which were used as programming scripts. There are many more sections in this series of 14 books that served as programming scripts, but the reader has got the basic idea. It is still important to go over how some of the other books were used in programming, so that the reader begins to see how the storylines assist in programming, and how the storylines are so frequently tied together from perhaps 12 different stories to reinforce one alter's programming. Alice in Wonderland. Alice through the looking glass. I can't believe that, said Alice. Can't you? The Queen said in a pitying tone. Try again, draw a long breath, and shut your eyes. Alice laughed. There's no use trying, she said. One can't believe impossible things. I dare say you haven't had much practice, said the Queen. When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. The chapter which dreamed it in Alice Through the Looking Glass has sexual programming. The Red Queen is purring. The story where walruses make believe it is oysters is used for programming. Other sexual programming occurs in the chapter It's My Own Invention where the knight in crimson, and white, armor are prisoners which duel for her. Tweedledee and Tweedledum is used for S&M programming, which has a hand signal involving rotating the thumbs of a clasp hand. Alters go through the looking glass, and fall down an oak tree by falling into a deeper and deeper trance. Monarch programming is a reflection of how Satan's mind works. Lewis Carroll's book with its inversion themes fits in with this type of thinking. Lewis Carroll loved the humor of logical contradictions. In the book, Alice wonders if cats eat bats or bats eat cats, and she is told that to say what she means is not the same as meaning what she says. When she eats the left side of the mushroom, she grows large, the right side has the reverse effect. These changes in size are in themselves reversals. A large girl and small puppy end up to be a large puppy and a small girl. In Sylvia and Bruno, we are presented with an anti-gravity wool that can be placed into a parcel to make it weigh less than nothing, a watch that reverses time, a black light, and a projective plane with outside inside and inside outside. The slave learns that evil is simply live backwards. In the Looking Glass world, the Red Queen knows of a hill. Compared to it, the hill in question is a valley. Also she knows of dry biscuits which quench thirst, a messenger who whispers by shouting, and Alice who runs as fast as she can to stay in one place. Sometimes it seems we really do have to run fast to stay in place. The King of Hearts thinks it's not unusual to write letters to nobody, and the White King compliments Alice on having keen enough eyesight to see nobody at a great distance down the road. Can you see why this book was so good to program us? In the book Through the Looking Glass, all asymmetrical objects, that means all objects which can't be superimposed on their mirrored image, go the other way. There are left-right reversals. Tweedledee and Tweedledum are mirror image twins. The White Knight sings about squeezing his right foot into a left shoe, and there are several mentions of corkscrews. A helix, a corkscrew, is an asymmetric structure with distinct left and right forms. The book's type of thinking was extended beyond asymmetrical objects to asymmetrical relations of all types. For example, Alice walks backward. In the railway carriage the guard tells her she is traveling the wrong way. The king has two messengers, one to come and one to go. The White Queen explains the advantages of living backward in time. The looking glass cake is handed around first, then sliced. Odd and even numbers, which are equivalent to left and right or on and off, are worked into the story at several points. For instance, the White Queen requests jam every other day. Going through the looking glass takes us to a world where the ordinary world is turned upside down and backward. Things go every which way except the way they are supposed to go. Antimatter is a mirror image. Antimatter milk will explode Alice, but an antimatter Alice on the other side of the looking glass can drink the antimatter milk. In Chapter 11 Alice captures the Red Queen. It results in a legitimate checkmate of the Red King, who has slept through the entire life-size chess game without moving. The checkmate ends the dream, but leaves open in the story the question of whether the dream was Alice's or the Red King's. The programming has so often been only a dream to us. The outside world was so often just an unreal dream to us. What was real and what was not real? The real world, for other people, was full of contradictions, and the unreal world, our internal world, was consistent. Everything was upside down, forwards and backwards. In the Looking Glass book, one shuttles back and forth mysteriously between real and dream worlds. So, either I been dreaming about life or I only dream that life is but a dream. As a slave breaks away from the programming, life becomes a bewildering confusion as the slave is pulled between two worlds. The internal world has everything the alter needs, the external world is a harsh cold reality that doesn't have much to offer. People in the external world can help make it real for a slave. The handlers will never do this. Alters will need a reason to want to come out of the internal reality which they are programmed to believe in. For so long much of life was seen as a dream. It will be hard to get a grasp on what was real and what was the lie. Many of the lies are more real than the truth. Life was sometimes like the parallel dreams of the Red King and Alice, like two mirrors facing each other. The Tall Book of Make-Believe. This book was published by Harper & Row in 1950 and was indeed tall, the pages being 4x91/2. On page 14, the programmer would read the first paragraph of the poem and then say sleep, sleep, sleep. Have you ever heard of the sugar plum tree? 'Tis a marvel of great renown. It blooms on the shore of the Lollipop Sea in the garden of Shut-Eye Town. The fruit that it bears is so wondrously sweet, as those who have tasted it say, that good little children have only to eat of that fruit to be happy next day. Sleep, sleep, sleep. On page 16 to 17, there is a story about how a child is dragged under the kitchen door and becomes flat. There is a picture of a child being pulled under a door and coming out flat on page 17. This was used as part of the script to make the ribbons for the slaves. The ribbons in a system can go under doors and through the entire system. On page 23, Rosa the flat person, pancake person, is shown again. This is ribbon. The top of the page has a large cricket-like creature that was said to the child to be the programmer, Dr. Manjel. All of the stories in the tall book of make-believe were used one way or the other in programming. We will just touch on some notable points. On page 38 is a poem about a Mr. Nobody. The programmers like to have alters identify themselves as nobody. On page 39 is a poem/story about someone who comes tapping, but it is only the cricket whistling. This was used to help program in that the 3 taps were the cricket, the cover image for the programmer. On page 50, is the story of a girl who when she lays down becomes a different person, Mrs. Brown. On page 67 is a poem Foreign Lands, where the child sees the sky's blue looking glass and then ends up to where the roads on either hand lead onward into fairyland. And all the playthings come alive. In other words, what is in effect being communicated is, take the hypnotic image of flying into the sky in Papa's silver plane, as the plane goes up the trance goes higher deeper, and then go into a fantasy land where all your wishes can come true so that you can escape the hell us programmers are giving you. On page 79 is the story of a ghost named Georgie who would run home and warn people at home when things were broken. This was part of the Fix Me programming so that ghost-like alters, known as reporting alters, call home to Papa if the programming is touched. On page 84 is the story how they bring back the village of cream puffs when the wind blows it away. This story has several programming words in it. These words and their meanings are as follows. In programming, the village of liver and onions is a code word for the coven. Prairie means ceremony site, and in another story picnic means ritual. It's doubtful that most alters would remember these meanings, but they help the abusers confuse the child. Imagine the victim trying to describe a ritual and telling someone that a village of liver and onions had a picnic. Alien programming scripts. There are numerous scripts for the alien programming. Recent novels and Hollywood movies provide a non-ending pool of programming resources for the programmers. Visual reality headgear and other high-tech methods can easily be incorporated into an alien abduction theme. The following are samples of some of the people who the author Fritz has spent time with, who on one level knew they needed help, but didn't know just what they felt uneasy about. Person 1. Had been abducted by aliens since she was a small child. Different types of aliens took her. Her mother worked for the CIA at Area 51. Her mother was abusive to her. One of her best friends is a monarch slave. When the aliens come, a bright light appears and then they abduct her. The aliens she works with the most look exactly like people, and in their handwriting show severe abuse. These benevolent aliens have taken her fetuses several times. She has time traveled to their planet. She is dissociative. The government authorities are constantly monitoring and tracking her, and have made an effort to besmudge her record, so that it appears like she is Looney Tunes. This is the type of cases that this book's SEO author has spent time working with. Doesn't this sound more like human mind control than real aliens? Person 2. This person hears aliens within his head, which when described sounds like a case of MPD, did. The aliens would take him and force him to have homosexual activities even though he didn't want to participate. But that was okay to him, because they were a superior race, and if these benevolent aliens which are so far advanced beyond us, want to have sex with him, that is their prerogative. This person has a lot of depression. This person wonders why the authorities seem to keep track of him. Person 3. This person worked at Area 51. Has a photographic memory throughout his entire MPD system. He realizes that he is MPD. His best friend claims to be an alien, a god of sorts, and is known by both this person and Fritz to be part of naval intelligence. This best friend acts more like a handler than an alien, and this Area 51 worker gives his best friend total allegiance. This man has all kinds of alien-type stories, which sound in many cases like programming. This person admits that his family is Illuminati, and the front altars say he has watched Illuminati rituals as an adult, but hasn't he participated. He shows signs of severe abuse. He is afraid to talk about trauma-based mind control, but loves to talk about aliens. In fact, all three of the persons discussed on this page shied away from talking about monarch mind control, as if it were something not important, but they all love to talk about aliens. And the list of interesting people like this could go on. When mind-controlled slaves who have alien programming are being abducted by the intelligence agencies for their use and for programming, here are some of the details of how and what occurs. A bright light is shined into their house. They have been hypnotically conditioned to view this light as a flying saucer, whether it is a helicopter or something else. As the NWO does have flying saucers, sometimes the real thing is used. Men in black, just like in SRA cases, are often associated with the abductions. And the slaves frequently speak about shadows in the mind. The slaves are taken to rooms where examining tables with white sheets and X-ray machines, headgear, and medical equipment is in place. The alien equipment has gotten more high-tech over the last 40 years. The aliens wear suits that are full of occult symbology. The people are restrained with clamps and electrical shock, and energy is used on them. They are told that they are receiving information. They are given tracking implants and other implants. All of the three above persons receive information from the aliens regularly. Almost all of the elements of monarch trauma-based mind control appear in these abduction accounts, especially in the psychological features of the victim. The victims of alien abduction programming feel suicidal after they talk too much. They have headaches, sleep difficulties, nightmares, obsessive thoughts, a fear of hypnosis, trapped feelings, and paranoia. During their abductions, the aliens use drugs, thought transfers, and painful medical procedures. The aliens use language that parallels the messages given to SRA victims, just change the language from Satan is in charge to the aliens are in charge. Cattle mutilations where the blood has been drained are associated with abductions. There are documented accounts where cattle mutilations have been connected to satanic cults using helicopters. The victims of aliens are forced to be impregnated and then the fetus is repeatedly taken. The aliens are repeatedly telling these victims that a Holocaust is soon to come. Another strange phenomena that others and this author have noticed is that these victims of alien abduction seem to know each other, much in the same way that victims of Illuminati mind control seem to know each other. And the aliens seem to know everything about the victims. The victims have amnesia of their abductions. The memories of their abductions are hidden in altered states of consciousness that hypnosis sometimes can pull up. Most victims are afraid of hypnosis or can't be hypnotized. They have been hypnotized not to allow anyone else to hypnotize them. To give credit where due, Bowart's Operation Mind Control Researcher S edition, 1994, has an excellent appendix with charts which compare SRA mind control victims and alien abduction victims. The charts reveal how similar the two groups are. In preparing these paragraphs, we have used his charts as a basis for how we wrote these last two paragraphs up. However, the CO author's experiences in working with abduction victims match the findings of Bowart. Do aliens from another planet exist? They may or may not. It is not a real issue, we have to face what is already on this planet. Fritz has several tapes of aliens of different types talking, which were obtained from abduction survivors, and their voices sound demonic and they are saying that they have been alive on this planet for many years. One said something like he has been here on Earth 500,000 years. If an alien has lived on this planet for 500,000 years, when does he get residence status? My. If that is true, he is no alien, we are. But one thing is certain, This planet contains some very slimy evil creatures who are either real non-humans or very deceptive dark humans. The Bible calls them demons and reprobate men. The four most popular origins of supposed aliens on Earth are all star groups relatively close to our solar system. They are, the Pleiades, known as the 7 or 9 sisters, because there are 9 stars of which 7 are visible, Sirius, the Dog constellation, the Orion constellation, and the twin stars of Zeta Reticuli, which twin stars were amazingly charted by Chinese astrologers in 3000 BC. Fritz, the co-author of this book, kept an open mind on the issue: could there be any benevolent aliens? Some abductees believed that their aliens were benevolent, but when they are debriefed they admit that mind control and sexual molestation is carried out by the aliens. Fritz has concluded with other investigators on this question: there are no benevolent aliens. In fact, the only aliens that may be around are what have been known as demons. People who have participated in high-level Illuminati ceremonies report the presence of creatures that look like the various aliens. This whole subject is dealt with in another book by Fritz out. Fritz has amassed a great deal of evidence that the elite have human-built flying saucers. Notice how the controlled media always link aliens with flying saucers and UFOs? This is an entire book in itself. However, the bottom line is that at least most, if not all, of the alien abductions are simply part of the NWO's mind control. It is obvious that for various reasons, including the goals set down in the secret Iron Mountain government report, the government, including cooperating agencies like NASA, decided to use an alien abduction theme rather than a satanic ritual abuse theme to their mind control programming. The major differences in the programming methodology is that the blood rituals of the SRA are no longer used. The reason why blood rituals are no longer needed is that the high-tech harmonic machines, which implant thoughts, see Chapter 6, and other high-tech methods eliminate the need for the blood traumas. The victims of alien abductions are taken at random, where the Illuminati victims are abducted more frequently around ritual dates. The person who believes in UFOs and aliens is going to receive the same type of treatment as those who believe in satanic ritual abuse. The legal system and society at large are conditioned to treat them as nuts. This protects their abusers. An Illuminati hierarchy member described their magic goal of pursuing a spiritual path through the finer frequencies of outer time. The alien programming is one way to experience this. Island of the Blue Dolphins. This is a child's book by Scott Odell. The people of an island have both an everyday name and a magical name. When the chief gives his magical name to a Russian captain named Orlov, he and his warriors end up being killed in battle. The altars of monarch slaves have names they can give outsiders and then their access code names which must be kept secret. Part of the story is to stay in line with what one's ancestors have done. Other items in the book, such as the 4 wines from the 4 directions, fit in with programming too. The book is just one of many that the programmers want the children to hear so that they naturally adopt the correct programming scripts. The Lord of the Rings. Some Illuminati survivors are always looking for a ring. Rings play a significant part in the lives and programming of slaves. One section that is coding/programming found in J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings is 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them. The most important programming script, the Lesser Key. One of the most important scripts for the Illuminati mind control programmers is the Lesser Key of Solomon Goetia, the Book of Evil Spirits. The Illuminati doctors Green, Black, White and Blue, that is Manchel, Wheeler, Cameron, and Mueller, were fully knowledgeable about the Lesser Key of Solomon Goetia. In fact, all those who go beyond the initial levels in the Illuminati are required to study the entire book. It's an important ritual book. It is very out of fashion to believe in demons. It is in fashion to believe in aliens, in ghosts, in the internal psychological wizard that guides you, and other things which to those high in demonology secretly know are simply covers for what used to be called demons. Both the high-level Illuminati and the alert Christians are saying many of the same things concerning demons. Is magical phenomena real? Do the programmers really believe in it? In the Lesser Key of Solomon Goetia it answers, I am not concerned to deny the objective reality of all magical phenomena. If they are illusions, they are at least as real as many unquestioned facts of daily life, and they are at least evidence of some cause. p.10, the author of the Lesser Key of Solomon Goetia then points out that all our sense impressions of the universe are dependent upon changes in the brain. Reality is a perception of the mind. So the author states, we must include illusions, which are after all sense impressions as much as realities are, in the class of phenomena dependent on brain changes. Magical phenomena, however, come under a special subclass, since they are willed, and their cause is the series of real phenomena called the operations of ceremonial magic. In other words, when the Illuminati practice ceremonial magic, their magic to them is as real as life, but they do not feel a need to defend its reality. People in the occult encourage children to fantasize. Fantasy is looked at with favor. Whether the power and healing and mind control of demonology stems from illusion or Jung's autonomous power of the human psyche to attract and manifest archetypes through the human soul or some other source is not an issue for Satanists. They are seeing results, power, healings and the destruction of their enemies by demonology. Within the Illuminati illusion, myth, and perception are all esteemed. Are they alone? Are they alone? No, they are not alone. The myth that the United States is a democracy is probably a far stronger reality in the minds of Americans than the actual reality that it is a tightly controlled secret oligarchy with a Republican front. But in this case, which is the greater real reality? The American believes his myth enough that he dies for it. He fights the war to end all wars and then the war to save the world for democracy, to quote some popular World War slogans. In the American mind, he achieves victory even though he has fought and died for a myth. And even when the mythical goals he fought for aren't even achieved, he believes he has achieved a victory. The First World War never brought everlasting peace, and the war to save the world for democracy ended after victory with more of the world under stronger totalitarian rule than before the war began. The bottom line is that myths and illusions make up a large part of the reality of most people's lives. Movie actors have repeatedly found out that they incur their fans' wrath if they try to reveal their real selves to the public. The point also is that the person practicing ceremonial magic will not be impressed by the average person, even if he be a minister, who has structured his life on myths and illusions, who will tell him that his ceremonial magic is not real. The magician will naturally ask, who is living in a world of reality? Ceremonial magic is a very strong reality to the Illuminati's mind-controlled slaves, because the programmers make great efforts to develop the 5 impressions listed on page 11 of the Lesser Key, which are 1. Sight. The circle, square, triangle, vessels, lamps, robes, implements, etc. 2. Sound. The invocations. 3. Smell. The perfumes. 4. Taste. The sacraments. 5. Touch. As under 1. These are reflected upon by the person, and these 5 produce unusual brain changes. Later 2 more senses are also highly developed. Programmed multiple slaves have visual and auditory acuity far beyond the normal person. The Lesser Keys of Solomon Goetia goes on to say, the spirits of the Goetia are portions of the human brain. Their seals therefore represent methods of stimulating or regulating those particular spots, through the eye. The names of God are vibrations calculated to establish a. General control of the brain. b. Control over the brain in detail. Rank or type of the spirit. c. Control of one special portion. Name of spirit. The perfumes aid this through smell. Usually the perfume will only tend to control a large area, but there is an attribution of perfumes to letters of the alphabet enabling one, by a Kabbalistic formula, to spell out the spirit's name. p. 12. Did the reader grasp that? The most important script for the programmers is to use ceremonial magic, which uses the names of God to establish general and specific control, via a hierarchical arrangement of demons, over a person's mind. More will be covered about this in Chapter 10. But while we are on the subject, let's go just a little bit farther. If, then, I say, with Solomon, the spirit Cimiris teaches logic, what I mean is, those portions of my brain which subserve the logical faculty may be stimulated and developed by following out the processes called the invocation of Cimiris. And this is exactly what the programmers do. They invoke via many rituals all types of specific demons, or demonic energy, to enhance the particular mental functions they want. For instance, Typhon and Choronzon, also Horonzon, are demons who are essential in building the structure of a programmed multiple. They must be invoked before the early start of dividing the mind. Michael Bertios heads up the Horonzon Club, an unofficial part of Kenneth Grant's Odo. The demon Horonzon, or Choronzon, looks like a grey alien, and was conjured up by Sir John Dee, who was Queen Elizabeth I's genius advisor and court sorcerer. Transiogothian magic is carried out in order to reach Transiogothian space, also known as Transplutonian space and Universe B. The existence of these dimensions is kept very secret. The ancient cult of the star Sirius, from which supposedly we are now getting aliens, had rituals to get one into the celebrated Universe B. Sirius B, the binary twin star that exists with the actual Sirius A star, represented the god Ra-Hoorkhut. Sirius A represented the Egyptian devil. Let's reflect on all this demonic illusion. As stated, an American will die for the myth that America is saving the world for democracy. This made sense to psychologists at the time. However, if a slave dies for what he sees as the reality of voodoo magic, the psychologist dismisses it as unimportant, a mere coincidence. Since voodoo magic doesn't exist in the psychologist's mind, the psychologist believes that magic carries no threat to its intended victim. Likewise, because the psychologist doesn't believe in demons, demons supposedly pose no threat to the mind-controlled slave. The psychologist is really projecting his perception of reality upon someone else, and it doesn't work. The Illuminati programmers are counting on the therapists ignoring demonology. In Bowart's in most respects excellent book Operation Mind Control, Researcher Edition, F.T. Bragg, C.A., Flatland, 1994, p. 249, asks the reader to self-hypnotize himself by several times looking into your mind's eye. To Bowart, he sees the trance state as merely looking into your mind's eye. He does not attribute any demonic activity to be involved with such things. No wonder, Bowart writes very disparagingly and critically about Christians who are trying to do demonic deliverances to slaves. But then, as far as I know, Bowart hasn't freed anyone of their mind control either. He is just a reporter. Both ministers and psychologists have contempt for each other's excesses. We must bear in mind that the victims of this total mind control have their bodies, minds, and spirits enslaved. The body, mind, and spirit need to be simultaneously liberated. A great deal of the success of the programmers is that ministers have rejected the study of the mind, psychology, and therapists have rejected spiritual things. The victim is left without a way to heal both spirit and mind. Partial freedom is still slavery. And not only that, but both therapists and ministers seem to feel the actual physical threats to the slave's body to be outside of their jurisdiction, and by default it is left up to the victim to provide. Which again, without the body safe and healed, the mind and spirit are not fully free. There are therapists and others who pontificate about how evil Christian ministers are for trying to deliver mind-controlled slaves from their demonic possession. This is not the problem. The problem is that the Illuminati have skillfully separated the various therapeutic elements both functionally and legally. The answer to the enslavement of body, soul, mind, and spirit is a team of people who will address all the issues together. Both the psychologists and ministers see the excesses of each other, but a little humility would go a long way, for both sides to recognize each other's value. God works through all people, even those who resist Him. That is why he can rightly be called Almighty God. The use of lies externally and internally, the use of covers and fronts, and the art of hiding things in a system. External deceptions. There seems to be no end to the lies that are involved with the monarch programming. The old adage that nothing is as it appears, is generally the rule. However, once one catches on to the common tactics of deceptions, the tactics themselves become red flags which can alert a thinking person to what is hidden. This is similar to those Russians who could read between the lines when reading communist propaganda and figure out the truth. The deception begins with covering up the identity of the slave. Within the Illuminati, the art of hiding genealogies is a fine art. Children are swapped and placed with foster parents. Mothers all of a sudden have babies, when no one has noticed them being pregnant. Investigators like Fritz Springmeier, who have been investigating courthouse records and other primary documents, have seen courthouse records altered overnight, to cover up genealogical and financial information. Covers for individual slaves. The individual slave is usually given a good cover. A good cover will be one that cannot be seen through, and still allows the person the freedom to get their job done. When building a cover, the following questions will be asked. How much will this cover allow this person to spend? What kind of people can this person associate with? Where can this person go? And what kind of hobby can he or she have? By now, the Illuminati have their secret slaves in so many places that they have their bases covered in all fields. True life examples include a monarch programmer who appears to be simply a middle-class housewife. A monarch computer programmer who appears to be a deaf and dumb mute when in the presence of the public, but the deeper brilliant alters work secretly at programming computers during the day. An international spy, who is a programmed multiple, who has a totally different set of ID and wigs, so that when they switch to certain alters used for the intelligence agencies they not only act different, they look different, and have different valid ID. An apparently dumb blonde may be a very intelligent, highly trained monarch slave. Within the intelligence world, monarch slaves will function as agent provocateurs, which are people who join groups with the purpose of leading the group to do things that will cause it harm. The neo-Nazis are full of agent provocateurs, as are some of the patriot groups. Some monarch slaves are what is called clean agents, that is, they have never been used in intelligence work, so they have no record of use. Monarchs are great for being used by this or that group on a limited basis without anyone suspecting any connection. The intelligence term for the elaborate cover histories they give one of their monarch slaves to operate as an agent is called a legend. Supporting documents will be placed into the appropriate government files to support the legend. The intelligence agencies may have several intact legends for different personalities of a slave. The intelligence term is notional. It roughly means a fictional entity for the sake of an intelligence operation. Notional organizations are created to steal strength away from sincere organizations. If a church, or non-CIA KKK group etc., gets too sincere and powerful, a well-financed notional rival will start up, and then later fold under scandal. The net effect is to destroy the entire cause. At least half of the therapists helping monarch slaves in the authors area are programmed multiples themselves. The therapeutic community is heavily infiltrated. The helplines for women in crisis are all dirty. Some of the Christian groups that claim to help SRA victims are really fronts. One recovering monarch slave tells about how her father was the mayor of an important city in Pennsylvania. He was part of the Illuminati and he introduced drugs into his area, and had a monopoly on illegal drugs in the area. As mayor, he established the first drug hotline, so that people could inform authorities about drug trafficking. He staffed the drug hotline with his own people, and this allowed him to get tips to eliminate his competition. The intelligence agencies which are using mind control are hiding their drug trafficking and criminal activities. One of the ways they do this is the so-called war on drugs. The situation is so bad and widespread that even the controlled media has had news where they reported CIA agents smuggling drugs seized in South America into the US using government channels. When a slave is being programmed, the abusers will use schools, churches, Big Brothers, Boy Scouts and other activities to carry out the abuse and programming. Children pulled from classes will be given backup amnesia so that they forget that they forgot. In other words, they are totally unaware that they have lost time when they were pulled out of the classroom. The teacher gives them a test score, and they are told they took a test during the missing time. How can the front alters deny it, when they have been hypnotized to believe it and they can see the test scores? Altar boys and boys at Catholic orphanages have a record of being used by dirty priests. Recently, numerous priests have been discovered molesting children, and hundreds of lawsuits are underway, but it is still not coming out that this abuse is connected to trauma-based mind control. In the past, if the parents who were part of the Illuminati elite, but were not religious wanted their boy programmed, they could send him off to a military school run under the cooperation of the Catholic Church and units such as the 6th U.S. Army, which became one of the primary infiltrated units. The 6th Army uses the magical hexagram as its logo. This would provide the programmed child with a religious front. He could say, "I went to Catholic school." The programming could be disguised as discipline, etc. The establishment media have worked propaganda wonders for the abusers of the monarch mind control. Britain is extremely repressive in their information control. If any news medium tries to leak the most simplest of information, a secret document called a notice will be sent at any time of day to them from a de-notice committee, and the media will have to stop whatever reference is deemed a secret. In the US it in effect works as tight, it just is not officially as tight. The abusers know that they also have an incredulous factor that can assist them. Who would believe that a sweet child drinks blood and is cannibalistic? The more that they can do that is far-fetched, the less credibility the child has if they do talk. Some children do try to talk. One monarch slave talked at age 5, and her entire family came down hard on her and blamed the child's talking for the death of one of the abusers. What kind of proof can a child bring that adults will accept? In the McMartin preschool case, about 800 children were witnesses whose stories corroborate the SRA and programming that was done, but the media, and the judicial system were able to cover up the abuse and make it look on television that the abusers were the victims. It wasn't until after the case was over and the property sold, that the tangible proof, the secret tunnels with paraphernalia, were found, and then the news media has covered that up too. The abusers will often wear masks and costumes. Let's say a programmer wears a Mickey Mouse outfit, and the child would remember and tell, "Mickey Mouse hurt me." Now who is going to believe the child? The child has told the truth, but will be reprimanded for telling the truth. It doesn't take long for a severely abused child, who has been programmed to keep silent, to learn that no one wants to hear the truth anyway. The use of religious fronts. A great deal of monarch programming and slave abuse, as well as the drug trade, is done under three major covers or fronts. Religious fronts, the front of national security and the military, and the entertainment fields, especially the country western industry, the rock music industry and Hollywood. The religious fronts were popular for centuries, especially when groups like the Jesuits, the Assassins, and other groups held immense power. Religious fronts are still being used, such as Jay-Z. Knight, Elizabeth Clare Prophet's Cut Church, the Church of Scientology, the Charismatic Movement, Jim Jones and Jonestown, and David Korsh's group, etc. Billy Ray Moore's Lord's Chapel is entirely a mind control operation. There is a non-denomination Pentecostal church in southern Washington whose entire membership is Satanists under mind control. Various overseas missionary groups are covers for the CIA and mind control. It would take a book to explain how these religious fronts are part of the total trauma-based mind control and how they operate to protect mind control. However, there are publications which go into some of the CIA connections to these groups. It is suggested that interested persons read these publications. Some of the deceptions, such as the lone assassin idea, have been used for centuries as a cover for assassinations planned by the occult hierarchy. If we are going to really reveal how the monarch mind control is done, we will have to explain how the deception is done. If one describes a chameleon only by saying it is like a lizard, without mentioning the camouflage, then the most important part has been overlooked. Religious fronts are an important part of the Illuminati program for making slaves. In fact, due to their Gnostic philosophy of balancing their good deeds with their bad deeds, it is almost essential to have a religious front through which one can do good deeds. Even though adding this section to the book will spur some to blindly lash out at the book, still the whole story needs to come out. When we, the authors of this book, write that the monarch-type total mind control threatens everything this nation stands for, we are not exaggerating. The monarch mind control program has not been used just to program slaves, but it has been part of a much bigger deception. When this deception is realized by this nation, it will shatter the very fabric of trust that Americans have in their institutions. If Americans will begin to understand the power structure behind their institutions, and who controls this structure, they will begin to see the lies in the scripts that they have been fed since infancy. And you, the reader of this next section in this book, if you love the truth, can help begin the healing process to overcome some of the devastation that is going to rock this nation when the truth comes out. This next section will help both Christian and non-Christian reader. The therapist can learn about what is happening so that they can better deal with what the SRA survivors are beginning to reveal. The grooming of the American people to believe massive amounts of lies did work, until a few loving therapists, ministers, and doctors began to liberate victims of the monarch trauma-based mind control. These programmed multiples began revealing a horror story of deception unparalleled in history. For the reader to deal with the next section means courage. It means that the reader will have to muster up some of the same type of love of truth that the mind control survivors must muster to free themselves of the lies of their satanic programming. What we see and hear can be programming, in the same way SRA victims are deceived. Everyone in the Illuminati of any significance has participated in grooming the public to believe that Billy Graham is a great man of God. Graham has stood beside each of the presidents and the Pope. The Illuminati don't just program individuals, they program whole nations. The public has been led to believe in a television image. But what if the secular media's image of Billy Graham is not real? For Christians it means that they can quit trusting in a man, and place their trust fully on God. For secular readers, they can begin to see the extent of how America's institutions have been corrupted by the horrible trauma-based mind control. The heartbeat of the body of Christ is crying out that something is terribly wrong. We will address that. All of us, whether Christian or not, must step out of the lies and look clearly out into the darkness and see every facet of this evil mind control. When men who worship the God of this world place in God we trust on the Federal Reserve Bank notes, we who know the truth must step out of our dream world and realize that they mean Lucifer. By the way, the Federal Reserve is not a government agency, but a private banking institution of the Illuminati. This has been documented in a number of writings. The issue at hand in this next section is to show how the institution called the Christian Church, and the world in general has been deceived by a programmed multiple and this trauma-based mind control. Secular readers will be shown that the doctrines that Christians want to believe in, have been subtly destroyed under the disguise of building them up. This is no different than the destruction of the positive values which hold any group together. After the repeated collaboration by essentially all the Christian churches worldwide in many activities as the NCC, the Billy Graham Crusades, the Promise Keepers and other programs, the Christian churches, Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant and non-denominational can be considered one institution. The infiltration and control of the Christian religion has been one of the easiest tasks of the Illuminati. The Christian churches are what the intelligence agencies called soft targets. The deception of Billy Graham, a mind control front. In 1992, Billy Graham broadcast all over the U.S. his radio show called Embrace America 2000. In the Louisiana area, it came over the KJAM Lafayette station. During the show, Billy Graham told the American people we need to embrace the New World Order. Billy Graham is also on record stating that people can have salvation through paganism, another name for witchcraft. For instance, in McCall magazine, January 1987, Graham stated, "I used to believe that pagans in far-off countries were going to hell. I no longer believe that. I believe that there are other ways of recognizing the existence of God through nature, for instance. Pagans believe that salvation can be obtained through nature. This is not a pleasant story. Billy Graham has been built up to be the most respected popular person in America, who wants to find out they have been deceived. We will try to give you the facts, or evidence, and may God grant you wisdom as you read this. This section is not propaganda for our own personal views. Years ago, when Fritz set out on his search, he had no final outcome in mind. Fritz isn't concerned with concealing facts one way or the other. There is no desire to stampede our readers anywhere. We do want to clarify many issues. We do want to help the truth seeker. But the CO authors personally have no battle to win, except that truth be brought forth. The issues at stake are not trivial. Historically, Billy Graham's deception is one of the greatest deceptions that has ever been perpetrated. Some might argue the greatest, making Benedict Arnold, Quisling, and the Trojan horse pale into insignificance. Allow us to introduce you just briefly into the world of the Illuminati. All top hierarchy Satanists are required to have covers. The Illuminatus will have multiple personalities, and he or she will have one personality that is particularly shown to the outside world. They, the programmers, handlers, and the Illuminati councils, try to get the best covers that they can. They like to be clergymen, but they are also mayors of big cities, lawyers, doctors, etc. A Christian psychiatrist who has worked with numerous victims of Satanism and multiple personality disorder wrote this observation after having worked with a large number of multi-generational programmed satanic multiples. Some Satanists have invaded the church as it is the perfect cover for them. They masquerade as angels of light and gravitate towards positions of leadership in order to have more influence. Because much of what they say is sound doctrinally, they are rarely detected. Most survivors whom I have worked with had Satanist parents who were in high positions in churches. Many were pastors. Dr. Fox, Lorda. The Spiritual and Clinical Dimensions of Multiple Personality Disorder. Salida, C.O., Books of Sangre de Cristo, p. 196. Let us repeat what Dr. Lorda Fox said. Most survivors whom I have worked with had Satanist parents who were in high positions in churches. Many were pastors. She didn't say some, she said most. Independently, we have discovered the very same thing. People don't grasp that just because a preacher can sincerely preach what seems a perfect sermon, doesn't mean that he can't also be part of the satanic hierarchy. What is happening with the Illuminati's ability to create programmed multiples is that we are getting perfect preachers who are secret hierarchy members. Some of their perfect sermons are full of slides, such as the Christian people need to get involved in the voting process. Christians love to hear such things, it tickles their ears, but the truth is that the entire voting process has been captured and corrupted. Voting machines have repeatedly been exposed to have been rigged, and the controlled media and public denial have prevented Americans from giving up their myth that the common man's votes run this nation. The subject of election corruption is dealt with in Fritz's newsletters, etc. In Fritz's Be Wise as Serpents book, which exposed Billy Graham as a Luciferian in 1991, it is explained that high-level Satanism is Gnosticism, which requires that the force of these great satanic magicians be balanced. In other words, in high-level Satanism your good deeds must balance your evil deeds. People do not realize that unless someone does good deeds they cannot be a high-level Satanist. That is why some of the greatest philanthropists are also our leading national Satanists. To see Billy Graham do something commendable does not disqualify him from Satanism. In fact, it is a requirement if he's been part of the Illuminati, such as ex-insiders/witnesses say he was. In fact, it wasn't until working on this book that an eyewitness to the mind control abuse at the hands of Billy Graham offered to help contribute to this section of the book. In other words, an eyewitness helped write this. This eyewitness account by the CO author matches what the list of eyewitnesses that Fritz assembled in 1993 have said, but the eyewitness went further and exposed BG Crusade's skillful use of monarch slaves to launder drug money. Several police officers have stated that today, there is for all practical purposes no police training helping police to understand Satanism. They are highly trained in many areas, but Satanism is avoided. When an SRA case involving multiplicity in Olympia, WA recently happened, the police who investigated the case found that they were treated as international experts in Satanism by other policemen. They themselves knew that they knew very little. Where are the experts to teach us about how the Illuminati functions? Where are the experts who know who are in the Illuminati? There is no college open to the public that teaches advanced Illuminati studies 401, and gives degrees in Satanism. The expert witnesses are those who have managed to leave the Illuminati and Satanism, and stay alive long enough to talk. But the other side will argue, how can we verify the testimony of your witnesses, Fritz? Remember what happened to over 100 people who had some type of knowledge about the Kennedy assassination? Jim Marrs in his book Crossfire on the Kennedy assassination lists 103 people who were key figures in Indiana knowing about the assassination who have died, many in circumstances that indicate assassination. The story we are dealing with here is just as sensitive to the elite as Kennedy's assassination, because it involves their preparations for the creation of a false Christ, called by Christians the Antichrist, who will be the master handler/programmer. The list of known and credible witnesses. If the authors were to call my list of witnesses up to the witness stand, which I can't, for it would be a death sentence to many of them, the list would include: 1 Council of Foreign Relations member, who is secretly against the New World Order. 1 National Security Agency person, who is against the New World Order. 1 CIA high-level administrator. 2 Satanists, still in covens, but unhappy enough with the situation to talk. 4 ex-Satanists, 3 of which are eyewitnesses, all Christians now. 2 ex-New Age leaders who worked with the conspiracy, both became Christians. 1 ex-33-degree Mason, now a Christian. Various Christians who have worked with Billy Graham, pastors, etc. Various therapists working with SRA victims. The man who ran security at the Sacramento Crusade, Alice Bramer, a woman who worked as a secretary for Gene Dixon. None, except for a couple of exceptions, none of these people knew anything about what the other witnesses, sources, had said. The high degree of validation and collaboration that separate testimony by witnesses who have never seen each other and live in different parts of the country is very powerful. There are several questions that pop up into people's minds who are not familiar with who Fritz is, and are not familiar with these witnesses. The type of worries some readers could be naturally having might be, but how are we, the readers, to know how accurate these people are? Are they trustworthy? Do they have a reputation for honesty? Could they possibly be giving false information to discredit a great man of God? These kind of questions can be natural questions for people unfamiliar with how this information was obtained. But we assure you, that what we pass on from these eyewitnesses can be relied upon. None of these worries have any substance to them, because the manner in which Fritz came to find out about Billy Graham has generally been while he was researching other things related to the Illuminati. The author has not been out to build a case, the case has built itself from numerous detached witnesses who have nothing to gain by telling what they know. These witnesses have not come to Fritz to feed him bogus information. Just the paper trail on Billy Graham is very revealing in itself. Generally, the information of these witnesses has been confided by these witnesses to their trusted friends. Initially, these witnesses have had no idea that the information they confided in their trusted close associates would go beyond their most trusted friends. These trusted friends then have had permission to let me contact them or find out their information. The reason why these people are believable is that the information they reveal could get them killed, and second, the manner and circumstances of how the information has originally unfolded has never been in any fashion or method that could be construed as an attempt to give false information. Clarifying what is looked for in proof. Too many people are considered guilty unless proven innocent, which means that a legitimate search for truth has not taken place. On the flip side, we must bear in mind that hidden information that has laid dormant for years may totally reverse our understanding of something. Exceptional circumstances may surprise us, if some item does not lend itself to totally irrefutable, totally unqualified claims. Then knowing this, the proper investigator uses words like almost certainly and most likely. If the investigator feels strongly that everything is totally clear, he may declare that something is correct without qualification. This is the nature of proof. We need to understand the qualifications and reservations that often are attached to evidence or conclusions. But we certainly do want to press our investigations as far as possible to get as many unqualified conclusions as possible. Of course, by the time we write this, we have already done our investigating, and have one conclusion without any qualification: Billy Graham is working for the satanic hierarchy. We want to try to introduce the material in such a way that you will get some sense of the search, so that you will not simply accept our conclusion but will make rational spirit-led critically thought-out decisions about Billy Graham. So for the sake of the reader's investigation, please, let us unshackle ourselves from our prejudices and preconceived labels. Let us suspend our judgment about Billy Graham one way or the other, until we have thoroughly studied, prayed, and gained discernment about this. It might be interesting to get some of the Masons, who casually, without realizing what they were saying, have talked about Billy Graham's membership, or other aspects of his Masonic involvement. It's doubtful that such men would be of any value on the witness stand. Their numerous Masonic oaths to lie and conceal Freemasonry under penalties of gruesome death would tend to have more influence on them than swearing on a Bible. See Duncan's Masonic Ritual Book, p. 30 for the first-degree oath. This type of witness, because they talked accidentally and casually, are very valuable witnesses to whoever accidentally hears them, but unfortunately they must be assumed to be still loyal to the Masonic Lodge and would be hostile witnesses that will not cooperate. If this were an actual court of law, depositions of Billy Graham's staff could be taken, so that it could be revealed to the court how many times they have lied. By showing their lies, their testimony would be impeached and Christians would realize that Billy Graham's staff have played a major role in the deception. This article will put forth evidence that impeaches the testimony of Billy Graham's staff. We must refer readers to the Be Wise as Serpents book and other writings of Fritz for more information. Also some other books will be named too. Because these leaders are corrupt, they have been participating in the mass deception of the world about what Billy Graham does and who he is. In fact, if this were a court of law, all types of people could be subpoenaed to take depositions, and we might find out many more things than we already know. The motivation of the CO authors. Many people, who like Billy Graham, have imputed evil motives to anyone exposing Billy Graham. As the scriptures say at one point, "Am I to become your enemy because I tell you the truth?" The story about Billy Graham and his lifelong career for the Illuminati is not an easy thing for us to write. We do not enjoy speaking negative things against people. We do enjoy speaking positive things about people. And yet no man, no servant of God is above reproach. We can personally have an inner peace that what we have done was what we should have done. Something needs to be done to wake mankind up before it's too late. Clarifying what is acceptable testimony. In some subjects, going to the encyclopedia or almanac will settle questions. In dealing with the Illuminati and high levels of the occult world, unless the investigator is willing to listen to eyewitness testimony, he or she will get nowhere. There is rarely any written record of their secret activities. But how much stock can be put in eyewitnesses? Many people up to now have criticized Fritz for using eyewitnesses. But remember that if we did manage to get some paper trail or books on the subject, that book paper trail would not be acceptable in court, or even if allowed would not be as important as our eyewitnesses. In court, the written records can be introduced along with the person who recorded them. In other words, the personal witness is still important even with written documents. The testimony of our eyewitnesses expose Billy Graham's mind control activities. Still, we want to bear in mind that witnesses have varying degrees of credibility and knowledge. The qualifications of witness in relation to what they are testifying is important. But to simply dismiss all these witnesses because they are not paper is simply to cut ourselves off from many valuable sources of information. In accumulating evidence, the researcher will come upon two types of information. One is prearranged evidence and the other is called casual evidence. Casual evidence is evidence that has just happened to appear by accident. An actual example is when friends of mine met a total stranger who happens to be a Mason and he offhandedly talks about Billy Graham being a Freemason. Casual evidence is simply evidence that happens without the interested party having anything to do with its surfacing. Finding casual evidence is generally luck. In this case, Fritz has bumped into a great deal of casual evidence, simply because he had his eyes open and has been investigating this area for several years. Because of the situation today in this nation, there is little chance to get a proper hearing of this information. In terms of the future, indeed, the backlash from this book may silence us. The truth will still remain, even if we and the other witnesses don't. We can draw conclusions about ducks from studying various types of ducks. I cannot draw conclusions about radios from studying ducks. I can generalize about American-made cars, but I can't include in my generalization about American cars an ox cart in India. This may sound basic, and it is, yet people try to generalize by lumping the generational Satanists in with everybody else, and it just doesn't work. They also try to draw conclusions about the Freemasons on the basis of what the Rotary Club they belong to is like, and it just doesn't work. In terms of trying to get a proper hearing today, one of the barriers is that people use their own experiences to draw conclusions. People have nothing in their experience to allow them to draw conclusions about the Illuminati programmers/handlers who are moral degenerates and programmed multiples, who will do anything, in spite of their nice fronts. The policies of deception by the Billy Graham Crusade staff. In 1992, a Christian named Richard Bennett, a friend of Fritz's, confronted the Billy Graham Crusade staff. What he was concerned about was the Billy Graham Crusade policy, that has been in place since the 50s, of sending Catholics that come forward back to Catholic churches. Documentation shows that the deception is worse than that. New believers that have never gone to any church are sometimes referred by the Billy Graham counselors to the Catholic Church. Now, why would Richard and Fritz be concerned about the Catholic Church? Richard Bennett was a priest from Ireland who worked at the Vatican, before giving his life to Christ. He knows how the Catholic hierarchy prevents people from realizing what they have in Christ. For those who have read Fritz's Be Wise as Serpents book chapter 2.2, you know that Fritz is very concerned when anyone gives their allegiance to a power structure that is part of the NWO and part of its monarch trauma-based total mind control. Not everything about the Catholic Church is wrong. Yet, the Billy Graham Crusade could never get the support it gets from conservative Christians if Billy Graham's staff didn't lie about where Crusade converts are sent. What Richard and Fritz were concerned about was that new Christians would be sent to Catholic churches, which now are teaching Zen Buddhism, New Age things, not the salvation by grace that these new Christians need. Granted, the enthusiasm of these new Christians might infuse some life into the Catholic Church, but a babe in Christ is defenseless. He needs nurture, and the chance to grow. It isn't meant for new Christians to be thrown to the wolves. Anyway, last spring and summer, the Billy Graham Crusade Executive Committee was confronted face to face with the evidence of what the Billy Graham Crusade in September '93 was going to do. Actually, more people than Richard did confront them, but Richard is one of the most knowledgeable ministries to the Catholics in this area. What the Billy Graham Crusade Executive Committee told Richard Bennett was that he had nothing to worry about. That the crusade would never send anyone to a Catholic church, but that if new converts wanted to go there on their own, that was their own choice. 4 Catholic leaders sat on the executive committee for the '92 Portland Crusade: Chancellor Mary Jo Telly, a deacon, and 2 priests. On the Catholic radio station, and we have it recorded, Mary Jo Telly of the Billy Graham Executive Committee along with another Bishop Wal Schmidt told the Catholic listeners not to worry, that if they came forward they would be guaranteed that they would be referred back to a Catholic church. They gave the assurance 4 times in that talk show. They said that the decision to send people who came forward to Catholic churches was firm because it had come right from the very top. This was 6p.mkvdm Portland station. Our recording of this is a record of just one of thousands of lies that the Billy Graham crusade people have told Christians over the years. In fact, from the evidence it appears the Billy Graham crusade people say whatever they have to, regardless of the truth. In the North Star Baptist, November 1964, there was article by Japheth Perez, who as a convert in the New York 1957 Billy Graham crusade and a brand new Christian, was sent to a Catholic church by the Billy Graham crusade. Ian Paisley wrote this comment about Billy Graham's staff: Dr. Graham did not reply. He never does reply to letters like this. He states he never defends himself. He does have a staff, however, who are paid to defend him and who are never hampered by facts or bothered by ethics or logic in carrying out their duties. One of the group, George L. Edstrom, replied. The Jesuits themselves could not give a finer example of casuistry than his. It is thoroughly dishonest and deceitful. However, since this technique of deceit by misdirection, this failure to face up to the issues, this disregard of fact, and this blasphemous attempt to identify Dr. Graham's official connection with infidels and his flattery and endorsement of them with our Lord's ministry to publicans and sinners is so typical of the Graham organization. In Fritz's June '93 newsletter from a Christian ministry, a letter from Graham's staff was reproduced with a point-by-point exposure of its lies. Christians are really not well aware of what the Billy Graham crusade does. We quote a paragraph from a letter sent to Billy Graham clear back in the 1950s by a pastor who, grieved by what Billy Graham was doing to the harvest field, said, "Some people say that if you have just one convert in an evangelistic campaign, it is worth the meeting. That is not true. The evangelist, as the pastor and teacher, is given to the body of Christ. The real test of an evangelistic campaign is not how many people are converted but what kind of a spiritual condition does it leave in a community." Billy Graham is not only failing in the number of people he leads to the Lord Jesus Christ in this day when hearts are hungry and most people are afraid of what may happen in the world and when it is easier to get people converted than it ever has been in my lifetime, but Billy Graham is pulling the limbs off of the evangelistic trees and the orchard is being left in bad condition. As we have often said, the real test of an evangelist is not just how many converts he has but does he leave the orchard in condition so it will keep bearing fruit. Chapter 5b, The Skill of Lying, The Art of Deceit, Billy Graham. By Fritz Springmeyer and Cisco Wheeler. http://educateyourself.org/mc/ilumformula5bchap.html. Billy Graham's active role in satanic ritual abuse, SRA. Before we get into the details, we'll take an overview. Satanists thrive on power. Satan loves to give his followers power. Satan took Christ to the mountaintop and told Christ that he'd have a crusade and bring everyone to follow Christ, if Christ would just bow down and worship him. Christ refused. Billy Graham accepted it. We know a great deal how the Satanists took Billy Graham, the brush salesman, and made him into the famous evangelist that he has become. Additionally, we also know from victims of Satanism, that have come out of it, that Billy Graham has been a Satanist himself. How can this be? And how can we know this? One of the best witnesses is a Monarch program survivor, who has escaped from being a high-level Pentagon slave. This survivor witnessed Billy Graham working for the Illuminati. This survivor also carried messages for the satanic hierarchy and personally knows that Billy Graham has been carrying messages from the top-secret Illuminati to presidents and heads of state. This person's information has been backed up by independent witnesses. A second ex-Satanist also remembers Billy Graham as a Satanist. Still another person, an ex-Illuminati person, who has MPD stood in front of Billy Graham and watched his eyes. This person said that it was very clear that Billy Graham has MPD and that he switches personalities. By happen chance or God's will, Fritz received a report from one of the women who went to church with Billy Graham's wife Ruth. The woman was told by Ruth in conversation that her husband Billy Graham is strange in that he always sleeps with his eyes open. It is characteristic of people who have MPD to sleep with their eyes open. People who have MPD may have a devout Christian personality and a devout satanic personality all within a single body. This is not uncommon. In Billy Graham's case, he is fully aware of what he is doing for the enemy in all his personalities, although his Christian personality may not be ecstatic about it all. Billy Graham's Decision magazine has on its front page caption "is changed from the inside out," and displays an infinity loop on the cover, see picture below. Many monarch slaves have had lots of programming around the infinity loop. This is an important trigger to remind them how they are captured by the unending repeating rebuilding programming. There are countless little things like this, which are evidence that Billy Graham is playing a role in the satanic mind control of the Illuminati. Dr. Shefflin, a mind control expert, told me that he saw internal documents from the 1950s teaching Billy Graham's people on how to have a successful revival. These documents instructed crusade counselors on things which were elements of mind control, such as delaying people from coming forward to confess Christ until the right time. If you've ever wondered how much Billy Graham knows if the Illuminati haven't told him, a concerned Christian named David Hill, who was an ex-mafia/ex-New Ager/ex-Mason did. The concerned Christian was a friend of Franklin Graham, Billy's son, and he had lived for 2 years at Billy Graham's house. He didn't realize that Graham had been sucked into the New World Order until he had confronted Billy Graham. David Hill, who was an ex-Mason turned Christian, who had worked with many of the world's elite, spent 18 hours in a hotel room warning Billy Graham about the New World Order. Billy Graham told David Hill at the end of their 2 days of talking in this eastern U.S. hotel room that he was a captive of that NWO organization. In other words, after placing himself under the Illuminati's sponsorship in the late 40s, Billy Graham has had the choice of continuing to do his job for them, or being destroyed. Since they created who he is, they can. David Hill went on to try to expose the New World Order and lost, was murdered, his life just as he finished a manuscript. Exposing it? Even a well-informed Christian like David Hill, who tried to warn Billy Graham about the NWO, was unaware of the extent of the deception of the Illuminati's mind control. David didn't know about programmed multiples. David Hill, who was a high-ranking Scottish Rite Freemason and an important mafia figure before he came to Christ, had even been the go-between for Billy Graham and Joe Banana, a mafia kingpin. It was David Hill, who, innocently believing in Billy Graham, arranged the meeting for the two men. David Hill knew that William Randolph Hearst was part of the Illuminati. He was part of the branch Illuminati at what could be termed the sixth degree. William Randolph Hearst was totally into paganism. That is very obvious by a tour of his mansion in California, which has been turned into a museum. It was William Randolph Hearst who financed the first 3 years of Billy Graham's crusades. Stupak is associated with the Stewart Title Company. Stupak provides funds for Billy Graham and others. The head of Stupak is friends with Billy Graham and George Bush. The company has a lot of relatives running it. The Morris family is also tied to it. The people of Stewart Title Company are ruthless. The Van Dyne Illuminati family in California also helped Billy Graham's ministry get started. One of the ways the Illuminati funneled money to Billy Graham was through a monthly check delivered to Jean Dixon's office, which was picked up every month by Billy Graham's staff. After Dixon's secretary came to Christ, she tried to expose Billy Graham's connection to Jean Dixon. Jean Dixon sells crystal balls with snakes. She is part of the Illuminati. Billy Graham wrote her a letter calling her a woman of God. Dixon's secretary had a copy of this letter with Billy Graham's signature on it, after she became a Christian. In 1952, in Paris, Billy Graham and another evangelist had dinner with 2 prostitutes and each one took one of them home. Billy Graham had a wife and children at home, so the whole affair was totally improper for an evangelist even if Billy Graham didn't have sex with the woman. He told his friend only that the prostitute had taken off her clothes and he'd gotten scared and come back to their hotel room. C. Frady, Marshall. Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness. Boston, Little, Brown & Co., p. 169-170. In 1954, the man who ran security for the Sacramento Crusade saw a high-priced hooker sneak into Billy Graham's room prior to him going out for the crusade. Billy Graham and this high-priced hooker were alone together in the room. It is this type of thing that has opened Billy Graham up to blackmail. Should Graham ever try to stray from the proper course set for him by the Illuminati, they have plenty of ammunition to blackmail him. You may ask, why would the Satanists from generational satanic families want to intimidate Billy Graham with fear? Why, isn't he from a generational satanic family? The answer is that the whole satanic system operates off of fear. Intimidation and fear are standard everyday parts of their makeup and actions. Sort of the counterpart to the saying there is no honor among thieves. The satanic hierarchy are in constant intimidation and power struggles. When Billy Graham wanted to, he could call up Henry Kissinger and say, "Tell him to call me the minute he comes in." Frady, p. 451, Henry Kissinger is right in the middle of what the Illuminati is doing. Another Illuminatus that Graham had a working relationship with is Henry Luce, friend of the barracks. Luce and Billy Graham spent several nights staying up talking late into the night. Knowing how the Illuminati work, it is very safe to assume that they have pushed Billy Graham into further degenerate acts. They have probably done everything they can to pervert Billy Graham, so there is no telling what sexual sins remain hidden. Kissinger is a member of P2 Freemasonry. If we were to assume that Billy Graham were not involved, and that is a big if since we know that he is, then if one studies P2 Masonic recruiting tactics given in the book In God's Name, p. 116, then the reader will grasp that anyone of Billy Graham's stature who associates so freely with P2 Freemasons will be targeted and blackmailed and forced to join. Once they join, new members are forced to compromise other possible targets. Billy Graham is part of the people who implement the Monarch program, which was a joint Illuminati/CIA total mind control program done to people. We know that he is serviced by Monarch sexual slaves, their kitten alters. It is very easy for the network to keep these poor victims, Monarch slaves, from talking, and so the full extent of much of what has gone on may not come out in our lifetimes. Another possible clue about Billy Graham's hidden life comes from Billy Graham himself. Do the readers remember how Jimmy Swaggart would disguise himself with sunglasses, etc., and his staff helped him carry out what he in part confessed? In Hollywood, FL, yes, FL. Billy Graham said that he often attends Levine's and rock festivals incognito by putting on a false mustache and beard. He also said he found the experience in doing that kind of thing refreshing. This story was in the Chicago Daily News, December 29, 1969. The article's purpose appears to have been to make Billy Graham look hip to today's rock and roll crowds of teenagers. Billy Graham described his friendship with Allen Dulles. "I make every effort not to let it appear that I favor one party over another. I count Secretary Dulles a friend, but Senator Humphrey is also a good friend of mine, who he met when we were both swimming nude at the YMCA pool in Minneapolis where he was running for mayor." A friendship with Allen Dulles? Allen Dulles, director of the CIA, was one of the biggest perpetrators of the trauma-based mind control that this book is about. Humphrey also received orders from the satanic hierarchy. And what is this swimming in nude? When Billy Graham had his 1954 crusade, large sums of the money came directly from people in the Illuminati, the Whitneys, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, and Chase Manhattan. Billy Graham has numerous times attended Hollywood cocktail parties. Just two examples of which are, one given by Debbie Reynolds, and another one which was a cocktail party for Hollywood stars put on by Nixon at his San Clemente, CA home on a Sunday evening. Billy Graham's schedule is filled with activities such as playing golf with people who are in the Illuminati, or are Hollywood types. The full impact of this constant fellowshipping with darkness is hard for people to grasp, because they picture that Graham is an evangelist and so therefore he must go where the sinners are. There is an expression, show me a man's friends and I'll tell you about him. It's one thing to spend time with evil to give it a chance to repent and come to the light, it is another to fellowship with evil and allow it to remain in darkness. Let us quote from a neutral source, a group who had been investigating the role of church and state. They were trying to determine for their study whether Billy Graham has had an impact on all the presidents from Eisenhower to Clinton. This study was not pro or anti-Graham, it was simply trying to determine what impact this religious leader is having on political leaders. Billy Graham has spent a lot of time with all the presidents, so their question was, has Billy Graham had some type of impact? Their conclusion, printed in the Journal of Church and State, concludes, could Graham speak the word of truth, especially when that word may be critical or slashing to the man in the White House when he is on such friendly terms with him? On the basis of the evidence now available, the answer must be no. What a person does on his free time is said to be revealing. Christ did spend his time with sinners, but he called them to repentance. In all my study of Billy Graham, I haven't seen any of the Hollywood movie stars or politicians change their lifestyles by their association with Billy Graham. A number of conversions have been artificially created, and given widespread publicity by the press. Pat Boone is the type of close friend of Billy Graham that perhaps typifies Billy Graham. He is someone well received by the public. Billy Graham has enjoyed using him in crusades. Pat Boone continued playing in Playboy-type nightclubs while he was singing at Billy Graham crusades. Pat Boone, who is pro-Jewish, may be Jewish, because the State of Israel has given him some special positions. There is nothing wrong with having Jewish blood, it just explains some of his connections. The New Gen Hand Bank was a CIA operation that laundered money, and did many illegal activities. Pat Boone was part of the New Gen Hand Bank scandal. Exactly how deep he was involved with the CIA's dirty dealing is unclear. Pat Boone's daughter Debbie Boone made a hit out of the song You Light Up My Life. The words of the song were written by a woman who worshipped Lucifer and wrote the song to Lucifer. Billy Graham has placed the emphasis in his crusades on putting liberals, even Catholic priests, up on the platform with himself. When does Billy Graham ever spend time with solid devout Christians? Every time Billy Graham went to Moscow, he tried to avoid the devout Christians of the unregistered churches who unwittingly tried unsuccessfully to meet with Graham. Instead, he would meet with the heads of the Orthodox Church, which, since all the changes in Russia, are now proven to have been KGB agents, although most of us had suspected that all along from the type of things they said and did. How naive can Christians get? Do they really think that the Illuminati is going to let a legitimately powerful anointed Christian evangelist have regular access to their people? Don't Christians realize that if he was a real threat, someone who might really bring one of the top elite to Christ, that they would be assassinating him, not whining and dining him? Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. MT 7:15. Behold, I am sending you forth as lambs among wolves. LK 10:3. The Apostle Paul warned Christian leaders, take heed therefore unto yourselves, and to all the flock, over the which the Holy Spirit hath made you overseers, to feed the church of God, which he hath purchased with his own blood. For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Acts 20:28-29. Bill Clinton, some senators, and Billy Graham's son Ned E. Graham invited the leaders of the Chinese house churches to a prayer breakfast in Washington, D.C. 3 delegates from the Three Self-Patriotic Movement, TSPM, and 3 others from house churches were invited: Lin Xiangao, Li Tianen, and Yuan Xiangchen. Rev. Ned Graham visited these Chinese in person to extend the U.S. government's invitation. Graham told the Chinese Christians that the government would pick up the entire tab for the breakfast. In return, the U.S. government wanted the Christians to promise not to speak to the American press or to any Americans' comments that might hurt the image of the Red Chinese government. The Chinese government had promised the American government that they would guarantee safe entry and departure for these house church Christian leaders. Then after the meeting, they were invited to Billy Graham's house. The Chinese Christians declined the invitation by Graham. Chinese pastor Lin said, "If I went to the United States, I would tell the truth, not lies. To tell the truth would definitely be considered an act of damaging the image of the Chinese government, which would create a pretext for the government to refuse my re-entry into China. But my commission from God is to serve Him faithfully in China only. Therefore, I choose to remain in China rather than to go abroad." Ned Graham, Billy's son, tried to talk the Chinese into coming. "I know that you surely do love your enemies, why then can you not compromise?" The pastor answered, "Yes, we can forgive our enemies for persecuting or opposing us in their ignorance, but we can never love the false prophets or their heresy." Ned also said, "It is a glorious and dignified thing to be invited by President Clinton. Many people seek it, but cannot obtain it." Fortunately, the Chinese did not buy it. This info and quote comes from China: The Untold Story by the Voice of the Martyrs, Inc., 1995, pages 25 to 31. Building an image. There is another area of Billy Graham that we will only touch on. In one of Fritz's 92 newsletter, Billy Graham is quoted stating that he thought UFOs were angels of God. On either January 28 or 29, see SMIMA, February 93, p.3, Billy Graham was interviewed on television by David Frost. Billy Graham said he believed people in heaven are sent by God to other worlds to help them in redemption of life. This is edging somewhat close to what the Mormons believe, that Christians, that is Mormons, will each receive their own planet to be God of. In another show, Graham said he wanted to evangelize other planets. Fritz has repeatedly tried to warn Christians of the many demonic dangers associated with the entire UFO phenomena, and the satanic hierarchy's connection to UFOs. Billy Graham's idea that UFOs are good angels is a dangerous idea. Billy Graham was given the contrived artificial image of being a great anti-Satanist. At the Chicago Crusade, 200 Satanists stood up in the crowds. Mayor Daley of Chicago then said from the stand, "Billy, we have 200 Satanists that want to disrupt your meeting. Shall I arrest them? What shall I do?" And Billy said, "No, let's sing a song." The crowd sang a song and the Satanists left the stadium on their own. The whole affair was clearly staged and hokey, but Christians are very naive about Satanism and Billy Graham. This further confirmed to them that Billy Graham was a great anointed man of God. First, hardcore Satanists don't show their faces in public. Second, the mayor of Chicago is not against the Satanists, he works with them, and there are reasons to suspect he is one. Third, Satanists, who do show themselves in public like Anton Lavey, want good publicity and would not carry out something like pretending to want to disrupt a Billy Graham crusade. Fourth, if a real threat had existed, Mayor Daley and the police wouldn't be asking Billy Graham what to do, they would be taking care of the problem. The police don't need to ask for permission to take care of troublemakers at the crusade. Christians accepted this episode at its face value. Those who did clearly show the common churchgoers' poor understanding of those who seek to control and destroy the church. How Billy Graham plays a key role in reprogramming monarch slaves. Two different talkative Satanists told sources of mine about two different coven meetings here in Portland in the summer of 1993 where the covens discussed the benefits that the Satanists were going to get from the Billy Graham crusade. I know one of the benefits for the Satanists was that monarch programmees who had become Christians and had deactivated the effect of their mind control programming were to be reprogrammed with Billy Graham's help. When Billy Graham arrived in town, someone on his crusade staff had managed to find and send out invitations to many of the survivors of satanic ritual abuse, SRA, in Portland to come to a special meeting to personally meet with Billy Graham. At this special meeting with SRA victims, Billy Graham personally began saying the buzzwords to reactivate these people's programming, especially the monarch survivors. This comes from several witnesses. For a number of years now, the Billy Graham crusade has been putting messages across the bottom of television screens that has activation codes for monarch survivors. Those monarch survivors who have become devout Christians to escape the nightmare of the monarch mind control are often not aware of the danger of watching the Billy Graham crusade on television. When people are activated, special people are in the area and they take the monarch survivors to what are called near-death trauma centers. These centers are used then to reprogram these poor people. There were 5 in this area, of which we located 2 and forced them to move their sites. Religious fronts, denominations, individual churches, and certain ministers are used to hide criminal activity. Billy Graham, who is a programmed multiple himself, is exceptionally adept at managing his monarch kittens. The drug money laundered through his crusades is carefully handled by many monarch slaves working in shifts and teams, so that the whole scheme cannot be uncovered by catching one person. Billy Graham runs big operations all over the world under the disguise of evangelism. Another of the countless religious covers that works with the network/Illuminati's drug activities involves the Mormon bishop warehouses, which are used to store cocaine. Monarch slaves are involved with this. Different religious labels hide the same criminal network. By the way, when giving the patriarchal blessing, the Mormon patriarch, if he has a monarch slave, will use hypnosis and triggers to convince the person what their future will be like. One can't say this is happening in every case, but it is very widespread for the patriarch who give these blessings to be part of the trauma-based mind control operations. Billy Graham also personally delivers messages to the presidents for the Illuminati, such as when he arrived just prior to Bush's decision to launch Desert Storm. Sometimes the papers even spell out that Billy Graham serves as a message boy, for instance, when he delivered a message in April '92 from the Pope to North Korea's dictator Kim. References. The following 3 books were very helpful to me in terms of documenting Billy Graham's activities. All 3 authors were interested in documenting what Billy Graham is really all about. It may sound strange that I say that, but sadly most of the books that touch on Billy Graham, like America's Hour of Decision, including a life story of Billy Graham, are simply part of the deception process of the enemy. However, if anyone wants to know more about Billy Graham, the following 3 books were very helpful for me to document Billy Graham's activities. Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness by Marshall Frady. Marshall Frady was a writer for Life and Newsweek. He has done an incredible amount of research into Billy Graham's life. He doesn't touch on the sinister side of Billy Graham, but by giving an honest report about Billy Graham he tears off the Hollywood-type mask, so to speak, that everyone has seen and believed. Marshall Frady simply wanted to tell the whole story of Billy Graham, good, bad or otherwise. He spent many hours interviewing Billy Graham and many other people involved in Billy Graham's life. When this book was read by a devout Christian, it totally devastated this person's media-built image of Billy Graham. For instance, items like Billy Graham going to dinner with a prostitute and taking her home, Billy Graham walking past his wife and not recognizing her, and Billy Graham's New York crusade refusing to allow street people into the crusade because they were dirty. However, another Christian borrowed my copy of it, and said after looking at the book he didn't see anything wrong with Billy Graham in the book. But then he just read portions of the book. Still, unless one has spiritual discernment, the book is probably not going to blast a person out of the water, because it is a biography, not an expose. Until recently, this was the only really good biography that was available for Christians. Many months before the Billy Graham 1993 Portland Crusade, the advertisements for the crusade and the crusade activity here in Portland began. Pilgrim Discount, which is one of the best Christian bookstores in the Portland area, sells both used and new Christian books. They had a used copy of Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness. I watched for months to see if any Christians would buy the book. Tens of thousands of Christians got involved in the Billy Graham crusade in the Portland area, but none had the interest to read the only biography of Billy Graham available. Finally, just George, a teenage Christian from Washington who had been warned about Billy Graham and who was trying to keep from being forced to attend, bought the book on a trip from Washington. This incident shows what Americans know and what they want to know about Billy Graham is shallow media hype. A Christian radio show here had the author of Billy Graham a prophet with honor on to promote his book, which was done just when the crusade was days away. A startling exposure: Billy Graham and the Church of Rome by Ian R.K. Paisley. This is perhaps the best book as far as actual documentation. The book is probably rare, and not available. Ian R.K. Paisley has made it one of his projects of his life to expose Catholicism. Because Billy Graham works more with Catholics than Protestants, Paisley, as a concerned Christian, obviously found himself learning about Billy Graham. Ian R.K. Paisley knows firsthand how powerful Billy Graham and his establishment backers are. They have a colossal publication strength to discredit any critic of Billy Graham in whatever manner it takes, even if it means outright lies and slander. Billy Graham: reformer, politician, preacher, prophet. A chronological record compiled from public sources by the Church League of America 1951 to 1982. This book is from Edgar Bundy Ministries. It is a collection of articles that have appeared in the public media on Billy Graham over a period of 31 years. Billy Graham is condemned by his own words and his own actions. If people only took a look at what Billy Graham is on public record saying, it would startle them. Who is Billy Graham working for? Is he trying to build the Christian churches up, or is he trying to lay the foundation for a one-world religion? While some people may on first thought think that it is a great idea to have everyone belong to the same religious structure, they need to reflect on the dangers inherent in one single religious body with all-encompassing power. The groundwork for such a dictatorial global religious body is already partially constructed, and is revealed in other writings of Fritz Springmeier. How many people know that in 1955 and 1956 Billy Graham announced that he had a policy of sending people who come forward at his crusades to the church of their choice, whether that church or synagogue is Catholic, Protestant or Jewish? For instance, the Protestant Church Life quotes Billy Graham in its 29 September 1956 issue, referring to the Billy Graham New York crusade scheduled for May 1957. Dr. Graham said, "We're coming to New York not to clean it up, but to get people to dedicate themselves to God and to send them on to their own churches, Catholic, Protestant or Jewish." There is one other book worth pointing out at this point. It was not a source book for my investigation, but I know the author, and the book came out recently, so it is likely still available. The book is The Assimilation of Evangelist Billy Graham into the Roman Catholic Church by Erwin Wilson. The address is Quebec Baptist Missions, Box 113, Compton, Quebec, Canada, Job ILO. It's nice that men like Erwin Wilson are noticing Billy Graham's love affair with the Catholic Church. He picked up on Billy Graham's statement about the Pope. Pope John Paul II has emerged as the greatest religious leader of the modern world and one of the greatest moral leaders of this century. The Saturday Evening Post, Feb. 1980. However, several of these anti-Catholic ministries are rejecting the bigger picture. They have strongly resisted learning about mind control and the exposure of the conspiracy in Be Wise as Serpents by Fritz Springmeier. Because of this, several of these Christian ministries to Catholics have lots of information about Billy Graham and his close workings with the Catholic Church, but little comprehension of how the Catholic Church fits into the bigger picture, and how the New World Order is actually coming about. There has been widespread concern about Billy Graham among Christians. Because the controlled media don't report these concerns, people are not realizing the extent of the concerns which have been voiced. Even before the CO authors got involved in exposing the Illuminati and their control over religion and their plans for a New World Order, there has been a long history of concern by devout Christians over Billy Graham. There has been a growing dissatisfaction among conservative Christians towards Billy Graham. The introduction to Erwin Wilson's book, which is written by Dr. Bob Jones, Chancellor of Bob Jones University, provides an introduction to the concerns Christians have about the man who has been set up by the media and the money elite to be their greatest leader. We quote only a paragraph of what Dr. Bob Jones said. Some of us who grieved over Graham's first downward steps toward compromise with apostasy and biblical unbelief knew that he was pursuing a direction from which there would be no turning back. While we grieved over him and prayed for him, We had to warn men against his ministry as we had warned Billy against his direction. The first area is doctrinal concerns by devout Christians, who have been deceived that Billy Graham thinks as they do. Christians usually take for granted that Billy Graham is sound doctrinally. The following paragraph of beliefs of Billy Graham were documented in 1993 by Fritz Springmeier in his June 1993 newsletter, with its large document packet. Mainline Christians would be shocked to find out what Billy Graham really believes and is on public record as supporting. This will help show non-Christians, who read this, that Billy Graham is not really the Christian he pretends to be. This is not to preach at non-Christian readers, for some of the non-Christian readers will agree with Billy Graham's stance. These views are written to show how a major Christian leader can have a false public image that has survived mainly because the full public record of Billy Graham's stands are kept low-key. If we are big enough to look at the deceptions of our politicians and statesmen, we must be big enough to face the deceptions of our ministers. Some of the areas that Billy Graham deviates from Scripture are as follows. He is on public record supporting homosexuality, abortion, his disbelief in a literal hell, his support and practice of infant baptism to save children, his support for the Catholic Church's worship of Mary, yet he calls himself a Protestant. He has repeatedly praised infidels and apostates as great Christians. He actively supported the American government policy to fight the Vietnam War. He would not challenge the idea that the Bible is mythology, when directly questioned. The deception doesn't stop with the Protestants. Catholic supporters have been kept in the dark about his abortion views. The deception goes way beyond Protestant, Catholic beliefs. As a programmed multiple who participates in satanic ritual, Billy Graham has deceived everyone. The second area is concerns about his support for a one-world church and a one-world government. This stems from 1. Billy Graham's public endorsements of the World Council of Churches and the National Council of Churches. 2. Billy Graham's consistent attendance at the World Council of Churches meetings. 3. Billy Graham has done more than anyone in the world to bring about the One World Harlot Church, and he has done more than anyone to unite all the Christian groups into one organization. 4. Billy Graham's support of the Pope and the Catholic Church, which is the largest Christian religion and one of the pillars of the New Age one world religious body being set up. 5. The support that the NCC and WCC gives him. 6. The support that the internationalists and globalists give Billy Graham. Billy Graham was first asked to do his Portland crusade in 1993 by the WCC/NCC representative in this area who is a homosexual, a New Ager, and leader of the ecumenical movement. A third area is concern over the lack of depth that conversions at Billy Graham's crusades have. Some of the details on this are: Only 2% of the people coming forward at a crusade have never been Christians and are actually giving their life to Christ for the first time, and of these 80% fall away. 2. A great majority of people that come forward are sent to Catholic and extremely liberal churches. Extremely few are sent to solid Bible-believing churches. In the Catholic Standard and Times, Thursday, July 16, 1992, p. 10, this Catholic paper reported that 1,900 Catholics responded to Billy Graham's call to make decisions for Christ in the Philadelphia Crusade and were referred to about 250 parishes. 3. People that come forward are sent even to Jewish synagogues and New Age churches. 4. Converts are given the impression that Christ wants decisions for him, rather than that Christ wants disciples. 5. The people attending the crusades are almost all Christians, due to the high numbers of Christian counselors and the high number of church people which are always intentionally bussed in. Frady exposes this, and in 1992 a writer of the Williamette Week did a major story for the magazine detailing how she had searched the entire week at the Billy Graham crusade for an unsaved person and failed to find a single non-Christian. There were a few, but so few she didn't find any. Williamette Week, October 1, 1992. 6. Most decisions at the crusades are for trivial things such as to stop smoking. Interestingly, Christians with discernment spoke about how hurting the churches were after the Billy Graham crusade here in Portland. They had been made wild promises of success, they were fleeced of their money, and then given a lukewarm spiritual boost. Their comments reminded me of this warning to Billy Graham clear back in the 1950s as to how he was ruining the harvest field. Part of Satan's planetary control is through religious leaders. Christians have been conditioned to believe that Billy Graham is a great prophet of God by the establishment media, who have told us for years that Billy Graham was the most respected man in America. The percentages that the controlled media have reported for Billy Graham's popularity may have been inflated. There are several studies that show how the establishment uses polls dishonestly to manipulate thinking. The establishment media is able to create ideas so firmly within the mind of the public that it becomes almost impossible to deprogram people. What people see on TV becomes real. What actually happens at a crusade is far different from the media image. In Scotland, for instance, a poll was taken of church membership 1 month before the Billy Graham Scotland crusade, and 2 months after the crusade. Church membership had actually declined substantially. So after spending millions of the Christians' dollars, Billy Graham had not even helped the church attendance of the Scottish churches. When Billy Graham holds his crusades, the churches in the area sponsor the crusade. In Poland, in a nation 95% Catholic, the churches that sponsored his crusade in Warsaw were Catholic churches, and when people went forward they were sent to Catholic churches. Yet, when the mass media report on crusades, it is made to sound like thousands of people became new Christians. Many of the devout Christians that have supported Billy Graham haven't thought through what is really going on at the crusades. They have been so caught up with the media image that they are not able to critically comprehend that the crusades are really major spiritual disasters. The book for counselors at the Billy Graham crusade here in Portland specifically stated that only Billy Graham was allowed to proselytize, that the crusade counselors were forbidden to proselytize anyone at any time during the crusade, or else they would lose their crusade badge as a counselor. See these instructions in the Billy Graham Christian Life and Witness course, Minneapolis, MN, Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, p. 47, Instructions 8.6. But thousands of the Christians in Portland who became counselors for the '92 crusade never gave it a second thought that only Billy Graham was allowed to proselytize, because they trusted Billy Graham. Money that could have gone to helping victims of mind control went towards superficial decisions for Christ. Money that could have gone to doing some serious damage to the evil, has gone for Madison Avenue hype and for big shows. On top of this, the large sums that are spent on the Billy Graham crusade serve as a cover for the network's money laundering that they do through Graham's crusade using a series of monarch slaves in a complex series of money drop-offs. A fourth area is concern over his methodology. A body language expert says that Billy Graham's talks are simply canned. They are simply well-rehearsed canned body movements and not coming from the heart. His crusade uses Madison Avenue sales techniques instead of traditional scriptural methods to get converts. Billy Graham crusades always spend great sums of money for billboards promoting Billy Graham and bumper stickers promoting Billy Graham. The end result is that Billy Graham's name is usually promoted millions of times more often than Jesus Christ. Christianity is consistently watered down and identified with the world and its ways. And a great deal of boasting is done about numbers of decisions instead of real meaningful discipleship. A fifth area is concern over Billy Graham acceptance of communism. Although many people feel communism is dead, this area is still relevant. If you think communism is dead, go live in North Korea, where Billy Graham went in 1992 full of praise for North Korea. See Christianity Today, May 18, 1992, p.55. By the way, Billy Graham and family have sat on the board of Christianity Today, and still control it, so it wouldn't misquote him. Billy Graham has repeatedly over international mass media claimed that there was no religious persecution under the communists. 2. Billy Graham has praised Mao Zedong's principles. 3. Graham has praised communist leaders on numerous occasions. 4. Dyed-in-the-wool communists who have been the ones giving orders to torture. Christians for some reason feel comfortable spending time talking to Billy Graham. The actual heritage and name of Billy Graham. There is a connection between Marxism and a group of Satanists called Frankists. One of the strongest satanic cults to take control over the Jewish population was called Sabbateanism. Jacob Frank assumed the role of leader of this group, and afterward this brand of Satanism was called Frankiism. Freud's sexually obsessed theories came from Frankiism. Frank taught his followers to convert to another religion and hide behind that religion to practice their Satanism. One of several books on the subject of Frankiism is The Contemporary Faces of Satan by Radibor Ray M. Jurjevic. Billy Graham's family, when they originally came over to this nation, were of the Frank family, which is related to Jacob Frank. After coming over to this nation, they changed their name to Graham, which is a Scottish name. Two groups of people who are overrepresented in the power structure over the last 200 years are Scots and Kabbalistic Satanic Jews. Obviously, not all Scotsmen nor Jews are involved in the NWO. Several other researchers independently discovered that Billy Graham's heritage was the Jewish Frank family. However, Fritz was beginning to suspect that there must be some kind of Jewish blood in Billy Graham's heritage, because of all the things he would stumble upon. For instance, the intimate connections Graham had with Jewish leaders and Jewish Christian ministries, and his assurances to them that they are God's chosen people, a special group. Graham privately told them that because they are a special chosen group they don't need to come to Christ. Fritz discovered all this by accident reading Jewish literature. Further, the paper called the C9 Report for Internal Use Only states on page 11 that Billy Graham's daughters have lived in Israel, and that Billy Graham's son fought with the Israeli army in the Six-Day War. In the Be Wise as Serpents book, chapter 2.1, the Jewish author Gerald S. Strober in his book American Jews Community in Crisis, p. 110 states that after a resolution in February 1973 at Pittsburgh by the NCC failed to declare the NCC against converting the Jews, that Billy Graham announced the following day a statement that God had a special place for the Jews and rejected coercive evangelistic efforts. Privately, Graham has assured Jewish leaders he is against converting the Jews to Christianity. Strober also informs his readers, p. 111, that many Christian organizations that are Jewish missions take their marching orders from Billy Graham. This confirms numerous reports. So Strober in effect is saying, don't worry, Graham is with us, and he controls most of the Christian organizations that are supposedly missions to evangelize us. Messianic Jewish groups are strongly pro-Billy Graham. Some of these groups have gained in size and then strangely gone back into Judaism. That kind of thing has been happening here in Portland, not to mention other localities. Now it is clearer why Jews coming forward at crusades have often been and are being referred by the crusade people to reform Jewish synagogues. How Billy Graham is a 33 degrees Mason. This is an important issue. However, even if Billy Graham were not a 33 degrees Mason, there are many things that he is doing that should warn Christians not to support him. There have been a number of people in casual conversation who have mentioned Billy Graham being a 33 degrees Mason, for instance a CIA leader, a NSA person who is against the NWO, and various Masons. These accidental revelations are what can be considered casual evidence, in that it is accidentally heard. Some of the people who have read Fritz's Be Wise as Serpents book have been experiencing validation of what was written on Billy Graham by their own casual contacts with people. These types of encounters are very meaningful to the people who experience them, but their significance is hard to communicate to others. Hopefully, readers of this, who are truth seekers, will have their own casual evidence validation experience. One piece of casual evidence came from a Shriner clown. It turns out the only clowns who were chosen to perform for the Billy Graham 1993 Portland Crusade were Shriner clowns. There were non-Masonic clowns available, even some Christian clowns, but the Masons were the only ones Graham allowed to perform for him. Various people, who have worked in the system for the Illuminati, such as an ex-witch who is now a Christian, an ex-33 degree Mason now a Christian, and a CFR's person also now a Christian, all testify that Billy Graham is a 33 Freemason. A woman and a man who are ex-Satanists and now Christians also have mentioned about Billy Graham's Masonic membership. One has to understand that there is a close working relationship between the Lodge and the Illuminati. To progress up the ranks in Satanism, they will require you to go through Freemasonry. Freemasonry then teaches people about the symbology of the mystery religions. The lodges bring in female monarch slaves for some of their Egyptian sexual magic rituals. If the reader were to get up in the morning and your mother, sister, and brother were in the kitchen and said that your mother had just drank a cup of coffee, you would be able to tell from their faces if they were telling the truth, and you would know that your mother had drank a cup of coffee. This is the way it is for us. We know these witnesses know the truth, and we know they are not making it up. But if people don't believe that, then they need to go scrounge up their own witnesses, and risk their own hide in doing the contacting. The material we presented here is not frivolous work. As pearls of value, we hope that this research is not taken and allowed to become pearls given to swine. Because Billy Graham is such a key person for the Illuminati and the satanic plan to bring in the Antichrist and the one world religion, key parts of Graham's life have been intentionally shrouded. When he joined the Masonic Lodge c. 1948, they intentionally kept his membership more secret than others. Why? They are secret about their membership in general, but even more so if the person is a key Illuminatus and a big key to their religious control. This is why they have kept the membership of Charles T. Russell, founder of the Watchtower Society, quiet. This is why they keep the memberships of the Mormon prophets secret. It has been a consistent pattern by the Masonic Lodge to keep these key people's membership very quiet. It would be much easier if we had a membership certificate, but for people who don't want to believe, no amount of evidence would suffice. In terms of a paper trail, we have the following. Billy Graham's books consistently refer to basically only Masons. Billy Graham endorsed the Masonic Demolay program for youth as God's work. This endorsement by Billy Graham is in a Masonic book that is used to educate people about the craft, that means Freemasonry. That book is The Clergy and the Craft, and it says that the people who are quoted in it are Masons. C. Haggard, Forrest D. Transactions, Missouri Lodge of Research, Vol. Number 27, The Clergy and the Craft, p. 127. Where Graham endorses the Masonic Youth Program. In terms of witnesses who have put what they have witnessed in writing, we have the following. Jim Shaw, ex-33-degree Mason, the highest-ranking Freemason to defect to Christianity, writes about Billy Graham being at his 33 degrees initiation ceremony. Huntington House refused to print his book CO authored with Tom McKenney unless they took out Billy Graham's name on pg 104, and substituted a general description. See The Deadly Deception, p. 104-105. Only Freemasons are allowed to attend these initiations. See The New Age, the official organ of the Supreme Council, 33 degrees. Washington, D.C., October 1961, p. 30. Some Christians have tried everything in their mind to get around Jim Shaw's testimony. And the Masonic Lodge are now claiming that he wasn't a 33 degrees Freemason. There is no doubt that he was a 33 degrees Mason. What we are seeing is how important it is to the Illuminati to keep Billy Graham's membership secret. Originally, Dr. Morey, who wrote a book on Freemasonry, told me over the phone that Billy Graham was a 33 degrees Freemason and that he had held his membership file in his hand in the library of the House of the Temple, which is where the Supreme Council of the 33 degrees has their headquarters. However, now he denies it and says that he only was told by the librarians that the file existed, but that he didn't examine the membership file. He wrote a letter to Christian News to the editor, which was printed. At least, his letter to the editor of Christian News says that the Scottish Rite have a Billy Graham file. Fritz stands by his original statements about what Dr. Morey said, even though he has gone back on his original story and is getting people to think Fritz somehow invented what he told me. There are a great many things that are suspicious about Dr. Morey. His book on Freemasonry claims that Freemasonry started out a Christian organization. His book was printed by a company that uses the Knights Templar logo as their company logo, and whose company head is most likely a Freemason. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and walks like a duck, what do you think it is? Long before I actually knew Billy Graham was a 33 Degrees Freemason, I felt that was the most likely explanation for what I was learning of him. What caused me to think that way? Everything about the man just shouted Freemason. The way he talks, who he has as friends, etc., etc. This article is not capable of going into depth about small nuances and details, but suffice it to say that the Masons know how to broadcast to other Masons that they are a Mason. It should be pointed out some of the key people for Billy Graham's staff have been Freemasons. Let's look at a few of the key people helping Billy Graham. William M. Watson, director of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, he is a Freemason, and he is also president of Occidental Petroleum Corporation. Chairman of Occidental was Armand Hammer. Watson is also a member of the Development Council of the Masonic-run Baylor University. Baylor University has participated in the mind control, see also the expose of Baylor University in Be Wise as Serpents. He also was a member of the Advisory Council to the Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary in Ft. Worth, which had at least 3 Freemasons on its board of trustees, and likely more. David M. McConnell, director of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, he is a Freemason. He was also U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, 1968-69, business associate with Illuminatus. Charles Gambrell, in Belk Stores of Charlotte, North Carolina. Arthur Lee Maloriccio, chairman of the Billy Graham Crusade Advisory Committee for the 1973 St. Louis Crusade, 32 Degrees Freemason, deacon in the So Baptist Church. Who are some of the primary ministers that had worked with 33 Degrees Freemason Billy Graham over the years? Billy Graham has helped set up other 33 Degrees Masons in ministry. Billy Graham has placed his stamp of approval on almost every well-known apostate Christian out there. When Billy Graham had a crusade in Japan, the Japanese minister that he had up on the platform was a well-known extremely liberal Christian. A conservative Japanese was shocked. Billy Graham is also endorsing many of the books and ministries of these apostates. Some of the 3 biggest ministers in the Protestant world, Robert Schuller, Norman Vincent Peale, and Oral Roberts, are all 33 Degrees Masonic brothers of 33 Degrees Freemason Billy Graham. C. Roberts, Oral. Miracle of Seed Faith, p.9. Billy Graham has helped each of these brothers with their ministries. Robert Schuller taught principles of church growth to Unity School in Kansas City. A Christian, who used to be on staff there, said that Robert Schuller was fully aware that Luciferian initiations were going on at the school and that he didn't care. Robert Schuller, 33 Degrees Freemason, was helped into ministry by Billy Graham. Schuller also participates in the Monarch program and is also sexually serviced by Monarch slaves. Norman Vincent Peale's form of Christianity called positive thinking is actually only white witchcraft with different names. Peale simply is a Christian witch. Norman Vincent Peale, 33 Degrees Freemason, his church received the bulk of people who came forward at the New York Crusade. Norman Vincent Peale is a 6 Degrees Illuminatus, Pilgrim Society, and a 33 Degrees Freemason. In the magazine Psychic Magazine of San Francisco, Peale says of occultist Kreskin, "All he's doing is dramatizing what I've been preaching in my writing for years." Norman Vincent Peale controls the approximate $200 million Presbyterian Ministers Fund. He celebrated the 25th anniversary of the United Nations. He was the keynote speaker at the birthday of the late Mormon prophet Spencer W. Kimball, a secret Mason. Peale praised Kimball as a true prophet of God, and a great man of God. Peale practices witchcraft, and palms it off on unsuspecting Christians under different terminology. The false unity movement, which is so strong today, wants to unite the devout Christian with the likes of Norman Vincent Peale. Peale is a good friend of Billy Graham, and Billy Graham referred the largest number of new converts of the New York Billy Graham Crusade to Peale's church. Oral Roberts, 33 Degrees Freemason, helped into ministry by his Masonic brother Billy Graham. Oral Roberts has been seen by witnesses participating in SRA and mind control. Oral Roberts University and the Charismatic movement is another important religious front. The Charismatic movement has been infiltrated by multiples since day one. The history of the infiltration is extensive. Oral Roberts had Cherokee blood. According to some things that Oral Roberts has said, some Christians think that he received his healing powers from an old Indian who healed him through Indian shamanism when Oral was young. At times, Oral does use the same methods that spirit mediums use to heal with. According to slaves who have been deprogrammed, they were in satanic rituals with Oral Roberts. Christian ministers, who have participated in his ministry, are saying that they have seen massive swindle in his healing ministry. His university is being used as a programming center. His basketball team at one time had monarch slaves playing on it. We do not know if they still do. Under the Prayer Tower is one of the programming sites. Billy Graham, a handler himself, helped launch Oral Roberts University, and is a friend of Oral Roberts. From the Illuminati's point of view, Tulsa is the guardian city of Apollo. The city of faith is to be the center for healing from Aesculapius, a demon related to Apollo. While portraying themselves as Christians, infiltrators within the charismatic movement are carrying out satanic rituals to get demonic healing powers. Tulsa is one of, if the main center for the campaign to infiltrate Christianity via the charismatic/Pentecostal movement with programmed multiples. G. Bromley Oxnam, 33 degrees Freemason, was head of the FCC churches, supportive friend of Billy Graham. G. Bromley Oxnam has a long history to him of working for the elite. Interested readers can pick up his story in Be Wise as Serpents in the chapter that goes into the details about how the Christian churches were organized by the FCC and WCC for the Illuminati. The NWO is infiltrating the churches via the Earth Stewardship movement. An attempt was made at Rio de Janeiro to get an Earth Charter, but there wasn't enough time. There were lots of NOG delegates and just in general lots of people to coordinate. 4,000 attended. Another Earth Summit was promised, but instead they decided at the end of September/Oct. 95 to have a State of the World Forum to be held by/sponsored by the Gorbachev Foundation at the Presidio, CA. The ex-head of the KGB, Gorbachev, is now headquartered in the Presidio, a major mind control programming site. Christian basher Ted Turner was the chairman of the conference. The cost was $5,000 per person and the invitations went out to only select people. There were 100 hand-picked politicians who received invitations, along with Billy Graham and Mother Teresa. This was coordinated with the 50th anniversary of the UN, which was being celebrated all over the world. Fleecing the sheep. The charismatic movement claims to have the Holy Spirit in a special way. However, some seem to be lacking in all discernment that the Holy Spirit would give. There are several books exposing the big-name charismatic ministers. One is written by an ex-charismatic Assembly of God minister. He shows a picture in his book of an Assembly of God flyer promoting the testimony of J. Edgar Hoover. Yes, the Assembly of God promoted the testimony of J. Edgar Hoover, while he was known to be a power-hungry individual who practiced homosexuality. It was this type of hype that caused this minister to grow disillusioned with the charismatic movement's so-called spirituality. Recently, the spiritual discernment of Billy Graham and many other big-time ministries was exposed when these big Christian ministries were conned out of $550 million. Billy Graham introduced John G. Bennett to thousands of people at a recent Billy Graham crusade in Philadelphia in 1992. John Bennett gave his testimony at the crusade. Because Billy Graham, John Templeton, and Lawrence Rockefeller were apparently supportive of John G. Bennett, big-time Christian ministries trusted him. John told many of the big Christian ministries that if they gave him millions of dollars, for every million he received he would give them 2 million back. Many of the big Christian ministries gave Bennett money. In fact, he collected $550 million, which he ran off with, from ministries such as Pat Robertson's, Bill Bright's, Chuck Colson's, Luis Palau's, Westminster Theological Seminary, Wheaton College, the Salvation Army and many others. The reader may have heard of this New Era Foundation scam. That's what it was. Bennett told these Christian leaders, give New Era $1 million and we'll give you back $2 million. The donations of hard-earned money by many innocent Christian believers were lost. However, the Christian believers are partially responsible because the church has refused to clean house of wolves that sat in their pulpits. For instance, when Billy Graham came to the Portland area, all the various denominations from the most liberal to the most conservative supported him. Only about a dozen churches did not get involved, and only one church actively tried to expose Billy Graham, even though there has been a massive documentation exposing Billy Graham as a wolf for 30 years. When the church refuses to follow God's word and supports these men, then they must take some of the blame when these men give their millions of hard-earned dollars away to a con artist. Inadequate reactions. When people have been warned about Billy Graham, one of the common responses is for people to call up the Billy Graham Crusade staff. If I ask a biologist a question about biology, I can expect to get a credible answer. If I ask a mother about her son, I can expect to get a credible answer. But how in the world can someone call up the Billy Graham Crusade staff and expect to get a credible answer to the question, is Billy Graham a Mason? The person that answers the phone is likely a secretary, someone who knows Billy Graham no more than the janitor. What does that person know about the Freemasons? Because the Freemasons are a secret society, in general, there are only two basic categories of people involved with Freemasonry, and they certainly know what's going on in it, but they have taken blood oaths on penalty of death not to talk about it, and those who aren't involved with Freemasonry and don't know anything about it. There are only a few people who are not Masons, who are informed about the Masons. The answer of some secretary over the phone to the question, is Billy Graham a Freemason, is of little value, because the secretary or other staff member has not had the opportunity to get reliable information. This is from the standpoint of getting a reliable witness. Calling some secretary or staff member is simply not a credible response to all the documentation. No court would view a secretary of a large organization as an expert witness qualified to settle such a dispute. The second catch is that such witnesses are not reasonably unbiased. It is expected that Billy Graham's staff would front for him any questions that could expose him to bad publicity. This last comment is not speculation. There is proof that Billy Graham's staff has consistently lied over the years to prevent negative publicity about Billy Graham. When Richard Nixon met with his political buddies to decide who to have run with him, the person he asked first in the smoke-filled room was Billy Graham. I have read the account of this in more than one place, but I will quote Marshall Frady's description of when Billy Graham was asked who he thought should run with Nixon as Nixon's vice presidential running mate. Billy Graham chose 33 degrees Masonic brother, then only 32 degrees, Mark Hatfield. Here is Frady's description. His assimilation into the Nixon presidency had already been well underway. In fact, at that convention in Miami when, after Nixon's nomination, Graham wound up sitting in Nixon's penthouse suite among the smoggy late-night deliberations over Nixon's vice presidential selection, Graham himself, whatever initial uncertainty he might have felt to find himself in such a political locker room session, soon pitched into the proceedings with his own effusive recommendation of Mark Hatfield. He's a great Christian leader. He's almost a clergyman. He's been an educator, and he's taken a more liberal stand on most issues than you, and I think the ticket needs that kind of balance. In 1992, Mark Hatfield, along with Prince Hall Freemason Jesse Jackson, both were on television in July of last year defending Billy Graham's actions. Mark Hatfield, according to a deprogrammed slave, has been a user of monarch sexual slaves. Nye's Union Seminary is controlled and funded by the Rockefellers. President of Union Seminary was Dr. Henry Van Dusen. Billy Graham made him a prominent person in his crusade and said he was a classic example of a mass evangelism conversion. If that is a good example of Graham's conversions, we Christians should shudder. It is no coincidence that the Southern Baptists, of which Billy Graham is a member, is controlled by the Freemasons. Brooke Hayes, Pres, of the So Baptist Convention was a high-ranking Freemason as well as part of the CFR. None of the So. Baptist. Convention's presidents have opposed Freemasonry. Pres. Bill Clinton, a slave handler, is a member of the Emmanuel Baptist Church, which is a Southern Baptist church in Little Rock, Ark. The late Bill Moyers, who promoted the mystery religions, was a Southern Baptist. Moyers went to the S.W. Baptist Theological Seminary, the same school run by one of Billy Graham's staff directors. John Buchanan is another Southern Baptist. John Buchanan went to a So. Baptist seminary, and then worked as a front man for People for the American Way, started by Jewish Norman Lear, an anti-Christian. People might be shocked to learn of some of the New Age teachings and New Age teachers that have been allowed into the Southern Baptist churches. The Southern Baptist Youth Program is based on Masonic ideas and is very Masonic in its ritual. Summary. The reader is thanked for wading through a lot of difficult material. The reader can see why Billy Graham may well be the greatest deception that has ever been successfully pulled off. But as Abraham Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. Ever since the early 1950s, there have been Christians exposing Billy Graham, but the control of the Christian media and the Christian seminaries is far more extensive than most people realize. The Be Wise as Serpents book diagrams out how the Christian religious denominations are being controlled, and how the Masons and Illuminati-connected administrators and trustees have control of most of the seminaries. Billy Graham without a doubt works directly for the satanic hierarchy. But a rational and fair appraisal of what the man is, and what damage he has done to Christianity will probably not be given much of a chance. Nobody, no matter who they are, is going to fool Christ. There will be a real evaluation done on Judgment Day, and when that day comes, Christ said, "Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness." MT 7:22-23. The Top Secret Amish Front, and HUD writes. It will probably assist the reader to know that both of the authors have first-hand experience with the following information about the Amish. Fritz was Amish for several years as an Amish church member in church districts in Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois. He has also visited numerous Amish settlements in the U.S. and Canada, and lived/worked with the horse and buggy Old Order Mennonites, not to be confused with the Old Order Amish Mennonites, in Ontario, Canada for half a year. He has a manuscript of a book that he wrote about the Old Order Amish Mennonites, and has gone so far as to inquire with publishers like National Geographic if they would like some of his material. He has also attended a variety of Mennonite churches, including Church of God in Christ, Men. Holdman's, Charismatic Mennonite, Conserve. Men. And Beachy Amish churches across the U.S. He also knows firsthand that Illuminati slaves, some of who are programmers, have been infiltrated by the Illuminati into Mennonite churches. Perhaps what may come across as the strangest religious front, and it is certainly one of the biggest secrets of the intelligence agencies, is their use of the Old Order Amish Mennonites as a front. The Amish are the most pacifistic people, so the Illuminati/intelligence agencies have placed some of their best programmed assassins behind the front of being Amish. The front is real, they are Amish, well, many of them. Some were Illuminati children switched at birth to give the programmers better bloodlines to work from. Some Amish women in cult families have let the Illuminati impregnate them with stronger bloodlines. Many Nazi bloodlines were hidden after WW2 under the Mennonite/Amish cover. The Mennonites and some of the more progressive Amish adopt many children. The Amish in Missouri, Jamestown, Kansas, south of Hutchinson, and Oklahoma, Guthrie, OK, Kentucky, Ohio, Homesco, and Pennsylvania, Lancaster, Pa, have been involved in selling their children to the Illuminati. When the Illuminati would buy a child, they would send in one of their own midwives to help with the birth and retrieve the child. Generally, the Amish would sell their children when they realized they were going to have twins. One would be given to the cult, and one would be kept by the Amish parents. Because these children are born outside of the system, and have no birth certificates, they made excellent children to use in porn. They also can be used as expendable children to use in porn. They were often blonde-haired and blue-eyed. The Amish women were not allowed to use birth control, it was forbidden by the church, and they were not allowed to have an abortion, and it was their duty to have sex with their husbands. It is possible that some parents sold their children just to get out of the responsibility of having another child. The Amish farms in Kansas and Oklahoma and in the border states like Missouri and Kentucky are mechanized with tractors, and they don't need the large families that the Amish in other places need. Due to the strong legalism that pervades their church, some have tried to get around the tight spot that the rules place them in by selling a few unnoticed children. However, there is an active witchcraft practicing occult group within the Amish which is like a box within a box within a box. It is very secret. There are many ways of describing what is going on with the Amish. Let's describe quickly in half a page, it could be a book in itself, what a deep look at the spiritual dynamics of what is going on with their communities. The rise of Satanism within their ranks is simply a natural outgrowth of the spiritual dynamics. There were two trees in the Garden of Eden, one was the tree of life and one was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The first meant being transformed by the Creator who made them into the image of the Spirit of God and receiving spiritual life, but the other tree was performance. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil, religion, includes both law, good, and license, evil. As soon as a group gets legalistic, they fall from grace. They then separate themselves by their performance and say in effect, look at what we're doing, which is a form of pride. God resists the proud, so they through a number of spiritual dynamics lose fellowship with God. This means they must cling to their legalistic traditions even more, because a live relationship with God is gone. Bible studies are forbidden by most Amish church distirists, and they don't get new revelation from God. They still are working off of the revelations of the 1600s, when they were traumatized and quit growing. When they split from the rest of the Mennonites, they were like a child altar split which never grows up. When a group gets legalism, they also get license, because the two grow from the same tree. Every Amish community has two large groups, the legalistic ones and the licensed ones. The young people are even split this way. In Lancaster County, the Groffies is the nickname of the large licensed group of young people who fornicate and drink. There is a smaller group of legalistic conservative young people too, who are at the other end of the spectrum. There is one group, gang might be a more appropriate name, called jamborees, who are an unruly and destructive collection of angry wild young people. The bishops in Lancaster co-meet twice yearly to keep this large settlement of opposites together. A lot of compromise and looking the other way is done for the sake of peace. Peace at any price is the name of the game. Even before a prayer is said in church, the minister calls out, "When mer Enoch sin, well mer bet." This translates, if we are in one accord, then let us pray. Because peace is so important, they are out of balance in getting it. They place peace far above truth. In order to have the appearance that everything is well, secrecy pervades everything like the air one breathes. Because their whole culture is secret, children raised in it aren't aware of how strong it is simply a way of life, like it is for the Illuminati. Legalism values conformity. Conformity prefers robotic obedience over understanding. In fact, one bishop told Fritz, CO author of this book, "We don't want our young folks to understand why they do what they do, we only want obedience." Understanding is dangerous. Does the reader begin to see how the Amish make both the perfect setting for monarch mind control, and the perfect cover? The Amish are a very secret group. During their early history they suffered severe persecution. Their culture teaches them to suffer in silence, which today helps their satanic abusers infiltrate their culture. In the past in Europe, when the Catholic or Protestant Church caught them, they were tortured to death. They were hunted as animals and treated worse than animals when caught. This was the trauma that Satan did to them, and the lie that was then handed them was that if they would cloister themselves secretly in the new world away from everyone else, they would be safe. The Amish have shut out from outsiders the true flavor of their culture and beliefs. They are silent about their problems. They tell themselves that outsiders couldn't possibly be interested in their affairs. The Amish themselves are very divided from each other. The divisions between Amish groups is called Tzvatracht. Tzvatracht can cover anything from a mild aloofness to a full-fledged shunning, called the Miadung. The Amish aren't in general qualified to tell outsiders much in detail about their own heritage, or religion because they are so isolated from the other Amish settlements and have been raised in such an anti-intellectual culture. Most Amish are content to know that the way they do things was always done this way and that their elders and forefathers were gifted men who examined things very closely. Their social norms are not intellectually questioned by most Amish, but then American society has been very isolationist in the world and few Americans question their society and norms. Americans even rebel in the prescribed fashion, whatever the elite tell society is the cool hot stylish way to do things. The Amish are similar to the Mideast culture in that they have a very indirect approach to saying things. They do not consider it proper to speak with a negative connotation about anybody. They also instinctively give pat answers to outsiders to blunt questions. These pat answers border on being rigid, prejudiced, and simple. They serve the purpose to deter curiosity. The early Amish leaders were ex-Catholic priests, but most of the people were peasants who had little formal schooling, had little Bible knowledge, and came from southern Germany and the Rhineland where witchcraft was practiced by the common people. The spirit of witchcraft never left the Amish. It has always been with them. The folk witchcraft is called Brauch, and the craft is kept secret by old men who pass the incantations down in secret. When the Amish moved to Pennsylvania, they moved in next door to Rosicrucians. When the Rosicrucian settlements fell apart, they joined the Mennonites, thus bringing their Hermetic magic along with them. Somewhere within the Amish were some families that were undercover for the Jesuits, and were sent in as spies long ago because they were corrupt. These families have been generational Satanists, which practice pedophilia and other crimes in the safety of their isolation. They were placed within the Amish to help the Catholic Church destroy the Amish. In Europe that happened under Hitler, when all the Old Order Amish were arrested in 1938 and wiped out of Germany. Prior to WW2, the Nazis, part of the Illuminati, sent over a number of programmed multiples which set up an unnamed cult in upstate New York. This cult was to help Hitler take power in the US when the Nazis won the war. They did not win the war, but 60 years later this satanic cult still operates. Now second and third generation programmed multiples are now part of this cult. Somehow this Illuminati mission coordinates with the Illuminati project to get Hitler's bloodline hidden among the Amish, although the authors are aware of Hitler's descendants being in Oregon, and Washington as well as Pennsylvania. One of them in Portland, Oregon, works for the federal government. Lancaster County is sometimes referred to as the Mother Church. This was one of the original counties which the Amish settled in when they first came over to the New World. William Penn invited Rosicrucians, Amish, and other dissident religious groups to Pennsylvania. The Satanic Covens in Lancaster County, PA, consist of members from Amish, Mennonite and Brethren churches. They are not simply all Amish. Lancaster County's Amish will fellowship will all the approximately 200 other settlements of Amish around the country. What is a peculiar phenomena, is that many churches that do not fellowship with one another, will still maintain communion with Lancaster out of respect for place in Amish history. However, Lancaster County has some of the most immoral reprobate Amish that there could be. All this is hidden very well from the thousands of tourists, due to the secrecy of the Amish. The Amish do not often pay taxes, do not pay Social Security because they are exempt from the Social Security program, and send many of their children to Amish schools. They are truly a separate society which maintains rigid secrecy. If you were the New World Order or the Illuminati, where would you want to hide your assassins? The safest place is inside of the most pacifist group in the world, the Amish. Monarch mind-controlled slaves are being created out of Amish children. During WW2, Amish conscientious objectors were forced by the government to do alternate public service in lieu of military service. This was known as civilian public service. Amish and Mennonite conscientious objectors were placed into mental hospitals to help. They served at Allentown State Hosp, Allentown, PA, Cantonsville State Hosp, Cantonsville, MD, Cleveland State Hosp, Cleveland, O, Delaware State Hosp, Parnhurst, DL, Denver State Hosp, Denver, CO, Greystone Park State Hosp, Greystone Park, New Jersey, Harrisburg State Hosp, Harrisburg, PA, Hudson River State Hosp, Poughkeepsie, New York, Kalamazoo State Hosp, Kalamazoo, MI, Lima State Hosp, Lima, O, Livermore State VA Hosp, Livermore, CA, Macedonia State Hosp, Macedonia, O, Marlborough State Hosp, Marlborough, New Jersey, MT. Pleasant State Hosp, MT. Pleasant, 10, Norristown State Hosp, Norristown, PA, Provo State Hosp, Provo, UT, Rhode Island. State Hosp, Howard, RI, Roseburg VA State Hosp, Roseburg, or, Stanton State Hosp, Stanton, VA, Tiffin State Hosp, Tiffin, O, Wernersville State Hosp, Wernersville, PA, Ypsilanti State Hosp, Ypsilanti, MI. The author, Fritz, believes that the complete story of how the Illuminati got a secret foothold into the Amish community lies in what happened in mental hospitals to the anxious to please, compliant, innocent Amish boys, who were assigned to these mental hospitals. Many people do not realize that during WW2, several Mennonite/Hutterite conscientious objectors were tortured to death by our government. Not a pretty picture when you find out how sadistic our government was willing to be toward its own citizens. Not only did the Amish boys go to lots of mental hospitals during WW2, but all of the religious groups that participated in the conscientious objector service, called civilian public service, contributed boys to the Office of Scientific Research and Development, part of the Army, which was still using these boys for experiments until December 31, 1946. What kinds of experiments were the Amish boys, who were offered up as guinea pigs, subjected to by the OSRD? We now know that some of these experiments were very dangerous to their human guinea pigs. 1-0 classification was the Selective Service Board's conscientious objector classification. During the Vietnam War, Amish young men went into IW service, conscientious objector service, at mental and regular hospitals. Their IW service was for 2 years. Some of these young men were programmed at these hospitals. One Amish boy after he got home from IW service committed suicide. The secret satanic families within various Amish settlements also offered up their children. This started a large-scale super-secret operation by the CIA/intelligence agencies to set up Delta teams within the Amish. Who would ever suspect an Amishman? They have been expendable assassins for the CIA for years. These young men are strong farm boys. They have no connection between themselves and the outside world where they secretly carry out their missions, and if they die, there is no birth record, and perhaps a dozen other siblings for their family to continue on with. During the Vietnam War, the military's selective service did things differently than in WW2. Any hospital or mental hospital which applied for approval could get IW, conscientious objector, boys. The Amish put together a steering committee to work with the government and the IW service. In the IW steering committee meetings, and the author Fritz attended one, it was stated by committee members the boys do not come back the same from the hospitals and that the IW service in the mental hospitals was proving unsatisfactory and harmful. Some of the mental hospitals which received Amish boys include Columbia, Missouri State Mental Hospital and Hospital Complex, Colorado Psychopathic Hospital in Denver, all of the hospitals that got WW3WS, as listed above: Central State Hospital, Indianapolis, IND, New Jersey State Hospital, Greystone Park, New Jersey, Philadelphia State Hospital, Philadelphia, PA, plus numerous others. At any one time, there were hundreds of Amish boys in IW service. It is suspected that many of these hospitals were involved in mind control, and it is known that the Columbia, MO complex of hospitals and Mid-Missouri State Mental Hospital, 803 Stadium Drive, Columbia, Missouri, and the Veterans Hospital across the street were involved in mind control for the CIA. A mental hospital had to apply to the Selective Service Board for approval to get IW workers. Then their personnel departments would hire the IW boys for positions such as nursing attendants. One state mental hospital administrator told Fritz that the whole IW thing was pretty confidential. The Amish Steering Committee worked with the Mennonite Central Committee, MCC, which in turn worked for some quasi-religious group which is privately funded called the National Service Board of Religious Objectors, NSBRO, still active in Washington, D.C. The Amish were slow to act, but by the end of the Vietnam War, they had managed to get some of their farms approved for IW service, and in 1971, the steering committee was able to announce that 70 Amish IW boys were working on Amish farms in 8 states, rather than in hospitals. However, this late change was too late to protect their settlements from infiltration from sophisticated Illuminati mind control. How IT is done. A programmed Amish boy will likely be contacted by what is called a cutout. This is the secret contact person who maintains contact between the handler and the Amish Delta. Cutouts can either be given several slaves, a block cutout, or in other cases only know the upline handler and downline person, a chain cutout. If further secrecy is needed by the handler, he can use sterile telephones which the Illuminati/CIA have, which cannot be traced, even by the telephone companies. When an Amish boy is activated and sent out on an assassination mission for the Illuminati/intelligence agencies, he is a professional at what he has been trained and programmed to do. Amish boys, programmed to be assassins, are used in what their handlers call wet ops. This intelligence lingo means that human blood will run. Wet ops, also called black ops, are debriefed by a briefing team. The Amish multiple will have to give a detailed account of the finished operation, once under hypnosis, once with a polygraph, and once under the drug scopolamine, a truth serum. And when the debriefing team, which includes a mind control programmer, is satisfied that all of the inconsistencies between the different accounts have been ironed out, then the programmer will block out all memory and guilt of the operation. The handler may write a blind memorandum which has no file, no or letterhead or name. Then Amish boy's assassination altars will be praised for having done a great service to humanity and to his country. The Amish boy can now be sent home to milk cows and work on his labor-intensive tobacco farm without any nagging guilt or horrible memories surfacing to trouble him, at least in theory. Trained assassins do have memory flashes, as all monarch slaves have, but they are only bits and pieces. People also do not realize that the Amish live in many more states than Pennsylvania. They move all over the United States. If an Amishman was traveling on a CIA mission, there are numerous of excuses that could be made for why he could be on the move. There are far more Amish young people away from the Amish settlements than people realize because they dress like the world. Many young people leave with the knowledge that they can go back years later and be accepted back into their community. What are some of the mitigating factors in all of this? The Amish do their own butchering. They are down-to-earth people who are not afraid of blood. Essentially all Amish children grow up helping with butchering, and seeing life and death played out every day on their farms. The Amish do not embalm their dead, and have their own cemeteries. The satanic cult within the Amish can reopen the graves and carry out satanic ceremonies afterward. Their cemeteries are small, almost hidden sites with markers hidden in grass. Some of these graveyards blend in with their rural settings. Elmo, Joseph, and Victor Stahl are some prominent Amishmen. Joseph and Elmo have traveled a great deal, especially to Central America. Joseph wrote a book on child training which teaches parents how to break a child's will. This author is supportive of discipline and respect. The book is pointed out only because it is a paper trail to show that the Amish discipline and the Illuminati's discipline at times can be similar. The only person who might see an Amish boy being disciplined, since they are a rural people, would be the immediate family or an occasional Amish guest. An Amishman seeing a father carrying out the monarch steps to build dissociation would likely not see anything wrong. If the guest did see something wrong, i.e. too strict or mean, the objections would be kept very low-key. For sure, no non-Amish would ever hear about it. The Illuminati families like the Dukes and Reynolds control tobacco production and cigarette manufacturing. In order to keep their lifestyle in Pennsylvania, the Amish have had to grow tobacco for the Illuminati-controlled companies. This author can only speculate what economic leverage that has given the Illuminati over the Pennsylvania Amish. Hiding a major programming center. The blueprints of the Portland Mormon Temple at Lake Oswego, or which sets over a secret underground programming site, were changed overnight after they were looked at. The original blueprints showed that Lake Oswego had allowed a building code to broken. The blueprint was changed, showing that Lake Oswego city employees were working along with the Mormon Church and the CIA to keep everything running smooth with their high-tech secret underground programming center, which has the front of being sacred temple grounds. 3 separate monarch slaves independently described this underground installation, and there are other evidences of it too. In order to gain access to the underground programming tunnels, a person has to place their palm on the wall, where a disguised instrument identifies a person's hand. The entrances are disguised using the most sophisticated techniques. One is from the temple laundry building south of the temple and another is from the hotel south of the temple. This hotel has a strange hard-to-find entrance to its parking lot, almost as if they haven't wanted uninvited guests. Tunnels are widely used at the other various programming sites. External and internal deceptions. There are some stock tools of deception that are used both externally on the world and internally on the slave when their system is programmed and structured. Later in the book we will cover the structuring. Since this chapter covers deceptions, we will discuss them here, but the reader needs to bear in mind, they will be employed in the structuring/programming phases of the slave's life. They are deflection, blinds, slides, Hegelian dialectics, and deniability. A deflection is taking something good and deflecting its purpose. This is a stock tool. For instance, loyalty and obedience can be good virtuous things if given to the correct authority. But deflected to the false sadistic authority, they are disastrous. They use deflection to redirect the power of truth which is opposed to them. Healthy foods, benevolence, ecology, love, acceptance, etc. are all part of the Creator's Christian walk. These truths and other are deflected from their original purpose of glorifying the Creator to glorifying their own programs. Rather than publicly opposing Christianity, they rename their own movements Christian, and then proceed to do very little for Christ, and everything for Lucifer. They are even deflecting worship of Jesus Christ onto worship of a demon named Jesus. The next externally and internally used stock tool is called blinds. These are deliberate deceptions placed within their own writings to confuse the uninitiated. HPB gives a good description of the use of these, so do Masonic writers like Albert Pike. HPB writing describes the use of blinds in The Secret Doctrine, Volume 5 Adiyar edition, p. 435. Blinds are used in CIA documents. They are incorporated into the scripts that the altars receive. For instance, the in vitro moon-child ceremonies are not revealed to the non-hierarchy altars, but they are told that the moon children have to do with the cage tortures. See slides are truth that has been warped just slightly to take an investigative person into a dead end. An example of a slide is that the New World Order is satanic, but that only Nazis and stupid people think that Jews are involved. This is a slide, because then the Rothschilds who hide behind their Jewishness, cannot be mentioned as suspects without people yelling anti-Semitism. In reality, exposing these abusers has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, It's simply that all abusers, no matter what good front they have, need to be correctly identified as dangerous. Another example, an alter who pretends to be helpful is placed in the system who says that the door to get to a castle internally is the 5th door on the right in such and such hall. The answer is correct, but the door must be opened using the left side, rather than the right side where the doorknob is located. Because the answer doesn't pan out, then the idea that the door is the correct door is discarded, and the alter's knowledge is suspect. Lots of psychiatrists are writing papers about MPD with slides. They give some truth, and then they give people a path to go down that will dead end them from ever finding the truth. They use Hegelian dialectics. This dialectic process doesn't happen on its own, so it often has to be forced into happening. The idea is that each idea, ism, called a thesis, like say capitalism, naturally, by definition has an opposite, an antithesis. In capitalism the antithesis is communism. The conflict between the two produces a synthesis. By controlling both ends of the conflict, one controls the ends. More than not, the one world power can be seen working behind both sides of many conflicts. Indeed, the secret societies have been historically shown to be behind all the revolutions and wars in modern Europe since the American Revolution. In religious conflict, both sides are often being manipulated. Some of the various groups openly admit their strategy is designed to create a synthesis. You will find Hegelian dialectics has been introduced into the U.S. educational system by the Skull and Bones Order, an Illuminati group. It was adopted in Russia by the Slavophiles in the 19th century. Communism, Nazism, Fabians, most New Age groups, liberation theology, and other parts of the power use Hegelian dialectics. Hegel in turn based his system on the ancient Greek atomists, especially Democritus. Hegelian dialectics is built into the conflicting scripts that alters are given. Slaves who are twinned to another slave will find Hegelian dialectics employed in their twinning programming. The Hegelian dialectics can be worked in with the double binds that the programmers love to use. Esoteric language. F. Indirect interference with truthful information getting out. This is done by stealing the impact of the truth, by printing a parallel story with disinformation at the same time, or leaking an opposite story with disinformation at the same approximate time. Disinformation leaks can be done through the mass media, or an individual alter. Deniability. When orders are given and language is used, it is on purpose vague so that the guilty can deny their guilt. At this point, it might be appropriate to cover some standard CIA tactics. They use some monarch slaves as live letter drops. An LLD is a person who will remail spy letters. They will use dead drop boxes, which are simply places that an item or message is concealed to be retrieved by some other criminal in the network. They may give the slave a gift which then has to be passed on. They may protect a written message by writing it on edible paper. Safe houses are used, indicated by things such as 2 lion statues along with pre-arranged OK signals, such as the position of a flower pot. Internal deceptions. When building an internal world, the programmers use every trick in the book to hide things. First, the abuse has to be hidden in silence, and then the MPD has to be hidden. Next, the real core needs to be hidden. Then, the purpose of a monarch slave needs to be hidden. All the time that this is going on, the programmers must constantly work at keeping the programmers' identities hidden, and their programming sites hidden. Programmers usually have cover names when programming, and then hypnotically have the victim see them as something else. For instance, Dr. Green had victims see him as a cricket. He even used a cricket noise maker while programming, that clicked. In recent times, the programmers and handlers are programming their slaves to believe that they are aliens. The slave will generally be lied to that they have a twin somewhere. Internally, the programmer will begin making the system with the core-related alters and then the front alters. The front alters will be rearranged in a fashion that the structure of the system is confused. The front alters will be given heavy programming, to convince them that nothing ever happened to them, they had a wonderful life. They will be given fictitious stories about the programming, so that almost every item in a system has a cover story to mislead and alter about what is going on. Many things are placed in boxes. Clowns programmed to cut are jack-in-box clowns that pop up when an alter even thinks unapproved thoughts. Some of the important things in a system may be hidden out front. An alter on the front may think it is stupid, and yet they have access to internal maps of the entire system, which they can remember only on code. If a person, such as a therapist or nosy alter, goes to look deep in the system for the material under a fanatically unsexual, asexual, alter, will be a sexual alter. Under a stupid alter, may be an alter gifted in a language or art. Alters are very often hidden behind opposite types of alters. Important things in the system, and many unimportant things, are all well guarded. Sometimes particular alters have to serve as the guards. Some of these guards are called gatekeepers. Gatekeeper alters will appear near the surface of a system, and then again deep in the system about level 10 and 12. Gatekeeper alters are alters that the programmer must go through to get to deeper levels. The gatekeeper alters are very heavily programmed to keep them in place. They will receive intensive lies. Some of the access triggers which must accompany the verbal codes are kept secret, by virtue of the fact that no person in their right mind would use them, such as needles, electroshocks, or slaps to certain parts of the body to trigger deep alters to take the body. Items in a system will be disguised, such as the clockmaker alter/demons will make clocks to appear in the system like anything they want. The only way these can be adequately identified is that these clocks are always disguised as gold items. As the programmers work, they like to find word games, plays on words and double binds. They will also put in scrambling programs, deaf alters and foreign language codes to help protect their secrets. The alters who look the least to have programming may have the most. Duplicate alters of most alters are created, so that even the alters themselves don't know if it is themselves or another alter. These duplicates are called mirrored images and looking glass people, LGPs. Some of the mirrored images may turn out to be demonic entities that have been placed using high-level demonology. Suicide alters, who are trained to have a big smile and be clowns, mask their intention to kill the body when they take the body of a slave. A popular method for hiding things within the occult world has been boxes within boxes. A Masonic organization will have a rite within a secret rite, with a secret group, with an insider clique. Common everyday items that surround the slave will be given special meanings. The songs the slave hears on the radio will, for instance, have code words. The programmers, due to the corruption of the music industry, knows what hit songs are coming out, and they will haul their slaves in and program them according to the lyrics of the soon-to-be hits. The lyrics will be written so that programmed meanings can be attached to certain words and lines. Something as innocent as watching TV, listening to the TV or to a sermon may actually be programming a special message into the victim. Hand signals will even be done over the news or other shows. For instance, Bill Clinton at his inauguration made a satanic signal during the inauguration ceremony. This sign of Satan is a standard hypnotic induction hand signal for slaves. Clinton waves the sign of Satan with his left hand at his inauguration. This is a hypnotic induction signal for slaves. Although some might interpret this as I love you, which is handed by the right hand of a deaf person, this left-handed signal will induct slaves no matter what some people think the meaning is. No wise person would knowingly choose to fight their opponent blind and deaf, yet that seems to be the choice which many nominal Christians are choosing. They would like to live in denial and to characterize this book as doomsday stuff and then dismiss and ignore this material. They want to eat, drink and be happy. If people think that by putting their heads in the sand they can escape the future, or even the present difficulties, they may be in for a rude surprise. The use of esoteric language. One method of deception is the use of esoteric language. Esoteric terms are understood by those deep in the occult, but are misunderstood by the common people. The best example is the term Saturn. Saturn. The word Saturn consistently turns up as an important word for the Illuminati and upper levels of the occult. Because Saturn is such an important concept, it should be covered in this part of the book. Therapists may encounter something to do with Saturn in a programmed multiple. Before Fritz began researching the elite of the occult world, Saturn was merely meant an enormous planet 95 times the size of the Earth's mass, the sixth of the solar system in an orbit of 29.5 years around the Sun. This means that the CO authors of this book are less than 3 Saturnian years old. Fritz was also aware that Saturn was the father of all gods in the mythology of the ancient world. David M. Talbot in his book The Saturn Myth documents how all over the world Saturn has been worshipped even more than the sun god. Saturn has been the secret god of the occult world. When we read in Deuteronomy 18:9-10, "When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch." All of these practices are abominations done by Satanists today and are becoming commoner among Americans. Note that the first item mentioned by Moses in this passage was putting, children into the fire, of Moloch. A commentary, Kiel, Karl F., and Franz Delitzsch. Commentary on the Pentateuch, 3, reprint, Grand Rapids, M.I., Eerdmans Publishing Co., 1949, p.393, on DT 18:9-10 is, Moses groups together all the words which the language contained for different modes of exploring the future and discovering the will of God, for the purpose of forbidding every description of soothsaying, and places the prohibition of Moloch worship at the head, to show the inward connection between soothsaying and idolatry, possibly because februation, or passing children through the fire in the worship of Moloch, was more intimately connected with soothsaying and magic than any other description of idolatry. The worship of Moloch was the worship of Saturn. There are perhaps various routes one can take to learn this. One route is a very close examination of the scripture, especially the Old Septuagint. Scriptures actually write of this fact in Amos 5:25-26 and Acts 7:41-43. Amos wrote, "Did ye bring unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, 0 house of Israel? Ye have borne the tabernacle of your king, Sikith Malki cm, or in the Septuagint it reads Skenantiu Moloch, and the shrine, Kiun, of your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves." Amos 5:25-26. The Christian Stephen quotes these passages of Amos and connects it with the worship of the golden calf, bull or Taurus. His words on this are recorded in Acts 7:41. He further connects it in the next verse with the worship of the host of heaven. In line with translations like the Septuagint, he states in verse 43 that Amos 5 refers to the cult of Moloch and the star of the god Rephan. Hebrew writing consists of only the consonants. The vowels can be added with what are termed vocalizations, which are dots. The Jewish scribes in their contempt for heathen gods placed vocalizations, vowel indicators, on the word Molech, MLCH, from a Hebrew word for shame. Because the incorrect vocalization was added out of contempt for the heathen names of abominable gods, the word Molech, Saturn worship, has been mistranslated by some translators. Further, the word Kiun, Kaimanu in Assyria, has been represented by the word Rephan in Acts 7:43. Rephan is Kiun, which is the Arabian and Syrian way of saying Saturn. Rephan apparently was a very limited or localized way of saying Saturn. The adoration of the calf, bull, in the wilderness was an important act by the Israelites while Moses went up on the mountain to speak to God face to face. This worship of the bull was actually worship of Saturn. Some call this star worship, and the bull was worshipped because at that time the constellation Taurus, the bull, marked the position of the sun at the time of the spring equinox. The fact that the calf was gold was no accident. Gold has many satanic connotations. For a modern occult reference connecting the bull, astrology, and gold together, see Esoteric Astrology by Alice Bailey, Lucas Trust, 1951, pp 378-79. Various scholars on ancient religion have written that the worship of Moloch was Saturn worship. For instance, Siculus Diodorus wrote, "There was a brazen statue of Saturn putting forth the palms of his hands, bending in such a manner toward the earth, as that the boy who was laid upon them, in order to be sacrificed, should slip off, and so fall down headlong into a deep burning furnace." The ancient Roman circus, like so many public activities in America, was based upon the occult. The circus had 7 circuits, and had a pyramid in the center with 3 altars, one to Saturn, one to Jove, and one to Mars. This is an example of what the common people knew about Saturn. Moloch, then, was the sun god, during the zodiac period from Taurus to Serpens and Scorpio, which is when the sun is hottest. The Babylonians referred to Saturn as the star of the sun. In the Mithraic mysteries, Saturn was the sun god. See Hall, Manly p. The Lost Teachings of All Ages. P. Facing 21. In fact, Saturn was the sun god of many of the pagan religions, and was the foundation of the solar temple. Ibid Hall tells us on pg 97, lower left, that Saturn is the foundation of the solar temple. The 10 tribes of the Israelites fell into the ritual sacrifices of Moloch, Saturn worship and sacrifice, which brought them their judgment of Assyrian captivity. 2 KGS 17:16-17, astrology, witchcraft, and ritual sacrifice were also associated with Saturn worship. Isaiah the prophet tells those who worship Saturn, "Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators, stand up, and save thee." Isa 47:13. Saturn did not save the Israelites from captivity. Ex-Illuminati members have revealed that Saturn is Satan. Yes, Saturn is Satan. The satanic Illuminati hierarchy teach the high-level students that those who serve Saturn promote the return of the lost son Saturn. The religion of Saturn is Saturnian Gnosis, which turns out to simply be a rehash of the Gnosticism that the high-level Satanists believe in. Saturn is severe. Jupiter is mild. The merging of Saturn, severity, with Jupiter, mildness, is the creation of the new Golden Age according to high-level satanic hierarchy teachings. The Earth has been caught in a battle between a bipolar world, the inner solar logos, and the outer Saturnian sphere. The trans-Saturnian planets actually belong to Alcyone, which eventually gets its planets returned. This may be the reason that the satanic hierarchy has treated us to good aliens from the Pleiades. Alcyone is a star in the Pleiades. Saturnian Gnostic teachings are that darkness contains the light. What this means is that darkness is necessary for light to exist. And light appears within the matrix of darkness only by the demiurge Satans, the Logos. This is what they teach. According to Albert Pike in the Masonic textbook Morals and Dogma given to 320 Masons, the work of the Sun is the perfecting, also known as the deification of, man. Christians view that it is Satan's work to teach men that they can be deified, which is rebellion to the one and only true God. Secret high-level teachings. In secret satanic rituals, the Grande Scepter, which represents his authority to wield power through the Lord of this world, who is known as Saturn. New Age leaders are calling Saturn Sanat Kumara. A devil by any name is still a devil. In a dialogue with a Mother of Darkness, this Mother of Darkness altar provides some interesting information. The dialogue went like this: Mother of Darkness, Saturn is the gateway that must be opened. For a season God has winked that man might be illuminated. But excessive light destroys. Man must not forget his destiny is concerned with loving regeneration of the earth, Mother Gaia worship and balance. Soon the other eye of God must open. Those who are illuminated have kept the balance point. The majority of mankind has not. Few seek the ancient seed of wisdom that springs from the brow of Lucifer. Man becomes forgetful of his spiritual ancestry and destiny. They are Elilan, keepers of nothing. They fill the earth with air, passing and crowd the plains with nothingness. They are a waste of the energies. And so the other eye must open. Each man shall receive abundance in what he seeks. Some call it karma. Interviewer: what do you mean by the other eye? Mother of darkness, the other eye of God, as some would say. Chemosh: cleansing fire. The outstretched arms of Molech. Interviewer: what has that got to do with Saturn? Mother of darkness, everything. This is a most secret thing. Saturn is the gateway. The point at which all thought is fixed. The point at which all feeling shall be projected as the eye opens. Much ritual and preparation has gone into the issuance through the gateway of the ancient ones. There has been a gathering of the elemental essence to clothe them. A strengthened invisible quintessence to hold them in this plane at the time of Advent. Interviewer: and what will be the result of this Advent? What will it mean? Mother of darkness: a restoring of balance. Those who do not seek wisdom shall cease. Those who are so bound to the earth that they forget the light shall cease. When the other eye opens, the dawn shall come. The golden dawn shall be upon us, and the Sun of Righteousness shall rise with healing in his wings. The urge to sacrifice others is a gift. It is a liberation from the awful rigidity, for at least it permits an awareness of other humans, however badly treated. As a result of that awareness, they have served an important purpose. The balance is kept and the light dwells upon the illuminated. The energy is released into the circle and is converted into something powerful and useful. In this way, you can see they do not truly die. Light increases. Wisdom grows. Death begets life. The sacred cycle of the ancients. The earth shall regenerate herself when the eye of Molech opens. There the reader has it, secret teachings from a mother of darkness on Saturn. Gnosticism believes that there is a force, not Almighty God, the force as it is called can be used for evil or good. Within the hierarchy of the Satanists, Moriah, their thinking has no problem understanding that Lucifer is the same person as Satan. Satan is what happens when the evil side of the force is being used, and Lucifer is that person when the good side of the force is being used. As in all of the mystery religions and in the occult world in general, people are told different things at different levels. Most people don't want to serve evil. They want to think they are good. Their pride motivates them to want to be thought of as good and great. They will easily follow Lucifer, but are not going to admit to themselves or anyone that they are following Satan. No problem, they are allowed to think they are Luciferians. Or if being a follower of Lucifer is too strong a statement, they can be a worshipper of almost thing. Satan in his pride has provided esoteric teachings on the worship of just about everything. There are esoteric teachings about worshipping rock, mountains, trees, the stars, animal spirits, Mother Earth, etc. If one probes deep enough into the layers of hidden meanings, all of these worships go back to Satan. The 5 primary interlocked concepts of Satan are all represented by the serpent, which are Lucifer, aka light-bearer or godhood, search for light or wisdom, sun worship, the sun god, or energy, fire also called Kundalini force, and the regenerative principle, which is phallic and sex worship. These 5 interconnected concepts are represented worldwide by snakes, serpents, and represent worship of the supreme serpent Satan. The externalization of the hierarchy. The big event or operation that is being carried out is the externalization of the hierarchy. Satan's secret hierarchy with its pure Satanists have been around for thousands of years. But the satanic conspiracy to control mankind is to become an open conspiracy. The hierarchy is to be externalized. And the elimination of Christians, those who haven't sought worldly wisdom, that worldly wisdom which comes from Satan, is to pave the way for Satan's appearance. The satanic occult conspiracy is to leave its secret confines in Masonic temples and Oddfellow halls and is to permeate society in general. This is what has been happening. The real light must go out for the dark side to feel comfortable coming completely out. The mysteries, also known as the mystery religions, are the mysteries that one is initiated into when one joins Freemasonry. In fact, the very first item any prospective Masonic candidate must do is fill out a form requesting to be initiated into the mysteries. The mystery religions were actually veiled forms of the worship of Lucifer or Satan. Lucifer is simply Satan dressed up as the light bearer. In the mystery religions, the disciples are taught that the spirits of men are the powdered bones of Saturn. When one learns who Saturn is, it is a rather distasteful idea to think that men are taught that their bodies belong to Saturn. Further, Freemasonry teaches about Hiram Abiff and C. Hiram. It turns out when we study the Hiramic legend by Freemasonry's best philosopher that we learn who Santa Claus is. Santa is a scrambling of Satan. Anyway, the Hiramic legend goes like this according to Freemasonry great expert on the mystery religions: Saturn, the old man who lives at the North Pole, and brings with him to the children of men a sprig of evergreen, the Christmas tree, is familiar to the little folks under the name of Santa Claus, for he brings each winter the gift of a new year. Part of the symbols are displayed to the initiated, but he is intentionally led astray by false interpretations. Masonry conceals its secrets from all except the adepts, the sages, and the elect, and uses false explanations for its symbols to mislead those deserving to be misled. This is according to the great Freemason Albert Pike in his book Morals and Dogma. It should come as no surprise that Saturn is one of the items which is mentioned by various Masonic authors. For instance, the Freemason Ragan, who is considered an expert on Freemasonry, wrote, "This is the important phenomenon, the ineffable mystery, the key to nature, which the ancient sages succeeded in discovering, and which they adopted as the basis of Masonic doctrine. It is interpretation, the revolting atrocities of subject of Masonic legends. According to Saturn, were considered interesting enigmas, which involve facts worth our notice." Ragan, Tyler General de la Frank McConnery, p. 219-19 as quoted in Moore, Gordon. The Hidden Power Behind Freemasonry, Burnsville, M.N., Weismann Pub. 1990, p. 109. Alice Bailey's Esoteric Astrology states that Saturn is the Lord of Karma, p. 105, Venus and Saturn shall rule men during Aquarius. p. 148, Saturn is the planet of discipleship, we stand at the gateway of the new world, of the new age and its new civilization, ideals, and culture. p. 148, The Occult Book A Treatise on Cosmic Fire, pp 1196-1207 states that Saturn is the fifth creative hierarchy. This is the type of stuff that the Kabbalah comes out with. And American businesses which are controlled by the Illuminati are getting into the act of bringing the occult out into society. Ford called its car Taurus, Bull the Pleiades, another car is named Aries, which is another occult astrological name. Then there is the car named Saturn. In conclusion, Saturn turns out to be an occult name for Satan. Santa turns out to be an occult name for Saturn. It also turns out that the name Saturn has been used for Satan for centuries by the occult. The ritual sacrifices to Molech was Saturn worship. The opening of the eye of Saturn is the materialization of hordes of demons taking place during this time period. High-level Illuminati, who will gather together in Atlanta in the summer of 1996, under the cover of the '96 Olympics, will carry out high-level rituals to open up a large hole for the materialization of hordes of demons to complete their push toward a world dictator. The use of the name Saturn is an example of how Satanism operates under the cover of layers of deception. Many Christian words also have occult meaning. There is a Morning Star Church in Tulsa which ministers to victims of Illuminati trauma-based total mind control. There is also a prophetic magazine named The Morning Star, which is very slick and glossy. On the other side of things, the term the Morning Star-Stella Matutina in Latin is another name for Lucifer. Stella Matutina is also the name of a Kabbalistic black magic lodge which Satanist Aleister Crowley led when the Golden Dawn reorganized in 1903. There are Morning Star rituals done by Illuminati members. One Illuminati slave, who was trained to infiltrate Christian churches and turn them toward the New Age movement, channeled a demon named Jesus. He infiltrated Christian churches for decades, and when he spoke about Jesus, he was referring to the demon he channeled. We know about this because one day, his front altars gave their life to Jesus Christ, and he abandoned his job of infiltration, and sought spiritual help. People need to understand that almost all Christian terms have dual meanings. Just because a term sounds familiar doesn't mean it is being used in the way that a sincere Christian would understand them. In summary, to summarize, the Illuminati are manipulating technology, language, ritualistic activity, subliminal awareness, fear, lust, human vulnerabilities, and conflicts. These manipulations are external deceptions, which help cover up their trauma-based mind control. They use the best covers as fronts. They use fiction, the best of religious fronts, traveling entertainment fronts, and the cover of national defense. They use deflection, blinds, slides, Hegelian dialectics, deniability, and esoteric language. They use agent provocateurs, clean agents, legends, and safe houses. The Illuminati have refined the art of deception far beyond what the common man has imagined. The very life and liberty of humanity requires the unmasking of their deceptions. That is what this book is about.